The world is enveloped in ice, heralding the apocalypse. Chen Feng has been tragically betrayed and murdered by his wife and brother-in-arms, only to be reborn half a month prior to the cataclysm. I am Chen Feng, and by the time you read this, I've already returned to life. In just 2 weeks, the world will meet its end. Yet I remain unperturbed. I have amassed a fortune in supplies. This time, I shall ensure that those who betrayed me pay dearly. Follow my journey as I reclaim my power, confront those who wronged me, and navigate the apocalypse with grace, striving for the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the end. The pain was excruciating, tearing at his very soul. Chen Feng lay in a pool of blood, the knife embedded in his chest, rendering him utterly immobile. He could scarcely believe that his wife would stab him while he slept. Brother Hao, eliminate this waste and seize his spatial abilities. Our family can become self-sufficient without relying on this loser, Su Qing proclaimed. As she spoke, Wang Hao twisted the knife, causing Chen Feng to feel a searing agony. Witnessing their intimate betrayal, he struggled to rise but was powerless. Why? Was I not good enough to you? How could you conspire to kill me? Wang Hao scoffed, looking down at him with contempt. Chen Feng, do you still not comprehend? Xiao Ming is the child of my wife and me. For the past 2 years, I owe you gratitude for caring for them. Boom! The word struck Chen Feng like a thunderbolt. In the wake of the apocalypse, resources became scarce, and he had fought tooth and nail to keep this family alive. Wang Hao, once his brother, had lost contact after the world fell apart. 3 months prior. Chen Feng had found him in a frozen wasteland, nearly dismembered by cannibals, and without hesitation, he rescued him. Yet now this very man sought his life. He had misjudged, rescuing a wolf in sheep's clothing. Betrayed by a brother, cheated by a wife, and to think that the child he raised for 2.5 years was not his own. Rage consumed him. If I had another chance, I would not spare you. Ha! Save your breath for the king of hell. Wang Hao sneered, abruptly withdrawing the knife. Blood gushed forth, and Chen Feng felt a bone-deep pain as his vision blurred. Dog and vixen, I will haunt you even in death. Perhaps due to blood loss, the world spun around him, and he felt nauseous, only to awaken with a jolt. Struggling against discomfort, he raised his head to see the towering buildings and the blue sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. What is happening? Am I not dead? Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, which felt strangely familiar. An office desk, a sofa, and a secretary clad in black stockings, her figure alluring. This is my former company's office. The warm air from outside rushed in, making him shiver. After the apocalypse, the globe was shrouded in ice and snow, and frigid temperatures dominated the world. How could it be so warm now? Manager Chun, are you all right? Zhao Huan inquired, her eyes filled with concern as she set down her documents. I am fine. Please step outside for a moment. Chen Feng, suppressing his shock, hastily checked the time on his phone. August 1st, 2080. I have been reborn, returning to half a month before the apocalypse. In just 2 weeks, on August 15th, 2080, a sudden snowfall would blanket the world, marking the onset of a 6-month-long winter that plunged the Earth into a new ice age. In a mere 6 months, 90% of Earth's life would perish in the extreme cold. Countless lives would be lost during this calamity. With extreme temperatures and a scarcity of resources, the human population would dwindle from 10 billion to merely 800 million over 2 years. In such dire conditions, all consumables would vanish, leaving only humanity as sustenance. The very fabric of order and law would collapse, and survival would justify any act, as long as one could satiate their hunger. In this harsh reality, had Chen Feng not awakened his spatial abilities, his family would surely have perished. Not one of them had died. Even Xiao Ming, the child he had raised, was thriving. How ironic that the son he nurtured for 2.5 years was not his own. Calculating the timeline, Su Qing must already be pregnant with Wang Hao's child. A fierce glint ignited in Chen Feng's eyes. Given a second chance, he would not let Su Qing and Wang Hao evade retribution. Wait for me, I will make you wish for death. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Is this the space I awakened before? In disbelief, he waved his hand, making a cup on his desk vanish instantly. With a thought, it reappeared, the hot water within unchanged. Splendid. With this space, I can stockpile ample supplies and live freely once the apocalypse strikes. Chen Feng was elated that in the second year of the apocalypse, a colossal meteor would crash to Earth, unleashing a virus that caused countless mutations and awakened abilities in many, including Chen Feng. Regrettably, in his previous life, by the time he awakened, all supplies had been snatched away by survivors, leaving him with nothing to hoard. This time, he would seize the opportunity. In the apocalypse, even a single packet of instant noodles could compel someone to serve you, and a simple sausage could make a woman surrender her dignity. In a world where resources were scarce, human life was cheap, let alone dignity. Mastery over supplies meant absolute power. However, it was not merely supplies that were needed, weapons were essential too. When all order collapses, those with weapons hold the voice of authority. In just a few minutes, he had organized his plans for the next half-month. Point 1. Stockpiling supplies was crucial for maintaining quality of life post-apocalypse. 2. Revenge against Su Qing and Wang Hao, along with all who had wronged him, was non-negotiable. But first, he needed to sever ties with Su Qing. You think you can be with Wang Hao? I shall facilitate your union. Chen Feng summoned his secretary, and after delegating company matters, he commenced his leave. Stockpiling supplies required money, lots of it, but Chen Feng was undeterred. Knowing the apocalypse was imminent, he resolved to liquidate all assets, converting properties and vehicles into supplies. With a plan in mind, he hurried home. Upon entering, he heard voices emanating from the bedroom. Brother Hao, if Chen Feng discovers that I'm carrying your child, it will be problematic. How could that ways possibly find out? Just serve him well for one night, and he can help me raise the child. Brother Hao, you're so wicked. Hurry, while that loser is still at work, let's enjoy ourselves. Though he had long suspected their affair, hearing it firsthand ignited his fury, and he trembled with rage. By the way, find a way for that spineless fool to get some money. I plan to buy a sport car to take you for a joyride. Sure, they'll do as you say. Chen Feng could no longer contain his wrath. He kicked the door open with a forceful crash. Dog and vixen, your scheme is quite audacious. Chapter 2. Divorce. A sudden, thunderous sound startled the two individuals entwined in intimacy, leaving them in a state of utter shock. Feng, aren't you supposed to be at work? Wang Hao stammered, hastily donning his clothes while casting a nervous glance at Chen Feng, clearly taken aback by the unexpected return of his companion. Had I not returned, I would not have had the privilege of witnessing such a captivating scene. Chen Feng glared at the couple with fury. He had regarded Wang Hao as a brother and had taken meticulous care of Su Qing, never allowing her to step outside for work. Yet, what was the outcome? He toiled relentlessly outside, while she not only entertained another man at home, but also used her own money to purchase luxury cars for him. In a previous life, at this very moment, Su Qing had approached Chen Feng, claiming the family was in dire need of financial assistance. Enamored and blinded by love, he had exhausted every possible means, even resorting to usury to gather 5 million yuan. Little did he know that shortly after handing the money to Su Qing, Wang Hao had bought himself a sports car. Meanwhile, Su Qing had the audacity to berate him for being unsuccessful. Such genuine affection seemed less valuable than scraps for a dog. Darling, please don't misunderstand. Wang Hao was merely helping me look for something. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng delivered a slap across Su Qing's face. You worthless scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Su Qing, unaccustomed to such indignity, erupted in a torrent of curses. All I did was bring a man home. What crime have I committed that justifies your violence? Feng, you're in the wrong for striking your wife. Wang Hao interjected earnestly, showing no awareness of his own culpability, instead casting blame upon Chen Feng. Observing the shameless display between the two, Chen Feng's fists clenched tightly, his entire being trembling with rage. He yearned to obliterate these two adversaries at that very moment. However, the apocalypse had not yet descended, and the law remained intact. He had to endure. Divorce. Bring the marriage certificate. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Feng spoke coldly, startling both Wang Hao and Su Qing. Wang Hao thought to himself, I haven't even purchased my sports car yet. What will I do if you divorce me now? Su Qing, on the other hand, was unwilling to relinquish her financial benefactor. Darling, please don't act impulsively. I have good news for you. I am pregnant, and it is your child. Su Qing attempted to use the prospect of motherhood to manipulate Chen Feng, a tactic that had indeed succeeded in their previous life. When she had announced her pregnancy back then, Chen Feng had become utterly compliant, even borrowing from loan sharks without a second thought when she demanded 5 million yuan. Huh, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of whose child you carry. You expect me to support someone else's offspring? Chen Feng gazed at Su Qing with contempt. If you wish to avoid the circulation of videos of your infidelity among relatives and neighbors, you'd best accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. While he did not possess such incriminating evidence, the threat was sufficient to intimidate them both. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Qing relinquished her resistance and turned to retrieve the marriage certificate. Chen Feng had anticipated this move. Su Qing was a quintessential hypocrite, playing both sides. She could engage in infidelity, yet was fiercely protective of her pride. Divorce is acceptable, but the house belongs to me. It is my compensation for the loss of my youth, and I am entitled to it, Su Qing asserted, looking at Chen Feng as if it were an undeniable truth. The house was purchased by Chen Feng before his marriage, qualifying as premarital property, and theoretically, it should have no connection to Su Qing. However, Chen Feng, not wishing to prolong their disputes, readily agreed to her demands. Time was of the essence. He had initially contemplated liquidating the property, and since Su Qing insisted on contesting it, he acquiesced. He had already devised a plan for monetizing the asset. Under the condition of Chen Feng leaving the marriage without assent, the divorce proceedings were completed in a mere half hour. Upon Su Qing's return to their residence, Wang Hao hurriedly approached her. "Did you truly get divorced?" he inquired. Su Qing nodded. He chose to leave everything behind for the sake of the divorce. "I couldn't dissuade him. This marriage cannot end. Otherwise, how will I afford my sports car? Who will take care of our child?" Wang Hao insisted. "Qing, you must find a way to reconcile with him. Do you understand?" Su Qing felt a surge of frustration at Wang Hao's words, yet she found herself unable to counter his arguments. Chen Feng was indeed her best option, with a monthly salary exceeding 50,000, all of which he willingly surrendered, and he was ever compliant to her wishes. Although Su Qing considered herself attractive, she doubted her ability to attract the attention of premier heirs. Moreover, these affluent young men were notoriously fickle, frequently changing their companions. Even if she did succeed in captivating one, how long could she realistically remain in their company? He's merely acting out of anger. Once he calms down, if you adopt a more amiable demeanor and offer him some benefits, he'll likely return, tail between his legs. Wang Hao advised. "Enough. I am quite fatigued," Su Qing retorted as she retreated to her room. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Feng sought out a loan shark. In his previous life, he had borrowed money to indulge Wang Hao's whims for a sports car. This time, it was for himself. The property, located in Yudai Longting, spanned 180 square meters. "I require 5 million in cash to be paid back in 13 days, principal and interest included," Chen Feng stated. Handing over the property deed, he had no intention of repaying the loan. They could simply seize the property. He deliberately chose a 13-day time frame, leaving 1 day for the loan shark to collect the debt, ensuring that Su Qing would experience the bitterness of being cast out from her home. "Here is the property deed. If I do not repay the debt in 13 days, the house is yours," Chen Feng proclaimed. The loan shark was taken aback, quickly sending a subordinate to verify the property deed. Upon confirmation, his excitement surged. Yudai Longting was renowned as a wealthy enclave, and even if Chen Feng sold at a loss, the property could fetch 6 million. It was akin to presenting money on a silver platter. "Mr. Chen, the funds have been transferred to your account. May our partnership be fruitful," the loan shark declared. "Indeed, may our collaboration be prosperous," Chen Feng mused, feeling significantly lighter at the thought of the impending challenges Su Qing would soon face. 5 million in cash was still insufficient. That amount would merely cover basic supplies. He required sustenance, water, a generator, diesel, fuel, and even various weaponry, not to mention transportation suitable for traversing snowy terrain. Most crucially, he needed to construct a safe haven capable of withstanding extreme cold, a task that would require far more than 5 million. However, he remained undeterred, confident in his myriad ways to generate income. In the antique street, a porcelain piece valued at 200 million awaits to be discovered. In a previous life, I stumbled upon a blue and white porcelain artifact there, worth a fortune. Unfortunately, by that time, the apocalypse had already descended, rendering money and antiques worthless, akin to mere refuse. As night fell, Chen Feng arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in town. The matter of striking a bargain and earning profits would have to wait until tomorrow. "How dare you abandon your duty to care for my sister and come here to indulge yourself?" A voice thundered as a figure approached Chen Feng, gripping his collar with an unfriendly demeanor. This man was Su Jiqiang, the younger brother of Su Qing, who had not held a job since graduation and spent his days idling aimlessly, due to his parents' severe preference for sons over daughters. Su Jiqiang was spoiled and would turn to his family for financial support, while Su Qing's family, lacking funds, naturally extended their grasp toward Chen Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Qing's family was voraciously draining Chen Feng's resources. Beside Su Jiqiang stood Zhao Qian, adorned in black silk high heels. Her beauty rated at 70 out of 100. She was Su Jiqiang's girlfriend an exceptionally materialistic woman. Both had not hesitated to bully Chen Feng. Recently, Su Jiqiang had been preparing to marry Zhao Qian, requiring a dowry of 500,000, and they unreasonably assumed that Chen Feng should cover this expense. In a past life, Chen Feng had played the role of the fool. However, in this life, he would not be taken advantage of again. With such a sum of money, one could indulge in delightful feasts, wouldn't you agree? Yet, upon seeing the arrogant Su Jiqiang before him, Chen Feng suppressed his ire and forced a smile, saying, "What a coincidence to run into you, while I attend to some matters." Pleased by Chen Feng's smile, Su Jiqiang felt a swell of satisfaction, thinking his sister had indeed trained this spineless wretch well. "Stop grinning at me. Remember, you are footing the bill for our meal today." With that, he and Zhao Qian seated themselves and began to order. Zhao Qian barely spared Chen Feng a glance, finding him so pathetic that he lacked the fortitude to protest even when grasped by the collar. He hardly qualified as a man. Zhao Qian, crossing her legs, began to ostentatiously peruse the menu. "Darling, this steak is 688 a portion. May I order it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiqiang nodded in agreement. "Order whatever you desire. We can afford it. Let us have 2 portions." He spoke with bravado, though inwardly he lamented the steep prices. He had only brought 2,000 with him, initially believing it sufficient for a meal, but the cost of the steak was already consuming most of it. Fortunately, he thought, he could let Chen Feng cover the expenses today. Observing this exchange, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "Keep up the pretense. Soon enough, you will have reason to weep." In a short span, Su Jiqiang, eager to impress, had ordered nearly 5,000 worth of dishes, gradually losing himself amidst Zhao Qian's endearing calls. Chen Feng, witnessing his ostentatious display, decided to stoke the flames. "Jiqiang, how can one enjoy steak without red wine? A meal devoid of wine lacks soul. Do you need to chime in here?" Su Jiqiang shot Chen Feng an impatient glare. "Of course I know we need to order red wine." However, upon perusing the prices, he couldn't help but gasp. The cheapest bottle cost a staggering 19,000. Yet, seeing Zhao Qian's excited gaze, he boldly ordered one, thinking, why not? After all, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket. "Darling, I adore you," Zhao Qian exclaimed, thoroughly pleased as she surveyed the table laden with dishes, whipping out her phone to snap countless photos. Although she usually led a relatively refined life, it was merely a fade, as she was clad in cheap garments. How could it compare to the current lavishness of being with Su Jiqiang? Despite knowing that Su Jiqiang was unemployed, he reasoned that it didn't matter as long as he could shell out the cash. Zhao Qian's gaze shifted to the adjacent Chen Feng, who was voraciously devouring his food without a care for his appearance, instantly sparking her disdain. He was indeed handsome, but with such manners, how was he any different from a country bumpkin? It was hardly Chen Feng's fault. He hadn't tasted such delectable food in 2 years. In the desolate environment of the apocalypse, he had even resorted to eating cockroaches, given that their protein content exceeded that of beef by 7-fold. "Darling, my parents are expecting a bride price of 500,000. Are you prepared?" Zhao Qian suddenly inquired mid-meal, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Su Jiqiang. "Rest assured, absolutely." Su Jiqiang grinned, casting a glance at Chen Feng, who had finished his meal. "Brother-in-law, remember to transfer the bride price to my account by noon tomorrow. J'entends tout propos." Su Jiqiang's tone was authoritative, exuding an air of unquestionable certainty, as if he were commanding an obvious task. "Bride price? Whose bride price?" Chen Feng wiped his mouth, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the two. "Do you think I'm an ATM? Of course it's mine. Didn't you hear me say I'm proposing?" Su Jiqiang retorted. "Have you lost your mind? You're the one proposing, so you should be the one providing the bride price." "Why involve me?" Chen Feng countered, his demeanor shifting from meekness to assertiveness. "We are not related, and your wife is not even with me. Why should I pay your bride price?" Su Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity. But in an instant, he regained his composure and swung a fist towards Chen Feng. "You worthless fool, are you asking for a beating?" Yet, he barely advanced before being sent flying by a swift kick. "You dare strike me? You believe I won't have my sister divorce you immediately?" Su Jiqiang groaned, clutching his stomach, while Zhao Qian stood by, bewildered and unsure of what to do. "Divorce?" Chen Feng replied with a cold smirk, producing a divorce certificate to wave in front of them. "Don't threaten me with such matters. I've already divorced your sister. You think you can still extract money from me? Dream on." Su Jiqiang's face was one of disbelief. How could this spineless individual have divorced his sister? Wasn't he supposed to be her devoted admirer? Yet, with the divorce certificate glaringly evident, he had no choice but to accept the reality. The commotion soon attracted the manager's attention, who arrived promptly with security. "Gentlemen, this is not a place for your ruckus. Quick, this man is attacking me. Help me deal with him, or I will file a complaint." Su Jiqiang exclaimed urgently, pleading with the manager. "Sir, you are causing a disturbance in our Mingwei restaurant. We kindly ask for your explanation." The manager's expression darkened. "Causing a scene here is tantamount to sabotaging your own livelihood and humiliating yourself. Actually, I have a business proposition to discuss with you. Are you authorized to make decisions?" Chen Feng disregarded the manager's remarks and posed a direct inquiry. "Now is not the time for business discussions. I wish to reserve 100 banquet tables, with each table priced at 10,000. If you can accept this, I will pay half the deposit immediately." Good heavens! 10,000 per table, 100 tables amounting to 1 million. And he is ready to pay 500,000 right away. Such lucrative business is rare. The manager was taken aback. This was no mere disturbance, but rather the arrival of a benefactor. "Can we negotiate this deal?" Chen Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on the manager. "Of course we can. Let me arrange that immediately." The manager, overwhelmed with excitement, smiled profusely and quickly fetched pen and paper. After finalizing the contract, Chen Feng wasted no time and transferred 500,000 immediately. "Zhao Qian, is it?" Chen Feng turned to her with a sly grin. "This fellow has no money in his pockets and cannot provide the life you desire. Have you considered marrying me? I would offer you a dowry of 1 million. Chapter 4. What brings you here? Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned by his words, her heart racing. Chen Feng's extravagant gesture of reserving a banquet worth 1 million was astonishing. The ability to spend such a sum on a meal indicated that his assets were likely far greater. Moreover, Chen Feng was undoubtedly more handsome than Su Jiqiang. The fact that he was willing to offer 1 million as a dowry left her exhilarated. "Should you decide, do remember to contact me. I am a responsible man." Chen Feng gestured a phone call to Zhao Qian before turning away with nonchalance. "You insolent fool. You think you can show me disrespect? I will ruin you." A furious Su Jiqiang attempted to confront Chen Feng, but was promptly intercepted by the manager. "Step aside, or do you wish for me to file a complaint against you?" "Apologies, sir, but your total expenditure today is 25,100 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash?" "Step aside. That is utterly impossible. Chen Feng is my esteemed guest. I have never encountered someone so generous, and I will not allow him to be harmed. Let him pay. He is my brother-in-law. Do you know the consequences of blocking my way?" The manager regarded Su Jiqiang with a look of disbelief. "I have never seen someone so shameless. You do not even regard others as human, and yet expect him to foot the bill? Gentlemen, do you presume to dine without payment in our Mingwei restaurant? Who gives you the audacity?" With a wave of his hand, several security guards approached, surrounding the two men with fierce expressions. Zhao Qian, having never witnessed such a scene, was thoroughly frightened. She anxiously tugged at Su Jiqiang, exclaiming, "You need to pay. Why are you just standing there? I do not have that much money." Su Jiqiang was on the brink of tears. Although he possessed 2,000 yuan, it was utterly insufficient. "No money? Damn it. How could they order such expensive dishes? Truly believing we are easy prey? Break his legs for me. I have money. I have money. Just wait a moment. I'll make a call." In a state of panic, Su Jiqiang retrieved his phone and dialed Su Qing. Upon hearing that Su Jiqiang had spent over 20,000 on a single meal, Su Qing was equally infuriated. However, being his sister, she refrained from scolding him too harshly and managed to scrape together some funds to finally bail him out. "What on earth is wrong with you? Spending such a fortune on a meal? My money doesn't just fall from the sky." As soon as they returned home, Su Qing couldn't help but berate Su Jiqiang. Over the years, she had developed no habit of saving. Now that she was estranged from her ATM, she found herself unable to produce any significant amount of money. If Su Jiqiang continued to squander, trouble was inevitable. It was all that Chen Feng's fault, that good-for-nothing. Su Jiqiang's eyes were filled with resentment, and he couldn't help but vent to Su Qing, "Sister, you should have just divorced that useless Chen Feng. Why give him so much money? That amount would have sufficed for my bride price." Su Qing frowned, clearly puzzled by Su Jiqiang's words. Chen Feng had left with nothing. Where'd he have gotten the money? What? The moment he heard this, Su Jiqiang leapt from the sofa. "Sister, you're telling me that good-for-nothing left with nothing? You can't be serious." Su Qing produced the contract and handed it to Su Jiqiang. As he read the stipulations regarding Chen Feng's asset distribution, his excitement grew even more. "Sister, That good-for-nothing deceived you. He must be hiding quite a bit of money. Call him and demand he return our funds. Watching Su Jiqiang's fervor, Su Qing became even more confused. Hiding money? How much could he possibly have? Over the years, Chen Feng's salary card has been in my possession, and I've only given him 200 yuan each month. He couldn't have saved much. Sister, that good-for-nothing booked 100 tables at Mingwei restaurant today, totaling 1,000,000 yuan. We've been duped by him for years. I estimate he must have at least several million in cash. Su Qing gasped, her mind momentarily blank. Are you serious? Of course I am. I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. Hurry and make the call. We must retrieve that money. All right, I'll call immediately. In the imperial suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Feng was busily making phone calls to restaurants and banquet halls to reserve tables. As the apocalypse loomed, finding prepared food had become a challenge, and even more so to find delicacies of high quality. He was keen to stockpile the dishes freshly prepared by chefs. Within his own space, everything remained still. Any hot water placed inside, regardless of duration, would retain its temperature. As for poultry and various essentials, Chen Feng planned a zero-cost purchase on the evening of the 14th. Although he had numerous methods for generating income, at this moment, prudence was key. Money must be spent wisely. Let the gourmet meals commence. Ding, ding, ding. In a fervent quest for a banquet hall, Chen Feng glanced at the incoming call from Su Qing and, without a moment's hesitation, terminated the call. He could easily surmise the reason for a call. It was merely a ploy to extract funds from him, following Su Jiqiang's report about his banquet reservations. To Su Qing, he was nothing more than a mere cash dispenser. After a brief interlude, Su Qing attempted to reach him once again, prompting Chen Feng to block her without a second thought, as retaining her contact would only hinder his dining arrangements. After making the rounds of various restaurants, Chen Feng shifted his attention to food delivery services, ordering an array of delights including barbecued dishes, spicy hot pot, and exquisite fish heads, indulging in them all. It wasn't until the stroke of midnight, when most establishments had closed for the night, that he finally began to calm down. In just a few short hours, he had extravagantly spent over 2 million. The thrill of spending was undeniably exhilarating. In his previous life, despite earning a monthly salary of 50,000, every penny had been surrendered to the avaricious Su Qing, leaving him with a mere few hundred for personal expenses, living in abject poverty. This unabashed freedom to spend was an entirely new experience for him. There were still numerous avenues for expenditure ahead, such as acquiring a house and undertaking renovations, which were paramount. He envisioned creating a residence resilient enough to withstand extreme cold, ensuring his comfort when the apocalyptic winter descended. Around 10 o'clock the following day, Chen Feng arrived at the antique street. Recalling from his past life the location of a coveted artifact, he swiftly acquired it and resold it for 200 million. The artifact was valued at over 2 billion, and while it would fetch even higher at auction, his urgency compelled him to part with it at a lower price. The artifact had a mere half-month shelf life. After that, it would become worthless debris. Once the funds were transferred, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the sales department of Yudai Longting. This was the residential complex where Su Qing's family resided, and purchasing a property here would facilitate his plans for retribution. After all, when the world was blanketed in snow, he needed to be positioned to confront his ex-wife's family without delay. Chen Feng, what brings you here? Zhao Qian greeted him with surprise, her high heels clicking against the floor as she approached with an expression of delight. The previous night, Chen Feng had left a profound impression on Zhao Qian, even if it was merely for show. His ability to produce 1 million for banquet arrangements set him apart from the likes of Su Jiqiang, who couldn't even afford a meal. She had lamented not having his contact information, yet here he was seeking her out. Chen Feng, with a slight smile, inquired, I'm here to look at properties. Please bring me the details for Villa number 3. What? You wish to purchase Villa number 3? Zhao Qian exclaimed in astonishment, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at him. It was essential to note that Villa number 3 was valued at a staggering 100 million. Anyone capable of affording a villa in Yudai Longting was undoubtedly among the elite of the elite. Is it possible that this villa has already been reserved? No. I will fetch the documents for you right away. Zhao Qian exclaimed, dashing off to retrieve the materials, inciting envy among the other salespeople. A villa worth 100 million, even with comparatively modest commissions, would still yield nearly 1 million, a sum they could scarcely dream of earning in their lifetimes. Zhao Qian returned swiftly, transformed in appearance. Her high heels now replaced with Valentino, her long legs clad in sheer stockings, and her professional attire exchanged for a fitted, short skirt. Even the neckline of her blouse had been artfully lowered, revealing an enticing glimpse of her cleavage. This was undoubtedly an ensemble designed to enhance her allure. Chen Feng couldn't help but reflect on the past, recalling how she had treated him as a nobody while dating Su Jiqiang. Now, however, she seemed eager to cling to him while discussing the properties. Qian, I am quite pleased with the house, but I need to test its soundproofing and the bed shock absorption. Shall we give it a try? Chen Feng unabashedly grasped Zhao Qian's hand, causing her face to flush crimson. How inappropriate. Can't you discuss such matters privately? She protested, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. At that moment, a scornful voice interjected from nearby. Chen Feng turned to see a stunning figure that captivated him instantly. This woman possessed an extraordinarily voluptuous physique, her dress accentuating her alluring curves, and her long legs were sure to leave many breathless. Most striking of all was her breathtakingly beautiful face, one that held the power to ensnare any gaze. This was undeniably a goddess in Chen Feng's eyes, easily deserving of a score of 97. Lin Feier. A fragment of memory from a past life flashed through Chen Feng's mind, and he instantly recognized her. She was a rising star, known for her striking looks and impressive acting skills, carving out a name for herself in the industry. If this trajectory continued, she was bound to achieve great fame. Regrettably, she had encountered the apocalypse, and in a world where humanity had deteriorated, the fate of beautiful women was often dire, especially for someone of Lin Feier's caliber. In his previous life, a group of men had invaded her residence, and she had vanished without a trace, an outcome that was all too predictable. Beauty. It seems we will be neighbors henceforth. If you ever find yourself lacking provisions, remember to seek me out. I can offer you some sausages. Chen Feng said with a grin. You rogue. Lin Feier huffed, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly departed. How could a kind gesture be misconstrued so? Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief, while Zhao Qian looked at him with a hint of anxiety. Chen Feng, do you know her? Not at all, he replied. Zhao Qian exhaled in relief. After all, Lin Feier was far too stunning, and in a competition, she felt utterly hopeless against her. Let us proceed to view the villa. If it suits, I shall make the payment today, Zhao Qian declared, excitement coursing through her as she led Chen Feng to the property. Shortly after their departure, Su Jiqiang arrived at the sales office, searching for Zhao Qian, and inquired with curiosity. Sister Zhang, have you seen Qian? Ah, Xiao Su. Qian has taken a client to view the villa. Please wait a moment. Sister Zhang gazed meaningfully at Su Jiqiang, as if he were an unwitting fool. Ah, Xiao Su. Qian has struck gold this time. If this villa sells, her commission will surely amount to nearly 1 million. A female salesperson nearby stifled her laughter and remarked, You must treat our Qian well. After all, we have no one else as capable as she is. Rest assured, I shall treat her with utmost respect, Su Jiqiang replied, though a sense of confusion mingled with his excitement. Why did these people speak so strangely? Capable? Su Qian's work abilities were merely average. How could they call her capable? After waiting half an hour at the sales office, Su Jiqiang could no longer bear the suspense and decided to inquire about the situation in the lounge. Before he could knock, a cacophony of mocking voices emerged from within. This love-struck fool is bound to end up with nothing. Indeed, how can he compete with a top-tier tycoon when he doesn't even have a job? Several salespeople chattered away, their tones tinged with envy and jealousy. Please don't say such things. Qian isn't like that, a young female salesperson interjected. What are you thinking? If she weren't, would she dress so provocatively? Did you see where her collar was? Huh. That tycoon made it clear he wanted to test the bed's shock absorption. They might be rolling in the sheets right now. Another added, and let us not forget, 1 million in commission. Even if that tycoon is just playing around, she has no reason to refuse. Su Jiqiang is nothing, neither capable nor good-looking. One female salesperson lamented. If it were us, we would certainly jump at the chance. Too bad we lack that opportunity. So, the capable you speak of means this, huh? Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Jiqiang burst through the lounge door, startling the sales team. Xiao Su, you scared us. Why kick down the door? Damn it. Where is that wretched woman? Villa number 3, Xiao Su, don't act recklessly. Qian isn't what you think. Despite their attempts to dissuade him, Su Jiqiang, consumed by rage, paid no heed and rushed toward Villa number 3. How dare you steal my woman? You must be tired of living. Fuming, he arrived at Villa No. 3, only to witness a scene that ignited his fury. Chen Feng was assisting Zhao Qian as they exited the villa, both appearing quite intimate. "You pathetic coward, aiming for my woman, are you? Today, I will deal with you." Without a second thought, Su Jiqiang clenched his fist and swung it toward Chen Feng. Chapter 6. We are about to strike it rich. As Su Jiqiang charged at him, Chen Feng showed no mercy, retaliating with a swift kick. In the past, Chen Feng might not have been Su Jiqiang's equal, but now he was a man who had survived for 2.5 years in a brutal post-apocalyptic environment. In a world of scarcity, he had managed to support his entire family. In terms of skill, 10 Su Jiqiangs would not be worthy to carry his shoes. How exhilarating! After Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground, he could not resist following up with a slap. In his previous life, he had been mercilessly bullied by this family, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Now, at long last, he had found the opportunity to exact his revenge. "How dare you strike me? I will not let this go." Su Jiqiang, unwilling to accept defeat, prepared to rise and retaliate, only to be halted by Zhao Qian. "Su Jiqiang, have you not caused enough trouble?" Zhao Qian's displeasure was evident, her previously bright mood significantly dampened. More importantly, she feared that Chen Feng would reconsider purchasing a home due to Su Jiqiang's antics, which would result in a devastating loss. "Qian, I was just attacked. And you still defend him?" Su Jiqiang exclaimed incredulously, realizing that it had taken mere moments for his girlfriend to side with someone else. "And what of it? You deserve that blow. If you had not provoked him, Chen Feng would not have retaliated." Zhao Qian retorted, her tone firm, before swiftly approaching Chen Feng with a worried expression. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I will make sure to reprimand him properly." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "Such a person is beneath my notice." Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang's simmering anger intensified. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's audacity. Just as he was about to explode, Zhao Qian pulled him aside once more. "Mr. Chen, regarding the matter of the house. Indeed, I did not initially have a strong preference for this villa, but given your excellent service, I have decided to proceed with the purchase. Let us sign the contract." Chen Feng's gaze was pointedly directed at Su Jiqiang. It dawned on Su Jiqiang that Chen Feng was indeed the affluent buyer the sales staff had spoken of, the very man who intended to buy a villa and take his girlfriend to indulge in intimate pleasures. "How dare you underestimate me? Enough. How long do you intend to carry on this unreasonable behavior? Your own failures and lack of employment are one thing, but must you jeopardize my job as well?" Zhao Qian's reprimand left Su Jiqiang speechless. Chen Feng watched the once adversarial pair turn against each other, his heart swelling with delight. Unfortunately, with only half a month until the apocalypse, he lamented that he could not thoroughly deal with them today. A mere beating would be too lenient. "I wish to commence renovations immediately. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely. As long as you provide the down payment and sign the contract, the property is yours, and you may proceed with any alterations you desire. However, this villa is already furnished. Do you truly wish to invest further in renovations?" "Indeed, there are certain aspects I find unsatisfactory that require careful attention." In an instant, Chen Feng's opulent status in Zhao Qian's eyes seemed to elevate even further. How extravagant! The signing of the contract and the payment process did not take long. Within 2 hours, Chen Feng held the keys in his hands. The fluidity and promptness of the transaction left Su Jiqiang utterly astounded. This so-called waste had indeed purchased a villa, suggesting that he possessed far more than just a few million. The villa was valued at 100 million, even if he had only paid 20 million as a down payment. It was evident that he had considerably more wealth at his disposal. "Very well, I have matters to attend to. You, having just exerted yourself, should return and rest well. I will reach out to you when I require your assistance." As Chen Feng provocatively cast a glance at Su Jiqiang while speaking, he turned and departed. The exercise he referred to was, of course, legitimate. He had not idled even for a moment while inspecting the villa, running about energetically, which left Zhao Qian utterly exhausted and even resulted in her taking a tumble. As for Su Jiqiang's thoughts, they were of no concern to him whatsoever. As anticipated, the moment he left, the conflict between the two erupted. "Did you really roll in bed with that good-for-nothing?" Su Jiqiang exclaimed, seething with anger. "Have you had enough of this commotion? Chen Feng is not as despicable as you think. If you keep talking recklessly, I might just lose my temper." "What? It's barely been a moment. And you're already siding with him? Su Jiqiang fumed. If you hadn't been with him, how could you possibly be so clumsy on your feet? You fell today, and if it weren't for Chen Feng's assistance, I shudder to think how much worse it could have been. Look at you. Instead of expressing gratitude, you're stirring up such a ruckus. Zhao Qian expressed her grievances, though her tone had noticeably softened. While she sensed that Chen Feng was deliberately toying with her, she had already dropped numerous hints in the villa, nearly dragging him to bed. Yet he remained oblivious, leaving her somewhat uncertain. Her current objective was clear: to steady Su Jiqiang while enticing Chen Feng, thereby advancing her plans. Once she and Chen Feng were on solid ground, she would undoubtedly cast Su Jiqiang aside. Darling, you must put in more effort. Do you understand? My commission from a single property today is substantial. If you don't strive harder, how can I entrust my future to you? It must be said that Zhao Qian's skills in persuasion were exceptional, effortlessly weaving a web of confusion around Su Jiqiang with just a few words. Rest assured, Qian, I will not disappoint you. Besides, let me tell you, that lad's money is all mine, and so is that villa. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Look at what you're saying. Have you gone mad over money? If it weren't for Su Jiqiang's obedience, I would have discarded him long ago. Without pause, Su Jiqiang rushed home, where his family was gathered. Sister, Dad, Mom, we've struck it rich. We're on our way to wealth. What wealth? Su Jiqiang's father, Su Dahua, who was an avid mahjong player yet lacking in skill, immediately stood up. Having lost a considerable sum recently, the mention of wealth stirred him into action. Chen Feng, that scoundrel, has quite a bit of money. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Isn't it just a few million? We've already sent someone to collect it. His mother, Ma Salon, replied, exasperated. No, he has far more than just a few million. That good-for-nothing just purchased a villa in our community, Villa Number 3, valued at a staggering 100 million. The news struck Su Jiqiang's family like a thunderclap, their eyes widening in disbelief. How much did you say? Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 100 million. You must be mistaken. Even if he has some money, how could it possibly amount to that much? This contract was signed by my girlfriend. How could I possibly be mistaken? Su Jiqiang replied, brimming with excitement. And he still needs to renovate. I am certain he has a substantial amount of cash on hand. This is all marital property. Sister, it's rightfully ours. A group of individuals grew increasingly animated, especially Su Dahua, who promptly donned his shoes and dashed outside. Quick, take me to see our grand villa. Chapter 7. Have you violated divine laws? My heavens, this villa is simply colossal. Upon reaching Villa Number 3, the Su family was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only was the villa expansive, but its facilities also bespoke luxury, surpassing their previous apartment by several tiers. This courtyard is spacious enough for a football match. I shall transform it into a mahjong parlor. Su Dahua immediately began to formulate his plans, even envisioning the splendid life that awaited him. Dad, this is a villa. Your ideas would be too lowbrow. Su Qing gazed fervently at the villa before her. Having long dreamed of residing in such opulence, she never anticipated that a divorce would bring her this dream. What else could we do but create a mahjong parlor? Such a vast area should not go to waste. Regardless of what we do, let's hurry inside and take a look. Yes, let us go see. As the four approached the grand entrance, they were abruptly halted by two security guards. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize, but this is private property. Unauthorized individuals must vacate the premises. This is my home. How can we be deemed unauthorized? Su Qing retorted, her displeasure evident. Indeed, how dare you stop us from entering our own house? Do you believe I won't have you dismissed? Su Dahua, already short-tempered, erupted in anger at the obstruction. We're sorry, but the owner has no connection with you. The guard's brow furrowed, holding his walkie-talkie at the ready for backup. They had never encountered such shameless individuals before. What do you mean there is no connection? I am Chen Feng's wife. We are his family. You do not let us enter this villa? Do you understand the consequences? Suineth manicht sternly. Yes, this was purchased by my son-in-law as a gesture of filial piety. I command you to open the door immediately. We apologize, but the owner specifically instructed us. He is divorced and has no wife. The guard's tone was icy, his gaze cold as he regarded the group before him. Truly shameless. They still sought to lay claim to the property of someone else after the divorce. Chen Feng was somewhat of a local figure, known for his meek disposition. The Su family hardly regarded him as a son-in-law. Even a dog held higher status than he did. Did they only recognize him as their son-in-law now that they were divorced? What? How can he do this? Su Dahua's fury ignited. Quickly, call that good for nothing. After all these years of supporting him, surely, even a cold stone should have warmed up by now. Matsuelon cursed vehemently, clearly incensed. The guards, observing the group, felt even greater disdain. Who was supporting whom? They were well aware that prior to his marriage, Chen Feng was a well-regarded young talent in the community, and even the house had been purchased by him. However, after the Su family moved in, not a single member sought employment, relying entirely on Chen Feng for their sustenance, all while exuding an air of entitlement. How could they dare utter such words? A few individuals from Su Dahua were angrily attempting to make a phone call, but regrettably, none could get through. Eventually, the security personnel, growing somewhat irked, began to usher them away, and they reluctantly departed. That imbecile has the audacity to ignore my calls. Upon returning home, Mitsuelon wore a disgruntled expression. Daughter, you must find a way to contact him and persuade him to return for reconciliation. We can even provide him with a modest abode. Otherwise, we will promptly seek legal counsel to leave him destitute. Sister, perhaps you should speak a few kind words to that fool to coax him back. Su Jiqiang murmured. Qian is pressing for the betrothal gifts. It will be better to retrieve him first and deal with him later. Litigation would consume considerable time. Upon hearing this, Su Qing wasted no time and began reaching out to Chen Feng. The call had been blocked, so she turned to WeChat. There were plenty of ways to establish contact. A lavish mansion worth 100 million would be sufficient for her to live a life of luxury, perhaps even more gratifying than marrying into a wealthy family. There was no shame in lowering oneself to apologize. Meanwhile, after leaving, Chen Feng promptly sought out the largest security company in the area. This company not only ensured the safety of individuals, but also specialized in modifying residences. Often, when protecting significant figures, they would adapt the target's living quarters, and over time, they gained substantial experience in this field. Furthermore, many affluent individuals were keen on constructing doomsday safe houses, making this line of business quite lucrative. I wish to transform a villa into a doomsday safe house. Please take me to your supervisor. Chen Feng conveyed his situation to the salesperson, who immediately arranged for personnel to attend to him. Anyone desiring to create a doomsday safe house was undoubtedly wealthy, making them esteemed clients, as ordinary individuals lacked the financial means and energy for such an extravagant endeavor. Before long, a sharply dressed man approached Chen Feng. Greetings, sir. My name is Gao Mingyuan. How may I address you? Gao Mingyuan was polite, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, while his mind raced to ascertain the man's identity. Among the wealthy of Qingzhou, there seemed to be no one of his caliber. Could he be a new, affluent individual? Chen Feng, he replied, handing over the floor plan of his villa. This villa consisted of 3 stories above ground and 1 below, each spanning 500 square meters. Can you transform this into a doomsday safe house? Gao Mingyuan studied the floor plan for a moment before speaking. Mr. Chen, typically, doomsday safe houses are constructed underground. Transforming this villa may not yield optimal results. Generally, above-ground structures may suffer severe issues during earthquakes or other disasters, as one cannot guarantee that the developers built it to standard. Chen Feng shook his head. He was well aware that underground would be the safest option, but time was of the essence, and he could not afford to address such concerns at this moment. You need not worry about those details. Simply proceed as I instruct. Chen Feng cleared his throat and spoke. I require all exterior walls to be reinforced with titanium alloy steel plates, ensuring they remain impervious to explosions. All window glass must possess bulletproof capabilities. The entire villa's interior should be equipped with highly effective thermal insulation materials, alongside a heating system, and a backup power source that can maintain a comfortable indoor temperature, even in conditions as severe as -80 degrees. Additionally, various security systems must be in place to prevent entry by 100 or 200 individuals. An air circulation system is essential to ensure I am not asphyxiated by toxic gases. These modifications, are they within your capabilities? Chen Feng smiled at Gao Mingyuan, only to find the latter's expression frozen in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. Gao Mingyuan swallowed hard, struggling to respond. Mr. Chen, have you perhaps crossed a line? To demand the construction of such a fortress. Chapter 8. Constructing a Safe House. Chen Feng felt a sense of helplessness. These requirements were necessary to ensure his comfort in an apocalyptic and frigid environment. Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply inform me whether you can accomplish this. Gao Mingyuan nodded directly, recognizing that Chen Feng's requests were not excessive. In fact, it could be deemed a rather modest safe house, considering he had encountered even more extravagant demands. Our company specializes in this field, and we can fully meet your requirements without fail. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, that is satisfactory, but I'm somewhat pressed for time. How quickly can you complete this? Please do not worry. Our efficiency is impeccable. Considering your situation, we can finalize everything within 2 months. That is too long. Chen Feng shook his head decisively. In 2 months, the apocalypse may well have arrived. An uncompleted safe house would be no different from an ordinary place. Let us expedite the process. A month would suffice. Gao Mingyuan instinctively replied. His gaze towards Chen Feng had taken on a hint of confusion. Typically, those seeking a safe house prioritize security over time. Few would concern themselves with deadlines. Some wealthy individuals even allocate years to construct their shelters. Still too long. Chen Feng continued to shake his head, dissatisfied with the response. I have only 10 days. At this, Gao Mingyuan lost his composure, beginning to suspect that Chen Feng was merely provoking trouble. What is this? You present such extensive demands and then claim 10 days for completion. Do you think me easily intimidated? Yet, Gao Mingyuan, being a person of considerable professional acumen, suppressed his frustration and regarded Chen Feng earnestly. Mr. Chen, the timeline you propose is exceedingly challenging. I understand your concerns, but the house is already built. All you need to do is reinforce it and fulfill my requests, which is entirely feasible. Chen Feng had deliberated this thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to modify a large villa. Mr. Chen, you may not fully comprehend our constraints. I am willing to pay more. Gao Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback by this proposition. If that were the case, negotiations could indeed be pursued. Please calculate the total cost for me. Without hesitation, Gao Mingyuan took out his notebook and began to tally the figures. A moment later, all the material lists and the required expenses were presented to Chen Feng. The renovation cost amounted to 200 million, calculated based on a 1-month construction period. Chen Feng perused the list and nodded in agreement. Typically, the renovation costs for a villa are equivalent to the purchase price, meaning that if one spends 100 million on the property, a similar amount would be needed for a satisfactory renovation. The fact that this transformation required 200 million without considering the renovation itself underscored the exorbitant costs associated with such an apocalyptic safe haven. However, judging by the materials proposed, it seemed that even explosives would prove futile in this endeavor. If you can complete the project within 10 days, I will add another 100 million. If you believe this is feasible, I am ready to sign a contract and provide a deposit. The previously composed Gao Mingyuan could no longer contain his excitement. He sprang to his feet and fervently shook Chen Feng's hand. Mr. Chen, I will prepare the contract immediately. May our collaboration be fruitful. 100 million. This was indeed a staggering sum. While the initial 200 million would yield substantial returns after deducting costs and labor, this additional 100 million was virtually pure profit. To expedite the process, the simplest solution was to increase the workforce. More hands are essential. For this 100 million, we must push forward with all our might. I will provide a deposit of 100 million now, followed by another 100 million after the property inspection. If there are no issues after a month of residence, I will pay the remaining 100 million. Does this payment structure work for you? Chen Feng had carefully considered this arrangement. The 200 million would certainly allow the other party to profit. And as for the final 100 million, by the time the apocalypse arrived, the counterpart would likely be unable to collect. Certainly, Gao Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. Once the contract was signed and the advance payment made, Chen Feng departed the company amidst Gao Mingyuan's enthusiastic send-off. Quickly, everyone in the company must set aside their current tasks. Completing this deal will double our year-end bonuses. The entire company erupted with excitement. Gao Mingyuan wasted no time and swiftly grabbed the phone to arrange for the materials to be delivered. Upon returning to the community, Chen Feng discovered workers already measuring his villa, prompting him to marvel at the power of money. However, he knew this advantage would only last for a short while. When the apocalypse struck, all currency would merely become a pile of worthless paper. After greeting the security personnel, Chen Feng contacted a real estate agent in the community and spent 20,000 to rent a residence and a warehouse. The apartment would serve as his home for the next 10 days, while the warehouse was necessary due to the extensive catering orders he had placed. He needed a secure location for storage. Otherwise, if he were to openly transport supplies in front of a crowd, he might find himself captured for experimentation before the end of the world even arrived. Money is disappearing too quickly, Chen Feng lamented as he lay in bed. He had spent 20 million on the house, and now 100 million on renovations. And what had once been 200 million in his pocket had dwindled to just over 80 million in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Feng felt no anxiety regarding his finances. He possesses numerous methods to generate income. Yet with the impending apocalypse, even an abundance holds little significance. Mere sufficiency will suffice. If all else fails, he could always mortgage his villa to a loan shark. Presently, concerns regarding safe houses and shelters have abated. But the acquisition of weaponry remains a pressing issue. Despite his spatial abilities and commendable skills, the absence of firearms would undoubtedly pose considerable challenges. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile arms. Neighbors serve as my granaries. However, in the realm of Shenzhou, procuring such items appears nearly impossible. It seems he must hasten to venture abroad for a spree of zero-cost acquisitions. Chen Feng retrieved his phone and promptly booked a flight to the United States. Due to his profession, he frequently traveled overseas, and matters like visas and passports pose no obstacles. In that country, obtaining weaponry is remarkably straightforward. Furthermore, there exist countless expansive department store warehouses that he must explore. Zero-cost acquisitions have become quite the trend there, and having been reborn, he certainly yearned to experience it for himself. Just as Chen Feng secured his ticket and studied a map to locate the warehouses, his phone vibrated several times, signaling an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, darling, it's me." As soon as he answered, he was met with Su Qing's disgruntled voice. "If you keep ignoring me, I might truly become angry." Chapter 9. We are not finished. What the hell? Chen Feng nearly lost his composure upon hearing Su Qing's mournful words. "So, it was my fault for discovering that you were tangled up with someone else? You dare to be upset with me? What face do you have for that? Just tell me what you want. I'm busy right now." Chen Feng replied with evident impatience. He had no time to deal with his ex-wife's family. Otherwise, they would have been dealt with long ago. "Honey, I heard you not only booked 100 tables for a banquet, but also purchased a villa. How could you make such significant decisions without consulting me?" Su Qing complained in an almost sultry tone. "That's none of your business. If I wish to buy a house, that is my affair. Why should I discuss it with you?" Chen Feng could no longer contain his anger and lashed out. Su Qing was truly shameless, acting as though nothing had happened and casually speaking as if she were entitled to his deliberation. "Honey, are you still upset? I apologize, okay? I was just momentarily confused. Can we reconcile?" Su Qing's tone turned pitiful, as if she genuinely believed she had erred. "Honey, I truly cannot live without you. Please come back." Hearing her words, Chen Feng nearly succumbed to her plea. Had he not been pierced through the heart by Su Qing in his previous life, and had he not already witnessed her true nature, he might have softened. "You cannot live without me? Huh, I believe you're referring to my money and villa." Chen Feng retorted coldly. Were it not for his wealth and property, Su Qing's character would have likely caused her to overlook him entirely. As Chen Feng remained impervious to her pleas, Su Qing's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Beside them, Su Dahua and Ma Sulan wore equally distressed expressions, snatching the phone and berating him vehemently. "You worthless fool, don't mistake our courtesy for weakness. We are here to negotiate amicably, and that is an opportunity granted to you. If you return, we can even arrange a modest abode for you in the villa, allowing you to enjoy some comforts. However, should you continue to defy our directives, not only will you lose the villa, but we shall leave you with nothing." The vitriol in their words was palpable. "You truly believe yourself to be someone of significance, do you? Let us not forget, you have signed a contract for a clean break. Your money and the villa are ours." Su Jiqiang could no longer contain his rage and was about to unleash another tirade when he realized the other party had already severed the call. "That imbecile dared to hang up on me," Su Dahua exclaimed, hastily redialing, only to be met with the disheartening message that the phone was switched off. Clearly, he had been blocked. "This insolent wretch is truly testing my patience. Find a lawyer immediately. I shall see to it that he faces bankruptcy. Indeed, let us do so at once. I am curious to see how long he can maintain this arrogance." Su Jiqiang hesitated. Finding a lawyer may take time. "Qian is pressuring me for a dowry of 1 million. Sister, we must devise a solution. Wasn't it 500,000? How has it escalated to 1 million? Su Qing inquired, her brow furrowed. She claims that selling a property would yield her 1 million, and she lacks for nothing. She merely desires a show of respect. Ma Sulan, upon hearing this, quickly turned to Su Qing, urging her to find a resolution, as she had only one son. He must not be denied a bride. With a sigh, Su Qing picked up her phone to call Wang Hao. Upon learning that Chen Feng had purchased a villa worth 100 million, Wang Hao was instantly filled with excitement. He had never imagined that he might one day possess a villa himself. That villa belongs to me. I must reclaim it from Chen Feng. Rest assured, my dear, I will find someone to deal with that scoundrel. Once I handle him, he will surely return the villa to us. After hanging up, Su Qing felt a lingering worry and decided to contact a lawyer. Chen Feng, somehow transformed in her eyes, instilled a vague sense of unease within her. After ending his call, Chen Feng's thoughts returned to the map before him. He understood that proceeding to the United States required utmost caution, and time was of the essence. He needed to procure what he required swiftly. Ideally, he would depart today and return the following day. With such a tight time frame, meticulous arrangements were imperative. Once these matters were settled, Chen Feng adeptly opened a food delivery app. Ordering takeout was a ritual he adhered to diligently. Ding! Just as he finalized his order and set his phone down to rest, a new message arrived. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Zhao Qian, Su Jiqiang's girlfriend. After purchasing a property from her, he had exchanged contact information. Chen Feng, are you resting? Not yet. Is there something you need? Zhao Qian, at her residence, clutched her phone, visibly anxious. Faced with Chen Feng, a billionaire of immense wealth, it was impossible for her not to feel anxious. After all, this was a matter that could dictate her future happiness. If she were to successfully win over Chen Feng, she could seamlessly transition into the life of a wealthy matron, leaving behind the need to sell houses. However, despite Chen Feng's verbal promises of marriage, he never took the initiative to contact her, leaving her feeling quite insecure. As for the villa, the loan documents had already been submitted, and she believed it would not be long before approval was granted. All right, I appreciate your help with the house. I trust you. Zhao Qian felt a rush of joy as she read his message, then opened her albums and carefully selected a prepared photograph to send. Chen Feng, do you think I look good in this outfit? Upon receiving the photo, Chen Feng could not help but break into a smug smile. Ah, Su Jiqiang, weren't you quite arrogant? I bet you never anticipated your girlfriend would be the one to flirt with me. The photograph was quite provocative, with Zhao Qian draped only in a sheer nightgown, more revealing than even private pictures. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian's appearance was only mediocre, were it not for a desire to provoke Su Jiqiang and retaliate against Zhao Qian. He would hardly have bothered with her. In a post-apocalyptic world where he controlled resources, what woman was beyond his reach? She looks good. Su Jiqiang is indeed fortunate. I've never worn this for him. She is showing it to you specifically. If you like it, she'll wear it for you every day. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Feng promptly forwarded the photograph to Su Jiqiang, adding, your girlfriend looks rather lovely in this outfit. Did you buy it for her? Having completed these actions, he immediately blocked Su Jiqiang on WeChat and opened the door to receive his takeout. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang, infuriated, leapt from his bed, smashing his phone in frustration. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, this isn't over. Just you wait. Chapter 10. Advanced Tea Arts Master. In Villa 4, adjacent to Villa 3, Lin Feier sat wearily on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Even without makeup, her innate grace could not be concealed. This is outrageous. That person is simply insufferable. Lin Feier fumed, striking the sofa with her delicate fists, seemingly attempting to vent her pent-up anger. The incessant construction noise from Villa 3 had deprived her of sleep throughout the night. Complaints made over the phone had yielded no results. To make matters worse, when hunger struck in the middle of the night and she sought to order takeout, she discovered that all the vendors had ceased taking orders. Ultimately, she watched helplessly as delivery drivers rushed into her community, delivering to one specific building. The relentless stream of delivery vehicles showed no signs of abating. Upon inquiry, she learned that the orders had all been placed by the owner of Villa 3 alone. This revelation only served to heighten her ire. Her already unfavorable impression of Chen Feng had worsened. Not only had the late-night renovations kept her awake, but now he had also deprived her of her meal. This deep-seated resentment made her grit her teeth in fury. Feier, what on earth is happening next door? It's unbearably noisy. A strikingly attractive woman emerged from the room, her face etched with displeasure. She was Xiao Lulu, a close friend of Lin Feier and an actress, albeit one whose fame paled in comparison to that of Lin Feier. Initially, she had intended to spend a few leisurely days with Lin Feier, but to her dismay, the cacophony of construction on her very first night rendered her plans untenable. It appeared that renovations were underway. Lin Fei, with a hint of grievance, lamented, "This is utterly unacceptable. If I don't confront him today, he might think we are easy to bully." Without hesitation, Xiao Lulu seized Lin Fei's hand and rushed outside, her fiery temper intolerant of such disruptions. Meanwhile, beside the villa, Chen Feng observed the documents handed to him by Gao Mingyuan, nodding in satisfaction. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I have summoned all our workers. We will surely resolve this within 10 days. Gao Mingyuan assured him, thumping his chest. It would be absurd if the entire company's workforce, operating in shifts around the clock, could not complete the task. He would truly be unworthy of his earnings. That's good to hear. But one thing you must remember, quality must be guaranteed." Chen Feng admonished. "You need not worry. We will not jeopardize our reputation." Gao Mingyuan replied with utmost confidence. Just then, Lin Fei and Xiao Lulu, visibly agitated, approached them. Upon seeing Lin Fei disheveled, her hair tousled, and clad in a nightgown, Chen Feng felt an immediate spark of admiration. Even without makeup and donning an ill-fitting nightgown, Lin Fei remained strikingly beautiful. As for Xiao Lulu, her allure was considerable as well, with long legs and an enviable figure that commanded attention. Yet, the ubiquitous influencer aesthetic of her face rendered it somewhat tiresome to behold. Noticing their anger, Chen Feng quickly stepped forward. "Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was eager to commence renovations in my new home and did not mean to disturb you. Even if you are renovating, could you at least be considerate of the timing? It's Saturday, and you are still at it, robbing us of our rest." Lin Fei expressed her dissatisfaction, her frown accentuating her beauty. Chen Feng had yet to respond when Xiao Lulu, in a playful tone, interjected, grasping Lin Fei's hand. "Fire! Didn't he do it on purpose? Please don't be angry." Lin Fei looked at Xiao Lulu in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. "You are clearly more upset at home. Why is it my fault here?" In a fleeting moment, Lin Fei realized the underlying reason for Xiao Lulu's sudden shift in demeanor toward Chen Feng. It could only stem from one possibility. She was smitten. "Good day, sir. I am Lulu. Shall we exchange contact information? This way, we can communicate conveniently in the future," Xiao Lulu suggested, batting her eyelashes and subtly leaning forward, her neckline revealing an enticing glimpse. A skilled tea artist. A term suddenly sprang to Chen Feng's mind. The individual before him was akin to Zhao Qian, albeit far more exquisite in appearance and of a considerably higher caliber. However, Chen Feng was utterly indifferent to this, casually extracting his phone to exchange contact information. A tea artist is merely a tea artist. Should the world descend into chaos, he could simply offer her a loaf of bread. His circumstances were hardly lacking. Once today's affairs were concluded, the noise would diminish significantly, thus no longer disturbing the likes of her, the illustrious star. "Surely, you would not mind, would you?" "Not all, Mr. Chen. You may renovate for as long as you wish. It will not affect us." Xiao Lulu interjected eagerly from his side, inciting Lin Fei to pinch her waist in irritation. Truly, with such a gendered presence, one can be devoid of humanity. Yet, must you not open your eyes and see? This is merely a scoundrel who toys with women, and yet you shamelessly seek to curry favor with him? Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Lulu, brimming with excitement, pulled Lin Fei aside. "Fei, who would have thought your neighbor was such a promising young man? I had envisioned a balding, corpulent old man instead. I advise you to limit your interactions with him. He is not a good person, associating with salespeople over a mere property purchase," Lin Fei retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu, instead of feeling angered, brightened with enthusiasm. Surely, she was far more alluring than the salesgirl. Capturing his attention would be a trivial endeavor. After discussing matters regarding the renovations, Chen Feng departed the community. Today, he intended to procure several vehicles, and if all went well, finalize arrangements for snowmobiles. After all, when the snow accumulated to several meters, other forms of transportation would prove utterly futile. Just as Chen Feng exited the community, a group of ruffians emerged from the shadows, encircling him. "Do you require something?" Chen Feng sneered at the thugs, confident in his ability to resolve the situation within 20 seconds. A mere assembly of idle ne'er-do-wells. They paled in comparison to the reckless individuals of the apocalypse. "Break his legs." Su Jiqiang emerged from the shadows, his eyes filled with malice. "Ah, is that not Jiqiang? Just last night, I made a point to send you those photographs. How ungrateful you are." Chen Feng taunted. "Had it not been for me, you would never have the fortune to behold such captivating images." Su Jiqiang, already seething with pent-up rage, could contain himself no longer and seized a steel pipe from the ground, aiming a blow at Chen Feng's head. Today, I shall ensure that your mother would not recognize you. Chapter 11. Merely disable one of his hands. As the attack approached, Chen Feng did not hesitate. Even though surrounded by thugs, he effortlessly evaded Su Jiqiang's strike. This was not only due to Chen Feng's formidable skills honed during the apocalyptic period, but also because he had awakened spatial abilities that heightened his perception far beyond that of an ordinary person. In that moment, Su Jiqiang's movements appeared astonishingly sluggish to him. As he dodged the attack, Chen Feng retaliated with a swift kick, sending Su Jiqiang crashing to the ground, howls of agony escaping his lips. What are you still standing there for? Dispose of him. The group of thugs finally reacted, raising their fists to strike Chen Feng. However, in mere moments, they were all knocked to the ground, each one howling in pain. How have you become so formidable? Su Jiqiang felt a tingling at the back of his head, his face a mask of disbelief. This once useless individual would never retaliate or respond to insults. He seemed like a completely transformed person. Impressive. You've certainly found some allies. It seems I truly must teach you a lesson today. Chen Feng looked down at Su Jiqiang, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chen Feng, I never expected you to possess such abilities, concealing these skills. I am genuinely impressed. Not far away, Wang Hao emerged with another person. Chen Feng felt indifferent upon seeing the other party, but he was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man beside Wang Hao. Wasn't he the loan shark boss? The loan shark boss was equally astonished to see Chen Feng, surprised to encounter a familiar face. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure. After all, the most important thing was to make money. What is this? Did I go too easy on you last time, and now you've come back for more trouble? Chen Feng smiled at Wang Hao. Chen Feng, you're so cocky. You've struck one of Tiger's men. You'll soon regret it. Wang Hao hastily turned his gaze to Tiger. Tiger, it's this rascal. I implore you to take care of him. Hearing this, Tiger slowly stepped forward, addressing Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I never expected to see you again so soon. I must say, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Chen Feng smiled, while Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao's expressions changed to one attention. This waste actually knows Tiger, and they appear to be rather familiar with each other. Mr. Chen, while friendship is one matter, business is another. Today, you are in the wrong. Tiger's smile concealed his intent, transitioning from joviality to a serious tone as he distanced himself. Phew! Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tiger seemed to be a reliable figure after all. Indeed, it is my fault. Thus, this 200,000 shall serve as medical expenses for your brothers. Chen Feng stated, unhesitatingly transferring 200,000 to Tiger. Moreover, whatever amount you paid them, I will double it. Tiger, could you assist me in resolving this trouble? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao panicked, his anger flaring. Chen Feng, are you seeking death? How could Tiger be someone of your caliber? Slap. Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, Tiger's hand struck down, sending him sprawling to the ground. Tiger, you be quiet. How dare you refer to him as a waste? He is my brother, and you dare to sow discord among us? Are you tired of living? Tiger exclaimed, kicking Wang Hao again, leaving Su Jiqiang too frightened to utter a word. Get them out of here. Beat them. They must learn their lesson today. Tiger, I was wrong. Please spare me. Chen Feng, I promise I won't dare again. The two, no longer bold, immediately began to plead for mercy. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Since they have all pleaded for mercy, a casual lesson will suffice. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the two finally exhaled in relief. Just a hand to be crippled would do. However, Wang Hao's face fell instantly. Chen Feng, I shall not let you off. You are doomed. Wang Hao's gaze was fierce, but before he could utter another threat, he was promptly dragged away. Don't cause any fatalities now. As Chen Feng spoke, he unhesitatingly transferred 1 million to Master Hu. He did not believe that Wang Hao would truly spend 500,000 to hire Master Hu. 1 million was more than sufficient. Indeed, when Master Hu received the million, he could not help but regard Chen Feng with newfound admiration, somewhat incredulous. Having been in this line of work for so long, he had never encountered someone as generous as Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I hear you have purchased a villa worth 100 million? Master Hu inquired with a smile. Being in a lending business, he naturally kept an eye on the circumstances surrounding his borrowers. While he was unaware of many details, the news of Chen Feng's property acquisition was impossible to conceal. As Chen Feng met his gaze, a thought flashed through his mind. and a subtle smile played on his lips. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Master Hu. Had it not been for your loan of 500,000, I would not have been able to amass such wealth in such a short time, nor could I have purchased a villa. Upon hearing this, Master Hu's interest was piqued. What kind of business could turn 500,000 into 100 million in just a few days? That was far more lucrative than his loan sharking. Sensing Master Hu's curiosity, Chen Feng spoke mysteriously. To be honest, Master Hu, I have recently been trading in virtual currencies. With leverage, I multiplied that 500,000 20-fold in just one night. Regrettably, I now find myself short on funds as I prepare to seize another opportunity to earn even more. Wow! Master Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp the enormity of the claim. 100 million in a single night? That was faster than printing money. Were it anyone else, he would certainly be skeptical. However, given that Chen Feng had indeed purchased a villa, there was no reason not to believe him. How much do you need? 80 million, with this villa as collateral. The villa is valued at 100 million, and I have signed a 300 million contract with the renovation company. Should I fail to repay, you could easily reclaim 90 million. Immediately, Master Hu inhaled sharply, clearly intrigued. However, he stifled his excitement. I need to think this over. After all, that is a substantial sum. Agreed, but please expedite your decision, as the volatility of virtual currency can change rapidly. I will await your response tonight. Please send me those contracts. Understood. Watching Master Hu depart, Chen Feng finally allowed himself a cold smirk. The bait had been taken. Master Hu, who thrived on predatory lending, had undoubtedly harmed countless individuals, and, in a way, this was his retribution. After sending the documents to Master Hu, Chen Feng made his way to a well-known local auto modification shop. Boss, I would like 10 of those snowmobiles out front. Chapte dodza, purchasing vehículos. At the Thunder Modification Shop, Li Bingyao sat at the front desk, struggling to stay awake. The modification industry was often quiet during the day, leading to a languid atmosphere in the shop. As she pondered what to eat after work, a sudden voice jolted her back to reality. Before her stood a rather handsome man, and to her astonishment, he immediately requested 10 snowmobiles. Sir, you must be joking, she exclaimed. The price of a snowmobile is generally quite moderate, ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands, with those modified in their store averaging around 100,000. While 10 units might total just over $1 million, her commission would be substantial, nearly 100,000. In fact, her annual salary barely reached that amount. Of course, I'm not joking. Please arrange the contract promptly, Chen Feng replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the striking figure before him. The woman's physique was tantalizing, her curves even more alluring than those of Xiao Lulu, and certainly remarkable. Chen Feng mused that her beauty was beguiling, evoking the image of a femme fatale from ancient times, capable of causing chaos and despair. Li Bingyao, acutely aware of Chen Feng's gaze, felt her cheeks flush but made no attempt to hide her assets as she presented the contract, deliberately showcasing her impressive cleavage. Mr. Chen, the total for 10 units is 1,300,000. We currently have only 2 in stock, but rest assured, we will have the remainder ready within 5 days. All right, by the way, is that Mercedes-Benz over there modified by your team? Chen Feng inquired, pointing to a nearby vehicle that exuded dominance and flair. Yes, that is our ice apocalypse model, designed to thrive in icy conditions. It can traverse frozen surfaces effortlessly, and the heating system performs exceptionally well, even in temperatures as low as -40 degrees, Li Bingyao explained. Chen Feng inspected the vehicle, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, such a mode of transport would be far more comfortable than snowmobiles when the apocalypse arrives. How much? He asked. 1,300,000. She replied. I meant, how much for the Mercedes? Chen Bingyao looked taken aback, initially believing she misheard him, but upon seeing the seriousness in his expression, she realized he was genuinely interested in purchasing. Is it not for sale? Of course it is. This vehicle is 6 million. If Mr. Chen is interested, the price is negotiable. Li Bingyao's cheeks flushed, and she subtly adjusted her neckline. That's unnecessary. Just prepare the contract for me. Can I drive it away today? Li Bingyao was once again taken aback. This was indeed a wealthy individual. As she looked at Chen Feng, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms, astonished that such a handsome and affluent man had crossed her path. Mr. Chen, I will take care of the paperwork immediately. Will you be paying in full or opting for financing? Li Bingyao led Chen Feng back to his seat, and he felt her soft presence pressing against his arm, a smile gracing his lips. He welcomed her advances, appreciating her undeniable beauty. While she may not rival Lin Feier, she certainly met a commendable standard. Regarding the mortgage, your commission should be significantly higher, so just handle the mortgage for me. But it must be swift. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao became increasingly excited, finding Chen Feng remarkably considerate. Mr. Chen, you are truly kind to me. I will take care of it right away. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. During the loan application, when Li Bingyao learned that Chen Feng possessed a villa worth 100 million, she lowered her collar even further. However, Chen Feng did not linger here for long. There were many tasks he needed to accomplish before the impending doom. As he drove away from the Thunder Modification Shop, Chen Feng went directly to a Michelin restaurant. He ordered an array of delicacies, effectively reserving the entire venue, while the kitchen erupted into a frenzy of activity. Pots and pans sparking with heat. Each time a batch was prepared, Chen Feng had them delivered to his car in the underground garage, only to subsequently store the items in his personal space once the kitchen staff had departed. High-end Western cuisine, traditional Chinese banquets, even ordinary street food and takeout. Chen Feng spared nothing that crossed his path. At the Su family residence, Su Dahua gazed at the injured Su Jiqiang, who lay on the sofa with his hands bandaged, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. You two useless fools cannot even handle a single incompetent. What purpose do you serve? Uncle, it's not that we are incapable, but that fool has allied himself with Lord Hu. We are powerless against that. Wang Hao retorted with indignation. Dad, sister, you must avenge me. That fool broke my hand. Call the police. I refuse to believe that fool is so audacious. Harming others like that deserves imprisonment. Matsuelon shouted, furious and demanding action. Mom, don't act rashly. If we call the police, Lord Hu will not spare us. Su Qing's expression darkened. Lord Hu is no ordinary figure, and provoking him would lead to dire consequences. What should we do then? We cannot simply stand by and let him enjoy himself. Susikiang pretestif. They had already sought legal counsel, but the lawyer required time. Let us go. Since he knows no better, we shall escalate the matter. Follow me to the villa to confront him, Su Dahua commanded. And the group wasted no time in heading to Chen Feng's villa. Upon their arrival, they encountered Chen Feng returning in his car. Wow, that is a Mercedes-Benz, worth at least several million. Wang Hao exclaimed, his envy palpable as he watched Chen Feng disembark. The money, his own money, was being squandered by that detestable Chen Feng on luxury vehicles. You ungrateful wretch. We have supported you for years, treated you so well, and yet you seek to exploit us. Indeed, my daughter has cared for you for so long, and now that you have found fortune, you shamelessly abandon her. Do you possess no conscience? Ignoring the raucous Su Dahua and Matsuelon, Chen Feng was too preoccupied with his own affairs, especially since the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Even if he sought vengeance, it would not be fulfilling. A slight altercation could lead to legal troubles, resulting in even more complications. As he attempted to leave, however, the family showed no inclination to let him go, clinging to his leg. I do not wish to resort to violence. You would do well to step aside. Chen Feng spoke coldly, and the crowd around him grew increasingly numerous, each pointing fingers at him. Do you still wish to strike me? Matsuelon exclaimed, unleashing a piercing wail. Is there no justice? This ingrate abandoned my daughter, and today he has even had my son's hand broken. Neighbors, you must provide me with some justice. The onlookers, initially drawn by the spectacle, wore expressions of utter disdain. This was nothing short of barbaric. Chen Feng, observing the unfolding situation, felt his gaze sharpen with intensity. Chapter 13. What face do you have? Since you have no shame, do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Feng had initially intended to allow the Su family a few days of peace. However, now that they had come to bully him, he saw no reason to extend them any courtesy. Su Qing, from where do you derive the audacity to bring your family here to create a scene? Su Ying, upon hearing this, raised her chin defiantly, convinced of her own righteousness. She insisted, what do you mean by creating a scene? Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation for your actions? This villa is ours. Is it not our right to reclaim our possessions? How dare you drive us out like this, showing no sense of humanity? Su Dahua and Ma Solon, being shameless themselves, were relentless in their accusations against Chen Feng, prompting the surrounding crowd to display their contempt. I always thought this young Chen was a good son-in-law, diligent and selfless, yet I never imagined he would behave so abominably. Alas, one can know a face but not a heart. What difference is there between him and a beast? Bah, how shameless. If he was to encounter me, I would surely put an end to him. The neighbors murmured their indignation. Meanwhile, within Villa Number 4, Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu sat by the window, observing the scene below with clarity. I told you that Chen Feng is not a good person. Do you believe me now? Lin Feier's perception of Chen Feng had plummeted to an all-time low. Initially, she believed him to be a mere scoundrel who exploited women for money. However, today she realized he had not only abandoned his wife, but had also harmed her family and even seized their property. Who would humiliate themselves in public unless driven to desperation. Yet, Lin Feier's words fell on deaf ears for Xiao Lulu, who fixated on the luxurious Mercedes-Benz behind Chen Feng. That car must be worth a fortune, she mused. A Mercedes-Benz itself costs millions, and this one was modified, undoubtedly worth even more. Lin Feier, upon hearing Xiao Lulu's thoughts, rolled her eyes in exasperation. So, you didn't hear a single word I just said? Are you even listening to me? I know, Feier. Rest assured, I'm not foolish. Xiao Lulu replied, albeit her gaze continued to drift toward Chen Feng and his entourage. Now that Chen Feng was divorced, pursuing such a wealthy and handsome individual seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, I am far more captivating than his ex-wife. Whether in terms of physique or appearance, I could easily overshadow her. More importantly, I firmly believe that no one can resist my allure. On the other hand, Chen Feng, under the incessant clamor of the Su family, has seemingly transformed into a heartless scoundrel. The neighbors around him regard him with utter disdain. Su Qing, witnessing this scene, cannot help but smirk in derision. Chen Feng, oh Chen Feng, I offered you a chance, yet you chose not to cherish it, forcing this confrontation to reach such a disgraceful extent. You have brought this upon yourself. Today, can I not win you back? Su Qing muses, as she approaches Chen Feng with a seemingly pitiful demeanor, taking his hand and saying, Husband, shall we remarry? I promise to treat you doubly well from now on. As long as you agree to remarry me, I will overlook the incident with my brother. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, feeling pity for Su Qing. It seems we have misjudged this girl. She is indeed a wonderful woman. Truly the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother. I had always assumed she was lazy and indifferent to her family. But who would have thought she could be so devoted? Chen Feng is nothing short of a beast, a disgraceful man. We were all deceived by him. In an instant, the neighbors' attitudes towards Chen Feng underwent a radical transformation, believing that his previous behavior of toiling daily was merely a fade. Have you had enough of the pretense? Chen Feng scoffed, casting a cold glance at Su Qing. Husband, I slap. Before Su Qing could finish her sentence, a resounding slap landed on her face, leaving her momentarily stunned. She froze, as did the crowd, unable to believe that Chen Feng could be so shameless as to resort to violence. Beast, you slap. Sudawa, about to unleash a tirade of curses, was also met with a slap from Chen Feng, sending him reeling. You shameless waste, today I will slap. Chen Feng showed no mercy, delivering another blow to Ma Solon, leaving her dazed. What a thrill! I have never felt such exhilaration before. You're going too far. Do you not fear that we will call the police? One neighbor, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, prepared to speak out, but hesitated upon witnessing Chen Feng clenching his fists, retreating once again. To take a hit from him would be too much of a loss. Chen Feng, do you really think we can be bullied? Su Qing admonished, her gaze icy and radiating intense fury. Huh, I see you believe I can be easily intimidated. Who gave you the audacity to stir trouble here? Chen Feng replied, exasperated, and then turned his gaze to the onlookers. Since everyone is gathered here today, and this shameless family is making such a scene, I shall no longer hold back. However, the neighbors looked on with scorn. You've resorted to violence. Do you still think you have a leg to stand on? Chen Feng disregarded their sneers and continued, you all know how this family has exploited me. As a high-ranking executive, I should be living quite comfortably on a monthly salary of 50 to 60,000. Yet the reality is that I have never had more than 200 in my pocket. What do you think I'm saying all this for? Hello, as a man. Shouldn't you be responsible for supporting the family? Su Jiqiang berated. How can you even mention family support? You're over 20, yet you don't work. Consuming my resources for food and shelter is one thing. But for heaven's sake, you expect me to pay for your wedding dowry? I'm not your father. Where do you get the audacity? Su Jiqiang's face shifted through shades of green and purple from the confrontation, yet he mustered the courage to respond. My sister has married you. Shouldn't you contribute something to this household? To hell with your shit. I toil endlessly for this family, and while I accept the burden of supporting 3 useless individuals, you, a woman, lavishly spend my money on your lover, even asking me to buy him a sports car and support your child. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Is there no law or justice in this? The neighbors, upon hearing this, immediately wore expressions of disbelief. Could the Su family be this shameless? Any man would find it intolerable. You speak nonsense. You are slandering my daughter. Su Dahua shouted vehemently. Slander? Well, as fate would have it, I possess videos of them in bed together. Today, with the neighbors present. Let us see if I am indeed slandering. Chen Feng declared, pulling out his phone to share the video in the community group. Chapter 14. Prove it to me. Initially furious, Su Qing's demeanor changed to panic upon witnessing this. If the video of her and Wang Hao were to be shared, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and she would become the subject of ridicule wherever she went. Su Qing hurriedly approached to stop Chen Feng. Husband, do you really have to go this far? Hold on. I'm not your husband. Your entire family treats me like an ATM. What do I have to do with you? Chen Feng retorted lightly. Besides, we are already divorced. It's no longer my concern. The gathered neighbors quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Chen Feng was right. The Su family had indeed wronged him, continually exploiting him, which explained why it had escalated to this point. The Su family was shameless, resembling parasites, still unwilling to let Chen Feng go even after the divorce. Indeed, I just recalled that Su Dahua is quite extravagant at mahjong, losing substantial sums. I thought he was wealthy, but it appears he was merely extorting money from his son-in-law. Look at how good-natured Chen Feng is. Su Qing seems to be a terrible person, even cheating. In an instant, the neighbors redirected their disdain towards Su Qing's family, leaving them utterly humiliated, wishing to vanish into the ground. Ultimately, in a state of confusion and shame, they left the scene. Chen Feng, since you claim to be divorced, you ought to understand that you are leaving empty-handed. I advise you to hand over the villa and all the money. Perhaps I might leave you a little. Su Qing's tone turned venomous, threatening him grimly. This time, before Chen Feng could respond, the onlookers began to voice their criticism. Su Qing, not only do you support a man, but you also plot against your ex-husband's finances. Can you not have a shred of dignity? You fail to cherish your own husband, and now you wish to leave him destitute. How cruel can one be? Su Qing's expression was exceedingly grim. When did her personal affairs become fodder for this group of outsiders? Besides, am I in the wrong for reclaiming what is rightfully mine? Chen Feng, just wait. With that, Su Qing left in a huff. The neighbors unleashed a torrent of invective, having never encountered such a shameless woman. Xiao Chun, we neighbors are well aware of your character. Rest assured, we will speak on your behalf. Yes, indeed. By the way, you're divorced now, right? Coincidentally, my daughter is single. Would you like to meet her? In an instant, Chen Feng became the center of attention, with a flurry of neighbors eagerly introducing their daughters. It took him considerable effort to escape their clutches. Upon returning to his abode, Chen Feng received a message from Su Qing sent from an unfamiliar number. I have already found a lawyer. Let us see how this unfolds. Chen Feng did not respond. He could hardly be bothered with this matter. His WeChat was abuzz with messages, including one from Master Hu. He had made up his mind to take on that deal, but the villa could only be offered for 70 million. Chen Feng did not elaborate much. He simply stated the price that the villa could fetch, as he was profiting either way. After concluding his conversation with Master Hu, just as he was about to transfer the funds, the latter unexpectedly inquired about cryptocurrency. Mr. Chen, regarding the virtual currency you mentioned, is there any risk? I have some funds I'd like to invest. Chen Feng's heart soared. This was no ordinary loan shark. This was a veritable god of wealth. Without further ado, he began to elucidate the intricacies of cryptocurrency, assuring him that should he invest, he would double his money within half a month. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. A single gamble could set one up for generations. I've staked everything. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you. Without hesitation, Master Hu transferred 150 million to Chen Feng. 70 million was collateral for the villa, while 80 million came from Master Hu's own reserves. What a generous soul. Chen Feng accepted the funds with teary eyes, utterly astonished at his unexpected windfall. Half a month later, the apocalypse had long since descended. Repayment was out of the question. After settling matters with Master Hu, the restaurant notified him that the banquet was prepared and would be delivered the following day. Meanwhile, several messages from Xiao Lulu lingered at the bottom of his WeChat. Mr. Chen, I apologize on behalf of Feier. She was terribly inconsiderate, and I hope you can overlook it. Mr. Chen, your car is so handsome. Could you take me for a spin? Chen Feng opened Xiao Lulu's social media profile, filled with provocative posts showcasing her figure. One might mistakenly assume she was peddling herself. Sure, next time I have a chance, I'll take you out for a proper ride. The suspension on my car is top-notch. After replying, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside, disinterested in further engagement. Early the next morning, the restaurant staff delivered the banquet, with dishes continually being transported to the warehouse he rented. Whenever Chen Feng filled the warehouse, he would close the door and retreat into his space. This process lasted a full half-day, leaving him utterly exhausted. However, the outcome was exceedingly favorable. Hundreds of banquet tables provided sustenance for a considerable time, yet it still failed to offer him a sense of security. He intended to continue placing orders, leaving no opportunity to secure a meal unexploited. Rubbing his neck, Chen Feng entered the elevator, preparing to return home. Just as the doors were about to close, Zhao Qian rushed in, her high heels clicking against the floor. Chen Feng, I need to discuss some matters regarding the loan with you. Would it be convenient for me to come to your home? Chen Feng glanced at Zhao Qian, her cheeks flushed, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Discussing matters at home? Was this truly about the loan? He hesitated to confront her. Of course, it's convenient. As it happens, I have something to discuss with you as well. Upon returning home, Zhao Qian casually shed her small jacket, revealing an exceptionally alluring outfit. The combination of black stockings and a form-fitting silk dress accentuated her figure in a remarkably enticing manner. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. It was evident she had dressed meticulously for him. This outfit is quite impressive, even more appealing than what you wore last night. Chen Feng remarked as he settled onto the sofa, observing Zhao Qian's efforts to showcase her alluring physique. You're quite bold to say that. I sent it specifically for your eyes, and who would have thought you would share it with Su Jiqiang? I ended up receiving a tongue lashing from him, and he is threatening to break up with me, Zhao Qian said, her expression tinged with melancholy. I am not like other men. If you wish to be with me, you should refrain from flirting with other men, Chen Feng replied. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Zhao Qian quickly sought to appease him. I merely believe it's far too generous to Su Jiqiang. That good for nothing. I have wanted to be with you since the moment I laid eyes on you. How much do you like me? Prove it. Zhao Qian, upon hearing this, smiled seductively and knelt before Chen Feng, burying her head in his lap. Chapter 15. Unable to endure this insult. In an instant, Chen Feng felt as though his head might explode. He had never anticipated that Zhao Qian would employ such a tactic, catching him entirely off guard. Watching her fervently engage while tugging at his clothing, Chen Feng knew that if he did not react, he would hardly be a man. Without further hesitation, he lifted Zhao Qian, ready to take the initiative. Chen Feng, do the words you spoke still hold true? Zhao Qian's hands rested on his shoulders, her demeanor sultry and inviting. Of course they do. As long as you completely sever ties with Su Jiqiang, I will offer you 1 million as a bride price. Chen Feng responded without hesitation, addressing this former adversary with remarkable swiftness. If he were to disregard such an opportunity presented to him, it would be a fate worse than that of a beast. Rest assured, since I have chosen you, I will certainly cut ties with Su Jiqiang. Besides, how can someone like him compare to you? Zhao Qian cast a sultry glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was more than willing to witness the unfolding drama between Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang. It would be best to let them engage in a mutually destructive battle. However, when Zhao Qian heard about the 1 million yuan betrothal gift, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. In this day and age, who still cares about such trifles as betrothal gifts? Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Chen Feng's villa and luxury cars. After tonight, she would transform into a wealthy socialite. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qian eagerly leaped towards Chen Feng, hastily shedding her garments, and the two of them revealed their true selves to one another. Suddenly, an incongruous ring of a phone broke their moment, causing both to pause in their actions. Upon seeing that it was a call from Su Jiqiang, a look of disdain washed over Zhao Qian's face, and without a second thought, she hung up. How dare he, a person of no accomplishments, attempt to obstruct her rise to greatness? But as she turned back to Chen Feng, the phone rang again. Was it Su Jiqiang again? Chen Feng smirked, his voice authoritative. Answer it. Zhao Qian flushed, realizing Chen Feng was testing her. If she wished to be with him, she must sever ties with Su Jiqiang. Oh, Su Jiqiang, do not hold it against me. Zhao Qian playfully punched Chen Feng, blushingly pouting. How annoying. Why do you have such a peculiar interest? Nevertheless, she obediently answered the call. Qian, I have great news. Monumental news. Su Jiqiang exclaimed excitedly on the other end, while Zhao Qian, filled with indifference, muttered, "What monumental news could you possibly have? Is it that you've managed to gather the betrothal gift?" She had already lost interest in the 1 million yuan. Soon she would secure Chen Feng. Why would she care about that sum? No, it's about Chen Feng. He signed a clean break agreement upon divorcing my sister. So everything he possesses now belongs to our family. Zhao Qian froze, hesitating as she pushed Chen Feng away and grabbed her phone. "You're not joking with me, are you?" "Of course not. We have already consulted a lawyer. That Chen Feng won't be able to flaunt his wealth for long. Soon, not only the villa, but even all the money in his pockets will belong to us." Su Jiqiang's excited voice echoed through the phone. Zhao Qian hung up, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. "Is what Su Jiqiang said true? You signed a clean break agreement?" "Yes," Chen Feng revealed without any concealment, smiling at Zhao Qian. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly struck by her hand. "Are you insane? You signed a clean break agreement, yet still pursue other women? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Qian, filled with anger, quickly dressed and stormed out of the room. Damn it. Chen Feng was left in a daze, clutching his face, struggling to regain his composure. "What on earth? You came to my place of your own volition, and now you want to sever ties with Su Jiqiang? I had my pants down, and you come just to slap me? This is madness. I must retaliate. As the day of reckoning approaches, I, Chen, shall not rest until I have settled this score." Chen Feng seethed with indignation. He had never before endured such humiliation. Were it not for the fact that Zhao Qian was the girlfriend of his adversary, Su Jiqiang, he would have dismissed her entirely, for her appearance did not merit a second glance. "No, I cannot tolerate this affront." Upon discovering Zhao Qian's discarded stockings and intimate garments by the bedside, he promptly gathered them up and made his way to the Su residence. At the Su household, the family congregated, each face alight with excitement. They had just received news from their attorney regarding the divorce agreement. Recovering their assets was a certainty. Although they had anticipated this outcome from the start, hearing it confirmed by a lawyer brought them immense reassurance. "Qian, do you believe me now? Forget about the betrothal gifts. If you marry me, you will never have to work again. You can live comfortably as a wealthy lady," Su Jiqiang proclaimed, his face brimming with arrogance. He was exhilarated, not only at the prospect of witnessing Chen Feng's downfall, but also at the thought of acquiring his wealth, including that coveted villa. "You've always believed in you," Zhao Qian said, playfully rubbing her arm against Su Jiqiang's. His spirits soared as he felt her softness against him, unimpeded. This girl, daring to ignite passion in such a setting. However, she was well aware of her family's circumstances. Her parents had only her as an offspring. "Now that you are financially comfortable, could you possibly offer me 2 million as a betrothal gift?" Zhao Qian cooed, prompting furrowed brows from Su Qing and her parents. Zhao Qian had already increased her demands several times. Such greed was excessive. "Very well, 2 million it shall be. Rest assured, we shall not shortchange you," Su Jiqiang declared confidently, causing Zhao Qian to tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Ma Tsuelan and her husband exchanged disapproving glances, shaking their heads discreetly. Yet, with only one son to consider, they felt compelled to comply, not wishing to dampen his spirits. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door to reveal Chen Feng, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Chen Feng, it is too late to come begging for mercy now?" Su Qing sneered, her demeanor haughty. She had anticipated his arrival, but felt it was far too late. "Kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. I am merciful and might spare you 1,000 or 2. Su Jiqiang taunted. Chen Feng, observing his brashness, merely scoffed. "I am not here to plead with you," he declared, thrusting the items he held into Zhao Qian's arms. "You left in such haste that you forgot your clothing. I have brought it back for you." Chapter 16, Objective, the Ugly Nation. In an instant, the expressions of those present shifted drastically. Zhao Qian stood frozen, incredulity etched on her face as she regarded Chen Feng, clearly astonished by his audacity. Particularly, Su Jiqiang's countenance darkened ominously at the sight of the clothing being offered. The last remaining hand was clenched tightly, and the fury within him was impossible to conceal. He had just been contemplating why Zhao Qian was not wearing any intimate apparel today. Initially, he suspected it was intentional, but he never imagined she had been frolicking with Chen Feng. This scoundrel, I must make him pay dearly today. Su Jiqiang was eager to confront Chen Feng. Yet Chen Feng offered no opportunity, turning on his heel and fleeing. Am I to continue this farce? Have I lost my senses? He had already ignited the flames of wrath, indifferent to the repercussions for the Su family and Zhao Qian. Preparations were in order. It was time to pay a visit to the land of disgrace. He had no intention of wasting time. Revenge? After the cataclysm, he would have ample time for that. After Chen Feng's departure, Su Jiqiang struck Zhao Qian across the face with a resounding slap. The members of the Su family glared at Zhao Qian with disapproval etched upon their faces. Wretched woman, how dare you still seek a bride price from me? Get lost, Su Jiqiang exclaimed, his displeasure palpable as he felt utterly humiliated. Jiqiang, you have misunderstood. I did not have any involvement with Chen Feng. He is merely slandering me. Zhao Qian pleaded, covering her face with a pitiful expression as tears streamed down her cheeks. Slander? How do you explain your garments being found with Chen Feng? Do you take me for a fool? Su Jiqiang retorted, his anger surging, while Su Dahua nodded in agreement, concluding that this engagement was no longer viable. As for Su Qing, she scoffed coldly, chastising, you are already my brother's girlfriend, yet you commit such shameless acts, clandestinely seeking another man. There is no reason to continue this discussion. Su Qing was furious that Zhao Qian had betrayed her brother. The sight of Su Qing's righteous indignation incited a derisive chuckle from Zhao Qian internally. Amusing, I assent it. You are the one who has strayed. Yet you deem it acceptable, while I am yet to wed. I am infinitely more virtuous than you. However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud and quickly added, this is merely Chen Feng attempting to sow discord among us. We must not fall for his ploys. Jiqiang, uncle, and consider how cunning Chen Feng is. Upon hearing her words, the Su family fell into a contemplative silence. She was right. Chen Feng was indeed treacherous, and this was entirely plausible. Then how do you explain these items? Su Jiqiang remained unconvinced, harboring doubts, particularly since those garments were gifts he had bestowed upon Zhao Qian. I lost these 2 sets days ago. Perhaps Chen Feng bribed my roommate to steal them. My dear, you must believe me. My heart belongs solely to you. Zhao Qian implored, feigning vulnerability as she clung to Su Jiqiang. His brow furrowed, unable to discern the truth for the moment. Just then, a lawyer entered, presenting documents to the assembly. I have investigated Chen Feng's situation. He currently possesses 1.8 billion in cash, along with villas and luxury cars. The revelation left everyone in the room utterly astounded. How much? Their faces were etched with shock, and disbelief clouded their minds. 18 billion in cash, such a staggering sum. Su Qing felt as if she were losing her sanity, reflecting on her rash decision to divorce Chen Feng. Had she known, she would never have invited Wang Hao into her home. How advantageous it would have been to have such a fortune within her grasp. Although she could still pursue legal action to reclaim her share, the lawyer's fees, calculated as a percentage, would likely amount to several millions. Su Qing's heart ached at the thought. As for Zhao Qian, she clung to Su Jiqiang with unwavering determination. The allure of luxury villas and extravagant cars paled in comparison to the 18 billion in cash. Quickly, find a way to freeze his assets and prevent any transfer. Su Qing urged, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Rest assured, I have already initiated legal proceedings, though it will require some time. We must establish that his wealth constitutes marital assets, the lawyer replied calmly, noting that the case posed no significant challenges. This is undoubtedly marital property. Can he truly amass such wealth on his own? Su Dahua grumbled, yet acknowledged the necessity of adhering to legal protocols. The following morning, Chen Feng boarded a plane bound for Florida, USA, having meticulously outlined his plan during his time at home. The choice of Florida was deliberate. Its chaotic nature would facilitate the acquisition of the desired weaponry. Moreover, the region boasted numerous expansive warehouses, vast seafood freezers, and ranches, ideal for executing his zero-cost purchase strategy. This venture promised to be as carefree as one could imagine in an apocalyptic lifestyle. 2 hours later, upon landing, Chen Feng met with his prearranged guide. In 2080, advancements in global transportation had dramatically increased speed. 2 hours sufficed to traverse nearly any distance on Earth. Ah, my friend, I've finally found you, exclaimed the guide, a handsome man with Eastern features, embracing Chen Feng warmly. It's been ages. Chen Feng responded with a smile, recognizing him as a business associate with whom he had established a rapport over time. Let's go. I've arranged accommodations for you, and we can grab a bite to eat, Yi Tian suggested. Yi my schedule is rather tight. Let us get down to business. Chen Feng replied, causing Yi Tian's smile to fade and his demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. Chen Feng, even if you manage to acquire those items, you won't be able to take them back. Chen Feng shook his head. Leave those matters to me. I have my plans. Very well, since you insist. I want to press further. The contacts are already in place. Yi Tian conceded. Once in the car, they headed toward a suburban area. As a non-American, Chen Feng could not legally procure weapons through conventional channels, but private transactions remained an option. Florida, however, was not a haven for the idle. Even the ordinary citizens were more formidable than official sources. They arrived at a manor, and upon witnessing the array of weaponry on display, Chen Feng was taken aback. This was no mere illegal vendor. He is clearly a warlord, surrounded by a warehouse full of men, enough to equip a small army. Have you brought the money? The boss squinted his eyes at Chen Feng, while Yi Tian remained outside, unable to enter. Here is $1 million. I need it. Enough. The boss abruptly interrupted Chen Feng, aiming a weapon at his head. Drop the money, and you may leave. Chen Feng was taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. Chapter 17, The Zero-Cost Procurement. This scoundrel intends to consume me. He never anticipated such shamelessness from his adversary. Esteemed sir, I merely wish to purchase some goods. Please do not jest. Chen Feng's tone shifted, laced with lethal intent. If you utter another word, I shall take your life. The man sneered, brandishing his weapon as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Do not assume I am unaware of the strict regulations surrounding such arms in your territory. If I were to report you, would you believe I could earn a commendation? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could no longer conceal his murderous intent. I approached you for business, yet you seek to harm me. Is this highest? Do you truly believe I am a soft target, pliable to your whims? He continued, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Either deliver what I am owed into my hands, or I shall take it myself. Faced with the weapon pressed against his forehead, he exhibited no signs of fear, seemingly unbothered. The man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Chen Feng would show such disregard for his own life. Since you court death, I shall oblige you. Without hesitation, the man prepared to strike, as eliminating an individual in this realm was a trivial matter, especially one from another country. However, just as he was about to act, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, plummeting directly into Chen Feng's spatial realm. Madman, coming here to stir trouble, do you truly believe I am easy prey? In Chen Feng's realm, a living being would perish instantly. Regardless of the duration it took to retrieve them, the outcome would always be a fresh corpse. He could summon a spatial rift within a 3-meter radius, and when threatened in his presence, it was akin to courting death. Without hesitation, he seized the weapon before him, swiftly storing it in his realm. This was nearly a warehouse full of arms, more than sufficient. Nevertheless, Chen Feng did not linger. He sought out Yi Tian to inquire about nearby arms dealers. Do not act recklessly. I cannot assist you in this matter. Pursuing this further could lead to dire consequences. Yi Tian firmly shook his head in refusal, aware that being discovered could cost them their lives. These individuals have bullied us, leaving our nation unable to hold its head high. I am merely reclaiming a fraction of what is owed to our people, Chen Feng asserted. What are we waiting for? Let us set out. I know of a local kingpin whose stock far exceeds what is here. Yet upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head resolutely. Simply provide me with the exact location. You should not involve yourself in this matter. Though the impending apocalypse loomed large, Chen Feng was resolute in his desire to prevent Yi Tian from being apprehended in the final days. Such an outcome would be tantamount to condemning him to death. Yi Tian, understanding the gravity of the situation, relinquished the location to Chen Feng before hastily departing. Chen Feng, in turn, made his way to the site indicated by Yi Tian. This location was overwhelmingly fortified, far more so than the previous one, with guards stationed all around. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Feng commenced digging a tunnel in the underbrush, 500 meters away from the warehouse. He possessed the remarkable ability to create an aperture in the ground, absorbing the earth into a spatial realm. Even rock was no match for his talent, which allowed him to carve through it effortlessly and store it within his domain. During the cataclysm, it was this very skill that had enabled him to safeguard his family amidst increasingly dire circumstances. Had it not been for the treachery of Su Qing, he would not have met his demise. As he silently excavated the passageway towards the warehouse, Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the sheer volume of weaponry within. The arsenal far surpassed that of the previous location. It was not merely the commonplace 470s, but also a Gatling gun, a testament to the abundance of resources at hand. With such equipment, he could undoubtedly assemble a formidable team in the apocalypse. Chen Feng felt a surge of emotion, realizing that even when confronted by superhumans, he would stand a fighting chance with these armaments. Without hesitation, he meticulously gathered every weapon in the vicinity before retracing his steps through the tunnel, ensuring to seal it upon his exit. His next destination was to procure supplies. As he bid farewell to Yi Tian, he urged him to stockpile resources, a gesture of camaraderie that he deemed necessary. 3 hours later, Chen Feng arrived at the location of the Wonima warehouse and, employing his prior tactics, dug another tunnel directly beneath it. The abundance of supplies here was nothing short of remarkable. It was no exaggeration to claim that everything necessary for sustenance, clothing, and shelter could be found. This time, he refrained from rushing in recklessly, knowing that the warehouse was staffed during daylight. He patiently awaited the cover of night before emerging from the earth. He seized an array of items: pots, pans, fruits, vegetables, meats, seafood, clothing, without a moment's hesitation, leaving behind only desolate shelves in his wake. Who goes there? Halt! Although his movements were stealthy, he nonetheless attracted the attention of a vigilant guard. This is the company's property, but my life is my own. Do you understand? Chen Feng brandished his weapon at the startled guard, who nearly lost his composure. I understand. The guard responded emphatically, realizing the gravity of the situation. After incapacitating the guard, Chen Feng resumed his looting. Once he had thoroughly emptied the Wonima warehouse, he wasted no time and set off for the Amazon warehouse under the cover of night. In that single evening, he amassed an impressive collection of food, clothing, essentials, and recreational items. Remarkably, while passing by a military base, he managed to acquire 5 tanks and a multitude of armored vehicles. As he sorted through his spoils and discovered an abundance of snowmobiles, he lamented his misfortune, exclaiming that he had been grievously wronged. Had he known that these contraptions could be acquired for free in the land of the foolish, he would never have purchased them from the Thunder Modification Shop. Was this not a blatant waste of money? Well, the maid costumes and an array of colorful stockings were rather appealing. Undoubtedly, there would be a demand for them in the future. Chen Feng chuckled heartily. After the apocalypse, with his vast resources, capturing a few goddesses would be a mere trifle. However, while he could indeed gather women, it was imperative to manage the situation wisely. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not be kept close at hand. Chen Feng mused over the betrayal by Su Qing, a scene still vividly etched in his memory. His strength was commendable, yet he was vulnerable to ambushes. He resolved to procure some fresh water before returning home. With this thought, Chen Feng hastened towards the reservoir in the land of the foolish without further ado. The following day, chaos erupted throughout the foolish land. Panic ensued in various locales of Florida, as the warehouses of Wonima and Amazon were inexplicably emptied overnight. The astonished individuals were at a loss, even using trucks. Such an operation would typically take days, and yet their warehouses had been stripped bare in a single night. The upper echelons of the foolish land took this situation very seriously, yet regrettably found themselves at a dead end. Not only were the warehouses affected, but they also discovered that a reservoir had been drained overnight. Oh my goodness! Could it be that divine retribution was upon them? It was not a deity, but rather an employee of Wonima who knew the events of that night. It had been a singular individual who executed the heist. On a forum in Florida, an anxious man exclaimed, "One person? Surely you jest. How could a single individual transport such an immense quantity?" The crowd derided the notion, reasoning that it was impossible for one person to accomplish such a feat. The entire internet of the foolish land was set ablaze with speculation, as a multitude of experts and scholars flocked to investigate this supernatural occurrence. However, it was evident that, for the time being, they would uncover no clues. Meanwhile, Yi Tian sat trembling at home, feeling bewildered. Although there was no direct evidence, he sensed a connection to Chen Feng. The latter's sudden appearance in the foolish land, seeking weaponry, was hardly the behavior of an ordinary person. On his phone, Chen Feng had sent him a message advising him to stockpile supplies for the winter. Should he find himself in dire straits, he could excavate 2 meters beneath his bedroom, where Chen Feng had left provisions for him. Yi Tian, naturally, could not decipher the meaning behind Chen Feng's words and found it utterly perplexing. As for the protagonist of this series of events, he was already aboard a plane heading home. He had no cause for concern regarding what would transpire in the foolish land. Even if they were to uncover his identity, there would be insufficient time for them to cause him trouble. As for Yi Tian, he had done what needed to be done. Whether he could endure the coming trials would be left to fate. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Feng collapsed onto his bed and slept for an entire day. After all the commotion in the foolish land, he was utterly exhausted. After a well-deserved rest, Chen Feng once again plunged into a hectic rhythm, incessantly placing orders for takeout. All the delivery vendors in the city were ecstatic upon receiving Chen Feng's orders. Their esteemed client, a veritable benefactor, had returned. Meanwhile, Lin Feier, clutching her phone with a visage of frustration, exclaimed, "What did you say? Your restaurant's delivery is completely booked? How can this be possible?" "With no other choice," she lamented. "If they're willing to pay, we cannot refuse them." Upon hanging up, Lin Feier stomped her feet in anger. Despite numerous calls, she had failed to secure a single order, as if all the takeout in the city had been monopolized by Chen Feng. "This scoundrel, for depriving me of my takeout. I shall not rest until I seize my opportunity." Clenching her fists, she struck the air with a few punches. Ultimately, she resigned to the necessity of rushing to the supermarket. Unable to procure takeout, she would have to buy groceries and prepare her own meal. Chen Feng, observing the increasing volume of takeout, felt a growing sense of security. In recent days, he had spent over 20 million merely on meals, and the pace of expenditure was accelerating. Yet, he paid no heed to the rapid depletion of his finances. Before long, this money would become worthless, mere scraps of paper. Converting it into food was indeed the wisest choice. He must stockpile more action movies, contemplating the impending global snowstorm, which would grant him ample time. He recognized the importance of watching more action films and honing his skills. Of course, in addition to movies, Chen Feng was also downloading various games. Just as he was preoccupied with these activities, Li Bingyao called to inform him that the snowmobiles had arrived and were ready for delivery. After sending her a location, approximately half an hour later, Li Bingyao arrived with her team. Adorned in a form-fitting dress complemented by black stockings and heels, her figure was exquisitely accentuated. It was evident that she had put considerable effort into her appearance for this occasion. Chen Feng smiled, unabashedly allowing his gaze to linger on her, his attention drifting over her form. Compared to Zhao Qian, Li Bingyao was undeniably in a different league of beauty. Her physique and allure were distinctly superior. "Mr. Chen, please take a look at these snowmobiles. If you have any concerns, do let me know." Sensing Chen Feng's gaze, Li Bingyao felt no aversion. Rather, she puffed out her chest, secretly delighted. "I trust you to handle this. Let them unload directly into the warehouse." Li Bingyao promptly instructed the workers to commence unloading. As they were busy with the delivery, Su Qing and Wang Hao emerged from the elevator, arm in arm. "Wow, this looks truly impressive." Wang Hao clearly spotted Chen Feng, but disregarded him entirely, approaching Chen Feng's vehicle alongside Su Qing, evidently intending to flaunt their presence and provoke Chen Feng. "Darling, after some time, I'll take you for a ride in it." Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with admiration, believing this to be far more stylish than the sports car he had initially coveted. "Hee, I doubt you'll ever get that chance." Chen Feng's mocking laughter rang out, his smile unabashed. "Chen Feng, if you hand over this car and that villa to me now, I might still leave you 1 million. Otherwise, you can forget about receiving a single penny." Su Qing declared with a fiercely defiant attitude, chin held high. "Huh, if you possess such capability, then take it yourself." Chen Feng scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Your schemes are bound to come to naught." "Come to naught? We've already engaged a lawyer, and before long, all your assets will be awarded to us." Wang Hao boasted arrogantly, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. "What? Do you wish for me to cripple your other hand as well?" Wang Hao shuddered, hastily retreating a few steps to distance himself from Chen Feng. "Pathetic. Your arrogance won't last long. I have already granted you a chance. Do not overstep your bounds. Once the time passes, even if you kneel and beg, I shall not grant you a single cent." Su Qing spoke coldly. "What are you even worth, to speak of giving me money? Absurd. Everything your family consumes and uses has been provided by me. What right do you have to utter such words?" Chen Feng laughed heartily. "With your meager tactics, do you think you can seize my wealth? In your next life, perhaps. Unaware of your own worth, we shall see." Su Qing was about to depart when her phone rang. Seeing it was the lawyer's call, she was instantly elated and quickly answered. "Lawyer Huang, how is it? Has Chen Feng's money been completely frozen?" Su Qing's voice rose several octaves, her demeanor exuding triumph as she provocatively glanced at Chen Feng. "Miss Su, I regret to inform you that I have just checked, and you will not be able to reclaim a single cent of Chen Feng's money and assets. Chapter 19. Your calculations are misguided. What? The previously elated expressions of Su Qing and Wang Hao turned to horror as they began to yell into the phone. Lawyer Huang, do not jest with us about such matters. Indeed, he signed the divorce agreement. Why can't we recover the money? We are lawful. Wang Hao is exceedingly reluctant to concede. How could he abandon the pursuit of such wealth? Nearly 200 million in cash, a house worth 100 million, and several million for a car. None of these could be acquired through mere labor. Chen Feng observed them with a bemused smile, as if watching a farcical performance. To him, they resembled two buffoons, their every gesture appearing utterly ridiculous. I have already verified that Chen Feng's assets are not marital property. Lawyer Huang's voice came through the phone, transforming Su Qing's expression into one of sheer fury. You speak nonsense. Such vast sums cannot possibly be anything but marital property. Surely, they were not earned after the divorce? She retorted, her incredulity evident. Who could possibly accumulate billions mere days following a divorce? Lawyer Huang, surely Chen Feng hasn't he bribed you to deceive us? Wang Hao's tone turned sour, suspecting such a possibility. I hope you can maintain a civil discourse. I am a person of principles. Lawyer Huang responded with palpable dissatisfaction, stating, this information can be easily verified through available channels. There is no need for me to deceive you. The funds in question were indeed earned by Chen Feng in recent days. On the very day of your divorce, Chen Feng received an influx of 5 million. Although I could not ascertain the source of that money, the following day he purchased an antique for 200,000 and subsequently sold it for 200 million. All of this is substantiated by evidence. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression turned even more aghast. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. His actions had irrevocably shattered her previous impressions of him. No, he must have transferred his assets beforehand. It has to be that way. Wang Hao, still reluctant to accept the truth, shouted in frustration. Who would believe such nonsense? Besides, I had no idea Chen Feng was interested in antiques. As attorneys, we deal strictly in evidence, Miss Su. There is no need to pursue this lawsuit. You stand no chance of success. With that, Lawyer Huang terminated the call, leaving both individuals in a state of bewilderment. What did I just say? Do you believe me now? Chen Feng remarked with a mocking glint in his eye, reveling in his triumph. It must be you who is orchestrating this, right? You cannot deceive me. Return my money. Wang Hao approached Chen Feng menacingly, gripping his collar, his eyes ablaze with rage. He was genuinely unwilling to accept the loss of the substantial fortune that had slipped through his fingers, along with the luxurious mansion. The psychological blow was too much for him to bear. Are you asking for another beating? Chen Feng casually brushed Wang Hao's hand away, while Su Qing glared at him with clenched teeth. Did you always know that antique was worth 200 million? She surmised, feeling that this was the only plausible explanation. How else could Chen Feng have stumbled upon such a priceless treasure right after their divorce? Indeed, how ruthless you are, planning our divorce all along. I must have been blind to have married you. Su Qing spat, her frustration palpable. Chen Feng observed her furious denunciation with newfound clarity. What a shameless person she was. Even at this juncture, she still placed the blame on him. I'm not as malicious as you presume. Initially, I intended to share with you my discovery of a treasure, but who could have anticipated that upon returning home, I would find you entwined with someone else? Given that matters had escalated to this point, Chen Feng felt no qualms about adding fuel to the fire. I had intended to bring home riches for you, to ensure your life was one of comfort and luxury. Yet who could have foreseen that you would stoop so low as to consort with a worthless fool? Who are you calling worthless? Chen Feng, reveling in his moment, retorted, Do you dare to challenge me? With a swift motion, he slapped Wang Hao across the face without a second thought. You think you can take my money? I'm afraid your calculations are flawed. Though Wang Hao seethed with rage, he chose silence, fully aware that he was no match for Chen Feng, especially with an arm now incapacitated. Su Qing was engulfed in regret. The current predicament left her wishing she could turn back time. How could she have entangled herself with Wang Hao at such a critical juncture? She was so close to becoming a wealthy socialite, securing a life free from financial worries. Alas, she had ultimately found herself in this dire predicament. Mr. Chen, everything has been prepared for you. Li Bingyao, accompanied by workers, approached Chen Feng, holding some documents in her hands. She intentionally drew close to him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. She had overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and Su Qing, and found the latter's audacity utterly shameless. I still have some documents at home. Would you care to visit? She suggested. Coincidentally, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. As the two departed, Wang Hao's expression was one of deep dissatisfaction. No, you must think of a way to retrieve the money. It rightfully belongs to us. He immediately turned to Su Qing, feeling a profound imbalance as he observed Chen Feng's apparent success. How can you say such things? If it weren't for your insistence on causing trouble at home, we would have amassed a fortune by now. Su Qing retorted angrily, regretting her relationship with Wang Hao. However, it was too late to dwell on such matters, and she hurried back to her residence to strategize on how to address the situation. On Chen Feng's side, once he returned home with Li Bingyao, the two naturally engaged in the intimate activities befitting adults. Li Bingyao's willingness to come to Chen Feng's abode spoke volumes. She had always aimed to win over such a wealthy individual, nearly succumbing to her desires during their last encounter at the modification shop. As for Chen Feng, faced with the allure of this enchanting beauty, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. Li Bingyao far surpassed Su Qing and Zhao Qian in both looks and figure, eclipsing even Xiao Lulu, possessing an innate charm that rendered her nearly irresistible. Her melodious voice could leave one utterly captivated. How annoying. I can't believe I've torn my stockings. What shall I wear now? Li Bingyao whimpered playfully, nestled in Chen Feng's embrace, her delicate fists weakly tapping his chest. I would lament for you, but just moments ago, you were more reckless than I. Chen Feng replied, feigning innocence as he gazed at Li Bingyao in his arms. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly be the kind of enchanting vixen that could bring kingdoms to ruin. You dare say that? Li Bingyao began to retort, but was suddenly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Chen Feng. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng chuckled, playfully lunging at her. Little enchantress, prepare to receive my blow. Chapter 20. Do I appear to be a fool? What did you say? We want to receive a single cent? You're not deceiving us, are you? How is that even possible? The echoes of furious accusations reverberated within the Su household, where Su Dahua and his wife had become so enraged that they overturned the table. The sudden disappearance of their funds left them in a state of utter turmoil. If only I could deceive you. Su Qing sighed in exasperation, realizing how unexpectedly the situation had unfolded. Chen Feng's wealth had been amassed post-divorce, without the proper evidence. His earnings had no connection to them whatsoever. Who could have anticipated that he would accumulate billions in mere days after the divorce? Look at the foolishness you've committed. Even if you were to steal a man, couldn't you have chosen a better time? Su Dahua, consumed by rage, unleashed his fury upon Su Qing. This was a sum amounting to billions, an amount one could scarcely hope to earn in several lifetimes. Yet, they were on the verge of forfeiting it all, merely because of Su Qing's foolish actions. Su Qing's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Could I be blamed for this? It was clearly Chen Feng who returned at the most inopportune moment. Indeed, sister, if that money cannot be retrieved, Qian will undoubtedly refuse to marry me. Su Jiqiang, unable to contain his disdain, chimed in. This was a grave matter, given the current circumstances. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Qian would sever ties with him. Quick, get in touch with the lawyer again. No matter the cost, we are willing to pay, as long as we can reclaim the funds. Yes, the lawyer's reluctance stems solely from our insufficient compensation. Su Dahua and his wife nodded vigorously. Hearing this, Su Qing refrained from further comment and promptly retrieved her phone again. In the office of Lawyer Huang, he held his phone in disbelief. Lawyer Huang, is there truly no way? I am 25 years old. My 75-year-old wife has passed away. Can my 48-year-old son not support me in my old age? No. How many times must I repeat myself? You're only 25. You can work for yourself. Stop dwelling on such nonsense. Lawyer Huang, exasperated, ended the call, realizing the variety of people one could encounter. Just after hanging up, Su Qing called again, leaving Lawyer Huang utterly speechless. Lawyer Huang, although I am divorced from Chen Feng, how can I retrieve his money? Surely you have a solution? None. It is already impossible. Unless you have a child, perhaps you could claim some funds through them. At this, Su Qing's spirits soared, and she exclaimed with excitement, I am pregnant. Hearing this, Lawyer Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That changes things. At least you might secure a portion. But Lawyer Huang, the child is not Chen Feng's. Will that impact the division of assets? Lawyer Huang retorted, what on earth? You've cheated and are now pregnant with another man's child. Now that you see your ex-husband has wealth, you wish to claim his money? Have you no shame? I genuinely feel sorry for Chen Feng for having encountered such a shameless wife. You cannot hope to extract any funds from him. Stop entertaining that notion. Lawyer Huang, is there truly no way? I can offer you more money. Name your price. Su Qing became frantic. This is not merely a monetary issue. The only solution is to remarry. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain a single cent from him. After the call ended, Lawyer Huang had no desire to engage with Su Qing further. She was simply too brazen. Meanwhile, the family's gaze turned towards Su Qing, eager for news. What's the situation? Is there hope? Su Jiqiang inquired insistently, for without the funds, Zhao Qian would surely part ways with him. Su Qing shook her head helplessly, her disappointment palpable. It's unattainable unless I remarry him. Otherwise, even the lawyer has no means to assist. Upon the utterance of these words, the Su couple hastily urged one another. Let's not waste any time. If reconciling can reclaim our finances, what are we waiting for? Ma Zilun swiftly handed over a mobile phone. Quick, call him. If you sweet-talk him a bit, how could that sycophant Chen Feng possibly refuse? Indeed, we shall not hold him accountable for humiliating us, nor for his physical altercation with Jiqiang. As long as we can remarry, we can treat him better and perhaps increase his monthly allowance. As the family deliberated, Su Qing hastily dialed the number. After all, it was a matter of billions in assets. If they could retrieve that, losing face was of little consequence to her. Before long, the call connected, but as soon as the line was established, Su Qing could not help but frown. On the other end, there were unmistakable sounds of heavy breathing. Being adults, they could easily deduce what was transpiring. Chen Feng, what is the meaning of this? You've taken the documents to bed with that shameless woman. Haven to you? Su Qing scolded into the phone. She had seen that female sales representative. In terms of looks and figure, she was markedly superior, leaving Su Qing feeling inferior. Who would have imagined that the other party could be so brazen? Are you out of your mind? I can associate with whomever I choose. Why do you have to control me? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Was Su Qing truly deluded? He found himself regretting his past decisions, unable to comprehend why he had married her in the first place. Perhaps it would be best if you handled your affairs first. Li Bingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, thoroughly embarrassed. Chen Feng, this is rather inappropriate. You're still in the midst of a task, yet you're making calls? Not to worry, let us proceed. We cannot allow an inconsequential individual to disrupt our mood. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, while Su Qing was seething with rage. Her anger surged, yet she forced herself to endure. Once I secure the money, you'll be in for it. Chen Feng, I still have feelings for you. After all these years, it is impossible for my affections to simply vanish. If you're willing to remarry me, I can overlook today's indiscretion. Zhao Qian managed to muster a strained smile, attempting to soften her tone. Chen Feng, however, was utterly speechless. At this point, I am worth billions. Why would I be interested in a woman who has been unfaithful and is carrying another man's child? With my wealth, I could choose anyone. You expect me to remarry you and raise someone else's child? Do I strike you as a fool? With that, Chen Feng abruptly ended the call, truly repulsed by Su Qing's antics. After the call was terminated, the Su family gathered around, inquiring about the outcome. He has been entangled with a female car sales representative. What? That shameless scoundrel. Let us go confront him. The Su couple, without a moment's hesitation, stormed out. For the matter at hand involved billions in assets, and they could not simply relent. Chapter 21. Can you not be so petty? Can't you take a moment to rest? As Li Bingyao slowly dressed, Chen Feng could not resist embracing her. The girl seemed utterly exhausted, her movements somewhat sluggish. She still had to go to work. Could she not go? Would she have him support her? Observing Li Bingyao's enchanting gaze and sorrowful expression, Chen Feng chuckled and remarked, "It's certainly not out of the question." With the impending apocalypse, he had stockpiled enough provisions to comfortably care for one person. However, Chen Feng would never allow her the same opportunity to ambush him as Su Qing had once done. It was undoubtedly wiser to maintain the sanctity of his safe house for himself alone. Li Bingyao, laughing heartily, retorted with indignation, "I have no desire for your support. You wealthy individuals never speak a word of truth." She was far from foolish. From the very beginning, she had intended to charm Chen Feng. Yet she had never truly contemplated a lasting commitment. Associating with the affluent was one thing, but entrusting one's life to them was altogether foolish. "All right, I shall take you to work." Chen Feng decided not to linger on the subject any longer. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood the underlying meaning behind her words. Just as he finished preparing to leave, a loud series of knocks resonated from outside the door, nearly shaking it off its hinges. "You shameless wretch! Open the door at once!" Su Dahua bellowed in fury, enraged that Chen Feng had utilized funds that rightfully belonged to them to support a woman. Who could tolerate such an affront? Trouble has arrived. Li Bingyao glanced at Chen Feng with concern. "Not to worry, they're merely a few lunatics," Chen Feng replied coldly. Snorting dismissively, he fetched a bucket of water from the bathroom, carried it to the door, and flung it open to douse the intruders. The couple, who had been hurling insults, were instantly drenched in cold water, leaving them momentarily stunned despite the summer heat. "Chen Feng, you audacious scoundrel! Do you dare to douse me with cold water? Are you rebelling?" Ma Tsuolan trembled with rage, resembling a drenched rat. "Is this not what you deserve? You barged into someone's residence to pound on their door. It's only fitting. You!" Ma Tsuolan was incensed, and just then, she spotted Li Bingyao behind Chen Feng, prompting her to erupt with even greater fury. "You shameless creature! How dare you keep a vixen outside? How can you face my daughter? Everyone come see. This scoundrel not only abandoned my daughter, but is also keeping a vixen." Ma Tsuolan expertly began to throw a tantrum, yet Chen Feng showed no leniency, fetching another bucket of water to pour over them. "Do you have no sense of justice? Justice? Your daughter is pregnant with another man's child, and yet seeks to extort my money? Do you truly believe I am a fool?" Chen Feng laughed coldly. "If you continue to make a scene, I won't hesitate to cool you off again." With that, he prepared to fetch more water, causing Su Dahua and his wife to hastily retreat in a panic. They were the quintessential bullies who preyed on the weak, initially intending to bully Chen Feng into submission. They were taken aback by his unexpected ferocity. He was nothing like the spineless individual they had previously tormented. Not far away, Su Qing witnessed this scene. Her fists clenched tightly as she resolved to take action. She must retrieve the child. Doing so would allow her to remarry Chen Feng and indulge in a life of luxury and prosperity. Meanwhile, after escorting Li Bingyao to her workplace, Chen Feng transferred $1 million into her account, which instantly delighted Li Bingyao, prompting her to reward him with a sweet kiss. Upon leaving the modification shop, Chen Feng resumed his shopping endeavors, driving from one restaurant to another, simultaneously familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Before the impending apocalypse, there was still a wave of zero-cost purchases to seize. He planned to revisit the bookstore, for knowledge is the sustenance of the human spirit. Additionally, he made note of gas stations, intending to stockpile fuel to ensure a steady energy supply for the days to come. Moreover, acquiring medicine was of utmost importance. In the event of any injury during the apocalypse, it could prove fatal without proper treatment. Fortunately, this area was replete with pharmacies, allowing him to stock up on sufficient medical supplies the night before the world fell apart. He would also consider finding a doctor, for possessing medicine without a physician's guidance would be of little use. Chen Feng meticulously devised his plans, even preparing a detailed checklist. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Your banquet for 100 tables is ready. Shall I send it over now?" A phone call interrupted Chen Feng's shopping spree. "Yes, please deliver it to the warehouse. I will return shortly," he replied. After making one final purchase, he leisurely drove back to his residence. A throng of people was bustling about, handling a plethora of items, and they dared not be negligent. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you refrain from taking that? It belongs to Mr. Chen. If you take it home, I want to know how to account for it." At the warehouse entrance, the hotel manager was engaged in a conversation with an elderly woman and a child, his face etched with discontent. The child, a little rascal, was gnawing on a chicken leg, and while it was one thing for the child to indulge, the elderly woman was clutching 2 braised pork hocks, evidently pilfered from Chen Feng's order. At the sight of this, Chen Feng's expression darkened immediately. Were they truly shameless enough to take advantage of him? The elderly woman, surnamed Zhou, had a notorious reputation in the community, leveraging her delinquent son to exploit various benefits. Though the residents were deeply displeased with her, they felt powerless to voice their grievances. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, her family had committed numerous unscrupulous acts, with her son even resorting to murder to establish his dominance in the neighborhood. Chen Feng had endured much oppression from them. "What are you shouting about? I only took 2 hocks. What is wrong if my grandson eats a chicken leg? He can't possibly finish all this food." Elderly Zhou huffed, her sharp demeanor leaving onlookers speechless. One might mistake her for claiming her own possessions. Return what you have taken. Chen Feng approached with an unfriendly expression, his tone laden with displeasure. In his previous life, he had been bullied by this old woman and her family. There was no reason to allow her to manipulate him now. What do you mean by that, Xiao Chen? Old Lady Zhou's face was filled with dissatisfaction. You've ordered so much food for the gathering. I merely took 2 pig's knuckles. It's hardly a significant amount. Must you be so stingy? You're making it seem as if I've taken great advantage of you. To be honest, I never intended to treat anyone to this meal. Chen Feng offered no concessions, regarding her shamelessness with disdain. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, he might have been tempted to slap her across the face. What are you doing? I'm just taking a couple of dishes from you. Is it such a crime to ask for 2 among the abundance you've provided? Old Lady Zhou haughtily raised her chin, her tone dripping with pride. Such audacity, Chen Feng thought, incredulous. Did she truly see herself as a prominent figure? Grandma, I want to eat lobster. I want to eat big lobster. The chubby boy bit into a chicken leg before discarding on the ground, pointing eagerly at the distant lobsters. Fine, if you want it, go get yourself. Uncle Chen has plenty of food, he won't mind. Old Lady Zhou brazenly disregarded Chen Feng's presence. Are you attempting to morally blackmail me? Chen Feng scoffed. You've mistaken your target. As he observed the chubby boy reaching for the lobster, he instinctively swatted his hand away. If you want a lobster, let your grandma buy it. The chubby boy, undeterred by the rebuff, made another attempt to reach out. This was a child even the dogs of the community avoided, especially since Old Lady Zhou-san was a ruffian. Anyone who encountered this boy tended to steer clear. Yet, Chen Feng showed no mercy, grabbing the troublesome child and thrusting him toward Old Lady Zhou. He also seized the pig's trotters from her grasp. What do you mean by this? He asked just a child. How much can he eat? Old Lady Zhou's face twisted with displeasure as she scolded Chen Feng. With a miser like you, it's no wonder your wife ran off with another man. You deserve it. If you want food, go buy it yourself. Why must you always seek to take advantage? How shameless can you be? Unable to counter Chen Feng's retorts, Old Lady Zhou left with her grandson, clearly plotting her revenge against him. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for the situation. Not all. This matter isn't to your fault. Chen Feng casually tossed the pig's knuckle to a large black dog nearby, an act that Old Lady Zhou, who had not strayed far, witnessed. Her eyes darkened with resentment. You would rather feed a dog than give it to me? Just wait. Returning to her residence in a huff, Old Lady Zhou's mind raced. After a prolonged moment, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to the homeowner group. Dear residents, the owner of Villa Number 3 is being utterly unreasonable, with incessant renovations that have severely disrupted our daily lives. Shouldn't this matter be addressed? As a community committee member, despite not being well liked by many, she received a considerable response when matters escalated. Indeed, the situation had become excessive. The disturbances at night were profoundly disruptive. We ought to engage in a serious discussion with him. If that fails, we should report him directly. Upon noticing the responses, Ms. Zhou couldn't help but smile knowingly and quickly sent a voice message. I addressed this concern with him today, but he, emboldened by his wealth, dismissed me outright and even berated me. Let the community judge. I am acting for the common good of our neighborhood. After sending her message, the corners of Ms. Zhou's mouth curled into a smirk. You think you can challenge me? You are still inexperienced. What does wealth matter? I will ensure your stay in this community is far from pleasant. True to her words, many began to echo her sentiments. This is outrageous. Does wealth grant one the license to do as they please? We must report him. He must cease construction. However, some voices of dissent emerged, suggesting that the situation wasn't as dire as portrayed. Honestly, it was only noisy on the first day. It has been quite subdued since. Clearly, not everyone perceived Ms. Zhou as a paragon of justice. The truth was that the construction noise had only occurred on the initial day, and thereafter, it had been minimal. Ms. Zhou was merely seizing the opportunity to voice her grievances. You live far away, what do you know? Even now, you defend him. Perhaps you seek to curry favor with him. Ms. Zhou, irritated, sent another voice message, leaving the opposition speechless. Who could contend with her sharp tongue? It was futile to engage in a verbal duel with her. Mr. and Mrs. Su, observing the lively discussions in the group, could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their frustrations. Their disdain for Chen Feng was palpable. This matter needs resolution. The community's environment requires our collective effort to uphold. Ms. Zhou exclaimed, directly tagging Chen Feng. You wish to confront me? You're not yet ready. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having just returned home after putting away the leftover food, noticed the notifications on his phone. To his dismay, he realized that Ms. Zhou had turned him into the community's adversary. This old woman is insufferable. He fumed, typing furiously. Ms. Zhou, what is the meaning of this? You accuse me after your mischievous grandson was caught stealing from me, and now you seek revenge? Ms. Zhou, incensed by Chen Feng's words, retorted, you are talking nonsense. My grandson merely took a lobster. Is it necessary to escalate this? He is just a child. Children may be innocent, but adults should act responsibly. Why can't you manage your own? Chen Feng countered. Enough of this idle chatter. Your construction has impacted our entire community, and you owe us an explanation. Not one to back down, Chen Feng sent a voice message. Dear neighbors, I acknowledge the disruption caused by my renovations. The tight schedule has indeed been overwhelming. Therefore, I will issue each of you a 2,000 yuan red envelope as a gesture of goodwill and apology. The moment his message was sent, the group was left in stunned silence. This group consists of 500 members, each contributing 2,000, and he demands to distribute 1,000,000 without hesitation. Isn't that rather extravagant? Anyone can boast, after all. Just as Grandma Zhou's sardonic voice was sent out, a red envelope promptly appeared in the group. It was evidently from Chen Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked on it, believing that one should seize the opportunity when it arises. However, upon doing so, she discovered that she was unable to claim the envelope. Chen Feng, what is the meaning of this? Why am I barred from claiming it? Grandma Zhou erupted in fury. Chen Feng merely scoffed. What do you mean? I simply set it up so you cannot claim it. Did you think I was foolish? Besides Grandma Zhou's family, Su Qing's household was also restricted from claiming the envelope. Chen Feng, do not think your wealth grants you superiority. This matter regarding the noise from your renovations is far from over. I believe their renovations are quite silent. Grandma Zhou, perhaps your age is affecting your hearing. As soon as Grandma Zhou finished speaking, others began to defend Chen Feng. Indeed, Grandma Zhou, Mr. Chen has not committed any wrongdoing. Could you refrain from stirring trouble? Chapter 23. I feel embarrassed to point this out to you. How outrageous. Grandma Zhou's face fell. Utterly bewildered. Was this a joke? Just a moment ago, a throng had rallied to denounce Chen Feng. Yet now, one by one, they turned to defend him. Where is your sense of dignity? Do not turn a blind eye and support Chen Feng. If this issue remains unresolved, it will affect you. Grandma Zhou stated darkly. Grandma Zhou, please do not involve us. I live near Villa number 3 and have heard no noise whatsoever. Do not spread falsehoods. Indeed, Mr. Chen has acted quite reasonably. Your renovations have been noisy for over 2 months. When I came to remind you, you scolded me, yet he has only made noise for a day. What's the problem? This remark seemed to awaken the group's collective grievances, and they expressed their dissatisfaction fervently. Grandma Zhou was a typical figure who allowed only the officials to commit wrongs while forbidding the common folk from speaking up. Few were pleased with her. Even though a handful supported her today, after receiving Chen Feng's red envelope, they fell silent. There was simply no contest. Chen Feng knew how to handle people. Who would oppose money? Chen Feng observed the one-sided discourse, relishing the situation. You think you can challenge me? You still have much to learn. Why don't you also send out a red envelope to apologize to everyone? Grandma Zhou. What nonsense. Why should I send out a red envelope? Are you out of your mind? Grandma Zhou shouted at her phone, determined to deal with Chen Feng. Just wait. There will come a time when you fall into my hands. Seeing this, Grandma Zhou's daughter-in-law, Qin Yan, hesitated but could not refrain from advising Mom. Perhaps we should let it go. He is wealthy and has not provoked us. Silence. You know nothing. Grandma Zhou thundered, her anger rising. If you won't help me deal with that scoundrel, at least do not make matters worse. Go and prepare dinner. Qin Yan wished to persuade, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh and turned to enter the kitchen. Useless things are simply vexing to behold. Elderly Mrs. Su wore a displeased expression as she picked up her phone, once again delving into her thoughts, determined to devise a strategy to deal with Chen Feng. How infuriating indeed. That scoundrel distributed 1,000,000 in red envelopes, and all of that is our money. Su Dahua and his wife pounded their chests in frustration. Nearby, Su Qing appeared particularly disheartened. This money was rightfully theirs, yet Chen Feng chose to bestow it upon their neighbors instead. He preferred to give to those neighbors rather than to his own family. They were even denied the red envelopes. Was this not an affront to their dignity? No. The reason he refuses to remarry me is that I have a child with Wang Hao. Su Qing's resolve grew increasingly steadfast. Tomorrow, she would terminate the pregnancy. and then those several hundred million would rightfully belong to her. At Lin Feier's residence, Xiao Lulu gazed at the property owner group on her phone, her heart racing with excitement. Originally, she had merely intended to visit Lin Feier for a short while, but after meeting Chen Feng, she had eagerly insisted on joining the owner group to learn more about him. To her astonishment, she stumbled upon this scene, purchasing a mansion worth hundreds of millions and flaunting a red envelope of 1 million in the group chat. Such lavishness could only belong to the wealthiest of individuals. She resolved to win him over. This way, she would never have to toil as an insignificant actress again. Xiao Lulu quietly vowed that as long as she could capture Chen Feng's attention, her days of hardship would be a thing of the past. In the ensuing days, Chen Feng diligently stocked up on prepared foods. The culinary skills of a five-star hotel chef would be a rare luxury come the apocalypse. Naturally, he did not overlook the roadside stalls and barbecue stands. After being accustomed to sumptuous feasts, indulging in some fast food and greasy delights also proved rather enjoyable. Each day began with stockpiling goods, and whenever fatigue set in, he would embrace Li Bingyao for a well-deserved rest. His life was profoundly fulfilling. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Feng had initially doubted the timely completion of the house renovations. However, he ultimately underestimated the allure of wealth. In pursuit of an additional billion, Gao Mingyuan summoned all the staff of the company, working tirelessly around the clock to ensure the project was completed on schedule. In fact, Gao Mingyuan was confident enough to suggest that they could finish a day early. When Chen Feng arrived at the villa, the place had been utterly transformed. Constructed entirely according to his design, it had become a veritable fortress of steel. Mr. Chen, we have tested the sturdiness of this villa against the reinforced titanium alloy walls. Not even armor-piercing rounds, let alone explosives, can inflict any damage. Ah, I see, quite impressive. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and gestured towards the interior of the villa. How are the various circulation systems within? Gao Mingyuan promptly assured, Mr. Chen, you can rest assured about this. We have incorporated advanced insulation materials within the walls, which are entirely capable of withstanding extreme cold. The house is equipped with a heating system, an air filtration system, an independent diesel generator, and even a fireplace. Not to mention a water purification system. As Chen Feng surveyed the interior, he couldn't help but acknowledge that professional matters should indeed be entrusted to skilled individuals. Not only had the other party met all his requirements, but the interior decor had also been tastefully enhanced, remaining lavish as ever. Very well, I am quite satisfied. The funds will be transferred to your company's account immediately, Chen Feng declared, without any hesitation, promptly transferring a substantial sum of 100 million. As for the remaining 100 million, I will adhere to the contract. Is that agreeable? Gao Mingyuan nodded, visibly excited. He had never encountered someone as straightforward as Chen Feng before. By the way, please arrange for a few additional diesel generators for me as spares, Chen Feng said as he escorted Gao Mingyuan to the entrance. Mr. Chen, we have arranged 2 diesel generators for you, so even if one encounters an issue, the other will suffice. Gao Mingyuan replied. I will procure them at market price as per your instructions. Although Gao Mingyuan did not comprehend Chen Feng's need for multiple generators, he was eager to seize this profitable opportunity and readily agreed. After Gao Mingyuan departed, Chen Feng gazed at the villa before him, finally feeling a sense of reassurance. From this point onward, regardless of the frigid conditions outside, he would remain untroubled. Has her villa been renovated so swiftly? At that moment, Xiao Lulu approached from a distance, clearly having been waiting. Today, she wore a rather revealing tank top, her alluring figure unmistakably on display, and her long legs were captivating enough to draw one's gaze. Yes, I spent a bit more money to expedite the work. Could you take me in for a tour? Chen Feng, noticing Xiao Lulu's coy demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. A tour of the house? Do you truly believe that? He chuckled inwardly, hesitant to reveal her intentions. Chapter 24. I fear Lulu may misunderstand. Chen Feng was well aware of Xiao Lulu's motives for being there. She simply wished to seize the opportunity to win him over and become the mistress of the villa. Utilizing her beauty to ascend the social ladder was a common tactic in her circle. Judging by her impressive tea ceremony skills, it was evident that she had not shied away from such endeavors, as her proficiency was remarkable. Embracing the principle of seizing a fortuitous opportunity, Chen Feng did not hesitate to acquiesce. Very well, however you wish to tour is fine by me. Really? Xiao Lulu exclaimed with delight, wrapping her arm around Chen Feng's. Completely unfazed by the considerable pressure she exerted on him. To be honest, I've always been particularly fond of this DCOR style, and this is the perfect chance to engage with Mr. Chen. While Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, his heart raced uncontrollably. Although Xiao Lulu may not rival Li Bingyao in looks and physique, her tea artistry was undeniably impressive. All right, let's engage in a meaningful exchange. As Chen Feng spoke, preparing to escort Xiao Lulu back to the villa, an unwelcome figure abruptly rushed in from outside, obstructing their path. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? Su Qing's face was a mask of fury, her hostility towards Xiao Lulu unabashedly evident. What do you mean? I'm simply returning home, and you dare to question me? How absurd! Chen Feng retorted mockingly, a provocative smirk on his lips as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Lulu's waist. Xiao Lulu, a master in the art of tea, instantly grasped the situation, and with an affectionate lean against Chen Feng's shoulder, she chimed in with a playful tone. Chen Feng, who is this lady? The sight of the stunning Xiao Lulu by Chen Feng's side had already incensed Su Qing, but now, hearing herself referred to as this lady only fueled her rage. Get lost. I'm speaking with my husband. What right do you, a shameless wretch, have to interrupt? While most would have cowered in such a scenario, Xiao Lulu was far from ordinary. Instead of retaliating with anger, she laughed heartily at Su Qing's words. Calling me shameless? You might want to reconsider who the real shameless one is. Engaging in an affair while married is one thing, but trying to have your husband raise another man's child and then scheming to leave him with nothing? Compared to you, I truly cannot compete. Su Qing's expression darkened, her face as bleak as a stormy sky. After a long moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words and turned her gaze to Chen Feng. Husband, I know you're upset, and I acknowledge my mistakes. Can we please not make a scene? Don't call me husband. I can't bear it. Chen Feng hastily pushed away Su Qing, who had attempted to reach for him. I merely made a mistake that any woman might make. Please forgive me. Could you refrain from speaking so recklessly? I have no interest in such affairs. To act like it's a given is simply brazen. Xiao Lulu interjected, her tone laced with incredulity. Having encountered many people in her life, she had never met someone as audacious as Su Qing. It would be best if we never crossed paths again. I fear Lulu might misinterpret our connection. Husband, please stop. This woman does not truly care for you. She's only after your wealth. I've terminated Wang Hao's child. We can have our own. Shall we remarry? Su Qing clung to Chen Feng, her demeanor steeped in desperation, clearly on the brink of madness. Chen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Qing would go so far as to terminate a pregnancy for monetary gain. If Wang Hao were to discover this, the repercussions would be dire. She did it for money, but what about you? If I were pauper, would you even glance my way? Chen Feng scoffed, his laughter tinged with bitterness. Since we are both after the same thing, why not choose a partner with superior qualities? Just look at how you compare to Lulu. Indeed, sister, did you not consider your reflection before dreaming such dreams? Xiao Lulu remarked lightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. Comparing herself to Su Qing felt like an affront to her dignity. Chen Feng, I sacrificed a child for you. What more do you desire? Su Qing screamed, her voice rising in anguish, her gaze increasingly filled with venom. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Chen Feng forcefully pushed Su Qing aside, making his way into the villa with Xiao Lulu. Watching their retreating figures, Su Qing clenched her fists, her entire being trembling with rage. Chen Feng, I offered you a chance. You squandered it. So do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a dark expression, Su Qing immediately grabbed her phone and called Wang Hao. I have a task for you. Find a way to capture Chen Feng. After a moment of hesitation, the voice on the other end finally responded. This is a bit tricky. Chen Feng has connections with Master Hu. Why are you so useless? I didn't ask you to confront him head on. Just find someone to ambush him. Wang Hao fell silent again. While the notion seemed simple, executing it was fraught with difficulty. After all, Chen Feng was quite skilled, and engaging in such an endeavor was illegal. Do you have any ambition at all? We're talking about billions here. Don't you want it? Su Qing scolded furiously, exuding an air of disappointment. She could hardly comprehend why she had ever been attracted to someone as inept as Wang Hao. All right, I'll prepare immediately. Despite his fear, Wang Hao, upon hearing Su Qing's words, resolved to act without further hesitation. Under Chen Feng's guidance, Xiao Lulu began to explore the villa. As she surveyed the lavish decor, her astonishment deepened. This villa was far more opulent than Lin Feier's No. 4 villa. Being well acquainted with luxury, She quickly recognized that the furnishings were all high-end. How much must it have cost to furnish such a magnificent place? Xiao Lulu nestled against Chen Feng's arm, reluctant to release her grip, practically yearning to be closer to him. Not much, just around 300 million. Chen Feng replied with a smile, causing Xiao Lulu's eyes to widen in disbelief. Her breath quickening. Spending 100 million on the house and another 300 million on renovations was extravagance beyond her imagination. I must have him. I absolutely must. Mr. Chen, is your air conditioning not working? Why do I feel so warm? She inquired. Warm? Chen Feng looked around, puzzled. It was summer, and while the sun blazed outside, the villa was equipped with ample insulation materials and air conditioning, which should render it comfortably cool. Could it be that Gao Mingyuan cut corners? Just then, as Chen Feng noticed Xiao Lulu's strap slipping down her shoulder, revealing an impressive sight before him, the realization dawned upon him. Luxury homes, much like luxury cars, often lacked effective cooling. With a knowing smile, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Lulu's slender waist and led her toward the bedroom. Chapter 25, You Wait for Me. Though Xiao Lulu paled in comparison to Lin Feier and even fell short against Li Bingyao, her assertiveness was striking. Chen Feng found himself somewhat at a loss as she pressed herself against him the moment they entered the room. As for the scant clothing she wore, it was unclear when it slipped to the floor. Chen Feng regarded the other party, his mind inevitably swirling with thoughts. He was a typical man, possessing all the attributes that one would expect. However, just as he prepared to embrace Xiao Lulu and seize the initiative, she unexpectedly and deftly placed her index finger against his lips. Mr. Chen, I have a favor to ask of you if you would be so kind. It must be said that Xiao Lulu was indeed quite adept at manipulation. In such a pivotal moment, it would be difficult for any reasonable person to refuse, let alone a single request. Even 10 requests would likely be met with compliance, especially given her alluring, misty-eyed demeanor and fragrant breath. Who could possibly turn her down? Chen Feng quickly regained his composure, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Playing games with me? I have lived 2 lifetimes. You think you can control me? If the situation proved too challenging, I doubt I could assist you. It is not difficult. For Mr. Chen, it is merely a matter of a few words. Xiao Lulu perched herself upon Chen Feng's lap, her arms draped around his shoulders. Not long ago, I spoke on your behalf, and my dear friend Lin Feier has grown quite displeased with me. I feel uncomfortable staying at her place. Might I move in with you? As she spoke, she adopted a pitiful expression. Upon witnessing this display, Chen Feng immediately discerned her ploy. She sought to reside with him, cloaked in pretense. He did not believe for a moment that Lin Feier would act in such a manner. I am accustomed to living alone. I am not used to having others around, he replied, shaking his head resolutely. Within this safe house, he would never allow someone like Xiao Lulu to reside. She was far more capricious than even Su Qing. Should the scales of interest tilt even slightly, she would be the first to betray him. Moreover, even if the apocalypse were to be averted, her appetite was insatiable. Did she truly believe she could become the mistress of a mansion simply by sharing a bed? If you do not wish to stay at Lin Feier's, I can arrange for you to rent a place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Clearly, she had not anticipated Chen Feng's refusal. Did she doubt her own allure? That was inconceivable. Every director who laid eyes on her had been rendered utterly captivated. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Lulu wasted no time and leaned in closer to Chen Feng, her gaze sultry. Chen Feng, do you not desire my constant companionship? Chen Feng shook his head. Everything in this world carries its own price. Yet it was evident that Xiao Lulu was not worth such a cost. Her insinuation was clear. She would be his exclusive possession, to do with as he pleased. This time, without hesitation, Chen Feng pushed her away. I can offer you an additional 100,000 each month. If you are willing, we may continue. If not, I shall not press you. Even in her state of undress, Chen Feng remained utterly composed. In the face of impending doom, a single loaf of bread could compel one to do anything. He felt no urgency. There would be times in the future when Xiao Lulu would seek his favor. 100,000? Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Lulu's countenance darkened somewhat. Chen Feng casually distributed a red envelope of 1 million in the owner's group. Yet he was willing to settle for a meager, monthly sum of 100,000 for himself. What does this signify? Has he reduced himself to a mere commodity? Despite her discontent, Xiao Lulu dared not display her feelings openly. She stood up, slowly picked up her clothes from the floor, and, with a strikingly alluring posture, dawned them before Chen Feng. If you miss me, remember to give me a call. She threw him a flirtatious glance, reluctant to let go of such a lucrative catch, yet unwilling to diminish her own worth. It was only after Xiao Lulu departed the villa that Chen Feng hastily took a cold shower. Once he felt somewhat rejuvenated, he dialed Li Bingyao, determined to engage in a fervent encounter that evening. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with an alarm. This was the villa's security system, which would lock onto anyone approaching, and after an extended duration, it would alert Chen Feng. He pulled out his phone to check the surveillance, and instantly, the images of old lady Zhou and her grandson appeared on the screen. Outside the villa, old lady Zhou was stealthily scrutinizing the situation with her grandson. Ever since Chen Feng had rebuffed her, she had been devising ways to trouble him. Yet, despite her efforts, she had found no fault. The renovations, instead of causing a disturbance, had been executed with remarkable cleanliness. Today, upon her visit, she was further baffled to discover that the workers had completely vacated the premises. They had indeed finished the renovations in just 10 days, leaving her with no opportunity to create mischief. "Grandma, I need a pee." Luo Xiaolong tugged at his pants, desperate to relieve himself. "Pee? Fine, go by that wall." Old lady Zhou sneered, leading him to the side. This old hag truly had no shame. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's irritation surged. He promptly opened the main door and, using a loudspeaker, shouted, "Old lady Zhou, are you going to manage your unruly child or not? Is he specifically aiming to urinate on my wall?" Startled by the sudden voice, old lady Zhou initially jumped, but upon seeing Chen Feng on the second-floor balcony, she merely smirked dismissively. "My little dragon is just a child. How can I control him? Besides, you're in your 20s. Why stoop to quarrel with a child? Can't you be a bit magnanimous?" Observing her unreasonable demeanor, Chen Feng scoffed. "While urinating by my wall may be tolerable, I advise you to refrain from letting him do so at my front door, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Old lady Zhou, incensed by his words, immediately turned to her grandson, saying, "Xiaolong, that man didn't give you lobster last time. Go urinate at his front door and let us see what he can do about it." Hearing this, Xiaolong eagerly bounded to the entrance, unzipped his pants, and began to relieve himself like a faucet. "Let us see if you dare deny me lobster again. I might just decide to do my business here next time." As the child's words trailed off, his entire body suddenly convulsed, akin to being struck by a jolt of electricity, collapsing to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. Even before finishing urinating, he was already lying down, wailing in agony. "Oh, my goodness, something is biting me, Kuin," exclaimed the distressed child. "Chen Feng, you vile creature. How dare you lay a hand on my grandson? Just wait until my son returns. You shall face dire consequences." Old lady Zhou, filled with malice, seized her phone and, while dialing, unleashed a torrent of fury. Chapter 26. Evil begets evil. As Luo Xiaolong writhed on the ground, he continued to moan, while little Kuin was still helplessly wetting himself. He was utterly unable to contain himself, and the shock had nearly caused him to lose control completely. Yet, Chen Feng remained unfazed. The Zhou family was hardly innocent. That child was a quintessential troublemaker, and his predicament was well-deserved. "I told you not to come and urinate at my doorstep, yet you, old hag, stubbornly refused to heed my warning. How could you be so inhumane as to endanger your own grandson for the sake of revenge?" Chen Feng chuckled, placing a stool on the balcony, observing the scene as if it were a performance. The gates and surrounding walls of the villa were equipped with an electric fence, the voltage of which Chen Feng could adjust at will. He had merely set it to a low voltage, enough to induce pain, but not life-threatening harm. "Chen Feng, you heartless wretch, I will make you pay." Old lady Zhou fumed, raising her fist to strike the door. Yet, in the next moment, her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, her body twitching violently as she cursed. "You dog, you'll pay for this." Many neighbors witnessing this spectacle felt a sense of delight. The entire community harbored no affection for the Zhou family. Even upon seeing her fall, not a single person offered assistance. Indeed, evil begets evil. It seems she had truly met her match this time. "What evil? Mr. Chen is our community's great benefactor." A crowd gathered, excited yet increasingly anxious, for Zhou's son, Luo Zhengyan, was known to be a troublemaker, and they wondered if Chen Feng could handle the situation. Before long, a burly man with a fierce countenance rushed in, his fury ignited upon seeing his mother and son sprawled on the ground. "You bastard, come out here. Today, I will make you pay. Luo Zhongyan, known for his volatile temper, could hardly remain composed in such circumstances. What did Chen Feng's wealth matter? Upon entering this space, he would be brought to his knees. However, the hurriedly arriving Qin Yin grasped Luo Zhongyuan's arm, urging him to temper his impulsiveness. There could be a misunderstanding, she urged, her face etched with concern. If matters escalated, chaos could ensue. More importantly, she knew without a doubt that her mother-in-law was to blame. Stay out of this. Luo Zhongyuan forcefully pushed aside Qin Yin, his face contorted with rage. A misunderstanding? My mother and child are lying on the ground, and you dare to speak up for an outsider? Are you out of your mind? Qin Yin stood to the side, at a loss from the scolding, feeling extremely aggrieved. Chen Feng observed the scene, shaking his head in disapproval. In his previous life, he had not held a favorable impression of Aunt Zhou's family. Yet he felt an immense pity for Luo Yan. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her allure ranking among the finest in the neighborhood, coveted by numerous male residents. If Lin Feier represented youthful aloofness, then Qin Yin epitomized maturity and boundless charm. Her graceful figure and stunningly beautiful face were enough to drive men to madness. Unfortunately, she had met with misfortune. After the apocalypse began, Luo Zhongyuan gathered a group of followers, establishing himself as a notorious leader in the community. To win their loyalty, he shamelessly offered his wife to his subordinates. It was said that Luo Yin's fate was tragic. Unable to endure such humiliation, she descended into madness and ultimately perished in the snow. You ought to heed your wife's counsel. Otherwise, you shall be the one to suffer. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Shut your mouth. You think I want to deal with you? Luo Zhongyuan shouted, striking the door with a stone. Unfortunately, the door was crafted from titanium alloy, remaining utterly unscathed. Just wait. I want to let you off today. Realizing he couldn't force the door open, Luo Zhongyuan called for several of his lackeys. Although the community had security, none dared to intervene. Luo Zhongyuan's notorious reputation instilled fear in them. My son, you must deal with him. Little Long S. Kuan almost got electrocuted. We were nearly left without heirs. Grandma Zhou wailed incessantly, while Luo Zhongyuan's expression darkened ominously. Today, he was determined to confront Chen Feng. Kid, if you're a man, come down here. Don't hide like a coward. Chen Feng gazed at the throng below, unperturbed, and promptly called for Tiger Yi. Presently, Chen Feng was the prized protege of Tiger Yi, and upon hearing that someone was causing trouble for him, Tiger Yi rushed over without a second thought. Who dares to trouble my brother? Upon Tiger Yi's arrival, Luo Zhongyuan instantly withered, hurriedly approaching with a forced smile. Tiger Yi was a genuine figure in the underworld, while Luo Zhongyuan was merely a petty thug. The disparity between them was vast. Tiger Yi, this useless man attacked my mother and son, and I slap. Before he could finish, Tiger Yi had already slapped him. If Chen Feng's family is harmed, they deserve it. If you don't want to be dealt with, you'd better scram. Tiger Yi exuded an overwhelming presence. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Luo Zhongyuan could only swallow his anger. Fine, since he is a friend of Tiger Yi, I shall give him face. My son, what are you saying? That scoundrel has bullied us, and you still let him go? Madame Zhou was in disbelief, her voice tinged with resentment as she exclaimed, Mother, please say less. We must leave quickly. You stirred up trouble, yet you wish to depart without even a word of apology? Luo Zhongyuan trembled, and despite his reluctance, he bowed his head in apology to Chen Feng, who had approached. Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. Today's incident was my fault. In the future, ensure your family behaves. Next time, it will not be so simple. Chen Feng replied with an impassive expression. Yes, I assure you. Such an occurrence will not happen again, Luo Zhongyuan said before he led his family away in disgrace. It was not until they returned home that Madame Zhou, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, Is this truly how it will end? With Lord Hu backing him, dealing with this matter is rather complicated. We could call the police. At worst, we could escalate it to law enforcement. No matter how formidable Lord Hu may be, he cannot interfere with the law. We are in the right. Luo Zhongyuan shook his head gloomily. Do not involve the police. I have my own way of dealing with that scoundrel. Even with Lord Hu's assistance, he cannot always protect him. In time, he will suffer. Chapter 27. The House Takeover. Although Chen Feng was aware that the Zhou family would not let the matter rest, he remained indifferent. The apocalypse was nigh, and he had little desire to entangle himself with them. When the time came, if they sought to inconvenience him, he would obliterate them in turn. After all, he had acquired an impressive arsenal during his visit to the United States, sufficient to reduce their entire family to ashes. Sitting on the balcony, Chen Feng gazed at the scorching sun, oblivious to the impending frost that would soon envelop the world. Today marked the day of Lord Hu's property reclamation, and retribution for the Su family was imminent. Murmuring to himself, he descended to the underground garage to procure more supplies. Time was of the essence. He would gather whatever he could. As for the Su family, he could not be bothered with their affairs. However, just as he arrived at the garage, a figure rushed towards him from behind, a knife pressed against his throat. Stay still, or even if the King of Heaven comes, he cannot save you. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng immediately recognized his assailant. Wang Hao, if you wish to trouble me, at least bring more people. He could distinctly sense that only Wang Hao and two others surrounded him. Wang Hao's hand was still in a cast. Yet he dared to confront him under such circumstances. Was this not a fool's errand? Huh? Do you truly believe yourself formidable? In such a state, you are still so arrogant. Soon, you shall regret it. Wang Hao's tone was grim, as the blade remained poised against Chen Feng's neck. He had no faith in Chen Feng's capabilities. Do not think that just because you have Lord Hu's backing, I cannot handle you. No one can save you now. Save? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. I never considered needing saving. You three imbeciles dare to threaten me? Damn it. Why is this scoundrel so arrogant? Quickly, take him down. Eliminate this useless fool. Wang Hao commanded, and the two accomplices wasted no time in preparing to teach Chen Feng a lesson. However, just as they were about to take action, they discovered that their hands had inexplicably become immobile. The knife pressed against Chen Feng's neck could advance no further. What was happening? The man's face turned pale with terror, disbelief enveloping him. Yet in the next moment, Chen Feng's fist came crashing down upon him. The three individuals had no opportunity to resist, only able to emit wails of despair, unable to fathom that the situation had escalated to this extent. Within just a few breaths, the area was filled with their anguished cries. Chen Feng, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Wang Hao, seeing Chen Feng approaching, was paralyzed with fear and immediately knelt down. Hadn't he been so arrogant just moments ago? Why was he now begging for mercy? Chen Feng sneered. I was unaware of your prowess. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please show mercy. With a swift kick, Chen Feng sent Wang Hao flying, watching as he tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Leave, Chen Feng commanded slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hastily fled the scene. After his departure, Chen Feng retrieved his phone and called Master Hu. Let him go. Absolutely not. Master Hu, when you go to collect the house today, remember to bring someone skilled in the art of persuasion to properly entertain a friend of mine. Chen Feng, this seems a bit inappropriate. Using force is illegal. Master Hu hesitated, unwilling to invite legal trouble. Come now, Master Hu, what you're suggesting is merely a lesson, nothing more. To sweeten the deal, I'll transfer 500,000 to you, so that my brother's efforts 1T go to waste. Upon hearing this, Master Hu could no longer hesitate. After hanging up, he promptly summoned someone and began to relay the instructions. In the Su household, Su Qing regarded the battered Wang Hao with a face as dark as thunder. Useless. How could you be so incompetent? If you cannot handle Chen Feng, what use are you to me? Wang Hao looked innocent, while Su Dahua and others expressed their discontent. It was Wang Hao's actions that led to the divorce between Chen Feng and Su Qing, making him the culprit for their inability to reclaim the villa and over 100 million in cash. Mother, what do we do now? We can't retrieve the money. And I can't even get married. Su Jiqiang lamented with a face full of sorrow. Don't mention the money to Zhao Qian yet. For now, keep her steady and focus on getting married first. Su Dahua spat, just as their family discussion was interrupted by a forceful kick that burst open the door. What are you doing? I warn you, don't act recklessly. What are we doing? I'm here to collect the house. Master Hu waved his hand, and a group of people surged in. The owner of this house has sold it to me. Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out? Stop. Let go of me. What you're doing is illegal. Get out. This is clearly our house. Do not overstep your bounds. Mahatsualan was preparing to cause a scene, but Master Hu's men were not to be trifled with, swiftly delivering a slap that left her momentarily stunned. You scoundrel, I'll fight you. Su Dahua shouted, rushing to the kitchen for a knife, only to be seized and thrown out. What do you truly mean? Surely, there is no conflict between us? Su Qing's brow furrowed tightly. The appearance of Tiger Yi indicated that this matter was undoubtedly related to Chen Feng. Did Chen Feng send you here? Indeed, he has mortgaged the house to me. so kindly vacate the premises. Nonsense. This house belongs to us. He left with nothing, and it has no connection to him. That is irrelevant to me. I only recognize the property deed. Evict them. A group of thugs offered no chance for resistance, swiftly expelling them and subsequently bringing Wang Hao inside. Tiger Yi, what on earth are you doing? Wang Hao quivered as he observed a burly man approaching him with an unsettling glint in his eye. He felt an ominous premonition. This individual is your responsibility. Do not create too much trouble. The burly man nodded repeatedly, eagerly touching Wang Hao's arm. Do not worry. I shall be very gentle. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from the room, prompting the Su family, initially intent on reasoning, to flee in terror. Tiger Yi was ruthless, far beyond their capacity to provoke. Call the police, quickly, Ma Zolon shouted in fury. Their house had been seized by others. Although the perpetrators were brazen, they were indeed in the right. However, when the law enforcement arrived and assessed the situation, they simply shook their heads. It will be better for you to file a lawsuit. They possess a contract, and the issue lies in the division of assets during your divorce from Chen Feng. You will undoubtedly reclaim the house through legal action. Upon hearing this, the Su family finally exhaled in relief. A lawsuit is imperative. Chen Feng's actions are illegal, and I shall make him kneel and beg for mercy. Furious, Su Qing pulled out her phone and began contacting a lawyer. Chapter 28. Preparations before the apocalypse. After finalizing arrangements with the lawyer, Su Qing directly rented an apartment in the Yudai Longting community. They needed to keep an eye on their house while also monitoring Chen Feng. His reckless use of the property for collateral had caused significant repercussions, and he would be held legally accountable. The only way to avoid liability would be to grant him forgiveness. When that time comes, he should not even think about escaping without compensation. Meanwhile, upon receiving a video from Tiger Yi, Chen Feng laughed uncontrollably. Even through the screen, he could sense Wang Hao's despair at that moment. Competing against me? You are far from capable, and this is merely the beginning. Su Qing also sent a message, proclaiming that he was doomed. She had already secured a lawyer, and a court summons would soon follow. Chen Feng remained unfazed. The apocalypse was imminent, and he had no interest in such matters. After attending numerous banquets, he received a call from the Thunder Modification Shop, informing him that the down jacket and warm silk quilt he had ordered had arrived. These were items he had previously selected. The down jacket was suitable for wear even in Antarctica, and the silk quilt was exceptionally warm. Although his safe house possessed formidable insulation, one must venture outside, and without appropriate clothing, one would be frozen solid in an instant. Why wasn't Ice Yao delivering goods? Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chen Feng encountered a man delivering items, his curiosity piqued by the unusual sight. After all, it was Li Bingyao who usually managed such affairs. Li Bingyao is on leave today due to a fever, so I have brought this for you. Mr. Chen, please check if anything is missing, the man explained. I see. Chen Feng replied, nodding as he signed the receipt. He felt assured about the items since Li Bingyao was responsible for them. Furthermore, his own space was filled with a plethora of insulated down jackets procured from the United States, so he was far from lacking. Once the delivery personnel departed, Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang approached, laughing and chatting amiably. Oh, isn't this Chen Feng? What are you doing with so many down jackets on such a hot day? Have you lost your mind? Su Jiqiang mocked. Zhao Qian, standing beside him, did not even spare Chen Feng a glance. To her, he was merely a pauper. How is it that you've been kicked out of your residence, yet still carry yourself with such arrogance? She sneered. Chen Feng, don't think that just because you've enlisted a couple of thugs to intimidate us, you can act so brazenly. The actions you've taken will exact a severe price. We've already consulted with a lawyer. At this, Chen Feng's smile only widened as he turned his gaze toward Zhao Qian. The Su family will not receive a single cent from me. They are currently renting their home, and you gain nothing by associating with them. Why not join me instead? I can offer you 20,000 each month. Shameless. Zhao Qian scoffed, raising her chin in disdain. Who would covet your filthy money? With that, she grasped Su Jiqiang's arm and sauntered away. Chen Feng, we shall see. Not far off, Xiao Lulu observed the scene, unsure whether to feel pleased or enraged. It seemed to her that in Chen Feng's eyes, everyone had a price. He was undeniably flirtatious yet remarkably composed in his actions. I refuse to believe that my charm cannot win you over, she thought confidently. The previous failure to capture Chen Feng's attention had been an unfortunate fluke. Next time, he would surely be unable to resist. Upon returning to Lin Feier's residence, Xiao Lulu was taken aback by the sight before her. The room was overflowing with food, instant noodles, meats, fruits, and vegetables. An enormous freezer was already filled to capacity. "Fair, what on earth is this?" Xiao Lulu exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. "This is all due to that scoundrel," Lin Feier replied, her frustration evident. Chen Feng had monopolized all the takeout and catering recently, leaving her unable to order food. Moreover, she had no desire to venture out daily for groceries, so she had decided to stockpile supplies. "With a month off work ahead of me, I won't be going out. If you want something different to eat, you'll have to go out yourself," she said, sinking into the sofa to watch television. For her, lounging at home during breaks was the ultimate form of relaxation. Xiao Lulu gazed at her enviously. Only someone like Lin Feier, already famous and from a wealthy family, could afford such leisure. Unlike herself, who was busy seeking out directors and wealthy heirs. "It is imperative that I secure Chen Feng." After attending to his own matters, Chen Feng finally drove to Li Bingyao's residence. Upon arriving, he observed the sparsity of her belongings and promptly ventured to the market to procure a substantial array of food and essential supplies for her. With a significant drop in temperature expected tonight, concerns regarding food spoilage were unwarranted. The door was rather flimsy, so Chen Feng took the initiative to reinforce it with welding equipment and steel. He had done everything within his power. Whether Li Bingyao could endure the impending apocalypse was now contingent upon her resilience. Li Bingyao, moved by Chen Feng's generous provision of medicine and a plethora of supplies, including warm clothing, was profoundly touched and insisted that he experience a taste of the warmth of 38 degrees. "Conserve these supplies and trust no one. Do you understand?" Chen Feng earnestly cautioned. "You are behaving as though the apocalypse is upon us. I merely have a cold," she retorted. "Just remember my words. If trouble arises, contact me immediately." With that, he donned his attire and took his leave. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, an unmistakable chill, out of season, permeated the air. Many were particularly exhilarated. The summer had been unseasonably warm, yet today brought a refreshing coolness. A multitude of individuals strolled leisurely in the vicinity, oblivious to the impending temperature plunge that would plummet to -40 degrees. The sun's warmth would soon be eradicated. Chen Feng, upon the onset of darkness, hurried toward the library. This establishment operated from 9 to 5, and the staff had long departed. He discreetly entered and began to fervently gather books, recognizing them as nourishment for the mind, a means to alleviate the tedium of interminable days. Once he had amassed a sufficient collection, he proceeded to the warehouse of a chain pharmacy. He opted for the warehouse over the pharmacy itself due to the lesser foot traffic and the abundance of medication available. This method proved significantly more efficient than stocking up at a retail location. Upon exiting the warehouse, he noted that the temperature had further declined to 8 degrees. This sharp drop in temperature unequivocally heralded the arrival of the apocalypse. Regrettably, this abrupt change went largely unnoticed by the populace, who merely perceived it as a reason to don additional layers before heading home. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly lest he fall behind. Muttering to himself, Chen Feng promptly made his way to various cold storage facilities, having identified numerous targets, including the warehouses of seafood markets and produce suppliers. Despite the chaos his actions had incited, it was evident that few would notice his activities in such a brief span. By tomorrow, such matters would be of little concern, as the temperature would render venturing outside a daunting prospect. After visiting all the warehouses, he dashed toward a large shopping mall. At 11:30, many establishments had already shuttered their doors. Coupled with the drop in temperature today, even those that typically remained open at night had succumbed to the chill and closed early. He was unwavering in his pursuits, gathering an array of alluring garments, kipeos, silk skirts, black and white stockings, and various other sensuous attire, without hesitation. It must be noted that his aesthetic sensibilities far surpassed those of the unrefined nation across the sea, particularly in the realm of kipeos. He had them thoroughly eclipsed by a considerable margin. By the time Chen Feng had cleared the entire shopping mall, the clock read 11:50. He did not linger any longer, hastening home at an impressive pace. The wind outside had begun to bite with an icy ferocity, a penetrating cold that could easily catch the unprepared off guard with illness. As Chen Feng returned to the villa and stood by the window, he watched the minute hand of his watch glide to 12. Outside, delicate snowflakes began to dance downwards. The apocalypse had descended. What sort of absurd weather was this? Just earlier in the day, it had been over 30 degrees, and now the night was unbearably frigid. Su Dahua, wrapped in a blanket, trembled uncontrollably. When their family was forced out, they had taken nothing with them. Given that it was summer, they had only purchased some seasonal bedding after renting their new home. This sudden drop in temperature left them shivering. Even Su Dahua, desperately clutching his wife, found the cold unbearable. While Su Dahua and Su Jiqiang managed to huddle together with their women for warmth, it was still rather bitterly cold. Su Qing fared worse. Initially, she had isolated herself in her room to avoid suspicion, but ultimately, she resorted to tearing down the curtains to wrap around herself. Finding no relief, she stealthily slipped into Wang Hao's room to seek warmth by sharing his space. Yet, even in this manner, the family remained chilled to the bone, ultimately congregating in one room, relying on the meager warmth generated from hot water produced by the heater to stave off the cold. This is intolerable. I must return. It is far too cold here. Zhao Qian expressed her dissatisfaction, as she had originally come to discuss the marriage dowry. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? As she opened the door, a blast of frigid air forced her back inside. The extreme cold nearly made her lose control of herself. Qian, perhaps you should stay for now. I will take you home tomorrow. Su Jiqiang quickly pulled her back. What kind of calamity is this? Su Qing lamented, observing her frostbitten family with growing resentment. It's all Chen Feng's fault. Were it not for him, we would not have been cast out, nor would we be suffering like this. With this thought, she hastily grabbed her phone to send a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, do not be so arrogant. The relevant authorities have begun to address this matter. Even if you escape imprisonment, you will owe us a significant sum. Meanwhile, Chen Feng reclined in a chair beside his bed, a cup of coffee in hand, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. In just a brief half hour, the outside world had transformed into a blanket of white. Qingzhou was indeed known for its winter rains, yet snowfall at this time of year was truly a rarity. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that the current temperature has descended to levels even colder than those of winter. However, Chen Feng's household remains relatively comfortable, as they have implemented insulation measures, maintaining a cozy 26 degrees Celsius, which is undoubtedly the optimal temperature for human comfort. Do as you please. I care not in the slightest. Chen Feng replied with a derisive smile to the threatening message from Su Qing. For him, at this moment, all societal rules held no sway or menace. Laws and morals were mere trifles. Survival was the foremost concern. Do not bring upon yourself the consequences of your own folly. When the time comes and you seek my mercy, I assure you, I shall show none. If you possess any sense, you should arrange for us to reside in the villa at once. With such frigid weather, what delusions do you harbor here? You ought to ponder instead how to endure the long, unforgiving night. Chen Feng dismissed her message with indifference and tossed his phone aside. The thought of begging her was utterly laughable. They would soon face their own reckoning. The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived, and if they faltered now, it would be a profound disappointment for him. Outside, the snow fell increasingly thickly, and Chen Feng grew weary of lingering in that place. Grasping a loudspeaker, he could not restrain himself from bellowing. The order of the old era has utterly collapsed. Mortals, prepare to welcome your king. The sound of the loudspeaker resonated loudly, ensuring that every resident in the community heard his proclamation clearly. After his outburst, he paid no heed to whether he was disturbing the peace and promptly returned to his bed. The indoor temperature was 26 degrees, yet he still covered himself with a silk quilt. It was not that he was cold. Rather, he had yet to utilize the heating device in the room and feared the potential for malfunction that could leave him frozen. In the WeChat group for the residents of Yu Dai Long Ting, despite the late hour, the chatter was incessant. What on earth is happening? This weather is unbearably cold. Did you hear? Someone was shouting in the community. What is going on? It's the middle of the night. Are we not allowed to sleep? I think I heard someone calling us to welcome the Turtle King. Crazy. Who would shout in such freezing temperatures at this hour? Some expressed their displeasure in the group chat. It was none other than Chen Feng causing the ruckus, as his loudspeaker produced quite the commotion. Old Lady Zhou was the first to take action, aiming her ire directly at Chen Feng, tagging him in the group. Chen Feng, what nonsense is this? Are you not allowing anyone to sleep? Unfortunately for her, Chen Feng had turned off his phone and was oblivious to the uproar in the group. The following morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the heat, his body drenched in sweat. The insulation and heating system in his home were functioning flawlessly. He nearly felt as though he would faint from the warmth beneath his silk quilt. Outside, the snowfall had accumulated to a meter, blanketing the world in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. Without a doubt, the apocalypse had arrived punctually, Upon checking his phone, he found the community group in utter chaos. Initially, some residents were lamenting the disturbance caused by his noise. Particularly, Old Lady Zhou seized the opportunity to relentlessly chastise Chen Feng, seemingly intent on using her words to bring him down. However, no one came to her defense. After all, a multitude of individuals had received Chen Feng's red envelopes, and one must acknowledge favors received. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Old Lady Zhou was merely seeking an excuse to confront Chen Feng. Thus, they were disinclined to intervene. After a barrage of insults, Old Lady Zhou realized that Chen Feng remained utterly unresponsive, leaving her with no choice but to fall silent once more. A solitary tirade accomplishes little, does it not? Subsequently, the discourse shifted to a collective lament regarding the frigid weather. A group of people, presumably unable to sleep due to the cold, began to vent their grievances in the chat. What on earth is happening? How can it be snowing in the height of summer? Surely, this is a jest. Such weather is utterly nonsensical. To my astonishment, it is indeed true. The ground is blanketed with snowflakes. No wonder I am so cold. Is this the apocalypse? Must I still repay my mortgage? Let us not speak in such a manner. Reckless words could lead to repercussions. We must maintain faith in the authorities, for our emergency response capabilities are world-class. Observing these messages, Chen Feng could not help but shake his head. This group remained, after all, too youthful. Indeed, their emergency response capacity is exceptional. Yet it must also be effective. Should issues arise in one or two locations, assistance can be coordinated from the surrounding areas. However, when problems manifest indiscriminately across the globe, what can be done? There is simply no viable solution. In a previous life, this group maintained their composure, believing that rescue would arrive shortly. This very belief, however, cost them their final opportunity for self-rescue. Look, the relevant authorities have issued a statement overnight, urging us to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Many individuals saw the announcement and breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the authorities promptly declared a holiday, exempting everyone from work the following day. The response was swift, instilling a sense of security. Yet, before long, the group, having settled momentarily, could not contain themselves and began to chatter once again. What on earth is this bizarre weather? I stepped outside to relieve myself and became instantly frozen. I'm not exaggerating. You think that's bad? My water pipes have completely frozen. Just moments ago, when I opened the refrigerator, the warmth that escaped was astonishing. The external temperature has plummeted far below that of the refrigerator's cooling capacity. The extreme cold has rendered the entire world's water supply utterly inoperative, as everything has turned to solid ice. How can any water be supplied now? In this weather, one can only venture outside to gather snow, which must then be melted using the still functioning electricity. Yet, it is painfully evident that this is fraught with danger. In such low temperatures, even a brief exposure can result in frostbite. Should time extend even slightly, one's life could be at stake. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this situation is but temporary, for it will not be long before the entire world succumbs to power outages due to resource scarcity. After all, most regions still rely on hydroelectric power, and in this extreme cold, nearly all sources have frozen solid. Where then is the water to generate electricity? Indeed, the presence of numerous nuclear power plants here allows for a concentrated supply of electricity for an hour each day. However, when that moment arrives, it will mark the onset of disaster. I can hardly believe the absurdity of it all. Old Zhang ventured out merely to assess the situation. Yet after walking just a short distance, he was inexplicably transformed into an ice sculpture. As dawn approached, another message circulated in the group, casting a heavy pall over everyone's spirits. A life had been lost, which signified that matters had taken a turn for the worse. Shortly thereafter, another cry arose in the group. 2 more individuals had succumbed to the cold and were found frozen in the snow. Everyone was advised to refrain from venturing outside, as the frigid temperatures posed a lethal threat. Chen Feng approached the window, peering through the glass to confirm the sight of 3 ice sculptures standing in the central area. They remained motionless in the snow, devoid of any signs of struggle, likely frozen before they even realized the peril they faced, deprived of the chance to regret their decisions. The heavy snowfall had already buried part of their bodies. Alas, they had underestimated the formidable forces of nature. Logically, a temperature of -40 degrees should not lead to immediate death. Yet the drastic shift from a relatively warm environment to an extreme cold could wreak havoc on the human body. Setting down his phone, Chen Feng donned a tank top and busied himself with brewing coffee and preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family huddled together, chilled to the bone. Zhao Qian had shed all her tears. She had never before experienced such indignity. She could scarcely fathom that she would one day be driven to the brink of despair by an unbearable cold. Initially, she had intended to return to her own residence that morning, but after witnessing the tragic events of the previous night, she could scarcely muster the courage to step outside. I must break up with that good-for-nothing. Zhao Qian resolved inwardly, utterly disillusioned with her family. In such bitter weather, their lack of adequate warmth was disheartening, and they had only managed to wrap her in a few curtains. In truth, all the curtains in the house had been taken down, and she was already swathed in more than enough fabric, courtesy of Su Jiqiang. At that moment, Wang Hao held Su Qing close, his heart brimming with resentment. The thought that he had lost everything due to Chen Feng's actions was almost unbearable. Chen Feng, one day, I shall make you pay, he vowed. Quickly, I managed to borrow some clothes and blankets from the neighbors. Put them on. The Su Dahua couple entered, carrying some quilts and garments they had procured after visiting several homes. Although the calamity had struck unexpectedly, it was common for households to possess such items. It was only their family that had been unfortunate enough to be expelled by the Tiger Lord during this crisis. All of this could be attributed to that scoundrel. Chen Feng, how thin are these? They provide no warmth and look utterly unappealing. Zhao Qian exclaimed, unable to suppress her disdain as she regarded the clothing Su Dahua had brought. Qian, please make do with it. It's a blessing we could borrow anything at all. Su Jiqiang hurriedly comforted Zhao Qian, wrapping her in a garment. I don't care. I want to wear a down jacket. Zhao Qian expressed her displeasure with a kick, causing the expressions of Su Dahua and others nearby to darken. They had already provided Zhao Qian with the thickest clothing available, yet she remained unsatisfied. However, due to Su Jiqiang's influence, they refrained from voicing their grievances. Qian, were we supposed to find a down jacket? Suddenly, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, let us find Chen Feng. He bought several trucks full of down jackets and silk quilts yesterday. Chapter 31, A Group of Fools. Are you serious? Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, not only did Su Dahua and his wife appear astonished, but even Su Qing rushed closer to Zhao Qian in disbelief. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Jiqiang. He saw it with me. Yes, we even joked about him. Who would have thought he stumbled upon such fortune? Su Jiqiang wore an unhappy expression, unable to comprehend how Chen Feng could be so lucky. Did he really acquire several trucks? Su Dahua inquired again, skeptical that anyone would buy that much clothing and bedding. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Su Jiqiang nodded repeatedly, then pondered, what if he checked the weather report in advance and knew it would get cold today, thus buying so many clothes to sell? What nonsense are you spouting? I checked the weather report, and it was supposed to be 35 degrees today. Wang Hao beside him looked displeased, lamenting Chen Feng's extraordinary luck. Let us not dwell on the weather. We need him to bring us some clothes and quilts. Will he agree? We've already created such a rift. Su Qing appeared hesitant, sensing the odds were slim. He must agree. That scoundrel has caused us so much suffering. It's his obligation. Su Dahua cursed vehemently, with Ma Tsuolan immediately echoing his sentiments. If he is willing to give us the clothes and quilts, we might let him off the hook. If he dares to refuse, he will have to pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt the logic in his words and quickly took out her phone to contact Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng lounged leisurely in a chair by the window, savoring the snowy landscape outside, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. The outside world and the interior were entirely different realms. Chen Feng himself was exhilarated. In his past life, he had nearly endured a disastrous first night due to a sudden temperature drop. With Su Qing fuming over a bag he and tea bought for her, locking him outside and nearly costing him his first night. But now, he could enjoy coffee while admiring the snow. The contrast was striking. At that moment, his phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Feng answered without hesitation. He knew it was Su Qing. In the past, he would have been indifferent to such a call. However, things had changed. Chen Feng now had ample time and energy, and he was keen to witness the misfortunes of Su Qing's family, making him eager to answer. Chen Feng, it's me. As expected. Once he picked up the phone, Su Qing's trembling voice came through. Evidently, the cold had become unbearable. Oh, you all haven tea frozen to death yet? How astonishing. Chen Feng chuckled, but on the other end of the line, an unmistakable pause ensued. Clearly, Su Qing was struggling to suppress her rising anger. Chen Feng, I heard you have several trucks filled with down jackets and silk quilts. Indeed, I have quite a few. These items can withstand the cold. What is the matter? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. Could you spare us a few sets? After all, you have so many. One person can't wear them all. Given that my villa is so spacious, why don't you come and stay in a few rooms? Really? You're not joking, are you? Su Qing's voice grew markedly more animated. Aren't you the one joking first? What on earth does your family think about daily? You ask for things right off the bat. Who do you think I am? What obligation do I have to give you anything? Chen Feng vented his frustration into the phone. In his previous life, if he had spoken even slightly harshly, he would have been met with Su Qing's scolding. Now, life felt almost divine. Chen Feng, don't get too arrogant. Do you really think that after being away for a few days, we can't handle you? At this moment, Ma Salon, who had been listening intently, snatched the phone and began to berate him. Is this how you plead for help? Chen Feng sneered. If you were sincerely asking, perhaps I would generously offer you a few sets of clothing. But right now? Sorry, I can't be bothered. Go find someone else. Think carefully, Chen Feng. In a few days, you'll be facing a lawsuit, and you will owe us a hefty sum. If you give us a few sets of clothing now, perhaps we won't pursue this further. Ma Zuolan heard the abrupt sound of the phone disconnecting, and her expression shifted dramatically. That scoundrel actually dared to hang up on me. Call the lawyer. He must be penalized heavily, not a penny less. Su Qing's face was filled with worry. Was the priority really the money? It was whether they could survive this bitter cold. A bunch of fools. Chen Feng scoffed, tossing his phone aside before turning his gaze outside. The snowfall would only intensify, soon accumulating to 2 meters. What is that? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly sharpened, sensing something amiss. Not far from a community building, a dark figure was darting through the snow. A dog? How is that possible? Chen Feng was astonished, staring at the figure in disbelief. In such frigid weather, nearly all living beings would perish outside. Even a human would turn to ice. Yet, that black dog appeared unperturbed. Something was off. Chen Feng's mind recalled a memory. During the apocalypse, a black dog had once wandered their community. It was a large dog awakened with ice-related powers. Many had, in their desperation for food, aimed to capture it for a meal, but tragically, most never returned. Anyone who dared to trouble, it would be frozen solid. If it truly is that ice elemental dog, then it all makes sense. After all, the creature possesses such abilities that it would not fear the cold. Chen Feng rose to his feet, donned a down jacket, enveloping himself completely. This was a pet with supernatural powers. It was imperative to bring it to his residence. More importantly, a dog is far more reliable than a human, and Chen Feng harbored no concerns about betrayal. After securing his warmth, he made his way to the underground garage. The courtyard was piled high with snow, making ingress and egress cumbersome. The garage offered a far more convenient alternative. However, upon opening the garage door, he discovered a throng of people from the community gathered within, all engaged in fervent discussions about their next course of action. At this moment, the majority were blissfully unaware of the severity of the blizzard, remaining optimistic that it would soon subside. As Chen Feng exited the garage, he spotted Su Qing and her family rushing toward him from a distance, their demeanor brimming with arrogance and fury. Chen Feng, return our house and money, or do not blame us for being impolite. Chapter 32. What does he intend to do? Su Qing's family had evidently mobilized, each determined to extract something from Chen Feng. Even if they could not reclaim their house, they aimed to secure clothing and silk quilts from him. Otherwise, they vowed that this matter would remain unresolved. Chen Feng surveyed the group. They were clad in numerous ill-fitting garments, clearly stuffed with curtains, making them appear exceedingly bulky. It seemed they had managed to procure some clothing, which amused Chen Feng as he observed them. It was still the onset of a natural disaster, and humanity had yet to reveal its darker inclinations. Many remained constrained within the bounds of morality and law. Mutual assistance among neighbors was still common. However, in a few days, people would come to realize the scarcity of resources, and no one would be willing to lend anything. Su Qing and her group were fortunate, having borrowed quite a bit on the very first day. Chen Feng, how cruel you are. Do you have any idea that we almost froze to death because of you? Su Hing sated, had furi palpable. The others had encircled him, clearly signaling that they would not let him go without an explanation today. Isn't this merely a case of poetic justice? You were so arrogant back then, and who could have imagined today would unfold like this. And to think you even humiliated me. It would be a mercy to eliminate your entire family. Chen Feng, disinterested in maintaining any pretense, recognized that the world was now engulfed in ice. There was no point in feigning innocence. Upon hearing his words, Su Qing and her family were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of utter shock. This was not the Chen Feng they had come to know as a pushover. Chen Feng, I never anticipated you to be such a malevolent person. I misjudged you. Su Qing exclaimed, shaking her head. Beside her, Wang Hao and Su Jiqiang exhibited intentions of aggression. Misjudged me? Ha! Chen Feng chuckled, realizing he was the one who had misjudged others, for otherwise he would not have suffered so greatly in the past. So now you wish to take action, do you? Chen Feng squinted, his visage revealing an air of indifference. If provoked, he would not hesitate to incapacitate this group. Many onlookers nearby had taken notice of the unfolding situation. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the scene. There is no shortage of spectators, regardless of the circumstances. The Su family truly lacked shame. Having been publicly humiliated, they still had the audacity to approach Chen Feng for financial recompense. Indeed, it seems they are blinded by greed, casting aside all notions of honor and integrity. Yet, Chen Feng displayed remarkable ruthlessness, employing means to expel others from their residence, a tactic not easily executed by ordinary individuals. They brought this upon themselves. As the murmurs of the crowd echoed around them, the expressions of the Su family members darkened. Clearly, their family's reputation within the community had been irreparably tarnished. We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Is that a crime? Chen Feng, your actions are unlawful. Enough. Spare me your futile words. Today, I intend to deal with him. If he does not return our property and belongings, I shall make him regret it. Su Jiqiang declared, his fists clenched in indignation. Are you seeking confrontation? It seems your hand has healed completely. Chen Feng's tone shifted, his presence radiating an imposing aura, a sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Surviving for 2.5 years in a post-apocalyptic world and sustaining a family required more than mere luck. In an instant, the group was taken aback, their legs trembling in fear. Chen Feng, if you agree to give us a few down jackets, I shall forgive you. Is that acceptable? Su Qing, intimidated, whispered anxiously. However, Chen Feng merely shot her a disdainful glance. He was no fool, and to attempt to deceive him with such trivial propositions was a fool's errand. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Zhao Qian. Qian, why are you still associating with this wastrel? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian could not suppress a scoff, yet it was evident that her previous bravado had vanished. Upon noticing Chen Feng's attire, she suspected that his down jacket must be exceedingly warm. Were it not for her pride, she would undoubtedly seek out Chen Feng for one. What do you intend to do, you useless waste? Su Jiqiang's expression shifted dramatically as he pulled Zhao Qian behind him. Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to inform Zhao Qian that she will not obtain a single penny from me. The villa and savings have no connection to you whatsoever. Did you not claim that your money was marital property and that you are leaving with nothing? Zhao Qian inquired hastily. Leaving with nothing is true, yet it does not equate to marital property. You are not foolish. Consider this. If my funds were indeed joint property, would they not have been frozen long ago? Would they still be waiting until now? Su Jiqiang, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Qian could no longer restrain her fury as she confronted Su Jiqiang. Qian, do not listen to his nonsense. We possess a house. Su Jiqiang frantically insisted, pulling Zhao Qian closer to him. A house, you say? If that house truly belonged to you, would you have been evicted? Chen Feng continued to stoke the flames of conflict. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately expressed her displeasure, furiously demanding to know what was happening. The Su family, unwilling to relent, cast a reluctant glance at Chen Feng, ultimately joining the effort to persuade Zhao Qian. Regardless of the circumstances, their priority was to ensure their son's girlfriend remained calm. Chen Feng, disinterested in continuing the altercation, paid no heed to the throng of onlookers who were whispering and pointing at him. However, his attention was swiftly captured by Lin Fei'er and Xiao Lulu in the distance. Dressed in down jackets, their star quality remained undeniable, exuding an aura that even such attire could not conceal. Would you care to visit my abode? My bed is quite warm. Chen Feng waved and greeted them, but his blatant remark only intensified Lin Fei'er's disdain. What a shameless scoundrel! She scoffed, turning her head away. As for Xiao Lulu, though she remained silent, her gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Feng. She recognized his attire, a costly ensemble worth over 200,000 yuan. Chen Feng paid little mind to her scrutiny. Despite his fondness for Lin Feier, he would never engage in unwarranted flattery. In a world fraught with scarcity, he lacked nothing when it came to beauty, possessing a wealth of resources at his disposal. As he approached the underground parking garage exit, Chen Feng was met with a piercing chill. Clearly, the external temperature was abysmally low. What was he about to do? The crowd gazed at him with curiosity. But when they witnessed him step out of the underground garage, gasps of disbelief erupted around them. Had he lost his senses? Did he not fear the bitter cold that could freeze him to death? Chapter 33. If a dog can reside there, none of you shall enter. Such a person deserves to perish. The elderly Mrs. Zhou cast a venomous glare at the garage exit, where only Chen Feng's footprints remained. In such frigid weather, stepping outside could lead to death. She had witnessed several perish in the cold. Initially, she had contemplated confronting Chen Feng, but to her astonishment, he had chosen to walk into his own demise. Meanwhile, the Su family, still embroiled in their commotion, halted their actions upon witnessing Chen Feng's departure. Wonderful, splendid. That brat is dead, and his villa and property will belong to us. Su Jiqiang quickly grasped Zhao Qian's arm, urging her to cease her uproar. Qian, with him gone, his villa is ours. I'll make you the lady of the house. Indeed, although we may not have clarified the financial matters previously, you can see it now. His possessions are ours. Forget about a 200,000 yuan dowry. Even 500,000 is within our grasp. Sudawa suddenly grew emboldened. He had no intention of returning to his own home. Chen Feng's villa was right before him, so why not take immediate advantage? Moreover, the villa contained down jackets and silk quilts, items they desperately needed. Excitedly, they advanced toward Chen Feng's parking garage. Given that it was a villa, Chen Feng's garage was situated in the basement, allowing direct access to the residence. Onlookers observed this spectacle, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and bemusement. This family is utterly shameless. Even before Chen Feng's divorce, they exploited him in every conceivable way, not only by deceiving him, but also by expecting him to support another man's children. After the divorce, they continued to covet his finances. Now, in the wake of Chen Feng's untimely demise, they have set their sights on someone else's villa. Truly absurd. They are not a family, yet they act as if they are bound by blood. Lin Feier looked on with disdain, holding Chen Feng in contempt, and felt no warmth towards this family. As for Xiao Lulu, she wore a face of regret. This villa had once been her aspiration, but Chen Feng's death had come too swiftly. To the benefit of this family instead, the members of the Su family arrived at the garage, brimming with excitement, only to suddenly realize that they lacked the keys. Bewildered, they stood at a loss. What could they do now? The garage was locked, and attempting to climb in from the courtyard would likely result in frostbite. What are you dawdling for? Open the door, Zhao Qian exclaimed, her impatience palpable as she yearned to don her down jacket. Qian, we might have to wait a while. We don't have the keys. In a fit of frustration, Zhao Qian kicked Su Jiqiang, having never encountered someone so inept, incapable of accomplishing anything. The surrounding crowd regarded this family with scornful gazes. Perhaps it's best to let it go. This villa has nothing to do with you. Someone chuckled derisively. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? It belongs to us by right. That boy owes us. Su Dahua retorted with indignation. Oh, you what? At your age, how can you still be so shameless? At that moment, a voice echoed through the air, and the crowd turned to the exit, their expressions shifting to incredulity. Chen Feng had returned seemingly unscathed, carrying a dog at his arms. What in the world? How is he unharmed? Someone gasped. Indeed, those three were frozen to death in mere seconds. Yet he had been outside for over 5 minutes. The crowd's astonishment grew. It must be his attire. That down jacket offers exceptional insulation against extreme cold. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the significance of Chen Feng's clothing, noting that it was worn by Antarctic workers, suitable for temperatures akin to those outside. Instantly, their eyes fixated on Chen Feng's jacket, and many felt their mouths water. With such gear, it was tantamount to having an extra life. No wonder he ventured out without concern for the cold. Someone murmured, especially upon seeing Chen Feng return with the dog. They realized he had braved the elements solely to rescue the creature. Lin Feier's demeanor shifted noticeably, revealing a newfound respect for Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the Su family's faces were contorted with displeasure at his return. They never anticipated that Chen Feng would return alive. Now their inheritance plan was doomed to fail. Having encountered shamelessness before, they had never witnessed such audacity as theirs. Wishing to enter my villa? Chen Feng scoffed. I would rather allow a dog to reside here than permit you entry. Begone. Although anger simmered within them, they dared not confront Chen Feng. For both Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Just as the family parted to clear the way, Luo Zhongyuan approached, directly obstructing Chen Feng's path. The onlookers gasped, fully aware of the enmity between Chen Feng and Luo Zhongyuan. Known for his vengeful nature, Luo Zhongyuan posed a significant threat to Chen Feng. What is it? Do you have something to say? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile brightening his face. Initially, he intended to savor the torment of these individuals. But if they dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Give me your down jacket. Luo Zhongyuan sneered at Chen Feng, extending his hand, clearly intent on seizing the garment. The theft of a jacket was merely a pretext. The true aim was to deal with Chen Feng. Not one to be easily caught off guard, Chen Feng deftly evaded the grasp and regarded Luo Zhongyuan with a smirk. I advise you not to provoke me, or you will surely regret it. Were you to threaten me here? In this situation, even Tiger Yi cannot save you. Chen Feng was taken aback by this remark, then laughed. You don't seriously believe my backing is Tiger Yi, do you? Of course, had it not been for Tiger Yi, I would have incapacitated you last time. Luo Zhongyuan coldly fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. You harmed my son and struck my mother. Today, if you hand over the jacket and kneel to kowtow to me, I might spare your life. Sorry, you can forget about that jacket, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. However, before he could continue, Su Qing interjected. Chen Feng, you have 2 large trucks of down jackets at home that you can't possibly wear all. Yet, you refuse to give even one to Brother Luo. Isn't that a tad disrespectful? At her words, the crowd turned their attention to Chen Feng. With just a single comment, Chen Feng's expression darkened, realizing the venomous heart of a woman. He understood Su Qing's intentions all too well. This was not merely an attempt to incite discord between him and Luo Zhongyuan. She was inciting the animosity of everyone present, aiming to make him the public enemy. Humanity is a curious creature, often unable to bear witness to another's prosperity. Although Chen Feng had anticipated that his affairs would become common knowledge among the neighbors, he never imagined it would stem from Su Qing. Several trucks? Does he truly possess that much? Luo Zhongyuan squinted, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. Yes, Brother Luo, it's absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes that day. Su Jiqiang eagerly interjected, stepping forward to address Luo Zhongyuan, his eyes glinting with mockery. Chen Feng, weren't you quite arrogant? Let us see how you manage now. Devoid of garments, I assure you that your days will not be pleasant either. At this moment, not only Luo Zhongyuan, but even the others present fixated their intense gazes upon Chen Feng, advancing towards him one by one. Chen Feng, you possess an abundance of clothing. Surely you could spare me a few pieces? Once this heavy snowfall ceases, I shall return them to you. Luo Zhongyuan's eyes glinted with a predatory light, his demeanor growing increasingly arrogant, suggesting he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. However, Chen Feng remained unfazed, casting a cold smile towards Luo Zhongyuan, a hint of derision dancing upon his lips. What do you think you are? You approach me demanding clothing as if I were your father. Why should I give you anything? As he placed the black dog down upon the ground, he responded nonchalantly. This time, before Luo Zhongyuan could utter a word, the group of neighbors interjected. Chen Feng, most of the neighbors are ill-prepared for the winter. Given your vast collection, I suggest you distribute some. After all, we all require warm clothing. Mrs. Zhou, taking a moral high ground, initiated the discourse. Indeed, it's only fair. A couple of pieces from your extensive wardrobe wouldn't hurt. Would it? Yes, Chen Feng, if you could part with just one down jacket, I would be immensely grateful. The clamor of voices surged, creating an incessant din. Meanwhile, Chen Feng gazed at them in utter disbelief. You wish to morally coerce me? How absurd. I purchased these. Each piece is worth hundreds of thousands. If you desire them, procure your own. Hundreds of thousands? Are you out of your mind? The crowd's ire ignited upon hearing his words, their expressions contorting with anger. Mrs. Zhou could no longer contain herself, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Chen Feng, have you lost your senses over money? Do you intend to profit from your neighbors? Have you no shame? Indeed, you are manipulating the prices, which is illegal. Do not overstep your bounds. I am a staff member of the relevant authorities, and I command you to surrender those garments at once, or I will ensure you face the consequences. The collective emotions of the crowd had reached a boiling point. Initially, they held a decent impression of Chen Feng, but now all goodwill had evaporated. Ah, Chen Feng, you deserve this. The Su family reveled in their secret delight, convinced that Chen Feng was doomed this time. Are they insane? Chen Feng stared at the crowd, exasperated. I merely stated that the clothing costs hundreds of thousands. When did I claim I would sell them to you? Even if you had the money, no one would be foolish enough to sell to you. The crowd fell silent, yet their dissatisfaction only deepened. Are you truly willing to watch as we, your neighbors, freeze to death? Do you possess no conscience? Insanity. Why should their plight concern me? Arrogant. Observing Chen Feng's audacity, Luo Zhongyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially hesitant to confront Chen Feng for fear of inciting the crowd's animosity, he now realized that Chen Feng was courting disaster. It was clear that today, he must relinquish his clothing to appease the collective, or else face the consequences of his obstinacy. Luo Zhongyuan spoke as he approached Chen Feng directly, intending to seize the man before him. However, the latter suddenly sidestepped, evading his grasp. Slap! Before Luo Zhongyuan could even process what had transpired, a sharp slap landed on his face. You dare strike me? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Chen Feng charging at him with a crow-like dive. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Have you no sense of your own worth? Chen Feng unleashed a relentless flurry of punches and kicks, his strength unyielding. Even in a world on the brink of collapse, Luo Zhongyuan continued to flaunt his bravado, mistakenly believing Chen Feng would not retaliate. Though Luo Zhongyuan possessed some skill, he was no match for Chen Feng, who mercilessly battered him, causing him to scream in agony. A crowd had gathered, their tension palpable as they prepared to condemn Chen Feng, only to be taken aback by his ferocity. You dare strike my son? I will not let this stand. Elderly Madame Zhou attempted to intervene, but was swiftly kicked aside by Chen Feng, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Is there no justice? You would even strike an old woman? Someone, please uphold fairness. She cried out. You think you can bully me? You are mistaken. Chen Feng spat disdainfully, eyeing the bruised Luo Zhongyuan, ready to continue his assault when Zhou's daughter-in-law rushed forward. Mr. Chen, please have mercy on my husband. I apologize on his behalf. One could not deny that Luo Yin was indeed a striking beauty. Even clad in voluminous attire, her allure remained undiminished. I shall spare you for your wife's sake. But should this occur again, I will ensure your undoing. Chen Feng declared, dismissing Luo Zhongyuan's murderous glare as he cradled his black dog and retreated to his garage, heading back to his villa. In the basement, once Chen Feng had departed, the onlookers turned to leave. That scoundrel, I will see him undone. Luo Zhongyuan seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. Husband, perhaps we should let this go? Qin Yin suggested nervously, sensing that Chen Feng was no ordinary opponent. Let go. Your man has been humiliated, and you suggest I simply forget it? That man is not to be trifled with. What if Luo Zhongyuan's gaze fell upon Qin Yin, and without a second thought, he struck her, wretched woman, whose wife are you to defend that scoundrel? Just a word from you was enough to halt him. Are you involved with him? Luo Zhongyuan gripped Qin Yin by the throat, his fury directed at her. Enough. Do not unleash your ire upon your own kin. Chen Feng is formidable. How do you plan to deal with him? Elderly Madame Zhou queried, her reluctance evident. Do not worry. He will soon regret crossing me. Chapter 35. Without a prior warning. I never anticipated Chen Feng possessed such remarkable skills. Upon returning home, Xiao Lulu sat in her chair, unable to suppress her murmurs. Today's display by Chen Feng had indeed left her profoundly shaken. Even that ruffian, Luo Zhongyuan, could be handled with ease. He exudes an undeniable masculinity. What does it matter if he possesses remarkable skills? He is still nothing but a scoundrel. Lin Feier scoffed, criticizing Chen Feng as being no different from a cad. Calling for someone to join him under the covers at the first meeting? What kind of respectable person is that? You'd best not get too close to him. Try to limit your interactions with him. Do you understand? As she spoke, Lin Feier burrowed into the comfort of the sofa's blankets. Her home was quite cozy, equipped with warm winter quilts, and her belongings were of exceptional quality, providing excellent insulation. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, she felt little discomfort. Understood, don't worry. Xiao Lulu replied before discreetly sending a message to Chen Feng. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately assessed the large black dog in his possession. The more he looked, the more it resembled the awakened ice elemental hound from the apocalyptic world. Who would have thought we would share Such an affinity. Chen Feng mused, recalling how he often encountered this large black dog while collecting food for a banquet a few days prior, consistently offering it scraps. Through these exchanges, the dog had come to recognize him. Otherwise, it would not have so readily followed him home today. From now on, we shall live together. As long as I have food to share, you shall never go hungry. Chen Feng continued to scrutinize the dog, observing its head, tail, back, and belly. Finally, the black dog presented its rear to him, seemingly conveying, "Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. If you wish to sniff, do it quickly and spare me the pretense." Chen Feng retorted, "I am not one to indulge in such frivolities. Kindly move your behind aside. Since we are destined to carve out a path in this apocalypse together and achieve great things, we must bestow upon you a splendid name. Given your pitch-black appearance, I shall call you He Huang, the Black Emperor." Chen Feng stated earnestly, but the black dog reacted as if it had seen a ghost, its fur bristling in alarm. "Woof, woof, woof. This name carries immense significance, one that I cannot bear. Do you wish to bring about my demise?" Seeing the dog frantically shaking its head, Chen Feng understood its dissatisfaction with the name and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we simply call you Lao He?" The black dog eagerly nodded. As long as it wasn't the previous name, anything would suffice. Lao He. Woof. Lao He. Woof, woof, woof. The man and his dog reveled in their playful camaraderie within the villa. In this harsh apocalypse, Chen Feng trusted no one, but having a companion to converse with was quite a comfort. Regardless of whether it possessed extraordinary abilities, having a pet would certainly alleviate the monotony of life. After providing Lao He with some food, Chen Feng returned to the sofa to read. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xiao Lulu. "Chen Feng, do you really have that many down jackets?" "Indeed, I have quite a few." Chen Feng replied without reservation, as this was already common knowledge, rendering concealment pointless. "Could you spare a set for someone? This sudden temperature drop has left them freezing," Xiao Lulu said with a hint of urgency. "Of course, if you spend the night with me, I can offer you a down jacket." Once brimming with confidence, Xiao Lulu's demeanor shifted dramatically upon reading the message. She indeed aspired to win over Chen Feng, but her ambition was to be the mistress of the villa. Yet, Chen Feng had the audacity to assign her a price, as if she could be dismissed with merely a down jacket. Was this a jest? While the jacket was undoubtedly of considerable value, it was not something she lacked. Clad in Lin Feier's attire, she felt no chill. Despite the indignation bubbling within her, she refrained from expressing it and hastily inquired, "Mr. Chen, in such frigid weather, do you not desire someone to be by your side, tending to your needs?" Chen Feng, perceiving her discontent, was disinclined to prolong the conversation. The thought of residing in his villa seemed absurd. Was he to risk his life for such a triviality? Setting his phone aside, he resumed his engrossed reading. The book detailed traditional Chinese martial arts, documenting styles such as Tongbei Quan, Tai Shazhang, and Wuk Xingquan. Having endured life in the apocalypse for so long, Chen Feng understood that strength was paramount. Although he possessed supernatural abilities and firearms, he still yearned to enhance his martial prowess, engaging with the illustrated manuals and video tutorials, albeit of limited efficacy, always offered a slight improvement. After all, with time on his hands, what else could he do besides exercise and learn? Was he to spend each day merely watching action films? After finishing his meal, Old He approached Chen Feng, his eyes filled with curiosity, fixated on the book in Chen Feng's hands. "These concepts are beyond your grasp. The difficulty is far too great for you." Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Old He's bewildered expression. Before long, as Chen Feng immersed himself in his reading, his phone chimed again. This time, it was a message from Zhao Qian. Previously blocked by her, it seemed she had re-added him. "Chen Feng, is it true that the Su family is as destitute as you claimed? Not a penny to their name?" "Yes, that seems about right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renting a place." Zhao Qian, upon receiving Chen Feng's message regarding the Su family, felt a surge of anger. The Su Jiqiang family had deceived her terribly. After returning home, she had raised her voice and caused a scene, but due to the bitter cold outside, she found herself unable to leave and could only lock herself in the bathroom to contact Chen Feng. The cold was unbearable. She had never experienced such hardship in her life. "Were you always planning to stir trouble for the Su family, secretly digging pitfalls for them? Indeed, you're so cruel, failing to give me a heads up, resulting in my dreadful deception by them." Reading her reply, Chen Feng found himself chuckling at her naivety. It was one thing to be materialistic, but to be so short-sighted, Now that she faced such a predicament, she seemed to blame him. Chen Feng, does what you said last time still hold true? What did I say? Feigning ignorance. Chen Feng had never encountered someone as mercenary as Zhao Qian. Once he discerned her lack of worth, she was no longer worth his time. She had treated him similarly before and now exhibited the same behavior towards Su Jiqiang. Of course, I meant marrying you. Chen Feng, I have agreed to be with you, and after all that I've been through, I realize that I have always liked you. I'm on my way to your house right now. Could you please let me in? As Chen Feng glanced at the incessant barrage of messages from the other party, he cast his phone aside without a second thought. Rather than squandering time on Zhao Qian, he would prefer to amuse himself with Lao He instead. Meanwhile, at Grandma Zhou's residence, Luo Zhengyan, armed with a steel rod and an array of tools for breaking in, stormed towards the exit, seething with rage. Darling, please calm down. What if something goes awry? What will we do then? Qin Yan attempted to intervene, only to be brusquely pushed aside by Luo Zhongyuan. Stop wasting breath. I must settle this score today. Chapter 36. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Chen Feng had inflicted such grievous harm upon him that his dignity was utterly shattered. Regardless of the circumstances, this vendetta must be avenged. Qin Yan wore a worried expression, yet she was acutely aware that her attempts to dissuade him would be futile, and thus could only sigh repeatedly. On the contrary, Grandma Zhou, instead of offering words of caution, yelled furiously, "Make sure to deal with that scoundrel properly and avenge me. He kicked me, and I still feel the pain. Rest assured, Mother, I will bring him before you shortly to bow and apologize." Despite having been on the receiving end of a savage beating, Luo Zhengyan did not believe he was incapable of besting Chen Feng. It was merely a moment of carelessness that had allowed the latter to launch a surprise attack. After years of navigating the underbelly of society, could he not subdue such a worthless opponent? How ridiculous! Grandma, I'm cold. Luo Xiaolong shouted, wrapped snugly in a thick blanket. Just wait a moment. I'll have your father fetch you a few down jackets. Son, just a moment, and I'll ensure you are warm. After uttering these words, Luo Zhongyuan seized his tools and exited the house. The underground garage of the entire complex was deserted, and he jogged swiftly to Chen Feng's designated parking area. Just as he approached the garage, Chen Feng received an alert on his phone. During the renovation of his villa, the entire underground garage had been equipped with various alarm systems, and it had undergone special modifications. When he accessed the mobile surveillance and saw Luo Zhongyuan sneaking around with his tools outside the garage, he couldn't help but chuckle. The entire villa, including the basement, was fortified with titanium alloy steel plates, and even the door was a meticulously designed double-layered barrier, each door being half a meter thick of titanium alloy. The notion that the other party could breach it with mere tools was absurd. After attempting to pry the door open with his crowbar for an extended period, Luo Zhongyuan realized the futility of his efforts. His assault seemed utterly ineffective. The door was reinforced by Chen Feng's modifications and appeared remarkably sturdy. What on earth has this waste done to make the door so impenetrable? He muttered, raising his hammer to strike the door. If he couldn't force it open with a crowbar, surely brute strength would suffice. And at this juncture, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. Bang! The hammer came down, yet the door remained unscathed, while his hand throbbed painfully from the impact. What material is this made of? At this moment, Luo Zhengyan was genuinely astonished. Ordinarily, a single blow from him would at least deform a regular door, if not break it entirely. Yet this door proved remarkably resilient. Upon closer inspection of the spot he had struck earlier, he was astounded to find no trace of a mark. However, while he was scrutinizing the door, a peculiar tingling sensation surged through his fingers, intensifying rapidly. Was it an electric shock? He appeared bewildered, but then it dawned on him. Just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, the current surged, causing him to leap as if performing a disco dance. It was only after 30 seconds that the electricity ceased, leaving him collapsed on the ground, convulsing. Chen Feng exclaimed, "What on earth? Who would install such a contraption in their basement?" As the basement door creaked open, Chen Feng sauntered out leisurely, accompanied by Old Hay. I wondered who it might be, causing such a ruckus. After all this time, it turned out to be you. Chen Feng chuckled as he approached, unable to resist delivering a swift kick. So, you still haven't been convinced by my previous actions? Must I teach you another lesson? It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Chen Feng, I merely noticed a problem with your door and came to assist you with my tools. Luo Zhengyan pleaded in a panic, clearly reluctant to provoke Chen Feng any further, at least for the moment. "Huh," Chen Feng sneered, gesturing to old He, who dutifully approached Luo Zhongyan and unceremoniously relieved himself upon his face. "Woof woof. I've marked my territory. This one belongs to me now." Old He proudly wagged his tail as he returned to Chen Feng, leaving Luo Zhongyuan utterly dumbfounded. This was absurd. He had just been doused by a dog. "You should head back quickly. Don't catch a cold. The apocalypse is dreary enough, and without your antics, I would feel quite lonely," Chen Feng remarked, giving Luo Zhongyuan a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. He then returned to the villa with old He in tow. As he watched the garage door slowly close, Luo Zhongyuan's expression twisted into a snarl. "Chen Feng, you have some nerve. Just wait. I will surely have my revenge," he shouted furiously, drawing the attention of several passers-by who couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle, recognizing that indeed, evil begets evil. Ordinarily, no one dared to cross him, retreating at the mere sight of him. Yet here was Chen Feng, consistently dealing with Luo Zhongyan, who could only endure the humiliation. After lying in the underground parking lot for about 10 minutes, Luo Zhongyuan was finally retrieved by Qin Yan, who had heard the news. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death in the parking garage. Observing the now tranquil surveillance footage on his phone, Chen Feng exited the interface. It seemed Luo Zhongyuan wouldn't last much longer. After such public humiliation, it wouldn't be long before he sought revenge. Nonetheless, he thought it wise to establish his authority in the meantime to deter any future troublemakers. "Woof woof." Old He eagerly concurred, pleased with the outcome. "That scoundrel used to kick me whenever he saw me. He had it coming." Just as Chen Feng exited the surveillance screen, notifications in the homeowners group began to flood in, tagging him incessantly. Chen Feng opened the message to find Mrs. Zhou frantically venting her frustrations and issuing threats. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was wholly unimpressed by her antics. Meanwhile, most of the other residents in the community were merely spectators, enjoying the drama unfolding before them. "Chen Feng, you are breaking the law. After repeatedly assaulting my son, prepare to face imprisonment." After her furious tirade, Mrs. Zhou fell silent when Chen Feng did not respond. Just as he was about to set his phone down, Mrs. Zhou spoke up again. "Neighbors, does anyone have cold medicine? My grandson has a fever and urgently needs medication." After her plea, there was a long silence in the group chat, prompting her to send another voice message. "Neighbors, if anyone could spare some cold medicine, I would be immensely grateful. My grandson's condition is serious, and without medicine, we cannot go to the hospital. Please, I beg you." Unfortunately, Mrs. Zhou's family had a poor reputation, and no one was inclined to assist her. As Mrs. Zhou grew increasingly anxious with no responses, Chen Feng shared a photo in the group chat. The image displayed a towering pile of cold medicine in front of him. "Mrs. Zhou, may I inquire if you require children's cold medicine, antiviral cold medicine, or fever-reducing cold medicine?" Chapter 37, Power Outage. "Ha ha ha. Chen Feng is clearly trying to provoke the Luo family. This is hilarious." Many neighbors chuckled at the photo Chen Feng posted, knowing the ongoing feud between him and Mrs. Zhou's family. Even if he had cold medicine, they assumed he would not share. Mrs. Zhou, upon seeing Chen Feng's message, gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could eliminate him. However, needing the cold medicine, she suppressed her fury and began typing in the group chat. "Chen Feng, if you give me the cold medicine, I will consider letting you off the hook and not pressing charges. Am I the one at fault here?" Chen Feng spat, too exasperated to continue typing. He resorted to voice messages filled with indignation. "How is it not your fault? Your son has assaulted me twice. You're deliberately causing harm, and so many neighbors witnessed it. They can all testify." Mrs. Zhou huffed in response, her tone righteous. Yet, no one in the group spoke up to corroborate her claims. "I hate your son because that useless fool deserved it. He tried to bully others, but was all talk and no ability. If I were the one being attacked, you would be delighted, but your son is inept. What could be done?" Chen Feng lamented into his phone. "Do you think you have a right to hit people? I will call the police right now, and when the authorities arrive, you won't even have a chance to regret it. I'm not afraid of you. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's best you don't come looking for trouble in my home, or I will strike you every time I see you." In the midst of this chaos, it was absurd that she would still resort to threats. It was almost comical. If the authorities had any power, he would be so brazen. Madame Zhou listened to Chen Feng's words, her nose twisted in indignation. She had never encountered someone who rendered her so utterly powerless. She couldn't strike back, couldn't win an argument, and her attempts to throw a tantrum were met with complete indifference. Faced with such an unyielding character, She felt as if all her punches were landing on nothing but air. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the group observed with undisguised delight, recognizing that this family had finally met their match. Aware that she could not outmaneuver Chen Feng or procure any cold medicine from him, Madame Zhou resorted to pleading in the group chat. Who can lend me 2 boxes of cold medicine? I would repay you tenfold. Madam, what good are these empty promises? It's freezing out, and even if someone has cold medicine, they won't part with it. Who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, those who had considered helping her fell silent. Indeed, with the temperature so low and the heavy snow sealing off the community, acquiring medicine in the event of illness would be impossible. Helping Madame Zhou's family? Ridiculous. They would rather keep it for their own use. Madame Zhou glared at Chen Feng, her anger boiling over. That scoundrel. I will make him pay for this. Son, you must avenge me. After a moment, Luo Zhong, lying in bed, finally reacted, his voice low and determined. Let me rest for a bit. I'll make sure he pays dearly. You should private message the neighbors and see who can spare some medicine. Don't provoke him in the group. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou quickly shifted to private messages. However, the situation remained grim, as Chen Feng had already made it clear that few were willing to help. As Chen Feng observed the silence in the group, he was about to set his phone down when a friend request popped up. It was from Qin Yin, Luo Zhongyuan's wife. Intrigued, he anticipated that she would reach out to him. After accepting her request, she sent him a message directly. Mr. Chen, do you really have that much cold medicine? It was evident that Qin Yin was also seeking cold medicine. Obtaining it under these circumstances seemed nearly impossible. Yes, I have plenty. I'm sure I have what you need. Could you spare me 2 boxes? She requested. This medicine is quite precious now, but if you're willing to work out with me, I can give you 2 boxes. Chen Feng replied in an exceedingly calm tone. Qin Yin was quite beautiful, arguably one of the most attractive women in the community, and many residents had fantasized about being with her. Chen Feng, an ordinary man, was no exception. In this post-apocalyptic world, medicine was an invaluable commodity, and he had no reason to give it away freely. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yin did not respond, leaving him uncertain whether she was angry or merely hesitant. Nonetheless, Chen Feng paid it no mind. The group chat buzzed back to life, filled with complaints about the frigid weather. Just then, a message caught Chen Feng's attention. I have cold medicine. Where are you? I can deliver it. The speaker, known by the WeChat nickname Tranquil Mind, addressed the elderly Mrs. Zhou directly. Thank you, Dr. He Jing. I am in Building 2, Room 301. I am immensely grateful to you, Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, filled with excitement. She had inquired widely, yet received no responses, but unexpectedly discovered that there were still kind-hearted individuals in the group. No worries, I will come over right away. All right, I will be waiting for you. After making this statement, Mrs. Zhou began to make snide remarks in the group chat. Look at what true character is. Dr. He Jing exemplifies this. When faced with such significant challenges, we, as neighbors, should support one another to overcome difficulties together. Unlike some who hoard emergency supplies yet refuse to share, such individuals, even if they were to beg, would not receive my assistance. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation and opened Dr. He's moments, discovering that her posts were predominantly focused on hospital promotions. Clearly, she was a compassionate doctor dedicated to saving lives. Were it not for her profession, she likely would not extend her help under such dire circumstances. Regrettably, such benevolence in the harsh environment of the apocalypse would yield no benefits and could potentially lead to her own demise. Chen Feng harbored no resentment towards her for disrupting his plans. Instead, he pondered that if Dr. He were beautiful, perhaps he could win her over and secure her allegiance. After all, in the apocalypse, a doctor held significant value. He possessed medicine but lacked the skill to treat ailments, facing complex issues without solutions. He needed to find a proper time and opportunity to engage with her. In his previous life, he had merely heard of a doctor residing in the community but had little interaction and no impression of Dr. He. After preparing a modest meal, he lay down to sleep. The events occurring outside were trivial to him, and he was disinclined to concern himself with them, until the following evening, when the lights in his room abruptly extinguished, only to flicker back on 2 seconds later. Chen Feng rose and approached the window. Outside, the community was engulfed in darkness. The power outage had escalated the difficulty of survival in the apocalypse once more. Chapter 38. Surely, you do not lack a generator? What on earth is happening? Why is there a power outage all of a sudden? The homeowners group erupted in chaos. Due to the extreme cold, their air conditioning had long become unusable. However, their small portable heaters and electric kettles provided some warmth. But now, with the power cut, they had no means to stay warm. A cacophony of voices filled the chat. My goodness, what is going on? Isn't it ridiculous to have both water and power cut off in such conditions? We might freeze to death in our own homes. One person could not help but complain. Is there any difference between this and a plot to harm us for profit? It's probably just some lines that have been severed. Given the heavy snowfall, it's quite normal for issues to arise, another reasoned. Yes, the repair crew is likely en route. Have you noticed? Our mobile network is still operational, which indicates that the signal tower's power supply is intact. A reminder from someone in the group finally brought a collective sigh of relief. It is as it should be. There is no need for excessive concern. Chen Feng, upon observing the reactions of these individuals, could not help but shake his head. They were, after all, excessively naive, harboring a glimmer of hope even in such dire circumstances. Perhaps, in due time, an official announcement would arrive. Chen Feng reflected on his past experiences, recalling that approximately an hour after the power outage, a notification would be sent to everyone's mobile devices, utterly shattering their hopes and expectations. As expected an hour later, amidst a chorus of complaints, their phones began to buzz with incoming messages. Due to the blizzard, there was a scarcity of electrical resources. Hence, concentrated power supply would be available for only 2 hours each day, commencing at noon. Residents were advised to make the necessary arrangements, with the concentrated supply to be lifted once the snowfall ceased. Initially filled with anticipation, the group fell silent upon reading the news. 2 hours of electricity a day? Is this a death sentence? Someone exclaimed in discontent. 2 hours a day means we can barely cook. Will we only eat once? In such frigid weather, with power outages? How are they to keep warm? We must call to complain, someone urged, prompting immediate support from the group. However, it wasn't too long before more complaints arose. Damn it, the complaint hotline is busy. They clearly anticipated this. Find someone to report this to the relevant authorities. Otherwise, we shall freeze to death. Someone suggested, gaining agreement from the crowd, yet no one was willing to venture out. At this temperature, one would freeze to death outside. Chen Feng, equipped with a down jacket? He went out last time without issue. Let him find someone. Elderly Mrs. Zhou interjected at the opportune moment, directing her ire towards Chen Feng. Yes, let Chen Feng go find someone. He probably won't agree. Refusal is not an option. This concerns the safety of thousands in our community. Elderly Mrs. Zhou proclaimed, positioning herself on a moral high ground. If he is unwilling to share his down jacket, he should be compelled to seek assistance. Indeed, I support elderly Mrs. Zhou's suggestion. The crowd echoed, frantically tagging Chen Feng in the group chat. However, at that moment, Chen Feng was far removed from his phone, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, engaged in a lively bout with his large black dog in the living room. After dinner, he felt the need to exercise and burn off some calories. Old Black, take this. Behold my iron horse formation, he declared. The dog, upon seeing Chen Feng, wore a serious expression. Chen Feng was impressive. It had been a long time since it encountered such an evenly matched opponent, battling for 300 rounds without yielding. This human possessed the spirit of a dog king. It even felt a pang of urgency. Goodness, don't you dare relieve yourself in my living room. Go to your designated bathroom, Chen Feng admonished. Hearing this, Old Black promptly scampered off to the toilet arranged for it. Remember to flush, or else for your late-night snack. You shall be denied steak. The dog barked in response. Listening to the other party's response, Chen Feng finally felt at ease to sit down and rest, increasingly convinced that this was indeed the extraordinary dog. What kind of native dog possesses such intelligence? The scene of Chen Feng engaging in a skirmish with a large black dog was vividly captured in the eyes of Xiao Lulu, who stood by the window. Wrapped in a thick down jacket and blanket, her eyes filled with disbelief. The entire neighborhood was plunged into darkness due to a power outage. Yet Chen Feng's residence remained illuminated. While the whole community was enveloped in shadows, his home shone brightly. Even more astonishingly, he was clad only in short sleeves, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Xiao Lulu was thoroughly captivated. Since the power had gone out, she had experienced an exaggerated chill. Initially, Lin Feier's home had electric blankets and small heaters to stave off the cold, but now they could only rely on down jackets and quilts for warmth. How wonderful it would be to stay in Chen Feng's villa. Without hesitation, Xiao Lulu sent another message to him. Just as Chen Feng settled down, his phone rang incessantly. Upon checking, he saw that it had automatically skipped over Xiao Lulu's message, landing instead in the owner's group chat. A multitude of people had tagged him, with several shamelessly urging him to go out and rally others. Among the loudest was Old Lady Zhou. Chen Feng looked at Old Lady Zhou, who repeatedly claimed to be considering the entire neighborhood, nearly feeling nauseated. Old Lady Zhou, stop dragging me into everything. If you're so concerned, why don't you go find people yourself? With all those warm-down jackets you have, shouldn't you be the one to go out? Chen Feng was unambiguous in his response, unleashing a tirade in the group, leaving Old Lady Zhou speechless. Chen Feng, the entire neighborhood has lost power. How is your home still lit? Suddenly, this question silenced the entire group. Many people, noticing through their windows that Chen Feng's house indeed had electricity, were taken aback. What on earth is happening? Chen Feng, enlighten us. Discontent began to brew among the residents, clearly feeling a sense of imbalance. Chen Feng, why does your house still have power? Old Lady Zhou also caught on to the issue and coldly began to interrogate him. This lad was certainly courting public ire. However, it conveniently saved her the trouble of dealing with him personally. I have a diesel generator. Why should I be affected by the outage? Isn't this standard practice? Chen Feng unabashedly replied, adding a sarcastic jab at Old Lady Zhou. Could it be that your house doesn't even have a generator? In this frigid weather, without power at home, aren't you risking hypothermia, you old wretch? Chapter 39, The Shocked Su Family. That scoundrel. I will make him pay for this, son. You must avenge me. Seeing Chen Feng insult her in front of so many people, Old Lady Zhou's face turned green with rage. Meanwhile, Luo Zhonghua was seething, never having endured such humiliation. Rest assured, I shall certainly take care of him, to say nothing of other matters. The fact that Chen Feng possesses both a generator and a down jacket is reason enough for him to be brought to heel. This relentless snowfall shows no signs of abating. If it continues, even he will struggle to cope, not to mention the responsibility of caring for his son. It is imperative that he acquires the generator and the valuable items within that house. However, it appears that access to his home is obstructed, presenting a rather vexing predicament. Luo Zhongyuan muttered to himself as he hastily retrieved his phone to rally support. He indeed had two acquaintances within this community. Should they act together, Chen Feng, no matter his prowess, would have no choice but to submit. Mother, continue to provoke him in the group chat. Let all the residents harbor disdain for him, and we shall see how he responds. Very well, I shall do so at once. Granny Zhou cheerfully picked up her phone, while Qin Yin contemplated interjecting, yet ultimately swallowed her words. She understood the temperament of this mother-son duo. They were vindictive and would not rest until they had taken a bite out of Chen Feng. In the group chat, a multitude of individuals expressed their astonishment, marveling at Chen Feng's wealth, as evidenced by his possession of a generator. Is it any wonder he resides in a villa? They mused. Chen Feng, since you have a generator at home and the neighbors are in dire need of electricity, I suggest you share it for communal use. Granny Zhou was the first to voice this remarkably constructive proposal, instantly garnering the support of many. Indeed, you cannot possibly utilize all the power from that generator alone. Why not distribute some to the neighbors? Absolutely, with power only available for 2 hours. Won't we be left with just one warm meal a day? If you place it in my home, I do not mind the noise. It would facilitate electricity access for the neighbors. A cacophony of voices erupted, discussing how to divvy up Chen Feng's electricity, which left him utterly speechless. Why not seek funds from Mr. Ma, who is exceedingly wealthy? Are you all out of your minds with this arrangement? So, you intend to forcibly seize the generator? Granny Zhou retorted, clearly displeased. Seize? That is inherently mine. How dare you accuse me of seizing it? Are you out of your wits, old hag, looking for a fight? Chen Feng, your words are excessively harsh. I am merely considering the well-being of everyone. The neighbors are suffering from the cold. Why can't you lend a helping hand? Must you be so selfish? Selfish? Chen Feng scoffed, finding the verbal exchanges rather unsatisfactory. He promptly switched to recording mode, directing his ire at Granny Zhou through the camera. By the end, he ensured that Lao He was also brought into the frame to unleash a few expletives. Once his tirade video was dispatched, the chatter in the group chat fell silent, as everyone recognized the futility of further argument. It was evident that he could not be bested in verbal sparring. Even the notoriously disruptive Granny Zhou found herself without a retort. Just wait for your comeuppance. Allowing so many neighbors to suffer while refusing aid will surely bring consequences for you. Very well, I shall await it, and I am eager to see who receives their comeuppance first. Chen Feng remained utterly unconcerned. As Su Qing gazed at the messages in the group, her family succumbed to an overwhelming wave of jealousy. The Chen family possessed a generator, an item of such rarity and value. Had she known, she would never have divorced him. Su Wan was engulfed in regret, particularly when she glanced at Wang Hao beside her, feeling a deep annoyance. How had she become entangled with him? Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, filled with envy, began secretly messaging Chen Feng, only to be met with silence. If only she had heeded Su Jiqiang's advice, she might have been reveling in his villa by now. Regret gnawed at her, as she realized she was reduced to relying on curtains and borrowing others' down jackets to survive. Life had become utterly unbearable. Something's amiss. Look, in that fool's video, he's wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Suddenly, Su Jiqiang made a startling observation. The members of the Su family quickly grabbed their phones to check. And indeed, they had initially overlooked the issue. The external temperature was plummeting to over -40 degrees. Water sprayed would freeze instantly. Even indoors, the conditions were not favorable. One had to don thick down jackets merely to withstand the chill. It was inconceivable to wear something so thin. What was going on? Could it be a fabricated video? Impossible. He would never resort to trickery. I've heard he installed an insulation system during the renovations, so his home must be extraordinarily warm. Su Dahua's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had inquired meticulously during Chen Feng's renovations. Previously, he had derided others, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Quick, we must ask him what is happening. The group huddled together, urging Su Qing to act swiftly. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone to inquire about Chen Feng's situation. Chen Feng, how is your air conditioning functioning in such low temperatures? Expecting a delayed response, she was astonished when Chen Feng replied immediately. I don't use air conditioning. I have an independent heating system that ensures my home remains at a constant 26 degrees. Chen Feng replied cheerfully, sending a voice message. I just exercised, and now I'm all sweaty. I'm about to take a hot shower. The Su family was once again taken aback. My goodness. In this weather, amidst water, electricity, and gas shortages, he was able to enjoy a hot shower in such extreme conditions. This seemed utterly exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian nearly burst into tears. This was the advantage of living in a villa. How could she have been so foolish? Su Qing, now excited, sent a couple more messages. But Chen Feng did not respond again, likely having gone to shower. What should we do? Let us quickly say some flattering words to him and persuade him to take us in. Ma Solan trembled, unable to endure their current surroundings any longer. She had always known her living conditions were subpar, but in comparison to Chen Feng's residence, my goodness, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It's futile. I've already said everything I could. He will never agree. Su Qing shook her head in resignation, feeling that Chen Feng had transformed into an entirely different person, one no longer within her control. If he refuses to let us in, we shall force our way. Su Dahua's voice was gruff, his gaze menacing. I refuse to believe that a worthless individual like him can withstand the might of so many. Chapter 40. How did everything end up on the ground? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to use brute force to seize what isn't ours? Su Qing observed her father already rummaging for tools, her own certainty wavering. This situation could escalate into something quite severe. If they were to take what belonged to others, the entire family could very well find themselves imprisoned. What constitutes theft? We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Su Dahua asserted firmly. Over the past while, Chen Feng had caused them far too much trouble, and he must pay for this grievance in order for Su Dahua to relieve the pent-up anger within him. Indeed, this is what Chen Feng owes us. We are in the right. Ma Suelon quickly interjected, seemingly to reassure the others. Yes, let us prepare to reclaim our home, even if complications arise. It will be considered an act of emergency. Wang Hao shamelessly chimed in, inciting further agitation. His animosity towards Chen Feng was profound, especially since he was still reeling from the pain inflicted upon him. Revenge was imperative. After subduing Chen Feng, he planned to unleash a throng upon him, ensuring that he experienced the despair of being overwhelmed. As for Zhao Qian, she refrained from speaking much this time. Initially, she had considered discreetly informing Chen Feng to gain his favor. However, upon reflection, she dismissed that notion. She had made a poor choice previously, and there was no room for error this time. She sensed that Chen Feng would be unable to withstand the family's assault, and there was a high likelihood they would seize his home. If she approached him now, wouldn't it be akin to backing the wrong horse yet again? Qian, Wait for us. We are going to secure the house. And soon you'll be living in a villa? Su Jiqiang declared with excitement as the family set off towards Chen Feng's villa. Despite the sudden drop in temperature outside, their spirits remained unchilled. No matter what, they intended to occupy the grand villa today and enjoy a warm, comfortable night's sleep. As they neared their destination, Su Dahua abruptly halted. In a moment, daughter. You must lure him out while we hide nearby. He understood that Chen Feng was no ordinary opponent. Even Luo Zhongyuan had been bested by him several times. Engaging him directly might lead to complications. Yes, we shall grant him a chance. If he is willing to let us in, we shall not hold it against him. Otherwise, we shall have to incapacitate him. But what if he refuses to come out? Su Qing inquired anxiously, clearly uncertain about her ability to draw Chen Feng out. After all, the current Chen Feng was not the same as before. He was an entirely different individual. What can we do? We can simply pry the door open. Does he truly think he can obstruct us with a mere door? Su Dahua replied darkly, retreating into a corner. Meanwhile, Su Qing approached the garage door and began calling Chen Feng. After the apocalypse descended, Chen Feng promptly removed Su Qing from his blacklist. Receiving her messages in real time brought him considerable solace, as he took a certain pleasure in witnessing the suffering of the Su family. Darling, I realize my mistakes. I was wrong all these years, and I am truly sorry. What wrongdoing could you possibly have? I believe you did the right thing. If it weren't for you putting a green hat on me, I wouldn't even be living in this grand villa. As Chen Feng responded to the call, he activated the video surveillance. He had just received an alert indicating that someone was approaching. Upon inspection, he chanced upon the Su family. Su Qing stood at the entrance of the underground parking lot, while Su Dahua and others lurked nearby, armed. I knew none of these people were to be underestimated. Chen Feng thought to himself. Had he not been well acquainted with Su Qing, her pitiful tone might have swayed him. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. Persuading the Su family to admit their faults would likely be more challenging than slaying them. Darling, please don't be angry. If you forgive me today, we shall never burden you with chores like laundry or cooking again. We can dine at the same table. Su Qing pleaded, as if her words constituted her utmost sincerity. Previously, Chen Feng had not even been afforded the privilege of sharing a meal with them. Insanity. Chen Feng could not restrain himself from cursing. What was this situation? Did they truly consider him a worthless pawn to be manipulated at will? Excuse me, but you can play your games alone. I am not at your service. It's fine. We don't require your service. We can always hire a maid, considering how wealthy you are. It was evident that Su Qing and her family were still fixated on his money and villa. What a shameless lot. Enough. If you have nothing further to discuss, I shall hang up. I refuse to waste my breath on you. Chen Feng, you better think this through. I am offering you a chance. With no effect from her words, Su Qing became enraged, her tone shifting to one of threat. Goodbye. I have no interest in listening to your tirade, Chen Feng declared, severing the call. Su Dahua hurriedly approached Su Qing to inquire about the situation. Didn't he fall for it? Let us take action. Su Qing huffed in frustration. Her eyes filled with malice. Since you squandered the opportunity one gave you, don't blame me for being merciless. Soon, you shall await on your knees, begging for mercy. All right, step aside, Su Dahua commanded, as Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao approached with tools, beginning to pry open the door. However, after much effort, they found the door unyielding, as if it were welded to the wall. What is going on? When did this door become so robust? Could it possibly be steel? As they pondered this, Su Jiqiang suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock. This is bad. There is electricity. He had barely finished his words when his entire body convulsed as if struck by an electric shock. The two individuals beside him were not spared either. They collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back, twitching uncontrollably. Dad, what is happening to you? Please don't scare me. Su Qing and the others rushed forward, anxiously inquiring about the situation. There's electricity. Chen Feng has tampered with the door. That scoundrel. Su Jiqiang stammered, shaken with fear. Chen Feng, you coward. Come out if you dare. I will not let this go. Ma Salon yelled, her anger directed fiercely at the door before her. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Chen Feng emerged leisurely, accompanied by Lao He. Oh, if it isn't my beloved father-in-law and his family. What brings you all to the floor? Chen Feng taunted. How can you still speak so brazenly? If it weren't for you, my father and the others wouldn't have been electrocuted. This was intentional, wasn't it? Swing questioned, her fury palpable. Indeed, it was deliberate. You want to deal with me, but now that I am out, why are you all lying here? Chapter 41. How can you be so selfish? As Chen Feng spoke, he couldn't resist striding over to Wang Hao and delivering a kick. You are quite amusing. I treated you like a brother, yet you betray me and even expect me to raise your child. Now you want to kill me? You're truly heartless. He continued to kick Wang Hao, who cried out in agony, confusion evident in his eyes. He acknowledged his previous actions, but never contemplated murder. I merely slept with your wife. You had me forcibly taken, and now you accuse me of such heinous acts. Murder is a crime. I wouldn't dare. After cursing, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon Su Dahua on the ground, and he approached with a grin. The intensity of the electric shock he had employed was not overly severe, merely enough to incapacitate temporarily. Had he unleashed a higher voltage, it could have resulted in fatality. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, swiftly resolving their fates would be far too mundane. Chen Feng, what are you planning? I warn you not to act recklessly. Ma Tsuelon trembled, her anxiety directed at Chen Feng. With the men incapacitated, she had no means to confront him. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng struck her across the face. Do not prattle on before me. I am no longer the patient person I once was. His kick had ignited the fury of those present. Their eyes blazed with wrath, wishing to dismantle Chen Feng piece by piece. Returning to Wang Hao, the anger within him remained unabated as he stomped down on Wang Hao's arm. Crack! Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, Wang Hao's arm broke once more, this time the injury far more severe than before. Absent medical assistance, he was likely destined for a fate of amputation. You have rendered my hand useless. Wang Hao roared in utter resentment, writhing in agony as the excruciating pain consumed him. The other individuals, including Su Qing, were initially quite reluctant, yet now they found themselves rendered speechless by fear. They had never witnessed Chen Feng's ruthlessness before. Zhao Qian, who had intended to curry favor with Chen Feng, was also too intimidated to utter a word. Chen Feng waved his hand towards the distant Lao He, instructing him to act swiftly. Hurry up and finish your task. We need to return quickly. It's freezing out here. Lao, adeptly lifting his right hind leg to relieve himself. At first, Su Dahua was bewildered by the action, but the moment the hot liquid splashed onto his head, he was left in utter shock. You bastard! I swear I will make you pay for this. He began to rage, but before he could finish, he caught sight of Chen Feng glaring at him, his gaze momentarily drifting to Wang Hao's arm, prompting him to wisely fall silent. After marking Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao, Lao He triumphantly followed Chen Feng back to the garage. As the garage door slowly closed, Ma Tsuelon rushed over to assist. However, the pungent odor was unbearable. Chen Feng, you are committing a crime. Just wait, I will ensure you end up in prison. Wang Hao shouted in frustration, completely unprepared for the severity of Chen Feng's actions. Dad, that scoundrel seems to have premeditated this. The door is custom-made. We can't open it. What should we do? Su Jiqiang frantically wiped his face with his clothes, becoming overwhelmed by the stench. In this freezing weather, if he didn't clean up quickly, his face would risk frostbite. What to do? Isn't he arrogant? Su Dahua glared menacingly towards the garage and coldly declared, let us spread the word about his family situation. I refuse to believe he can remain so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the others became excited. Yes, why didn't I think of that? They hurriedly supported one another as they made their way back, except for Zhao Qian, who gazed longingly at Chen Feng's villa. Qian, don't worry, I will avenge this insult. He won't be able to flaunt his arrogance for long. Soon, you will reside in a grand villa. As the family departed, Chen Feng remained indifferent. The apocalypse was far from over, and he intended to instill a profound sense of despair in them. You wretched creatures, what I endured in my past life, I shall return to you 100-fold. Woof woof. Lao He looked at Chen Feng, dissatisfied. Did the dog offend you? Lao He, you know that's not what I meant. Chen Feng chuckled, patting the dog's head. From now on, we should try to stay indoors as much as possible. The outside world is far too perilous. Woof woof. After playing with Lao He for a while, Chen Feng suddenly thought of Li Bingyao and wondered how she was faring. After all, she had been running a high fever before the apocalypse struck. He picked up his phone to call her, but unfortunately, her phone was already turned off. Throughout the evening, Chen Feng attempted to reach her, but to no avail. Ultimately, he grew weary of trying to call and decided to abandon the effort. The provisions for sustenance, warmth, and various necessities have all been set aside. If she truly cannot endure, then it is simply fate. In this apocalyptic era, where everyone lives in constant fear, Chen Feng is unable to concern himself with much else. However, during the time he attempted to contact Li Bingyao, the tide of public opinion within the homeowners group turned sharply against him. It was evident that Su Qing's family had proactively disseminated information regarding Chen Feng's circumstances. Initially, many were skeptical, but upon viewing Chen Feng's video, realization dawned upon them. His home was, indeed, remarkably warm. He was even seen wearing a tank top. Anyone in his position would find it hard to remain composed. A flurry of messages began to tag Chen Feng with the elderly Mrs. Zhou, even proposing a constructive idea to open his doors and allow all residents of the community to take refuge within his home. One might question how an elderly woman could exhibit such audacity. Had he been too lenient when he previously confronted her? Chen Feng grumbled and immediately directed his ire towards Mrs. Zhou. She was notorious for her shamelessness, showing no gratitude even when he had extended kindness. Chen Feng, do not overstep your bounds. We are all suffering while you sit comfortably. It is not only I who is displeased. Your neighbors share this sentiment. The house and generator are my possessions. Is it not my prerogative to enjoy them? If you are capable, procure your own supplies instead of incessantly complaining. Your words are unbecoming, Chen Feng. Inviting everyone to your home for refuge is not for my benefit, but for the welfare of our community. Furthermore, your villa is spacious. Why not allocate a few rooms for others? It will not cost you your life. Why must you be so selfish? Is it not outrageous for you, an old crone, to accuse me of selfishness? Chen Feng scoffed derisively. Are you unaware of how many neighbors you have wronged? You have taken advantage of them and still owe them a considerable sum. How dare you label me selfish? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. You cannot bring past grievances into present discussions. They are well aware of my character. It is precisely because I know you so well that I feel compelled to chastise you at every opportunity. Do not provoke me further. The group chat erupted in chaos. Although many neighbors envied Chen Feng's living conditions, they were not as brazen as Mrs. Zhou. Neighbors, does anyone have any food to spare? I will repay you once the snowstorm passes. A homeowner suddenly chimed in, redirecting the conversation within the group. Before the calamity struck, the sweltering summer had dulled the instinct to stockpile provisions. Now, with the onset of the apocalypse and days of heavy snowfall blocking all exits, they found themselves unable to leave, let alone procure supplies. After several days, numerous residents began to face the grim reality of depleted food supplies. Where is there anything left? Our household has only a little rice remaining, devoid of any vegetables, and we can only rely on soy sauce mixed with rice every day. You all are fortunate to have rice. I've already consumed the ornamental fish in my home. The group chat is rife with complaints, clearly indicating that their primary concern now lies with food. One must first satisfy their hunger before contemplating matters regarding Chen Feng's villa. Even Su Qing's family is experiencing a shortage of food. If this continues, they might very well starve. Zhao Qian, filled with regret, secretly messaged Chen Feng, but alas, she received no response. She has a premonition that Chen Feng's life is undoubtedly abundant in food and warmth. Following Su Jiqiang, she is nearly overwhelmed with regret. Who could have imagined that aligning with Su Jiqiang would leave her hungry and cold? If anyone is in need of food, you can come to me. I have instant noodles, 21 packs. Just as the group was lamenting their lack of sustenance, old Mrs. Zhou suddenly spoke up, causing everyone to perk up. Even Chen Feng was astonished at this turn of events. However, upon reflection, the reason became clear. Old Mrs. Zhou had leveraged her son's resources to set up a small convenience store at the entrance of the community. It is only natural that the stock is stored in her home. No wonder that in the previous life, Luo Zhongyuan could rally a crowd and become the leader of this community. Yet in this life, they should never have provoked her. Old Mrs. Zhou, do you have no shame? You expect me to provide the generator and villa for free while you inflate prices, truly treating everyone as fools? Chen Feng spoke candidly, not holding back. All these instant noodles were purchased with money. Now that the neighbors have nothing to eat, it is already generous of me to sell them to everyone. So what is wrong with adding a little extra? Old Mrs. Zhou nonchalantly stated in the group, clearly displeased. Do you think I want to sell them? If not for everyone's hardship, I wouldn't even consider it. So you think my villa and generator just fell from the sky? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Observing Chen Feng's words, old Mrs. Zhou realized she couldn't outsmart him, secretly vowing to make him suffer. Aren't you so arrogant? When the time comes and there's no food, I 1T sell to you. Neighbors, if you wish to purchase instant noodles, do remember to contact me. 20 yuan a pack is quite steep, surpassing even the exorbitant prices at tourist spots. We are all neighbors. So can't you lower the price a bit? Indeed, the original price is merely 2 yuan a pack. Your cost price is probably only 1 yuan. Making such a profit. Isn't that rather unscrupulous? The crowd began to voice their discontent, clearly unhappy with the situation. 20 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Is this not robbery? Huh, it's a free market. Old Mrs. Zhou chuckled coldly, completely unfazed by the criticisms. Such a lucrative opportunity. How could she possibly let it slip away? If you wish to purchase, then by all means do so. If not, I shall not pressure you. As for scoundrels like Chen Feng, I would not sell to him even if he were desperate. Let him suffer without even instant noodles. Chen Feng was still pondering a response when, to his surprise, the shameless old fool began to tag him again. Incredible. Does she truly believe that without being scolded, she has proven her worth? She even brazenly approached him to impart her so-called wisdom. Chen Feng snapped a photo of the lobster on his table and shared it in the group chat. Indeed, how could I possibly afford instant noodles? I can only indulge in these inferior snacks to stave off hunger. The group was nearly driven to madness. They had nothing to eat, yet Chen Feng was feasting on lobster. This was utterly outrageous. It was infuriating to witness such disparity. Su Qing and her family gazed at the photo Chen Feng sent, their eyes filled with envy, their stomachs growling and mouths watering. Even before the calamity struck, such delicacies were rare. They could scarcely enjoy a few meals of it in a year. Zhao Qian, unable to contain herself, burst into tears. Had she not heeded Su Jiqiang's advice back then, she would now be living in a luxurious villa without a care for food or clothing. Rather than enduring such hardship, Su Qing felt an overwhelming swirl of emotions. A multitude of sentiments surged within her. Old Lady Zhou's expression turned venomous as she beheld the photo. All her grandsons sought was a single lobster, yet Chen Feng had lashed out at them in anger. This man was utterly despicable. She had never anticipated that Chen Feng would keep such resources to himself. However, a moment later, she sneered and began to record a voice message on her phone. That lobster of yours may only suffice for a meal or two. Go ahead and flaunt it. Once you consume it all, let us see what you do then. Don't expect me to sell you instant noodles. The group nodded in agreement. In such dire circumstances, the most practical sustenance remained instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Though unpalatable, they could last a long while. Lobster, while extravagant, would only provide a meal or two, and everyone could calculate the cost. It was not that they didn't desire lobster. Rather, instant noodles offered superior value. What would he do afterward? In response, Chen Feng, without hesitation, initiated video recording and tagged Old Lady Zhou in the group chat. What can I do? Naturally, I can only feast on hairy crabs, king crabs, giant squid, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers. If all else fails, I shall resort to eating steak to get by. Chapter 43. Let me treat you to instant noodles. The group fell into a profound silence. In Chen Feng's video, there was even an aquarium housing a variety of seafood, including king crabs. His home had been transformed into a veritable seafood market. He even had steak. My goodness, why is it that we cannot afford even instant noodles while he indulges in lavish feasts every day? Someone lamented in despair, nearly leaping from their bed. Such extravagant food, in such abundance, was enough to sustain him for a long time. Chen Feng, could you sell me a king crab? I'll pay double the market price. Suddenly, someone with ample wealth spoke up in the group. Given the current circumstances, having something to eat is already a luxury, especially since Chen Feng possesses royal crabs. This is indeed a lavish feast. Chen Feng glanced at the messages in the group, merely smirking coldly to himself. Selling goods? How could that be possible? The large hairy crabs and royal crabs at home, along with various lobsters, were meticulously nurtured by him. He had even dedicated a room on the second floor of his villa for their care. However, regrettably, his skills were rather lacking, and in just a few short days, over half of them had already perished. Although his space had the unique ability to preserve food, he sometimes longed for live specimens, which was why he had created a space for cultivating seafood. Yet, it seemed that it would not be sustainable for long. He sighed, deciding to store everything away to prevent them from spoiling after death. With a wave of his hand, all the seafood was drawn into his space, ensuring their utmost freshness. Woof! The black dog stared in bewilderment at the empty room, circling Chen Feng several times. Where did the crabs go? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? This matter is lengthy. Only when you possess the strength to overcome me will you be qualified to engage in such affairs. Chen Feng regarded the black dog with earnestness, yet unexpectedly. The big black dog lunged at him. Hey, old black, you lack honor and martial ethics. Launching a sneak attack. Take this. As a video played, the residents of the community became increasingly agitated, their envy palpable. The lives of the wealthy were beyond their imagination. Who could raise such an abundance of seafood at home? The daily cost of their care was something only a few could fathom. In these times of scarcity, Chen Feng's situation was undeniably enviable. Unfortunately, these individuals had little to no connection with Chen Feng, making it nearly impossible to procure anything from him. Initially, Su Qing's family reveled in the misfortune, believing that Chen Feng was now targeted by a group, convinced that his good fortune had come to an end. However, upon witnessing Chen Feng's subsequent video, their expressions shifted to one of complexity. Who would have thought that Chen Feng possessed such resources, hoarding so much? Infuriatingly, that scoundrel has so much yet refuses to share even a morsel with us. What difference is there between him and a heartless wolf? Su Dahua slammed the table, consumed by rage. What is wrong with you? Why can't you even handle that useless individual? And you, what a disgrace. Whereunto you supposed to bring happiness to Shaoqing? How can you be so ineffective? You can't even compare to Chen Feng. Unable to take his frustration out on Chen Feng, Su Dahua vented his anger on Su Qing and Wang Hao. The two exchanged glances, their expressions likewise fraught with complexity. Zhao Qian, resolute, decided that she would leave this group and be with Chen Feng. After these few days of interaction, she came to realize that this entire family was a bunch of parasites. The reason they had previously appeared so carefree was entirely due to Chen Feng's support. Xiao Lulu and Lin Feier huddled together on the sofa, their eyes glistening with envy as they watched the video sent by Chen Feng. Although Lin Feier had inadvertently stockpiled provisions, sparing them from immediate hunger, she had become acutely aware of the gravity of their situation and had since begun to economize. They now limited themselves to merely 2 meager meals a day, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. This left Xiao Lulu feeling quite disgruntled. Compared to the lavish feasts at Chen Feng's home, their meager fare was akin to that fit for a dog. Feier, didn't you buy steaks? Shall we indulge in steak tomorrow at noon? Xiao Lulu's appetite was insatiable. Having grown accustomed to a life of abundance, she found it unbearable to endure such hardship. Lulu, we have no idea when the snow will cease. We must conserve what we have, Lin Feier replied, her brow furrowed in concern. How can you say that? You won't even let me have a piece of steak. Is this how a best friend behaves? Xiao Lulu's eyes welled with tears, feeling utterly wronged. Lin Feier's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her friend could sulk in such dire circumstances. Yet, as her close companion, she refrained from expressing her irritation. Lulu, the entire world is engulfed in ice. The heavy snow has sealed our city, and we have no idea when help will arrive. If we do not conserve our resources, we may face starvation, she explained. Enough. If we're not eating, then so be it. Why must you exaggerate so? Xiao Lulu retorted, storming off to the bathroom in a fit of anger. She had come to see Lin Feier for who she truly was, someone unwilling to share even a morsel. Despite her lofty words, what a sham of a friend. One steak reveals your true colors, she thought to herself, hastily pulling out her phone to message Chen Feng. She resolved to move into his home, where she could indulge in sumptuous delicacies without sharing with Lin Feier. Meanwhile, Chen Feng lay on the sofa, studying martial arts techniques. With old Hay growing increasingly formidable, he knew he needed to hone his skills. Ding dong. His phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Upon checking, he found multiple messages, including one from Xiao Lulu, Zhao Qian, and a friend request from an unknown contact. Additionally, the owner's group chat was abuzz with messages from old lady Zhou, who had nearly inundated him with notifications. Upon closer inspection, he was appalled to find the audacity of that shameless old woman demanding he distribute his food to the neighbors. Chen Feng, stop pretending not to see. The neighbors are starving, and with all the food you have, can't you spare a little for them? Old lady Zhou insisted, attempting to paint him as the villain in everyone's eyes. How about you donate your instant noodles instead of selling them at a markup? How dare you ask me to share? Chen Feng couldn't help but retort. This is the consensus. Everyone wants a decent meal. She pressed on. It seems you're the one who wants to eat. You shameless creature. Chen Feng muttered under his breath before adding, "All right, since everyone is short on food, I'll treat everyone to instant noodles." With practiced ease, he sent a generous red envelope of 1 million to the group chat. As per the usual protocol, the families of Old Lady Zhou and Su Qing have been designated as ineligible for benefits. Chapter 44. What distinguishes them from seeking death? Within the group of 500 individuals, averaging 2,000 each, gratitude is owed to Mr. Chen for his generosity. We bow to Mr. Chen when time permits. I shall serve you diligently. Mr. Chen, do you require any trinkets? I believe I am capable. A multitude expressed their heartfelt appreciation in the group. Despite Chen Feng's ostentatious display of possessions, his reputation far surpassed that of Old Lady Zhou. Observe Old Lady Zhou. That vile wretch is utterly devoid of humanity, attempting to exploit her neighbors for profit at such a moment. This is nothing short of shameless. Old woman, at least I have contributed funds to resolve issues for everyone, and yet you have the audacity to speak so much. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Chen Feng, noticing Old Lady Zhou had ceased her chatter, hastily tagged her. At home, Old Lady Zhou's face turned a shade of purple upon witnessing this spectacle. This scoundrel was truly deserving of a reckoning. You may revel in your arrogance, but a day will come when you shall weep, she declared, commencing the creation of a sign. Instant noodles, 51 bags, no negotiations. Meanwhile, Luo Zhongyan noticed this and quickly altered the 50 to 2,000. With such a quantity, will anyone truly purchase? Old Lady Zhou inquired skeptically, while Luo Zhongyuan revealed a sinister smile. Buy if you wish. If they decline, let them endure hunger. Besides, didn't Chen Feng just distribute red envelopes? I intend for all his red envelopes to come our way. Ha! They won't even let us claim our envelopes. They shall see what fury awaits them. Chen Feng, uninterested in the messages flooding in, dismissed the cantankerous old woman as no match for him. Moreover, at this juncture, money held no significance. Distributing red envelopes had no bearing on him. Glancing at the messages from Zhao Qian and Xiao Lulu, he could not suppress a cold smirk. Unquestionably, they had come seeking to curry favor with him, undoubtedly with aspirations of residing in his home. These two women harbored grand ambitions, envisioning themselves as the mistresses of a villa. Chen Feng, disinclined to engage, decided to let their pride be thoroughly shattered by the harsh realities of the apocalypse before broaching any negotiations. Upon opening a friend request, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, rivaling Qin Yin in allure, with the WeChat nickname of Jia E-Baby. Chen Feng had a notable impression of her. Her true name was Sun Jiai, a somewhat renowned internet celebrity. Having encountered her a few times in reality, he could attest to her stunning figure and appearance, particularly captivating. Online, she portrayed a glamorous persona, promoting her single status and enticing many naive souls to generously reward her. In reality, she and her husband utilized the fund from online benefactors to purchase a home in Yudai Longting, living a life of leisure. Among the women Chen Feng was aware of in the community, aside from Lin Feier, Sun Jiai, and Qin, Yin stood out as the most remarkable, embodying the ideal dreams of nearly all male homeowners. Naturally, this did not exclude the possibility of other women he had yet to encounter, as the community's appealing environment attracted many affluent individuals seeking to indulge in the luxury of hidden romances. Chen Feng, without a moment's hesitation, accepted the friend request from the other party. Brother Chen Feng, I'm so glad to have added you. As soon as the connection was established, a sweet voice resonated through the chat. It would be no exaggeration to assert that she was a quintessential tea artist, and a rather skilled one at that. Otherwise, she would not have been able to charm a group of gentlemen through her live broadcasts. I didn't catch some of the earlier conversation. Did you add me for a reason? Chen Feng replied with a hint of a cold smile. Brother Chen Feng, could you send me a few king crabs? I'm not sure what is going on with this dreadful weather, but it's left me quite famished. The delicate tone continued, and without hesitation, Chen Feng agreed. Sure, but how do you intend to repay me? What does my brother wish for in return? Sun Jiai's voice was sweet and enticing, possessing an irresistible allure that would likely leave any reclusive man utterly captivated. 1 steak, and accompany me for a good rest. That is the price here. If you prove to be skilled, I might even throw in an extra king crab. Chen Feng stated candidly, fully aware of the dynamics at play. He was no fool. A mere thank you, brother, would not suffice. Brother, you truly know how to jest. Am I worth just 1 steak? Sun Jiai feigned indignation. Unfortunately, that is the price here. If you find it unsatisfactory, perhaps seek someone else. With that, Chen Feng exited the chat interface, just in time to see Lao He, engrossed in a book, flipping through the pages with utmost seriousness. "Hey, you sly old dog, sneaking off to read behind my back. Wong wong wong." Instantly, a playful scuffle ensued between the man and his dog within the room. So, did he agree? Sun Jiai, nestled under the covers with her husband, Zhang Qiming, shielded herself from the biting cold. The temperature was so frigid that they could only find warmth beneath the blankets. Unlike rural areas, where one might have a heated calm, in the city, a power outage rendered all heating devices utterly ineffective. No, he suggested I sleep with him and offered only one steak. Sun Jiai's face reflected her displeasure, clearly incensed. After all, she was a somewhat well-known internet celebrity, with numerous admirers who would eagerly shower her with gifts at the slightest request. How could she have anticipated that someone as audacious as Chen Feng would demand her company so brazenly? "I know that Chen Feng. He's merely a sycophant. You should take some time to converse with him. Surely, you could win him over. At worst, you might have to grant him a few favors." Zhang Qiming, holding Sun Jiai close, attempted to console her. "You heartless soul, suggesting I entice another man." Sun Jiai complained, her expression one of dissatisfaction. "The reality is, we are running low on food. Isn't this something we often do online? You won't suffer any loss." Zhang Qiming insisted, wrapping his arms around Sun Jiai. "This is the only solution I can think of. You are my wife, and I could never bear to see you go hungry." "Fine, I will give it a try." She finally relented. Sun Jiai felt a heavy heart. Yet upon reflecting on the numerous benefits she had bestowed upon the esteemed number one, her spirits lifted considerably. The following day, Chen Feng was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of notifications from his phone. Upon inspecting the surveillance footage, he discovered a congregation in the underground parking lot. At the center of this gathering stood the Zhou matriarch and her family, who had commenced the sale of instant noodles. When Chen Feng beheld the sign positioned nearby, he could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. 2,000 yuan for a single packet of noodles. Was there truly no difference between this and courting disaster? Chapter 45. Is there no law anymore? In the underground garage, a throng encircled the Zhou matriarch, each face betraying discomfort. "This is utterly outrageous. It's merely a packet of noodles. How can you charge 2,000 yuan? The cost surely doesn't exceed a single yuan," one exclaimed. "Indeed, Zhou matriarch, it's acceptable to earn a profit, but must it be so exaggerated? Even 20 yuan would yield a substantial gain." The crowd was visibly unsettled. Their initial annoyance at the original asking price of 20 yuan had now escalated to outrage at the astonishing hike to 2,000. How could they not feel a pang of conscience? However, the Zhou matriarch remained unfazed by the collective discontent. "If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, I shall not force you," she declared. With a resounding thud, Luo Zhen slammed a steel pipe against the ground, his gaze fierce as he regarded the assembled individuals. "If you don't intend to purchase, then step aside. Do not impede those who wish to buy. Today, I shall charge you 2,000 yuan for this product. But in a few days, it may not even be available for any price." Despite their grievances, the crowd dared not challenge the intimidating figure before them. Such a rogue was not someone they could provoke. Only someone as formidable as Chen Feng would possess the audacity to confront him. Filled with dissatisfaction, yet unable to endure their hunger, they begrudgingly paid for their purchases. As she watched her wallet swell with each transaction, the Zhou matriarch beamed with delight, her demeanor becoming increasingly smug. "Chen Feng, you think you can outmaneuver me? You're still too inexperienced. Did you not prohibit me from claiming red envelopes? The money you distributed has now found its way into my pocket." With this thought, the Zhou matriarch could not resist flaunting her success to Chen Feng via WeChat. Upon reading her message, Chen Feng nearly succumbed to laughter. How could this old woman still believe herself clever in such dire times? It was utterly ludicrous. In a world ravaged by scarcity, her actions were nothing short of a farce. Though she currently demanded an astronomical price for instant noodles, soon they would learn that such goods might not even be attainable with money. In this era, currency had become mere scrap paper. Resources were of paramount importance. Furthermore, it was astonishing that she would so brazenly expose such a wealth of supplies. Surely, she understood the adage that possessing precious resources could invite peril. After all, not everyone had the security of a safe house like Chen Feng's. Even more amusingly, the surveillance footage revealed Su Qing's family emerging to purchase noodles alongside Dr. He Jing, who had once treated the Zhou matriarch as grandson. The Su couple is notorious for their unreasonable behavior, yet when confronted by Luo Zhongyuan, they could only stare blankly and reluctantly produce their money. Being destitute, they had exhausted every means to gather a mere 10,000 yuan, which was spent on 5 packets of instant noodles. However, with 6 individuals sharing 5 packets, Chen Feng anticipated a dramatic scene unfolding at his home once more. Dr. He Jing initially hoped to negotiate a lower price for the elderly woman, but the latter, displaying a complete lack of gratitude, turned her back on their previous kindness. Dr. He, I am truly at a loss. This is the going rate. If I offer you a discount, how could I justify it to others? Upon hearing this, Dr. He hesitated for a moment before opting to purchase 3 packets of noodles and then turned to leave. In a corner of the garage, Xiao Lulu was taken aback by the unfolding situation, covering her mouth in shock. She and Lin Feier had come with the intention of buying instant noodles. Lin Feier thought it prudent to stock up, believing 20 yuan was not exorbitant. In such circumstances, acquiring anything was a boon. However, they were astounded to find the price had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan per packet. How could they possibly afford to buy now? Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu's eyes darted around, filled with incredulity. If a single packet could fetch 2,000, how much could Lin Feier's stockpile be worth? She hurried to catch up with Lin Feier, her mind racing with thoughts unknown. Chen Feng had no inclination to concern himself with the instant noodle sales. He knew that soon enough, elderly Mrs. Zhou would face her comeuppance, but he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. That very evening, Mrs. Zhou began bombarding the group chat with messages. Dear neighbors, do any of you have antipyretics? My grandson, Xiao Long, has a high fever and urgently needs medication. Upon hearing this, those who had previously harbored grievances against her began to revel in secret delight. Sirs are right, she's reaping what she has sown. Hopefully, that troublesome child burns up. Matsuelan, wrapped in her blanket, was visibly exhilarated. Clearly, it had been ages since she had encountered something so thrilling. Not only had the elderly woman swindled them out of 10,000 yuan, but she had also provided only 5 packets of noodles, leaving the 6 of them to subsist on merely 3 throughout the day. In Matsuelan's mind, she had already equated Mrs. Zhou with Chen Feng as a scoundrel. Dear neighbors, I truly beseech you, does anyone have antipyretics? If my grandson recovers, I will be forever grateful. Mrs. Zhou's voice quivered with urgency, her pleas unrelenting. Clearly distressed over her grandson's condition. I have antipyretics, but they are 100,000 per box. Interested? Suddenly, a voice chimed in, and upon seeing the message, Mrs. Zhou was thrown into a panic. Neighbor, this is a matter of life and death. How can you exploit the situation like this? Do you have no conscience? Oh, now you care about conscience? What about when you were selling noodles? Came the retort. Take it or leave it. Just as Mrs. Zhou attempted to respond, she was abruptly interrupted by Luo Zhongyuan. I am aware of that person's whereabouts. How dare they speak conditions to us? They are courting death. After Luo Zhongyuan finished speaking, he grabbed a hammer and rushed outside. Chen Feng was oblivious to these events, initially thinking it was merely a ruckus, a chance for someone to jest about old Lady Zhou. However, before long, the chat group erupted with chaos. Old Lady Zhou, have you gone too far? The person merely spoke a few words, and you are provoking such a deadly uproar? A flurry of inquiries swept through the group, confusion palpable. Just now, the door next to mine was smashed open by Luo Zhongyan, followed by the most heart-rending screams. It was dreadful. They may have even lost their life. The crowd gasped in shock, fully aware that Luo Zhongyuan was a notorious thug, not to be trifled with. Yet, no one anticipated such audacity, such brutality from him. This is outrageous. Is there no law? Is he a demon? Anyone else who stirs trouble, do you believe I won't come to your house right away? Luo Zhongyuan's sudden declaration silenced the crowd. Chen Feng, observing the messages, shook his head disdainfully, uninterested in further involvement. Just as he was about to set his phone aside, a call from Luo Zhongyuan rang through. Chen Feng, if you hand over the fever-reducing medication, I shall overlook the previous matters. Luo Zhongyuan threatened directly. Fine. Let your wife come and keep me company, and I will deliver it to you immediately. Chapter 46. When I command you, you shall obey. Chen Feng, do you comprehend what you are saying? Luo Zhongyuan's tone grew ominous, his voice lowered, seemingly struggling to suppress his fury. The intensity was chilling, enough to startle anyone. However, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, having encountered such situations numerous times, rendering him unfazed. Do not threaten me here. If you are dissatisfied, come and smash my front door. I welcome you to do so. Chen Feng appeared utterly relaxed, leaving Luo Zhongyan in silence on the other end. Having established such a secure haven, he had no fear of his adversary, especially since Luo Zhongyuan had previously suffered defeat. Chen Feng, I am sincerely addressing this issue. If you provide me with the fever medication, I shall refrain from causing you trouble in the future. You understand the environment here. Having one more friend is preferable to one more enemy. Luo Zhongyuan spoke again, his tone noticeably softened. Friend? You wish to befriend me? Do you possess a mirror at home? Yes, why? Look into it and consider what you truly are and whether you are worthy. Before Luo Zhongyuan could finish his retort, the call was abruptly terminated. What happened? Did he agree to give the medicine? Old Lady Zhou approached anxiously, her face etched with worry. He refuses. That despicable creature. I shall ensure his demise. Luo Zhongyan, covered in blood, had earlier gone to confront that individual, who was now on the brink of death. Regrettably, he had found no medication in their home. Come tomorrow at noon. I will return with my tools and try again. Luo Zhongyuan retrieved a cutting machine from inside, determined to break down Chen Feng's door once the electricity came on tomorrow noon. He had lost faith in conventional methods and was resolved to subdue his opponent. Darling, perhaps we should reconsider. Chen Feng is not someone to be trifled with. Qin Yan's concern was palpable, especially as she glanced at the bloodstains on him, instilling fear within her. Silence. Luo Zhongyan glared at Qin Yan, recalling Chen Feng's words, his anger reaching a boiling point. You worthless fool, they are already bullying us. And you still defend them. Who exactly is your husband? Old Lady Zhou shot an icy glare at Qin Yan. Go tend to Xiao Long. If anything happens to him, I shall not spare you. Qin Yan hesitated, caught between words, ultimately departing in frustration. In such weather, a fever could be somewhat manageable, as a high body temperature would quickly diminish in the cold. Yet, Xiao Long was still a child. He needed medication. That night, Chen Feng found himself drawn into another group chat, one with fewer participants, most importantly, devoid of the Zhou family. He is dead. Wang Qipeng is dead. And that Luo Zhonghua is utterly insane. No way. I just checked next door. He has no pulse. Not only has he lost his life, but Luo Zhongyuan has also ransacked his home. The atmosphere in the group grew tense, and Chen Feng could not help but reflect on how swiftly tragedy had struck. What was most alarming was that this was not a mere case of freezing to death. It was a direct murder at the hands of Luo Zhongyuan. This incident foreshadowed a descent into chaos. In the harsh reality of survival, humanity gradually erodes. It is when all laws and moral boundaries collapse that true horror unfolds. In such dire circumstances, life becomes as cheap as dirt. Chen Feng refrained from excessive chatter in the group. While many lamented Luo Zhongyuan's excesses, none proposed a solution. Continuing the discussion would yield nothing but empty slogans devoid of substance. The next day, as the power returned, Luo Zhong, already stationed outside Chen Feng's garage, immediately commenced cutting the door. However, his initial confidence waned after just a minute of cutting, his expression shifting. What is happening? Why is there not a single mark? Under normal circumstances, metal should yield to the cutting machine's assault. What kind of sorcery is this? Frustrated, he exerted more force, but in an instant, the cutting blade shattered, splintering dangerously close to him. Ha! Xiao Luo, how can you be so forgetful? If my door could be opened so easily, wouldn't my money be wasted? Chen Feng mocked with a megaphone, dripping with sarcasm. As I said, if you want fever-reducing medication, send your wife. Luo Zhongyuan clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Yet utterly powerless, he could not even catch a glimpse of his adversary, making retribution an impossible dream. Upon returning home, having finally warmed his body, Luo Zhongyuan's mother approached him with a sense of urgency. What is the situation? Have you acquired the fever medicine? The situation with Xiao Long has become exceedingly dire. Immediate medication is imperative. Luo Zhongyan hurriedly approached his son, and as expected, he found him in a state of delirium after enduring a night and an entire morning of fever. No, remarked Chen Feng, his cutting machine proving ineffective. What shall we do now? Elderly Mrs. Zhou was on the verge of tears, while Luo Zhongyuan's gaze fell upon his wife. Chen Feng has requested your company for a night in exchange for antipyretics. Prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to accompany someone else? Of course, if I instruct you to go, you must comply. Have you not seen how desperately our grandson needs medication? Should anything happen to him, I shall hold you accountable." Mrs. Zhou erupted in a tirade, clearly in a state of frantic desperation. "Mother, husband, I cannot go. Shall we not inquire elsewhere?" Qin Yin voiced her grievances, utterly taken aback that both men would demand such a thing of her. "Inquire elsewhere? My son cannot endure much longer. Dear, listen to me. Enough. I merely require you to feign agreement, to lure Chen Feng out, so that I may act," Luo Zhen declared, with no time to waste, as he hastily dragged Qin Yin toward Chen Feng's villa. Mrs. Zhou followed closely behind, determined to confront Chen Feng. Upon arriving at the garage, Luo Zhen concealed himself in a corner while, under his subtle direction, Qin Yin retrieved her phone to call Chen Feng. Although confronting Chen Feng head-on could prove futile, a surprise attack, combined with her possession of a weapon, might yield success. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being observed by Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I accept your terms." "Very well, step back. I shall open the door." Following the instructions, Qin Yin retreated a few paces, and before she could comprehend the situation, a water hose unexpectedly extended toward her. The frigid, biting cold water surged forth, drenching Luo Zhongyuan, leaving him soaked to the skin. In that instant, as the icy water enveloped him, Luo Zhongyuan was utterly bewildered. He had merely sought refuge in that spot. Yet Chen Feng not only discovered him, but also doused him completely. Who would not be flabbergasted in such a predicament? To make matters worse, the water was so frigid that it froze upon contact. His clothes, now soaked, were encased in icy clumps. "Chen Feng, you scoundrel! I will ruin you. I will make you pay." Luo Zhengyuan, in a fit of rage, brandished his weapon and charged toward the door, relentlessly striking in a frenzy. Alas, his efforts were futile. He left not a single mark on the wall. "Ruin you? You'd best return to change your clothes before you catch a cold," came Chen Feng's mocking voice through the speaker. The underground garage had been meticulously designed by him. How naive to think one could launch a surprise attack from a blind spot. In this environment, even icy water could serve as the most formidable weapon. After all, in the absence of doctors and medicine, even the slightest ailment can prove fatal. "Chen Feng, what exactly do you desire?" Although Luo Zhongyuan was filled with resentment, he felt utterly powerless. There seemed to be no way out. "What do you want?" "I never contemplated any course of action. Ordinarily, I would hardly pay you any mind. Yet here you are, seeking my assistance, while simultaneously plotting my demise. I am merely acting in self-defense. What must you do to be willing to give me the fever medicine?" Luo Zhongyuan exclaimed with a restrained fury. "Did I not make myself clear? Have your wife accompany me, and once I am comfortably attended to, I shall naturally provide you with the cold medicine." Chen Feng lounged in a chair, casually sipping red wine, completely indifferent to Luo Zhongyuan's thoughts. Whether he acquiesced or not mattered little. Witnessing Luo Zhongyuan's humiliation was satisfaction enough for him. "You, come here and change the dressings." "Husband, how can you say such a thing?" "I refuse." Qin Yin was utterly flustered. She never anticipated that her husband would actually consider trading her for a box of fever medicine. She had initially hoped to evade the situation. But Granny Zhou seized her arm firmly. "You will go, so stop the nonsense. If anything were to happen to my grandson, you would not escape unscathed." "Mother, do not call me that. You have been well cared for, and now it is time for you to contribute to our family. Stop dawdling." Observing the commotion outside, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Granny Zhou and Luo Zhongyuan to treat Qin Yin with such disregard. It appeared that her situation at home was hardly better than his own. Seeing Qin Yin lingering, Luo Zhongyuan grasped her clothing and propelled her toward the door. "Open the door and hand me the medicine. Let her wait outside. You two return home. Once this matter is resolved, I will have him bring the medicine back." Luo Zhongyuan's expression shifted, and he felt utterly defeated. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's tenacity. Even in this dire situation, he refused to open the door. "If you do not bring back the medicine today, do not return." Luo Zhongyuan uttered these words to Qin Yin before reluctantly turning to leave. His clothes had already frozen into stiff lumps, and he shivered uncontrollably, barely able to endure the cold, watching Luo Zhongyuan and his mother depart. Chen Feng finally opened the door to let Qin Yin in. As she entered the basement, Qin Yin felt a sense of disorientation. Yet she could distinctly perceive that this place was entirely different from the outside. Warm, exceedingly warm. Just stepping inside, her icy hands began to warm, and she felt a wave of comfort envelop her. This place, in comparison to the outside, was nothing short of a paradise. However, within this basement, she did not see Chen Feng, and the space itself was sealed, with the door leading upstairs appearing sturdier than the garage door. Clearly, even if someone managed to breach the garage, they would never pose a threat to Chen Feng. "Remove your clothes." Chen Feng's voice emanated from the indoor speaker, causing Qin Yin to momentarily freeze, her expression a tumult of reluctance. "If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. You are free to leave," Chen Feng declared, directly opening the first door leading out of the basement. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yin appeared to summon an immense resolve, biting her lip as she began to remove her garments. At that moment, she had evidently surrendered all resistance. "Continue. I do not wish to see even a hint of concealment." Chen Feng continued into the microphone, not out of whimsy, but rather out of caution following Su Qing's betrayal. Should the other party conceal something on their person and suddenly strike upon nearing him, the consequences would be dire indeed. Chen Feng's gaze fixated on his phone, while Lao He stared at it, mouth agape. Just as the pivotal moment approached, Chen Feng finally sensed something amiss and forcefully pushed Lao He aside. "You are still young. Such matters are not for your eyes. Go to the 3rd floor. Woof." Lao He tilted his head, bewildered, as he looked at Chen Feng. "Isn't it just that? I've known for ages. In the past, he was the beloved of all in the community, adored by dogs and humans alike, surrounded by a host of admirers. Go on, hurry up to the 3rd floor. Do not linger here as a third wheel, and you are forbidden from sneaking a peek." After ushering Lao He upstairs, Chen Feng leisurely opened the passage from the basement to the 1st floor. Upon seeing Qin Yin, Chen Feng could not help but marvel. She was indeed stunning. No wonder she was the object of desire for all the male residents in the community. Her figure and visage were of unparalleled quality. Chen Feng harbored intentions towards Qin Yin, yet he had not anticipated that he would manage to win her over so swiftly. "I truly did not foresee that Luo Zhongyuan would resort to using you to barter for medicine for that troublesome child." Chen Feng's gaze roamed unabashedly over Qin Yin, who buried her head in shyness. Standing before a strange man in such a vulnerable state, how could she possibly remain composed? "Would you care for something to eat?" Chen Feng gestured towards a nearby table, and Qin Yan's astonishment deepened. There, laid out, was a lavish spread of over 20 dishes, all steaming hot. In such a frigid environment, not only was it a luxury to partake in such a feast, but even the mere presence of warm food was exceedingly rare. Qin Yin swallowed hard, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Go ahead, eat at your leisure. Once you are satiated, we shall have the strength for our endeavors." Qin Yan's cheeks flushed as she hurried to the table, eagerly indulging in the food. These delicacies were a rarity even under ordinary circumstances. Observing Qin Yin maintain her poise even while dining, Chen Feng chuckled softly and gradually approached her from behind. Chapter 48. Though I am not human. You cannot treat me like a dog. Qin Yin was indeed the woman coveted by countless men in the community. In contrast to Li Bingyao's youthful innocence, she exuded a mature allure that was irresistibly captivating. Chen Feng engaged with her for a full 3 hours before finally taking a seat at the table, leaning heavily upon it. The driving experience was thoroughly exhilarating, leaving Chen Feng with an insatiable longing. However, if it were to continue, not only would he struggle to endure, but was likely that Qin Yin would also find the ordeal unbearable. "You truly care for your child," Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, marveling at the lengths the other party was willing to go for her offspring. "That child is not mine," she retorted. "Then why do you still? If I don't bring back the fever medication today, my husband will not spare me. You should be well aware of his methods." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Initially, he thought Qin Yan's compliance was due to her concern for her child's illness, but he was taken aback by this revelation. You must be blind to have followed that man. At this, Qin Yan could only lower her head, unsure of how to respond. "Where's the medicine? I must return," she declared, rising unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground, but eventually regaining her composure. Chen Feng produced a box of fever medication and, after seeing her off in the garage, slowly made his way back to his room. He felt little sympathy for Qin Yan's plight. Their relationship was merely transactional, each exchanging what they needed. After a brief rest, he had no intention of meddling in her domestic affairs. However, judging by Luo Zhenyuan's situation, he surmised that his days were numbered, having incurred the displeasure of so many. His arrogance could not last for long. Chen Feng meandered back to the 3rd floor, where old He was seated on his sofa, imitating human behavior by flipping through a book. "Hey, old He, How despicable of you to read behind my back. I'll challenge you. Woof woof. Old Hay barked in response. Little Chun, Old Hay, am eager to improve. When Qin Yin returned home, she had barely stepped inside before her mother-in-law rushed toward her. Where's the medicine? Did you bring back the fever medication? Qin Yan's heart sank. She had spent so much time at Chen Feng's place, and he had shown no concern for her well-being. Particularly, the thought of Luo Zhongyuan sending her to accompany Chen Feng for a mere box of medicine filled her with resentment. Here, she exclaimed, producing the fever medication, which her mother-in-law immediately snatched and hurried off to administer to her grandson. Meanwhile, Luo Zhongyuan glowered at Qin Yan. Is Chen Feng's villa truly as warm as you described in the video? Indeed. What about the food? There is some. You fool. Couldn't you have brought back more provisions? Qin Yan felt increasingly aggrieved by Luo Zhongyuan's lack of gratitude, especially given her sacrifices to assist him, yet he chose to berate her instead. Was he even a man? After another scolding, Luo Zhongyuan hastily grabbed his phone to contact others. He was determined to seize Chen Feng's villa. If he couldn't manage it alone, he would rally the residents of the community to join forces and take it by storm. As Luo Zhongyuan reached out to his contacts, the community chat became lively once more. However, they formed another group, leaving Chen Feng outside. Have you heard? Chen Feng actually asked Luo Zhongyuan's wife to accompany him in exchange for fever medicine. Would that scoundrel Luo Zhongyuan agree? I just saw her entering the villa, and when she came out, she was holding cold medicine, her steps unsteady. As soon as someone spoke up, the group erupted into chaos. Every man in the community was undoubtedly intrigued by Qin Yan. Had it not been for their fear of Luo Zhongyuan, someone might have already attempted to steal her away. No one anticipated that Chen Feng would so easily win her over. Even more surprising was the fact that he managed to secure Qin Yan merely with fever medicine. If I had known, I would have bartered with fever medicine as well. We have some at home. Someone lamented, as if they had missed out on a fortune. You? Don't be ridiculous. You might end up losing more than you gain. Can you handle Luo Zhongyuan? Someone scoffed from the side, and suddenly the group fell silent. They had lustful thoughts, but lacked the courage. Otherwise, they would have already attempted to make a move. In the entire community, only Chen Feng dared to confront Luo Zhongyuan. That Luo Zhongyuan was truly ruthless. He would forsake his own wife for a mere box of fever medicine. Huang Lei, are you seeking death? Do you believe I want to come to your house and deal with you? A sudden voice message sent everyone into a panic, leading to the immediate dissolution of the group chat. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Luo Zhongyuan's alternate account had been lurking here all along. On the other hand, when Xiao Lulu saw these messages, she was completely taken aback. She and T realized these supplies could have such utility. Even more shocking was the revelation that someone would actually sell their body for fever medicine. That Qin Yin, whom she had encountered a few times, was undeniably attractive. And yet she would stoop to such disgraceful acts. Seeing someone step into Chen Feng's villa ahead of her, Xiao Lulu felt an intense displeasure. After all, she was supposed to be the future mistress of that place. She mumbled to herself, her gaze shifting to the food hoarded by Lin Feier. Now that a pack of instant noodles was worth 2,000 and a box of cold medicine was so precious, if she sold some food, wouldn't she make a fortune? She and Lin Feier were close friends. Secretly selling a bit of food shouldn't upset her, right? Xiao Lulu's eyes darted about, her mind already concocting an exquisite plan. At Sun Jiai's home, her husband excitedly held his phone. See, I told you this person is lecherous. Quickly contact him and use some means to get some food. We have food at home. Do you really want me to flirt with that man? Sun Jiai was extremely displeased. They had enough provisions to last a couple of days. But her husband, eager for something better, wanted her to charm someone else. Darling, I haven't eaten meat in days, and you're looking thin. I'm just concerned for you. Zhang Qiming smiled apologetically, hastily presenting his phone to her, urging her to seize the moment. At Chen Feng's residence, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Old Hay for what felt like 300 rounds. Yet the situation was far from favorable. He had narrowly escaped being captured, almost suffering a bite to his thigh from Old Hay. How despicable of you to launch a surprise attack while I am weary and worn. Mark my words, I shall find 100 little bitches to unleash upon you, striking when you are utterly exhausted. Old Hay shuddered at the thought. Chun, your cunning knows no bounds. How could you conceive such a vile scheme? Though I am not human, you cannot treat me like a mere dog. Chapter 49. I lack the qualification to be arrogant. Does it? As the man and dog continued their playful skirmish, Chen Feng's phone rang once more. An incoming call from Su Qing. Chen Feng, can we have a chat? Sure, come over. Upon hanging up, Su Qing felt a surge of joy. She had anticipated a frosty reception from Chen Feng, yet he had readily acquiesced. He must still harbor feelings for me. She mused, convinced that after his encounters with other women, he had realized she was indeed the best choice. Determined, Su Qing wasted no time in preparing to leave. Daughter, you must secure that worthless man. I cannot endure this miserable existence any longer. Ma Suelon lamented, her hunger becoming unbearable. Rest assured, if Chen Feng had no feelings for me, he would not have invited me over, Su Qing replied, turning to leave, having spritzed herself with perfume beforehand. At long last, our family's suffering is about to end. Matsulan was on the verge of tears. Life had become utterly unbearable. Quick, bring out the last 2 packs of instant noodles. Auntie, let us be frugal. If anything unexpected happens, we'll have nothing left to eat. Wang Hao advised, his pallor betraying his weakness from both his injuries and lack of sustenance. He sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Would Chen Feng truly let them off so easily? As for Su Qing, that was laughable. Was she truly more desirable than the likes of Li Bingyao or Qin Yan? Now that Chen Feng enjoyed an abundance of food and a lavish villa, it would likely take but a word to entice numerous women to willingly offer themselves. Get out of here. We are about to feast. What could possibly go wrong? Stop with your pessimism. Ma Hatsuelon snapped, tearing open the instant noodles and beginning to eat them dry. No hot water available. Mom, save some for me. Su Jiqiang pleaded weakly. You are young. Do not argue with your mother. I suffer from anemia. Endure a little longer, and soon we shall dine. Meanwhile, after ending the call with Su Qing, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside and collapsed into bed, indifferent to what transpired outside. The following morning, he rose leisurely, prepared breakfast, and only then did he check his phone. A flurry of messages awaited him, some from Xiao Lulu, some from Sun Jiai, but most notably, a multitude from Su Qing, who had called him countless times the night before. Chen Feng automatically filtered out these messages, and the owner's group was thrown into chaos. The primary cause of the uproar was the elderly Mrs. Zhou, who had inflated the price of instant noodles from 2,000 to 20,000. A multitude of individuals, indignant and resentful, created a commotion within the group. If only one person were dissatisfied, they might have hesitated to voice their grievances. However, the collective discontent of the group indicated that Mrs. Zhou had incited public outrage. Everyone was deeply displeased with her actions. Was she not driving them to a dead end? Yet, Mrs. Zhou appeared utterly unconcerned, seemingly seeking vengeance. When my grandson lacked medication, you did not offer assistance. Now that I am raising prices, what of it? If you cannot afford it, that is your own misfortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu's agitation intensified. A package of instant noodles priced at 20,000? This villainous Mrs. Zhou had crossed a line, and when she eventually sells them, it would seem entirely justified. Moreover, she had meat on hand, with a steak priced at 100,000. Surely that was not excessive? She felt that the resources available here could yield her substantial profits. Even if Lin Feier were to become angry, she could simply wait for the snow to cease and repay her later. A little more patience, and perhaps prices would rise further. While the crowd lamented Mrs. Zhou's excesses, several figures stealthily approached the exterior of Chen Feng's villa. It was Luo Zhongyuan, accompanied by his friends. They bore an assortment of tools, including a larger cutting machine and a power drill. Today, they were determined to pry open the door. Is there really food in Chen Feng's residence? One person queried with a skeptical expression. Of course there is. My wife has been inside and described it as a paradise. Exceedingly comfortable. Once we settle in, we shall no longer suffer from cold. Luo Zhengyan appeared particularly grim, and those nearby could not help but admire his ruthlessness, willing to relinquish even his own wife to others. The power is coming soon. Everyone, make haste. The group hurriedly prepared. At the stroke of midnight, they abruptly activated the machinery and began their work on the designated area. Luo Zhongyuan was aware of the surveillance cameras, but at this hour, they no longer cared, as a group wielding tools would inevitably draw attention. To prevent any countermeasures, Luo Zhongyuan had even brought a large umbrella. Every action they took was keenly observed by Chen Feng. It was time to stretch his legs. Chen Feng rubbed his shoulders, donned his clothing, and made his way to the basement. To prevent Lao He from sneaking a peek at his reading materials, he had decided to bring him along this time. Lao He seemed quite pleased, wagging his tail as he followed Chen Feng. Ah, these people have no shame. We have provided them with so many opportunities, yet they fail to appreciate them. Woof. Indeed, just wait and see. When the time comes, I shall mark whoever you wish. Upon Chen Feng's arrival in the basement, the individuals outside sensed that something was amiss. What's going on, Luo? The cutting machine is useless, and the impact drill isn't working either. What on earth is this door made of? One person, drenched in sweat, remarked, clearly flustered despite the temperature. If we don't manage to open this door soon, we might lose power. Forget it. Let's just make a hole in the wall. As long as we can get in, who cares if it's a door or not? Luo Zhongyan expressed his displeasure. He never expected that even with everyone's efforts, they couldn't breach the door. The others, hearing this, agreed. As long as they could enter. The form of the entrance was irrelevant. Just as they began to work on the wall with their tools, suddenly, a loud sound echoed as the heavy door swung open. What just happened? We haven't even damaged the door, and yet it opened? Regardless of the mystery surrounding its opening, Luo Zhongyan was exhilarated and rushed inside without a second thought. Upon entering, he discovered a 3-meter-long passage, at the end of which stood Chen Feng, beaming at him. You were quite arrogant, weren't you? Today, with all 4 of us here, I wonder how you'll maintain that bravado. Qualifications? I have no qualifications to be arrogant. But does this thing have any? Chen Feng replied with a grin, slowly drawing a weapon and aiming it directly at Luo Zhongyuan. In an instant, the previously boisterous group fell into a profound silence. Luo Zhongyuan, in particular, felt his legs weaken from fear. Although he was known for his domineering and brash demeanor, he had never encountered a situation like this. The mere sight of the weapon instilled an unprecedented sense of dread, leaving him utterly disoriented. The others, too, were gripped with anxiety, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Feng, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a complete misunderstanding. Please don't act rashly. Luo Zhongyuan's voice trembled as he struggled to compose himself. I'm asking you a question. Do I qualify? Yes, absolutely. My earlier behavior was wrong. Chen Feng, you must remain calm. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Luo Zhongyuan was so frightened that he lost sight of his original intentions. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Was he joking? Now, after causing a ruckus, he was suddenly concerned about legality? Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may kneel now. Chen Feng spoke slowly, causing Luo Zhongyuan to pause in shock. Someone had quietly suggested to him that there were not that many weapons around. They must be fake. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhongyuan was momentarily stunned, only to soon realize the truth. Indeed, these were regulated items. How could they possibly be real? Chen Feng, do not presume that you can deceive me with a mere counterfeit. Allow me to speak candidly. You cannot mislead me. Indeed, even if you claim it is genuine. What of it? United, we shall prevail. You may not be able to vanquish us all. Another lackey chimed in, exuding arrogance. They began to advance towards Chen Feng. Since you are so incredulous, allow me to demonstrate. Bang! Amid their brazen demeanor, a resounding noise echoed, followed by the piercing cries that reverberated in the vicinity. My hand is ruined. Luo Zhongyuan clutched his arm, blood streaming profusely. The other lackeys were paralyzed with fear at that moment. This was indeed real. Chen Feng truly wielded a genuine weapon. Chen Feng, in utter bewilderment, gazed at his own hand, then at Luo Zhongyuan's arm, his eyes oscillating in shock. To be so close yet miss? Alas, the fool was I. Although I was aware that precision required systematic training, this was beyond belief. Lao Hei's mouth fell agape, his pupils narrowing. He genuinely did not anticipate Chen Feng possessed such formidable power. Had this been employed during our altercation, I would have met my demise instantly. Truly, the master I acknowledge possesses terrifying strength. Chen Feng, you will rue this. It is unlawful. We shall summon the enforcement team to apprehend you. Seeing Chen Feng still in a daze, they dared not linger, hastily dragging Luo Zhongyuan away from the scene. At that moment, their thoughts were far from concerning each other's estates. Survival was paramount. Lao Hei observed the fleeing figures, shaking his head. What are you running for? I have yet to mark you. However, he had no desire to pursue them. The cold outside was unbearable, and remaining indoors was far more agreeable. After closing the door, Chen Feng returned upstairs with Lao Hei. Throughout the ordeal, he held his weapon, feeling a sense of helplessness. I must practice more. I cannot afford to be so careless. As he spoke, he could not resist pulling Lao He closer, earnestly stating, "From now on, we must exercise caution. Like today, had this weapon malfunctioned, we would have been in dire peril." Woof! Lao He promptly shook his head, revealing his teeth, seemingly asserting his prowess, indicating that no adversary could best him. "I am well aware of your strength. I engage in combat with you daily. How could I not know? Yet, that is mere pretense. Do you comprehend?" Chen Feng urged. "Do not be misled by our exchanges. The outside world is fraught with danger. Those who survive out there possess remarkable prowess. We must not provoke them." Woof! Lao He tilted his head, a look of skepticism on his face. Previously, he could chase after anyone without witnessing much retaliation. "Do not doubt my words. Did you not see how I nearly faced defeat just now? Thus, one must refrain from incessantly clamoring to venture outside, for the world beyond is fraught with peril." Chen Feng implored earnestly, and only then did the perplexed old He nod in agreement. "Indeed, should it come to that, it would be exceedingly dangerous. I cannot afford to step outside. Precisely, when you do venture out, remember to stay close to me, so that I may assist you in times of danger." Just as Chen Feng was passionately advising old He, the elderly Mrs. Zhou in the group unleashed a tirade against him. "Chen Feng, do you even realize what you are doing? You have brandished a gun against my son. This is a criminal offense. Prepare to be apprehended." Initially, the onlookers were merely spectators, for Mrs. Zhou's family had already incited public outrage, eliciting a chorus of grievances. However, upon hearing her accusations, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Chen Feng possesses a firearm? This revelation was monumental. They were utterly bewildered as to how he could acquire such a weapon. In such an atmosphere, who would dare provoke Chen Feng? These affluent individuals are indeed formidable, capable of obtaining even such items. Caution is warranted in the future. What is there to fear? It is not as if he is indiscriminately seeking trouble. Unlike Luo Zhongyuan, some have already suffered dire consequences at his hands, and today's predicament is entirely deserved. Many nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in these words. Compared to Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan was far more terrifying. "Chen Feng, unless you provide me with an explanation today, we shall never forgive you. Prepare to find yourself imprisoned." Mrs. Zhou continued her vehement diatribe, clearly incensed. "Your son has committed murder, and you dare to lecture me about the law? Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Chen Feng, unwilling to yield, retorted with equal fervor and began to message in the group. "Dear neighbors, who among you can assist me in dealing with that vile old woman and the scoundrel Luo Zhongyuan? I offer a reward of 10 million. Upon hearing this proclamation, the group was left in shock. 10 million. That is a staggering sum. For the wealthy, it may not seem significant, yet it could easily purchase a home. Anyone else upon receiving such news would be unable to remain composed. Mrs. Zhou, upon seeing this announcement, became even more anxious and resumed her tirade in the group. "Chen Feng, do not think that your wealth renders you invincible. You are committing a crime, and retribution shall come. Old woman, do not attempt to intimidate me with such threats. If I were afraid, I would not be acting in this manner." Chen Feng responded, exasperated, as he pondered how she could so readily disregard the law while instigating trouble. Does she truly believe herself to be devoid of reason? Although Chen Feng remained unfazed, many in the group felt tempted, yet they found themselves ensnared in hesitation. Almost no one responded. The sum was indeed substantial, but should they face legal repercussions, the situation would swiftly turn dire. Wealth alone is of no use if one is imprisoned. Do not worry, everyone, for that homeowner was tragically harmed by Luo Zhongyuan. Your visit to his residence is merely to ensure that this criminal does not evade justice. We are walking the righteous path, engaging in a noble endeavor. Upon hearing this, a multitude of faces displayed expressions of astonishment, which soon transformed into fervor. Indeed, we are merely verifying whether the perpetrator has fled. There is no wrongdoing in that. Certainly, we are making a contribution. They even grew indifferent to further concealment, openly discussing it in the group chat, inciting an irate countenance from the elderly Mrs. Zhou. "I warn you all, do not act recklessly. My son will not spare you." Mrs. Zhou admonished furiously. "Do not heed the ramblings of this old crone. Her son is injured and likely unable to move." Chen Feng interjected, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "By the way, I recall that Mrs. Zhou's household is filled with a bounty of food." He paused, refraining from elaborating further. The flames of excitement had ignited. Whether this group would seize the moment was entirely their own affair. However, Chen Feng was confident that few could resist the allure of food, especially in a time of hunger. In his previous life, Luo Zhongyuan had expanded his power through stockpiling resources, but in this life, with Chen Feng's emergence, he would likely not rise to prominence, if he even survived much longer at all. Old hey, do you see? This is the power of knowledge. In the future, let's employ our intellect in such matters, shall we? Chen Feng boasted, reveling in his cleverness before old He. With only a modest cost, he had managed to subdue Luo Zhongyuan, which he found quite satisfactory. Just as he was about to set down his phone, a message from Su Qing appeared. In truth, she had not ceased her messaging during this time. It was merely Chen Feng's indifference that had kept him from responding. Darling, are you all right? I heard that Luo Zhongyuan sought you out. It has worried me immensely. Su Qing feigned concern, while above the chat. Numerous messages inquired why he had stood her up the previous night. I'm fine. I've already dealt with him. Upon receiving Chen Feng's reply, Su Qing hastily responded, her excitement palpable. Though she struggled to articulate her feelings, having braved the cold for nearly half an hour the night before and feeling aggrieved for the entire evening and morning, her spirits soared upon seeing his message. All initial anger and dissatisfaction evaporated instantly. This sentiment felt rather akin to that of a lovesick admirer. Su Qing suddenly realized, yet even with this awareness, she could not help but eagerly reply, it's wonderful that you're well. By the way, what happened last night? I waited so long at your garage, and you completely ignored me. I didn't TC you. Chen Feng replied coolly, suddenly feeling that his finesse in the art of tea had also improved. Husband, could you please open the door for me? You have stirred trouble with the Luo family, and it is likely to lead to complications. I will have my parents move in. Having more people around will provide some support. Su Qing's demeanor was filled with concern, yet to Chen Feng's ears, it sounded akin to, I am coming to drain you of your resources once more. Support? Relying on them for assistance? It would be a stroke of luck if they did not stab him in the back. Ah, how considerate of you. What would I do without you? Chen Feng responded with a sarcastic tone, yet Su Qing was elated by the compliment. The entire family became animated. Their hardships were finally coming to an end. Su Jiqiang eagerly pointed at himself, and Su Qing understood, promptly addressing her phone with affection. Husband, now that our family is together, we can handle any troubles that arise. You need not waste your money anymore. Let that 10 million be my brother's wedding dowry. What on earth? Chen Feng's eyes widened, and he felt utterly taken aback. What audacious words were these? He could hardly fathom the reasoning behind such a proposition. How do you plan to deal with Wang Hao? Instead of responding to this query, Chen Feng shifted the subject. The Su family cast their gazes toward Wang Hao, who appeared exceedingly distressed. He was acutely aware of the consequences of being injured and subsequently abandoned by these individuals. If the heavy snowfall continued, he feared he might not survive. Chen Feng, for the sake of our past brotherhood, could you spare me? I would do anything. Be a servant if need be. Wang Hao seized Su Qing's phone and messaged Chen Feng. You can strip him of his clothes and give him a beating, and I will agree to your moving into the villa. Chen Feng promptly sent a voice message, which startled Wang Hao, causing him to retreat hastily. Meanwhile, Su Dahua and the others, having waited long for the opportunity to move into the villa, now advanced menacingly toward Wang Hao upon receiving this news. Take matters into your own hands. Uncle, this was not my fault. It was your daughter who seduced me. Please do not act irrationally. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air as Su Dahua began to strike, unleashing a tirade of curses. It is all your fault. If not for you, would our family have fallen to such depths? Indeed, at a time like this, you still have the audacity to malign my sister? Do you think we're easy to bully? Everyone attack. Su Jiqiang, driven by the promise of a 10 million dowry, threw his fists into the fray without hesitation. Chapter 52, a single packet of instant noodles, no more. The room was instantly filled with cries of despair. Wang Hao had initially believed that even if they sought revenge, it would merely be a fade to gain Chen Feng's trust. Who could have anticipated that they would strike with such ferocity, holding nothing back? In truth, the Su family harbored deep resentment towards Wang Hao. Had it not been for his entanglement with Su Qing, they would never have suffered such misfortunes. Due to the heavy snowfall in recent days, they had been unable to unleash their frustrations. However, with Chen Feng's words now resonating in their minds, they swiftly vented their discontent. There was no more patience. Today, they were determined to deal with that scoundrel. Su Jiqiang, in a frenzy, swung his fists, each punch representing his fight for the bride price. Brother-in-law, I always knew this good-for-nothing was worthless. Let me help you vent this anger. While throwing punches, Su Jiqiang also took the time to record a video for Chen Feng. Upon receiving the footage, a smile of satisfaction spread across Chen Feng's face. The sight of dogs fighting amongst themselves was indeed captivating. Old He, upon hearing this, quickly leaned in. Woof! Where? Where the dogs? Chen Feng shot him an exasperated glance. This creature was undoubtedly the extraordinary dog from the apocalypse. No ordinary dog could possess such intelligence. It was almost on par with that of an adult human. He began to wonder if this was due to the awakening of its powers, or if its intelligence had changed as a result. Not actual dogs. I meant they are shameless. Chen Feng casually explained, but Old He was immediately displeased, pulling at Chen Feng's sleeve. Woof woof. Why do you use dogs to describe shameless beings? Isn't that an insult to me? Chen Feng replied, Dog brother, my apologies. How about I prepare a steak for you later, as a gesture of goodwill? Woof. Old He relented. That is more like it. Just don't let it happen again. With a huff, he flopped onto the sofa, expertly crossing his legs, his eyes glued to the television where Tom and Jerry engaged in their antics. Observing this, Chen Feng chose to ignore Su Qing's family and quietly retreated to his study, where he clandestinely perused a manual on martial arts. He was determined to work diligently in secret and astonish Old He. Meanwhile, after giving Wang Hao a thorough beating, Su Qing's family hurriedly set out. They were cold and hungry, yet the thought of soon arriving at Chen Feng's villa filled them with excitement. Wang Hao, battered and bruised, hurriedly dressed, ensuring all the doors were locked before diving under the blankets. You won't be arrogant for long. There will come a time when you beg me. Trembling, Wang Hao's loathing for Chen Feng deepened. He could not believe that Chen Feng would easily forgive Su Qing's family. As Su Qing's family eagerly arrived at the foot of Chen Feng's building, Su Qing found herself unable to contact him. What is going on? Why isn't he opening the door? Yes, I'm freezing here. What on earth is Chen Feng doing? Ma Salon rubbed her hands together, trying to generate warmth. Filled with complaints. Is it customary to treat one's in-laws this way? Zhao Qian huddled nearby, her eyes darting around as if piecing something together. I don't know. Perhaps he hasn't seen his phone. Let us wait a bit longer, Su Qing said, her heart racing with anxiety as she silently prayed for Chen Feng to respond swiftly, fearing she might truly freeze to tears. In such frigid weather, standing in this place for an extended duration is bound to lead to complications. Yet, 10 minutes passed, and she could no longer endure it. While the Su Dahua couple beside her had long since expressed their frustrations. Is this scoundrel toying with us? The echoes of their furious voices reverberated through the space, prompting a bitter smile from Su Qing. Could it be that we assisted my brother-in-law in dealing with Wang Hao, and he still promised to provide me with the betrothal gifts? Su Jiqiang continued to defend Chen Feng. Have you lost your senses? If he truly wanted us inside, would he have made us wait this long? However, perhaps he simply hadn't noticed us? That scoundrel, with his phone always in hand. Could he really have not seen us? Ma Solon, thoroughly frozen, shouted at Su Jiqiang and hurried toward home. Yet, upon returning to their residence, they discovered they could not enter. The door was locked from the inside, the kind of lock that no key could open. Wang Hao, open the door. Get out of my house. Su Dahua kicked the door furiously, but there was no response from within. At that moment, they began to comprehend that they had indeed been played by Chen Feng. Now, Wang Hao was also filled with rage towards them, leaving them unable to enter anywhere. Chen Feng, you rascal, I will not let this go. Even Su Qing could not contain her anger and began to curse aloud. She simply could not understand why Chen Feng was so ruthless towards her when she had done nothing wrong. That evening, while Chen Feng was preparing steak, messages began flooding in from the group chat. Old Lady Zhou unleashed a torrent of curses directed at him and his ancestors, the vitriol as harsh as it was plentiful. Upon meticulously reviewing the chat history, Chen Feng realized that around 6 o'clock, a group of individuals had organized an invasion of Old Lady Zhou's home, not only assaulting her in Luo Zhongyuan, but also stealing the instant noodles hoarded in her house. A smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. He was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. After all, the Zhou family had many enemies, and with the added incentive of Chen Feng's bounty and food, no one could resist such temptation. Were it not for the remnants of humanity still lingering, Qin Yin would likely have faced significant trouble. With her beauty, she would undoubtedly have become an object of their vented frustrations. Chen Feng had little desire to engage further with old lady Zhou, deeming it unnecessary to waste time on her. Before long, a person named Zhao Tianhu added him as a friend and promptly sent a video of the altercation at old lady Zhou's home involving Luo Zhongyuan. A bounty collected. Chen Feng immediately transferred 10 million to him. At this point, money held no particular significance for him, and being able to utilize it for a purpose was already quite commendable. Boss Chen is generous. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. Zhao Tianhu messaged in the group, and excitement erupted among the others. No way, did he really just give money? 10 million. Just like that? Of course, it's already in the account. Zhao Tianhu chuckled. As expected of Mr. Chen, so generous. Chen Feng gazed at the group messages, shaking his head with a faint smile, when suddenly a message from Xiao Lulu popped up on his phone. Chen Feng, I find myself in need of some cash lately. Could you lend me 10 million? From now on, I shall be yours. To his astonishment, how could she presume to negotiate with him? Speechless, Chen Feng hastily replied. A pack of instant noodles, no more. Chapter 53. The Plea of Old Lady Zhou. Xiao Lulu stared at her phone in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the screen. She had been so forward, even taking the initiative to draw closer to him. Yet who would have expected such an outrageous response? Was this not a mockery of her? 10 million seemed excessive, perhaps, for an ordinary person, yet for Chen Feng, it was a trivial matter. After all, he was the one who had been distributing red envelopes worth 1 million in the group, and had recently given away 10 million without a second thought. What she sought was not merely 10 million. It was an acknowledgement of her worth. She had offered herself to him, and in return, he could not even extend a basic courtesy. That was truly too much to bear. To think he would rather offer 10 million to a stranger than to her. Did she truly seem so inexpensive? After all, there were plenty of suitors vying for her affection. Moments later, however, she managed to regain her composure, suppressing her dissatisfaction as she continued. Chen Feng, how cruel you are. How could you jest like this? As she spoke, she snapped a photo of the supplies in her room. Women, after all, are often inclined to grant wealthy individuals another chance. Upon seeing the photograph, Chen Feng was equally astonished, clearly unprepared for the extent of Xiao Lulu's stockpile. In the entire community, aside from himself, she was likely the wealthiest. Yet, upon reflection, he surmised the situation. Xiao Lulu resided in Lin Feier's home, and these provisions were evidently hoarded by Lin Feier herself. Ah, no wonder she had caught my eye. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly, convinced that if he were to choose someone most suited to inhabit his villa, Lin Feier would undoubtedly top the list. After all, her reputation in his past life had been exemplary, and coupled with her beauty, sensuality, and striking allure, her very demeanor inspired a desire to conquer her. Naturally, Chen Feng only acknowledged her desirability. Allowing her to reside in his villa was an entirely different matter. At least for now, that was inconceivable. Chen Feng chose not to respond further to Xiao Lulu. Given her temperament, she would inevitably return to plead with him again, and he was in no rush. Moreover, even if Xiao Lulu refused him, he was unconcerned. His circumstances would not leave him wanting for women. Lin Feier observed Xiao Lulu, who was fixated on her phone, and could not resist stealing a glance. She immediately spotted the photo Xiao Lulu had sent to Chen Feng. Lulu, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to refrain from mentioning our food supplies? Lin Feier struggled to contain her anger, having clearly emphasized this issue only for Xiao Lulu to disregard her entirely. Was she not endangering her? Startled by this sudden outburst, Xiao Lulu felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Feier, you would scold me over a mere photograph? Woe is me. Xiao Lulu spoke, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly aggrieved. Lin Feier was momentarily taken aback, yet felt it inappropriate to voice her complaints, and continued, Lulu, you see the situation. The Zhou family has been robbed. If word gets out that we have food, we too might fall victim. You are clearly dissatisfied with me. Who would resort to theft over mere food? The Zhou family's misfortune is solely due to Chen Feng's bounty of 10 million. Xiao Lulu pouted, visibly irked. Lulu, in times like these, how can you still think about money? Money has lost its value. Lin Feier was not naive. She had comprehensively grasped the current predicament through her friends across various nations. The world was blanketed in snow, entirely frozen. What does this signify? It suggests that rescue efforts are unlikely, and the most precious commodity now is food, not currency. In a desert, one would choose a bottle of water over 1 million. The prevailing situation arose solely because people had yet to realize the gravity of their circumstances. What nonsense are you spouting? How could money possibly be worthless? Lin Feier's steadfastness was unwavering. Just remember what I said. Don't let anyone else know, or you'll have to find your own place to stay. Xiao Lulu, momentarily stunned, succumbed to tears once more. Lin Feier, feeling helpless, spent considerable time comforting her until Xiao Lulu finally forgave her. Feier, if you ever scold me again, I will genuinely be upset. All right. Then I want steak for our next meal. Meanwhile, Chen Feng enjoyed a carefree existence in his residence, indulging in reading, training with Lao He, and preparing food whenever hunger struck, entirely unconcerned about the external circumstances. For now, the situation remained manageable. The moral boundaries people had long upheld had yet to be breached. However, as time passed and food became scarce, desperation would inevitably lead to chaos. The following morning, Chen Feng observed in the group chat that Grandma Zhou was pleading for assistance. Dear neighbors, I implore you, please help my son. If anyone aids him, I shall overlook the matter of my stolen food. Otherwise, you'll all find yourselves in jail for a few years. Her tone shifted from pleading to threatening. Yet rather than a show of support, the chat was filled with mockery. The initial hesitance to act had stemmed from Luo Zhongyuan's influence, as many had endured bullying yet remained silent. However, now that Luo Zhongyuan had become a mere shadow of his former self, their restraint had vanished. Old lady, do not threaten us. We did not rob you, and we have no reason to assist you. Exactly, you are the quintessential ingrate. Remember Dr. He Jing? When she helped you, how did you repay her? You wouldn't even give her a single pack of instant noodles, instead charging her 2,000 per pack. Honestly, am I out of my mind to consider helping you? As Grandma Zhou read the scornful remarks in the chat, her frustration boiled over. She had done nothing wrong. Why was she being subjected to such derision? However, those individuals did not assist themselves. Instead, they reminded her that she could seek the expertise of Dr. He Jing, a true professional. Without hesitation, the elderly Mrs. Zhou made her way to Dr. He's residence, arriving in a torrent of tears and desperate pleas. Dr. He, merely a recent university graduate, found herself torn between the desire to refuse and the uncertainty of how to articulate it. Ultimately, she accompanied Mrs. Zhou to her home. After a brief examination, however, He shook her head in dismay. I can only provide temporary measures to stop the bleeding. Further treatment requires anti-inflammatory medication and antibiotics, which can only be obtained from Chen Feng. I noticed he had quite a few anti-inflammatory drugs when he showcased his cold medicine last time. Is there truly no other recourse? Mrs. Zhou asked, her face streaked with tears as she implored Dr. He once more. Dr. He could only shake her head in resignation. Chen Feng, Mrs. Zhou seethed, suddenly struck by a thought. She hurried to Qin Yan's side and, with a fierce voice, commanded, hurry to Chen Feng and get the medicine. Mom, how could he possibly give me the medicine? Qin Yan protested. Enough of your nonsense. Doesn't he wish to be with you? Hurry up. If anything happens to my son, I swear I will not forgive you. Chapter 54. This is my home. Mom, I really don't want to go. Qin Yan lamented, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, she was met with a sharp slap from Mrs. Zhou. If you do not return with the medicine today, do not dare to call me mother again. I have no place for a useless daughter-in-law like you. Indeed, a waste. Get out. Get out. Little Luo Xiaolong joined in, hurling insults at Qin Yan, showing her no respect. In this household, she was the only outsider. Today, I do not care what methods you employ, whether begging or seducing him. If you do not bring back the medicine, you shall not remain in my home. Mrs. Zhou screamed, pushing Qin Yan toward the door. Witnessing this scene, Dr. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just as Qin Yan was about to be thrust outside, she finally spoke up. All right, I have a small supply of medicine that can be used temporarily. Instantly, Mrs. Zhou's face brightened with joy, and she disregarded Qin Yan entirely, rushing toward Dr. He in excitement. Wonderful. I knew you, Dr. He, would not turn a blind eye. You are far superior to those callous neighbors. Dr. He sighed, retrieving the last 2 boxes of medicine she had reserved for emergencies. She had not anticipated their significance at this moment. Initially, she had intended to give half to Mrs. Zhou, as she believed the situation to be utterly hopeless. Without proper medical resources, even a small quantity of medication would be but a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient. To give it all away would merely be a waste. However, before she could even keep the other half for herself, it was swiftly snatched away by Mrs. Zhou. My son is gravely ill. I will borrow this medicine from you, and once the snow ceases, I will return it. Return it? Doctor, he thought. Even if she were naive, she understood that Mrs. Zhou would never repay her, but she did not know how to demand it back. Ultimately, I could only sigh softly and remark, although I have managed to bandage his wounds, the prospect of recovery is indeed bleak. What is of utmost importance now is to ensure he replenishes his strength. Perhaps then, he might cling to life. Upon hearing this, the elderly Mrs. Zhou nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement before unleashing a tirade at Qin Yan, who was not far off. Did you hear that? Hurry up and find something to eat. Our supplies have been completely depleted. We have no choice but to seek sustenance outside. Qin Yan wished to respond, but the venomous glare from Mrs. Zhou rendered her speechless, compelling her to wrap herself in her garments and step outside. Yet, given the frigid, wintry conditions and the fact that nearly every household was devoid of provisions, she found herself repeatedly inquiring at various places, only to be met with the same disheartening response. No one was willing to part with any food. What was more disheartening was that Mrs. Zhou's ruthless actions over the past few days had deterred even Qin Yan's friends from offering assistance. Qin Yan, I hear you're borrowing food. At that moment, a message from Zhao Tianhu arrived. He was among the leaders who had come to raid Luo Zhongyuan supplies, now regarded as one of the wealthier individuals in the area. Could you spare me a little? I promise to repay you. Repay? There is no need for that. Just come over and keep me company, and I assure you that your family will not go hungry. I currently have over 10 million in cash. You could very well join me, rather than endure hardships at Luo Zhongyuan's. As Qin Yan read this message, frustration bubbled within her. She had encountered several such shameless individuals already. If it came to selling herself, she would rather seek out Chen Feng. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Feng. Surely his home was warm at this time? The thought of returning empty-handed and facing another scolding from her mother-in-law lingered in her mind. After much hesitation in the biting wind, she resolutely made her way to Chen Feng's underground garage. This time, she appeared more familiar with the surroundings. When it came to shedding her garments, she did not even wait for Chen Feng to speak. She completed the act herself. Here, to return the anti-inflammatory and antibiotics, Chen Feng looked down at Qin Yan, well aware of the discussions in the group. After Mrs. Zhou inquired about the situation, it was apparent why Qin Yan had come. Qin Yan shook her head. I need food. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Feng's eyes, but only for a brief moment before he nodded. All right, you may choose to enjoy a hearty meal here, the same standard as last time, or opt for 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 sausages to take home. Could you not give me a little more? Qin Yan approached Chen Feng, nearly pleading. She dreaded the thought of returning empty-handed, knowing the reprimand that awaited her. Yet she longed for a warm meal. There are only these 2 options. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave now. I will not force you. Chen Feng turned to leave, but after just a few steps, she had caught up to him, gripping his hand. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth, clearly indicating that she had made her choice. Go take a shower first. Chen Feng playfully patted the other person's backside, gesturing towards the nearby bathroom. Due to power outages and water shortages, bathing conditions in this place had become exceedingly rare. When electricity returned, most people focused on preparing meals. Water had to be collected from downstairs, where snow was gathered and transported back home to be melted, a perilous endeavor indeed. During such times of scarcity, who would even contemplate bathing? Upon hearing that she could take a shower, Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. After days without bathing, she felt utterly uncomfortable. When she had expressed a desire to wash at home, her mother-in-law had scolded her instead. Yet here, her wish was unexpectedly fulfilled. Immersed in the warm embrace of the bathtub, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, and Chen Feng walked in. Much to her astonishment, how did you get in? The door was locked. She exclaimed, This is my home. Locking the door means nothing to me. He chuckled, stepping into the bathtub and wrapping his arms around the startled Qin Yan. Let us bathe together. Instantly, the temperature in the bathroom rose several degrees once more. It must be said that Qin Yan possessed an allure that could captivate any man. Chen Feng found no trace of weariness in her presence. After an intense encounter that felt like a battle of 300 rounds, he emerged victorious, albeit with a bittersweet triumph. His opponent was simply too formidable. Upon returning home, Grandma Zhou immediately rushed over to Qin Yan. What about the food? She demanded. I couldn't borrow any. Qin Yan replied timidly. You useless wretch. What are you to me? Grandma Zhou thundered, her eyes ablaze with fury. Mother, doctor, he should have some. You might want to seek her out, Luo Zhongyuan. Having regained some strength, suggested. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Grandma Zhou realized, recalling that the other party had just claimed to be out of medicine, yet had produced 2 boxes moments later. I'll go find her right away. Chapter 55. What do I gain from this? Chen Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. She never imagined her mother-in-law would set her sights on Dr. He. After all, he was the savior of Luo Zhongyan. Without her, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. She wished to voice her objections, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. In this household, she had no authority to speak. It was pointless to invite trouble upon herself. Keep an eye on my son and grandson. If anything happens to them, I will not spare you. Grandma Zhou admonished Chen Yin before stepping out. However, to her dismay, it wasn't long before Grandma Zhou returned with a look of frustration. Why are you back so soon? Luo Zhongyuan asked weakly. Although he had administered basic treatment and even extracted the bullet, the severity of his injuries remained. It's because her family is utterly impoverished. I have no idea how they manage. They have nothing to eat, Grandma Zhou exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Under the pretext of inquiring about her son's health, she managed to enter the room, but to her dismay, there was nothing but a bed and clothes in sight. The kitchen was devoid of any meat, as if it had not been used to cook for many years. The atmosphere was thick with disappointment, as if to say, what do you expect? If you had the means, would I need to venture out for food? Upon noticing Chen Yin observing her, old Lady Zhou was instantly filled with ire. Grandma, I want to eat meat, exclaimed Luo Xiaolong, clutching his stomach. It had been quite some time since he last had a meal, and his hunger was becoming unbearable. There is nothing to eat. Where would meat come from? He protested. I don't care, I want to eat. If you don't give me meat, I'll hit you. With a fierce demeanor, he approached, ready to act out, as he was accustomed to getting his way. All right, I'll find you some meat. Luo Zhongyan rose feebly from the bed, trudging into the kitchen to fetch a knife, his expression darkening as he departed. Chen Yin, filled with suspicion, was uncertain of his intentions, yet an ominous feeling gnawed at her. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was preoccupied and could sense the deteriorating conditions outside. The residents were beginning to exhibit increasingly desperate behavior, engaging in actions they would typically shy away from, driven by the gnawing hunger that threatened to consume them. A group gathered, deliberating a foray to the supermarket beyond the community, believing that, despite their fears, there must be provisions available. The call to action was met with unanimous agreement, and several individuals were equipped with thick clothing, ready to brave the cold. Those who ventured out were sufficiently bundled and did not succumb to the chill, yet they failed to return. Chen Feng stood by the window, his gaze fixated on the direction they had gone, his heart sinking at the realization that not only had they not returned, but communication with them had also been severed. I suspect danger lurks, Chen Feng murmured to himself, recalling similar events from his past life when residents had ventured to the supermarket for supplies, only to disappear without a trace. Later, when the temperature rose slightly, those who went to investigate found the supermarket had been thoroughly looted, and the bodies of those who had sought food lay outside its entrance. It was clear they had fallen victim to an attack, the exact circumstances of which remained a mystery. Either the supermarket had been overrun, and those inside had resorted to violence to protect their haul, or the individuals who had gone out had turned against one another, igniting internal conflict. It's truly perilous outside. We must refrain from venturing out carelessly from now on. Do you understand? Chen Feng admonished Old He earnestly. Woof woof. Old He responded promptly, resolute in his stance of not wanting to leave. This place offered food, drink, and the luxury of reading, luxuries he had long been deprived of. Meanwhile, a multitude in the group clamored for news about the fate of those who had ventured out. Yet regrettably, no one answered. However, the female host, Sun Jiai, once again sought out Chen Feng. In truth, he had been eluding her attempts to contact him for days. Ignoring her calls. Chen Feng, please respond. Sun Jiai was growing increasingly impatient, but she had little choice. A few days prior, she had some provisions at home, but now her supplies were nearly depleted. Even if her husband did not summon her, she felt compelled to reach out to Chen Feng. What is it? Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. At last you've responded. Sun Jiai exclaimed, her voice softening as she sent a voice message. I thought you were upset with me, since you hadn't replied to any of my messages. No. I was just busy preparing Buddha jumps over the wall and didn't see your messages. As you know, it takes days of effort to make it, Chen Feng explained, sending her a photo of his culinary creation. Instantly, both Sun Jiai and her husband were left salivating in envy. How could he indulge in such a lavish dish while the entire neighborhood was deprived of a warm meal? Quick, ask him to prepare a pot for us. Zhang Qiming urged, excitement evident in his voice. Even without Zhang Qiming's enthusiasm, Sun Jiayi could hardly contain her eagerness, quickly messaging Chen Feng. Wow, brother. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Could you share a taste with me? I would love to experience your cooking. What's in it for me? Chen Feng asked directly, prompting Sun Jiayi and Zhang Qiming to smirk at the bait. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Jiayi began typing. Brother, would you join my fan club? There are benefits involved. As she spoke, she sent him a teasing yet demure photo. Are you out of your mind? It's the end of the world. And you're talking about a fan club. Chen Feng replied, unfazed. Just bring me a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall and 2 king crabs. And you can join the fan club. Once you're in, there are weekly benefits. Huh? With such low standards, you think you can entice me? Absurd. I have no interest in your fan club. If you want food, come down and keep me company, and I'll give you a pack of instant noodles. Nothing more. Chen Feng shot back without hesitation. Chapter 56. You must give me an explanation. Sun Jiayi, who had originally thought she would easily win over Chen Feng today, felt her mood sour upon reading his message. She could hardly believe he would say such a thing. Many suitors sought her attention, with several affluent men ready to spend lavishly just to meet her, while Chen Feng had the audacity to suggest a pack of instant noodles in exchange for companionship. How could she have become so cheap? Anger surged within her. When had she ever become so devalued? Moreover, and perhaps more crucially, she merely desired a taste of Buddha jumps over the wall and crab from Chen Feng. Nearby, Zhang Qiming was preparing to indulge in a sumptuous feast, only to notice his wife wearing a furrowed brow, prompting him to approach her with concern. Did that infatuated fool fall for it? No. That scoundrel audaciously suggested that a mere packet of instant noodles was sufficient for me to accompany him to bed. Sun Jiayi appeared profoundly disheartened, her agitation palpable. Although she was well aware that no man was worth trusting, Chen Feng's behavior particularly irked her. If you wish to seduce me, at least demonstrate some sincerity. As my primary supporter, shower me with your generosity. I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Is there a communication issue at play? Quickly, send him some alluring photographs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiming was immediately alarmed. How could the opportunity for a delectable Buddha jumps over the wall slip away? Was this a jest? If all else fails, just entertain him. At least you would enjoy some exquisite cuisine, and there would be no loss on your part. As these words left his mouth, Sun Jiayi erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Qiming. Do you possess any semblance of humanity? I am your wife, and you would have me accompany another? Get lost. Chen Feng, uninterested in the unfolding drama, presumed that it would not be long before Sun Jiayi fell under his influence. He doubted that a streamer reliant on dubious means could maintain her resolve. Eventually, she would undoubtedly seek his assistance. Although other residents in the community, like Xiao Tianhu, had their provisions, these were mere junk food, a far cry from his culinary delights. As long as Sun Jiayi retained her wits, she would inevitably gravitate towards him. Life was infinitely better than in his previous existence. In that life, he had merely guarded Su Qing, while she had ultimately betrayed him. In this life, he would embrace the role of a warrior. Old He scrutinized Chen Feng, his eyes assessing him from head to toe. What? This hardly resembles a wolf. What is this fellow prattling about? Regardless of his efforts, he could never aspire to be a dog. Did he not understand? Misplaced ambition rendered all endeavors futile. Chen Feng noticed Old He gazing at him with a rather lecherous expression and promptly shifted aside. With such basic needs, surely this dog does not have an interest in me. I shall find a few female dogs for you soon. Rest assured, this matter is etched in my mind. Chen Feng solemnly pledged, but Old He hurriedly shook his head. You scoundrel, how despicably you aim to intoxicate me with wine and lust. I am not swayed by your tactics. Amidst their playful banter, Chen Feng's phone chimed once more. His days had become exceptionally pleasant, filled with ample leisure time. All thanks to these neighbors. Picking up his phone, he discovered that Zhao Qian had sent him another message. Are you all still unscathed? Chen Feng was taken aback, never anticipating that they would endure the night. Logically, after their departure, the beaten Wang Hao would surely harbor resentment and lock them out. According to Chen Feng's scheme, Su Qing's family would be left to face the bitter cold, or they would desperately plead for his help. The fate that awaits Zhao Qian, who lingers by their side, is unlikely to be any better. Yet, Zhao Qian has reached out to me, indicating that Su Qing's family should be safe. Chen Feng, you truly are mischievous. To plot against Su Qing's family without a word of warning to me, leaving them nearly frozen to illness yesterday. Zhao Qian's tone, though ingratiating, carried a hint of melancholy. If it weren't for Su Jiqiang providing her with warm clothing, she might have indeed succumbed to the cold. Naturally, in such frigid conditions, Su Jiqiang himself ended up catching a cold. Did Wang Hao allow you in? Yes, after much discussion, Su Qing finally managed to persuade Wang Hao, who then relented and let us all in. Observing the exchange, Chen Feng's regard for Wang Hao elevated several notches. This individual is increasingly complex. He cannot be underestimated. While he desired a spectacle of dogs biting dogs, Wang Hao remarkably restrained his fury and set them inside once more, putting aside past grievances. Chen Feng understood that it was not merely Su Qing's words that swayed him, but rather Wang Hao's awareness that he could not survive alone in such a hostile environment. Chen Feng, may I come over? I sense Wang Hao's gaze upon me. He evidently harbors ulterior motives. Zhao Qian sent another message, leaving one to ponder whether she was playing the damsel in distress or if Wang Hao truly had his sights set on her. Should I check my legs? Upon seeing this, Zhao Qian was instantly elated. She glanced around the room to ensure no one was paying her heed before making her way to the restroom. Inside, she felt utterly helpless, burdened by an excess of clothing that thwarted her attempts to achieve the desired effect. Finally, with resolve, she lowered her pants and sent a picture of her long legs clad in black stockings to Chen Feng. There was no other choice, given the biting cold. She had donned every piece of clothing available to her. All right, come over. Zhao Qian, upon receiving this, was filled with joy and hastily dressed. She never wished to return to this wretched place again. Her heart soared. The days of hardship were finally coming to an end. However, just as Zhao Qian was gathering her composure and contemplating an excuse to exit, she suddenly discovered Su Qing's family gathered at the restroom door, their expressions ominous, causing her heart to race with anxiety. What are you doing in there? Su Qing glared at Zhao Qian, clearly displeased. What could I possibly be doing? Naturally, I was using the restroom. Do you expect me to sneak snacks in there? Zhao Qian replied with irritation, attempting to divert the conversation elsewhere. Yet, just as she prepared to step out, her phone was snatched away by Su Dahua, their faces shifting to shock and fury. Well, here we are, suffering from the cold and hunger, and you dare to flirt with someone behind our backs? Ma Zuilan, upon seeing the chat records, could not restrain her outrage. How can you treat my son this way? These past days, he has saved food and clothing for you, and yet you are pursuing Chen Feng. Su Jiqiang, witnessing this, was immediately incensed, unable to contain his anger as he demanded an explanation. Qian, you must provide me with an answer today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Su Jiqiang was truly enraged, his entire being trembling with fury, yearning to confront Zhao Qian at that very moment. After a brief moment of panic, Zhao Qian herself succumbed to a fit of rage. Yes, I contacted Chen Feng. But so what? Is it not your incompetence that has led us here? What? Our family offers you all the best, and you dare utter such words? Have you no conscience left? Su Jiqiang, poised to strike, found that Zhao Qian not only did not flinch, but boldly stepped forward. Go ahead, strike me dead. Then I shall see how you manage to reach Chen Feng's residence. Zhao Qian's voice was loud, causing those present to glance at each other in confusion. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Despite your large numbers and lengthy efforts, you still cannot reach Chen Feng's villa. Are you so utterly useless that I must simply await my demise? Zhao Qian snatched the phone, pointing at the messages with ire, exclaiming, Do you see this? I merely used a few words to ensnare him completely. I had intended to let you know once I had secured him, but unexpectedly, you still doubt me. Why must I suffer so? Zhao Qian burst into tears, kicking Su Jiqiang in frustration, leaving the entire family in a state of bewilderment. Even Su Jiqiang was taken aback, filled with guilt. Qian, do you truly not wish to be with him? Nonsense. If I genuinely desired to be with Chen Feng, would I still be trailing after you? Would I endure such hardship? Zhao Qian appeared deeply wronged. Oh, it is my fault. Qian, I am sorry. Su Dahua hastily interjected, repeatedly apologizing, feeling utterly remorseful. Ma Zuilan also quickly grasped the other's hand, continuously expressing that it was their wrongdoing, that they should not have acted so impulsively, even doubting her. Only Su Qing gazed at Zhao Qian, a fellow woman. She did not believe the situation was so simple. Yet, She was evidently a loss for words. Anything she could say now would be futile. So what shall we do next? Su Jiqiang queried, his face a mask of suspicion. What shall we do? Naturally, we shall deceive Chen Feng into opening the door, and then we will confront him together. Once he opens the door, we shall surely be able to seize him. Su Dahua clenched his fists, smirking coldly. They had entirely severed any thoughts of negotiating with Chen Feng. Should they catch even the slightest opportunity, they would not show him any mercy. Let us not proceed in that manner. Su Qing shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea. Do not forget how Luo Zhongyuan was injured. Those few ruffians could not subdue Chen Feng, and neither would we stand a chance. Most importantly, he possesses a firearm. As this was stated, the group indeed began to waver. A gun, after all. Any slight misstep could cost them their lives. So what shall we do? We cannot simply do nothing. With the opportunity so close at hand, none were willing to let it slip away. Chen Feng was overly cautious. It was exceedingly difficult to persuade the other party to open the door. At that moment, Wang Hao approached and handed a small vial to Zhao Qian. Once you enter, find a way to make him ingest this medicine. He will then be rendered powerless, completely at your mercy. Zhao Qian received the vial with a look of astonishment, while the others nearby were equally taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Wang Hao possessed such a thing. Nonetheless, despite their dissatisfaction with him, they were reluctant to voice their grievances at such a critical juncture. This was not the time for quarrels. I will incapacitate him, and then you will be the first to enter, Zhao Qian declared. After tidying herself up a bit, she headed straight to the entrance of Chen Feng's underground garage. Aware that Chen Feng had surveillance in place, the others refrained from following her. Zhao Qian, employing a clever ruse, discreetly tossed the vial into a corner. Allowing the Su family to enter? That would be absurd. She preferred to enjoy a private moment with Chen Feng rather than frolic with a group of them. Zhao Qian was no fool. She recognized the Su family's utter lack of shame and had no desire to be in their company. Seeing that only Zhao Qian was present, Chen Feng promptly opened the door. In an instant, a warm gust of air enveloped her, illuminating her senses. The entrance comprised 2 layers. After the garage door opened, a second door lay 3 meters beyond, ensuring that even if someone managed to breach the first barrier, the subsequent one would present an even greater challenge. Was this his source of confidence? Zhao Qian couldn't help but marvel at Chen Feng's ingenuity in constructing such an impenetrable fortress. Upon entering the garage, she still did not see Chen Feng. Remove all your clothes. Chen Feng's voice echoed through the speaker, causing Zhao Qian's cheeks to flush. However, she exhibited no hesitation and instead displayed an air of confidence, even more so than Qin Yan during her second visit. After all, her initial intention was to win Chen Feng over. They had already been candid with each other. Had it not been for Su Jiqiang's phone call, she would likely have moved in already. But now, after traversing so many twists and turns, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Qian mistakenly believed that Chen Feng was eager to possess her, unaware that his actions were driven by fear. What if she concealed something within her clothing and, at a critical moment, revealed it? That would spell disaster for him. Only after ascertaining that she posed no threat did Chen Feng allow her to ascend. Once upstairs, Zhao Qian, already in a state of shock, was further astonished. Her face a canvas of disbelief. Despite being devoid of clothing, she felt no chill. Instead, her eyes were met with a lavish display of luxury brands throughout Chen Feng's home, igniting her excitement. Upon seeing Chen Feng seated on the sofa, she approached him without hesitation. First, take a shower. Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he pushed her away. In truth, he had little interest in her, especially after his recent encounter with the stunning Qin Yan, which left him with even less inclination toward Zhao Qian. Regardless of appearance, physique, or sensual allure, Zhao Qian pales in comparison to Qin Yan by an insurmountable margin. Were it not for the desire to irritate Su Jiqiang, he would have been disinclined to engage in such endeavors. After finishing her bath, Zhao Qian eagerly approached him. Weren't you quite arrogant not long ago? You even allied with Su Jiqiang to trouble me. Why the sudden change of heart? Chen Feng regarded Zhao Qian with an impassive expression. Chen Feng, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please forgive me, she implored. Mistakes necessitate punishment, Chen Feng retorted, his gaze drifting to his lower body. Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed as she cast a knowing glance at him, slowly bending down to bury her head. Chapter 58. Is there something amiss with your mind? Though lacking significant interest, Given the circumstances, Chen Feng did not hesitate to proceed. An hour later, he sat on the sofa, feeling utterly bored. In front of him, Zhao Qian remained alluringly attentive, her hand resting on his shoulder. Chen Feng, wouldn't you like it if I accompanied you every day? Zhao Qian suggested, her fingers tracing delicate patterns in the air before him. Despite her captivating demeanor, she appeared rather ordinary in Chen Feng's eyes. His sage mode had long been activated, rendering him impervious to her charms. Of course, if it were Qin Yin or Li Bingyao, he could have engaged in a vigorous contest. Every day, Chen Feng replied with a mild shake of his head. Not possible. Chen Feng, don't you desire my constant presence, attending to you at all times? Zhao Qian pressed on, undeterred. She remained confident in her allure. While she may not rival Qin Yin, her obedience and skills far surpassed those of Qin Yin. If Chen Feng were privy to her thoughts, he would likely deliver her a swift reprimand. Are you jesting? How dare you compare yourself to Qin Yin? If you wish, we can enjoy a nice meal, and I'll provide you with 3 packets of instant noodles to take home. If you're unwilling, then do not return. Chen Feng concluded, gesturing towards the spread of food prepared for her, plentiful and aimed at creating a psychological contrast for Zhao Qian. She wished to speak further, but Chen Feng had already risen and moved away. The once fervent glimmer in her eyes had transformed into a darkened gaze, particularly when she looked at Chen Feng as though he were a betrayer. After their meal, Zhao Qian initially contemplated making another attempt, yet Chen Feng's resolve remained unwavering. Qin Yin could not stay here. I hope you possess the self-awareness to know that if you desire a good meal in the future, you may seek me out. Zhao Qian was filled with resentment, ultimately departing with the 3 packets of instant noodles he had given her. On her way back, she retrieved the discarded pill bottle. Chen Feng, since you have acted so ruthlessly, do not blame me for being unsparing in return. Anger consumed Zhao Qian's heart. If Chen Feng refused her, she would resort to more drastic measures. Once she seized the villa, she would do as she pleased. The Su family, too, was not inclined to allow them entry. What happened? Did you manage to take him down? As soon as he returned home, Su Jiqiang rushed over, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Zhao Qian. No, I didn't find the opportunity. Have you taken a shower? Su Jiqiang pushed Zhao Qian aside, his eyes fixated on the instant noodles in her hand. What on earth did you do at his house for so long? Even a fool could guess what had transpired. My dear, let me explain. He didn't do anything to me. He was initially intent on misconduct, but he was incapable. Before he could even penetrate, he was done. Zhao Qian hurriedly reassured him. But Su Jiqiang remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Su Dahua had already grabbed the noodles and began to munch away. Enough, enough. Regardless of what they say, he has contributed to our family. Stop being so suspicious. 3 packs of instant noodles shared among 5 people, though insufficient to satiate hunger, still offered some sustenance. Su Jiqiang continued to urge Zhao Qian to seek out Chen Feng, insisting he was utterly inept. The family tacitly refrained from discussing Zhao Qian's situation further, while Su Qing, who already knew the circumstances, observed quietly. As Chen Feng's ex-wife, she understood the chaotic state he was in. There was truly no issue. Moreover, she could surmise that Zhao Qian had likely attempted to curry favor with Chen Feng, only to be rejected and subsequently expelled. After all, Su Qing felt assured allowing Zhao Qian to approach Chen Feng, having prepared herself for the outcome. If someone as stunning as Qin Yin could not retain Chen Feng, she felt Zhao Qian lacked the qualification. Now that Zhao Qian had been sent away, it validated her suspicions. Furthermore, this would ensure Zhao Qian firmly aligned herself with Su Qing's side. What do you plan to do next? Su Qing inquired, approaching Zhao Qian. Next time I will definitely take him down. Zhao Qian coldly huffed, continuing, I must deal with this person. Only then can you all move in. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was leisurely tidying up the battlefield, while Old Hay sniffed around, inspecting the surroundings. Upon spotting a whip on the ground, he instinctively stepped back a few paces. Woof, are you planning to fight me with weapons? That's rather unsporting. Isn't it? Chen Feng replied, this is not meant for you. It was used by that woman earlier. Woof woof. The large black dog looked on in disdain, clearly unimpressed by their peculiar antics, shaking his head in disbelief. Let us set aside these trivialities and engage in a spar, Chen Feng declared, his gaze fixed intently on Old Hay as he prepared to throw a punch. There was no alternative, having not yet exhausted his energy. He needed an outlet to release it. That very night, the authorities finally issued another statement. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the globe, and it was expected to last for an extended period. Citizens were urged to safeguard themselves. The announcement was starkly straightforward, lacking any hint of reassurance. It was as though they were imploring everyone to take care of themselves, with no expectation of rescue, leaving it entirely up to the individual to navigate the days ahead. Many individuals, upon encountering this news, have been plunged into utter despair, subsequently accompanied by skyrocketing prices. At this juncture, people have come to realize the paramount importance of sustenance. A mere packet of instant noodles can no longer be purchased for 20,000. Some have resorted to trading a Rolex for 2 packets of noodles. When Chen Feng learned of this news, he was profoundly moved. For the average person, what lies ahead may indeed be the onset of true calamity. Resources are exceedingly scarce, and with so many in desperate need, individuals may soon trample upon dignity, humanity, and the law without a second thought. Over the next 2 days, Chen Feng received further alarming news from Qin Yan. Luo Zhongyuan had not perished. Rather, he had managed to procure those whom he had once killed for sustenance. Although his arm was rendered useless, Luo Zhongyuan's life was, for the moment, not in jeopardy due to the nutritional replenishment. Qin Yan, unable to consume such fare, sought out Chen Feng daily. If you hear anything, be sure to inform me promptly. I will not neglect you. As Chen Feng saw Qin Yan off, he noticed Xiao Lulu stealthily handling something in the underground garage. Like a streetwalker, a man approached her. After a brief exchange involving his phone, Xiao Lulu produced 2 packets of noodles for her attire for him. Quite intriguing, in such dire circumstances, she was selling food. Was she not at her right mind? Chapter 59. The Anger of Lin Fei'er. What is this? After selling 2 more packets of noodles, Xiao Lulu happened upon Qin Yan exiting Chen Feng's villa, and her demeanor instantly soured. She had previously made efforts to be amicable and express her intentions, yet Chen Feng had consistently belittled her. And now, he was involved with Qin Yan, a married woman. What was it that made her inferior to others? Frustrated, she completed her sales and stormed back to her residence. Xiao Lulu pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom why she had fallen short compared to Qin Yan. Although the latter possessed a slightly better appearance and figure, she was ultimately a second-hand commodity. Xiao Lulu had never been married. Could it be that Chen Feng had a preference for such? Lulu, where have you been in this frigid weather? Upon entering, Lin Fei'er regarded her with suspicion. I was simply wandering outside. It was too dull at home. Xiao Lulu replied absently, while Lin Fei'er grew increasingly anxious and cautioned. The outside is quite chaotic. Many have begun to loot. Be careful, and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. All right, I understand. Xiao Lulu responded dismissively, wrapping herself in a blanket and curling up on the sofa. What was wrong with her? She hadn't provoked her in any way, yet Lin Fei'er seemed to be brimming with anger. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Feng sat by the window, gazing at the adjacent Villa No. 4. He could surmise that, for reasons unknown to him, Lin Fei'er had stockpiled a significant amount of goods prior to the heavy snowfall. However, those supplies had been sold off by Xiao Lulu. This situation could potentially lead to complications for Lin Fei'er, either resulting in a food shortage or attracting the attention of a desperate mob. In his previous life, Chen Feng was only aware that Lin Fei'er met a tragic end, being mistreated by a multitude, yet the precise reasons eluded him. It was imperative that he offer her some forewarning. As Chen Feng pondered this, he reached for his phone to send a message, only to find that Xiao Lulu had initiated contact with him instead. Chen Feng, have you become involved with Qin Yan? She inquired bluntly, as if he had betrayed her trust. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was this not absurd? What right did she have to interrogate him? What concern is it of yours? How can you treat me this way? I reached out to you, yet you choose to belittle me, only to end up with that shameless Qin Yan. Am I not worthy compared to her? What makes you think you compare to her? Chen Feng was taken aback by her words, utterly speechless. Xiao Lulu was not only foolish but lacked any sense of self-awareness. What audacity did she possess to compare herself to Qin Yan? The latter's appearance, figure, and gentle, cultured demeanor far surpassed hers. Am I not younger than her? She has never been married. How can you pit me against that used commodity? Chen Feng was left bewildered. How could Xiao Lulu utter such nonsense? Given her skills in tea art, one could hardly label her as second-hand. She had likely been with countless partners. Of course, Chen Feng was not one to possess a puritanical mindset. As long as someone was attractive, he would not dwell on such matters if they willingly approached him. However, Xiao Lulu's character was genuinely repugnant. Her immense ambition paired with her foolishness made her insufferable. Initially, she had disparaged Lin Feier to curry his favor, and now she was speaking ill of Qin Yan. If you wish to come over, you may do so, but be prepared to keep me company in return for a packet of instant noodles. Xiao Lulu, already brimming with dissatisfaction, was infuriated by his words. Was she worth no more than a few packets of instant noodles? Did he consider her easy to intimidate? With a cold huff, she sent a screenshot of her bank balance. 10 million. This sum represented her earnings from selling food that day. With prices soaring, she had merely sold a small amount of meat to amass such wealth. See this? This is my hard-earned money. Don't think you can act as you please just because you have a bit of cash. Soon, you won't be able to reach my heights. Xiao Lulu typed with a sense of triumph, reveling in her success. Within a single day, she had earned 10 million. In just 2 or 3 more days, she would realize her dream of becoming a socialite, at which point she would no longer feel the need to engage with Chen Feng. Upon seeing the screenshot, Chen Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated the prices had escalated to such levels. No wonder Xiao Lulu was selling. Her greed made it impossible for her to resist such temptation. Unfortunately, Lin Feier was the one suffering, laboring under the impression that she was working for Xiao Lulu. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request to Lin Feier, only to be rejected within 2 minutes. You woman, I am saving you. Chen Feng submitted the application once more, and in the verification field, he bluntly noted, Xiao Lulu is selling food outside. Having completed this task, he felt no further obligation to intervene. After all, he was not a sycophant, nor did he see the necessity to humbly beg for assistance. He had already provided the necessary reminders, and whether Lin Feier could make the right decisions was ultimately up to her. What if Xiao Lulu's food sales were actually Lin Feier's idea? Such matters were beyond Chen Feng's concern. When Lin Feier initially received Chen Feng's message, she was filled with disdain. However, upon receiving the second verification, she was taken aback. Despite her consistently poor impression of Chen Feng, she immediately checked her food supplies. To her dismay, she discovered a significant reduction in her stock. This realization transformed Lin Feier's demeanor, igniting a surge of anger within her. Xiao Lulu, how ungrateful you are! I took you in during this inclement weather, and instead of expressing gratitude, you resort to profiting from my food. She stormed over to Xiao Lulu, yanking the blanket off her. Lulu, have you gone too far by selling my belongings? Xiao Lulu, already irked by her argument with Chen Feng, now felt even more aggrieved by Lin Feier's accusations. Feier, I merely sold a few packs of instant noodles and some meat. You wouldn't perish without those items. How can you scold me over such trivial matters? Fuming, Xiao Lulu stamped her foot, tears streaming down her face, radiating a profound sense of injustice. I considered you a close friend. You never let me eat my fill. And now, for selling a few items, you lash out at me? You have truly disappointed me. Lin Feier was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that Xiao Lulu would utter such shameless words. After all this, somehow I am at fault? Fine, if you're so uncomfortable here, why not leave? Aren't you so capable? Get out and do not return to my home. Enraged, Lin Feier flung open the door, demanding Xiao Lulu exit. Chapter 60. Is this a death sentence? Xiao Lulu gazed at Lin Feier, her expression one of utter astonishment. Disbelief etched across her features. She had not anticipated such words from Lin Feier. If you want me to leave, then I shall. But know this, Feier, should I step out? Even if you beg me to return, I shall not. With a stomp, Xiao Lulu stormed towards the door, but as she reached it, a chilling gust of wind struck her, instantly filling her with regret. If she left this place, where'd she go? Outside, the world was a frigid wasteland. She could scarcely endure for long without facing dire consequences. More critically, nearly everyone was in a state of food scarcity. Should she venture out, she would have no means of finding refuge. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she turned back to grasp Lin Feier's hand. Feier, I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me. I only wanted to earn some money for you amidst the soaring prices. I meant well. Lin Feier was also a soft-hearted person. The thought of the other party leaving her home, not necessarily freezing to death, but ending up in a woeful situation, finally compelled her to relent. Lulu, why can't you understand? Money has become meaningless. The world is engulfed in crisis, and food is of utmost importance. If you promise me not to sell food anymore, I shall not hold these matters against you. How could it be that serious? You're exaggerating, Xiao Lulu replied, her face reflecting disbelief. If it were truly that dire, wouldn't it be the end of the world? If you can manage that, we remain sisters. If not, then you might as well go elsewhere. Lin Feier's expression was grave, as if issuing an ultimatum. This time, Xiao Lulu lost her temper entirely, promptly conceding, and grasping Lin Feier's arm with a forced smile. All right, I understand. I will heed your words. Though her face bore a smile, her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Lin Feier was being excessively unreasonable. It was only a matter of selling a bit of food. What wrong had she committed to deserve such treatment? How foolish she had been to consider her a close friend. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family gathered around Zhao Qian once more. Just moments ago, Chen Feng had finally agreed to let Zhao Qian visit his villa, a piece of good news for them, as they were on the brink of starvation, desperately in need of sustenance. If Zhao Qian managed to win over Chen Feng, at the very least, she could secure some food from him. If the plan failed, she was reminded to bring back as much food as possible. Su Jiqiang's weak gaze brimmed with excitement, for he knew that food was imminent. Su Qing hastily warned Zhao Qian to be cautious while urging her to quickly win over Chen Feng. With so many women around him, it won't be long before he tires of them. Your opportunities are limited, so make haste. Su Qing was also worried that Zhao Qian might eventually develop feelings for Chen Feng and end up with him. Thus she felt compelled to issue a precautionary warning. As for Zhao Qian, she harbored her own thoughts. After parting ways with the Su family, she concealed the potion on her person and hurried towards Chen Feng's villa. Do you think Zhao Qian might betray us and end up with Chen Feng? Ma Sulan asked anxiously. Being a woman herself, she could sense Zhao Qian's underlying concerns. Impossible. How could Qian like that good for nothing? She is my girlfriend and has promised to marry me. Su Jiqiang interjected urgently, clearly reluctant to accept such a notion. The others remained silent, but Su Qing remarked, regardless, it's better than our current situation. As long as Zhao Qian isn't foolish, she wants to keep Chen Feng around. However, whether they allow us into the villa is another matter. But I believe Zhao Qian is far easier to deal with than Chen Feng. Upon reaching the villa, Zhao Qian acted with even more decisiveness than before. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, she swiftly removed her clothing. The warm environment encouraged her to wholeheartedly commit to her endeavor. However, prior to taking action, she was still inclined to offer Chen Feng an opportunity. If Chen Feng acquiesced, everything would be amicable, and she could spare his life. But if he declined, she could not be blamed for her ruthlessness. First, I need a shower, Chen Feng declared without a moment's hesitation, addressing Zhao Qian directly. Meanwhile, the dog, Lao He, regarded him with suspicion. What do you mean? Are you really not even trying to hide this from me? Lao He questioned, feeling apprehensive. I fear you might secretly study martial arts. The last time I lost sight of you for just a moment, you had already discerned all my techniques. Chen Feng focused his gaze on Lao He, realizing that the dog had become increasingly astute, making it difficult for him to guard against its cleverness. In just a few days, his dogfighting skills seemed ineffective. We'll dine together shortly. After the meal, you must stay in the basement and not enter the study. Understood? Woof woof. Lao He clearly disapproved, feeling that such restrictions were tantamount to endangering his own progress. Before long, Zhao Qian emerged from the bathroom, completely unadorned. Yet she displayed no sign of modesty or embarrassment as she approached and wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's. Who are you just speaking with? She inquired. This dog is quite unruly. I need to discipline him a bit. Chen Feng relished Zhao Qian's tender touch, allowing his own hand to grow restless. Meanwhile, Lao He utilized his paws to shield his eyes, unable to bear the sight. I can't watch this. It's utterly shameless. My dear, I truly wish to remain here. The Su family has treated me terribly. I only desire to be yours. Zhao Qian lamented, her voice dripping with vulnerability. As she breathed softly into Chen Feng's ear, she knew how to tug at the heartstrings, as no man would wish for his beloved to be possessed by another. Should Chen Feng remain indifferent to this, she would be compelled to take drastic measures. I reiterate my previous statement. If you wish for finer things, I have no objections. However, if you intend to stay here, that notion is best abandoned. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression suddenly turned cold, but she quickly forced a smile. All right. I'll heed your words. Can we at least eat first? Once we're satiated, I shall attend to you properly. Chen Feng nodded and rose to approach the nearby wine cabinet. During his time in the ugly country, he had fortuitously acquired a winery, coupled with a substantial stock of fine wines from the eve of the apocalypse. His home was amply supplied with exquisite red wine. Today, he planned to test the limits of drinking and driving. As Chen Feng turned to retrieve the wine, Zhao Qian swiftly produced a small vial, and, under the bewildered gaze of Lao He, poured its contents into Chen Feng's bowl of chicken soup. Chapter 61. Do you think I'm foolish? Woof. What are you doing? Do you think I'm invisible? Lao He approached, scrutinizing the chicken soup, and then glancing back at Zhao Qian. This woman was utterly untrustworthy, engaging in such underhanded schemes. Zhao Qian felt no remorse for her actions, reveling in the thrill of her deceit, already envisioning a future where the dog would be cast out once she secured her position. The very look in his eyes was intolerable. Woof woof. Old He's gaze fixed on the other party, his dog brimming with suspicion. Was it not rather excessive for you to insult me in my presence? Unfortunately, Zhao Qian could not decipher Old He's expression. By the time Chen Feng returned with a wine glass, she had already arranged everything. Chen Feng, you even have La Fight here. Zhao Qian feigned astonishment, eagerly approaching Chen Feng to accept the wine. Yes, I stocked up a bit in advance, and I never expected it would actually come in handy. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Before we drink, let us have a bowl of chicken soup to warm your stomach, so you won't feel uncomfortable later, Zhao Qian said, handing the soup to Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng showed no hesitation and drank it all in front of Zhao Qian. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qian's heart blossomed with joy. I wonder how arrogant you can be. Soon enough, you'll be begging for mercy. However, even if you do beg, it will be too late, for I possess no antidote. What are you thinking? Why are you so happy? Oh, I'm just feeling elated after all. I will soon be accompanying you. Zhao Qian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and then nonchalantly sat down, crossing her legs and elegantly swirling her wine glass. In that moment, she felt like a regal hostess. Naturally, she was unconcerned about whether she was properly dressed. Chen Feng, do you think if I had not received Su Jiqiang's call, you would be with me now? Zhao Qian asked leisurely, her tone devoid of submission, exuding an air of confidence as if she controlled the situation. Of course not. You never had any feelings for me, merely following whoever had more money. Chen Feng did not hide his thoughts at all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's demeanor shifted to one of clear displeasure. Am I wrong for pursuing a better life? Certainly not. Chen Feng shrugged indifferently. It is perfectly normal for women to prefer wealthy men. I do not even consider it materialistic. It is ingrained in our genes, all for the betterment of future generations. Men, too, prefer the young and beautiful, as it ensures superior genes for their offspring. Your actions are entirely justified. Zhao Qian stood up, visibly more dissatisfied. If you believe there is no issue, then why are you unwilling to be with me? I already stated that without any emotional foundation, men desire youth and beauty. And you, my dear, still have a long way to go. Chen Feng responded calmly. Moreover, the current environment is quite unfavorable. I cannot possibly have someone who might betray me at my side. Zhao Qian was furious, realizing that Chen Feng had never truly regarded her. Well, it's better this way. After eliminating him, I won't feel regret. Chen Feng, you are indeed formidable, but alas, today you shall meet your end. In your next life, do refrain from such arrogance. Are you planning to take action against me? Chen Feng chuckled at Zhao Qian, as if he were observing a farce. Surely, you cannot be serious. Do you truly believe, as a woman, that you surpass those like Luo Zhongyuan? I certainly do not compare to them. However, within the soup you just consumed lies the poison I have concocted. You are now afflicted. Zhao Qian's lips curled into a smirk as she approached Chen Feng, her fingers playfully lifting his chin, exuding an air of superiority. Do you not feel a sense of weakness enveloping you, your limbs growing feeble? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, their gazes locking, a silent eternity passing between them. It took him some time to comprehend her words, and he soon began to convulse, collapsing onto the ground. I feel utterly drained. My limbs are so weak. How cruel you are. Chen Feng's performance was exceedingly theatrical, yet Zhao Qian remained oblivious, reveling in her triumph as she looked down upon him. Old He rushed to Chen Feng's side, anxiously inspecting him. Woof woof. What has happened to you? I warned you to be cautious, yet here you are, ensnared. Old He circled around, contemplating whether to perform chest compressions with his front paws. Chen Feng found himself nearly trampled under Old He's weight. The strength of this creature was equivalent to that of an adult human. You have no one to blame but yourself for failing to cherish the opportunity. Had you allowed me to remain earlier, you would not have met such a grim fate. Zhao Qian hummed leisurely. In her eyes, Chen Feng was already a lost cause. Suddenly, Chen Feng, ignoring Zhao Qian, managed to rise after Old Hei's next leap. Stop it. I am fine. If you continue this charade, you will end up killing me. Zhao Qian and Old Hei exchanged bewildered glances. You're fine? Why didn't you say so earlier? Look at how panicked I've become. Old Hei shot Chen Feng an irritated look, while Zhao Qian appeared utterly incredulous. She had witnessed him drink the poison. How could he possibly be unharmed? What is happening? Why are you not poisoned? Her disbelief grew. Could it be that Su Qing's family had betrayed her? Yet, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the thought. After all, Su Qing's family also sought to deal with Chen Feng and would not resort to such treachery. Why do you naively believe I would consume what you offered? Do you think me foolish? Chen Feng replied, exasperated. In this apocalyptic world, he would trust no one. But I saw you drink it. Zhao Qian shook her head in a frenzy, unwilling to accept this reality. I told you, yet you do not comprehend. Chen Feng sighed, having not allowed the soup to touch his lips, as it had been absorbed into his spatial realm. Zhao Qian, being an ordinary person, had failed to grasp the situation. But I truly do not understand. Where could you possibly hide the poison without your garments? Chen Feng's gaze darted to Zhao Qian's legs, his mouth agape in disbelief. What has become of people these days? In a state of panic, Zhao Qian's eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on a knife resting on the table. Without hesitation, she seized it and charged at Chen Feng. You seek death. Chen Feng scoffed coldly. Just as he was about to unleash his spatial abilities to subdue his opponent, Lao Hei unexpectedly charged forward first. Suddenly, he trembled violently, and in an instant, countless ice pillars erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing Zhao Qian within their frozen grasp. Chapter 62. Targeting Luo Zhongyuan. Chen Feng stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. The very Zhao Qian, who had moments ago been poised to attack him, was now completely immobilized within the ice pillar. It was clear that she might have lost her life, or perhaps retained some awareness, yet found herself utterly powerless to act. Notably, her ongoing attempt to strike at Chen Feng revealed that she had no chance of resistance. Before she could even comprehend what had transpired, she had been encased in ice. Lao Hei, how have you become so formidable? When did you awaken your powers? Chen Feng quickly turned his gaze to Lao Hei, and his earlier suspicion was confirmed. It was indeed the extraordinary canine of the apocalypse. He had not anticipated that it would awaken ice-type abilities during this period. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Lao Hei was a farm dog, and without awakened powers, how could it have survived for 2.5 years in such a frigid environment? Wang. Lao Hei stared at the ice pillar in astonishment, utterly perplexed. I have no idea. Who could possibly know? Lao Hei, you're incredible. If we cooperate, we shall be invincible. Chen Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wang, really? Am I truly that powerful? Indeed, you are simply extraordinary. If anyone dares to trouble us, we can freeze them instantly. I wonder who would still dare to confront us. Chen Feng chuckled, waving his hand to create a spatial rift that sucked Zhao Qian into it, without concern for her fate. Even if she were alive, being trapped in Chen Feng's space would surely lead to her demise. Come, I shall prepare a grand feast for you, Chen Feng declared, discarding all the food on the table. Though he was aware that Zhao Qian had merely poisoned the chicken soup, Chen Feng was a cautious individual. What if she had inadvertently contaminated something else? Retrieving a king crab from his space, he headed to the kitchen to begin his culinary endeavors. Lao Hei, bring me the knife. Wang. Lao Hei felt that, despite possessing formidable abilities to create ice, he was still somewhat lacking compared to his master. After all, Chen Feng could conjure food with a mere gesture, a feat that was beyond Lao Hei's wildest dreams. Would he be as remarkable as Chen Feng? After all, his master could even cook. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qing and her group had been holding back for quite some time. But Zhao Qian and the others had yet to return, their expressions transforming from anticipation to anger. I told you that wretched girl was no good. Yet you refused to believe me. Su Dahua scolded Su Jiqiang beside him. Father, perhaps something unexpected has happened. Qian would never deceive me. Impossible? Ma Zuelan's face contorted with anger. She felt certain that her son's mind had completely deteriorated. How could he still defend Zhao Qian at such a critical juncture? It was clear that he had grown accustomed to living in Chen Feng's home, swayed by its comforts, and had forgotten all about us. From the very beginning, I sensed that this woman was unworthy. Ma Tsalan berated vehemently, while Su Qing could only feel exasperation. It was evident that she had miscalculated. Zhao Qian had betrayed them. What should we do next? Wang Hao, rarely speaking, bore visible injuries that, while not hindering his movement, caused him considerable pain. The family had gone without food for far too long. If they did not eat soon, they would not only be unable to confront Chen Feng, but it wouldn't be long before they could lose their very lives. What can we do? Let us inquire with others. We must find a way to survive. Su Dahua declared, cursing under his breath as he began to dress and prepare to search for food. Although he understood it would be difficult to procure sustenance, there was no other option but to ask around. Chen Feng, on the other hand, remained entirely unconcerned with the Su family's plight, yet he could surmise their situation. After all, they had run out of supplies, and if things continued this way, they would not last long. Life in the post-apocalyptic world was becoming increasingly arduous. Only the two of us could observe the unfolding dramas of the community with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the treachery of human nature. Woof woof. The solitude of invincibility is profound. In this vast community, only you can spar with me in a few exchanges. Come, let us engage. Woof woof, Chen Feng remarked, pouring a bit of red wine into the bowl for the dog, and they both drank heartily. At that moment, his phone vibrated, revealing a WeChat message from Qin Yan. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan, is seeking allies to join forces against you. He's already recovered? Chen Feng inquired, intrigued. This man had been shot by him, yet he remained restless. A normal person, after such an injury, would require at least 10 days to recuperate in a hospital. Yet, this individual had merely rested for a short while before returning to stir up trouble, which was quite unexpected. Not fully healed, but he can get out of bed and move around. He has called upon many, claiming that your home has food and clothing. Anyone who can capture you will have their fill. Many are already willing to assist. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Luo Zhongyuan had a history as a ruffian, and he possessed certain skills. Despite having offended many during this period, under greater temptation, numerous individuals would be inclined to set aside their grievances. Understood, just ensure your own safety. Chen Feng dismissed the antics of these petty clowns from his mind. His fortified safe house, crafted with considerable investment, posed no threat. Not only could they not breach it, but even if they did, what of it? With himself and the loyal old He, two powerful abilities, why should he fear them? Nevertheless, Chen Feng could distinctly sense that Qin Yan had grown increasingly reliant on him. In the matter between Luo Zhongyuan and himself, she had chosen him. At that moment, in the underground garage, a group of individuals gathered, led by none other than Luo Zhongyuan. Everyone should be aware of the current situation. Chen Feng's household is abundant in provisions, and his home is particularly warm. We can only endure this crisis by entering. Luo Zhongyuan calmly weighed the pros and cons, and the crowd around him nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, this was the only viable solution. Not far away, Su Dahua's family exchanged glances, and one by one, they became increasingly agitated. Quickly, this is a tremendous opportunity. A crowd is seeking trouble with Chen Feng. We must reach out to him at once. Su Qing also reacted noticeably, hastily pulling out her WeChat to send a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan is currently gathering a group to attack your villa. They have over 20 people, and you certainly cannot withstand them alone. We can come in and assist you in dealing with him. Upon seeing the message, Chen Feng immediately scoffed. Am I out of my mind or simply foolish? Are you truly helping me, or do you wish to usurp my domain? Chapter 63. This is quite treacherous. It's fine, let them come. I'm not concerned. Chen Feng replied leisurely. Even if they intend to cause me trouble, they cannot enter this place. However, upon observing Chen Feng's response, Ma Hatsuelan grew anxious. At that moment, they had not a morsel to eat, and their only chance lay in forging a closer relationship with Chen Feng, seeking some semblance of forgiveness from him. She hastily snatched Su Qing's phone and urged Chen Feng. Your situation is truly perilous. Luo Zhongyuan is nothing but a ruffian, and now he has gathered a large group. The likelihood of your survival is non-existent. We are, after all, your relatives. We must unite in this trying time. Indeed, let's not dwell on past grievances, shall we? I apologize for any issues. Let's endure this bitter winter together. Su Dahua interjected urgently. The entire family sought to rely on this approach to persuade Chen Feng to open his door. After all, once inside, Their subsequent days would surely improve. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng did not take this situation seriously at all. I advise you to cease your pretenses. You think we can overlook past events? Is that even plausible? Chen Feng shook his head with a cold smile. I lack for nothing at present, and fear no trouble. You should focus on your own affairs. Just don't perish too soon, or I shall be quite bored. Observing Chen Feng's repeated rejection of her suggestions, Su Dahua, despite his preparations, could not contain his temper. Damn it, Chen Feng, I'm trying to help you. Can you stop with this nonsense? Do you really think you are that impressive? Let me tell you, we will soon ally with Luo Zhongyuan, and then we will ensure your downfall. Exactly. Even if you were to beg us on your knees, we would not spare you. All right, I concede. We shall confront Luo Zhongyuan together. Chen Feng slowly replied. Really? Then hurry and let us in so we can eat. Yes, I want steak and pig knuckles too. Ma Solon, filled with excitement, immediately began to order dishes, while Chen Feng lay on the sofa, watching this unfold with a cold smirk. Let you in? I out of my mind to allow you in? With that, Chen Feng directly shared the chat records with the community owner group. Oh hey, did you see that? This is wisdom. Without shedding blood, one can vanquish the enemy. Isn't it impressive? Old Hay stared at Chen Feng, clearly perplexed by his words. Even with his high intelligence, grasping these concepts was not something he could comprehend in a moment. Let me give you an example. If other dogs are vying for your bone, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Old Hay immediately bared his teeth. What else? Of course I fight back. You think I'm easy to bully? See? That is a lowly approach. Isn't it? How could we resort to violence? We should call upon his rival dogs and let them fight. Then we can conveniently reap the benefits. At these words, Old Hay's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face. Woof, woof, woof. That's incredibly cunning. How'd I not think of that? He gazed at Chen Feng, realizing the vast amount he had to learn. Meanwhile, Su Qing's family, having waited downstairs for quite some time, finally sensed something amiss. Wang Hao had discovered Chen Feng's screenshots in the group. We need to leave. We're in big trouble. Without a second thought, Wang Hao grabbed Su Qing and prepared to depart. Upon seeing the screenshots, Su Dahua and his wife couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. That scoundrel has gone too far, treating us this way. Even they, despite their foolishness, understood the impending consequences. A group not far away, plotting against Chen Feng, began to glance at them, some intentionally and some unintentionally. It was only after several had left that Luo Zhongyuan realized their conspiracy had been leaked. Was this not a deliberate act against them? Brother Luo, what do we do? Having a mole complicates matters. A hesitant voice broke the tension. Chen Feng was armed, and now the opposing side was prepared. The situation was becoming precarious. Follow me. Luo Zhongyuan, with a grim expression, led his men straight to the Su family's residence. What do we do? What should we do? Su Jiqiang was terrified. He knew well of Luo Zhongyuan's ruthlessness. Not only had he taken lives, but it was rumored he had indulged in such flesh recently. He was undoubtedly a formidable character. Why be afraid? What's there to panic about? Does he dare to storm in and harm us? Another voice protested. Exactly. Even if he is arrogant, we haven't provoked him. Why should he come after us? The angry voices echoed in the room, as if the very walls could provide them with immense security. Bang! However, as soon as their words fell, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of people surged in. What do you want? This is our home. Get out. Ma Tsuelon panicked. She had never encountered such a scene before. The menacing demeanor of the intruders terrified her. Get out. Huh? Who do you think you are? Luo Zhongyuan retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Ma Tsuelon. He had no patience to waste time with these people. Reporting to others? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? With a wave of his hand, a group of men encircled them with cold laughter. Brother Luo, we made a mistake. To be honest, we have a grudge against Chen Feng too. We can join forces against them. Su Qing pleaded from the side, her demeanor exuding a desperate eagerness to appease. Luo Zhongyuan regarded her with disdainful laughter. If you can entertain my brothers well today, I might consider helping you deal with Chen Feng. Su Qing's complexion shifted dramatically. She instinctively sought to flee, but was immediately blocked. Girl, do you think you can run? You really underestimate us. Someone laughed heartily, dragging her further into the room. Brutes. You are all brutes. Let my daughter go. Su Dahua shouted in fury, but met with a steel rod in response. Beat them. Teach this group a lesson. Instantly, the room echoed with wails, cries of agony, and pleas for mercy. Chapter 64, A Fierce Assault. That night, Chen Feng received another message from Qin Yan. The Su family had been dealt with. Upon hearing about the leak from the Su family, Luo Zhongyuan immediately led a group over to wreak havoc, smashing and beating them in their own home. Su Dahua and Wang Hao were continuously screaming, and the situation was dire, while Su Qing was reduced to a mere tool for their venting. Chen Feng couldn't help but wear an expression of resignation upon hearing this. It was evident that such a fate for them was almost predestined. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was notorious for his ruthlessness. Initially, moral and legal constraints might have kept him somewhat in check, but now that he had grasped the situation, he would show no mercy. Generally speaking, only those of his ilk could thrive in such a brutal environment. Su Qing had been taken to their residence, and now Luo Zhongyuan had bound her. Anyone who obeyed him could indulge freely. Su Qing sent another message, and Chen Feng found himself even more astonished. On one hand, he lamented Luo Zhongyuan's mercilessness. On the other, he felt a sense of pity for Su Qing's plight. In his previous life, he had protected her well, yet she had been ungrateful, constantly looking down on him and causing trouble, even conspiring with Wang Hao to end his life. In this life, without his protection, her downfall was well-deserved. You brought this upon yourself. I cannot be blamed. Chen Feng smiled faintly, casually advising Qin Yan to take good care of herself before putting down his phone. The misfortunes befalling the Su family were entirely deserved. Given the current circumstances, it was likely they would not survive for long. Old hey, in such an environment, one mustn't trust anyone. Don't you know? In my past life, I was betrayed by that woman and met a tragic end. I was even asleep when they struck me, leaving me in excruciating pain. Woof. Old hey, with his mouth agape, looked at Chen Feng with admiration. Remarkable indeed. To remember events from a past life is no small feat, unlike me. I struggle to recall anything from my previous experiences. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, and then took out a small notebook from his space, beginning to jot down notes. The rules for survival in the apocalypse. The first rule, never trust any outsiders. This must be documented, and I must remind myself of it daily. From now on, each morning upon waking, we shall read it aloud, understood? This world is perilous. One misstep could cost us our lives. Woof. Absolutely. Whatever you say goes. Old Hay nodded in agreement, then lay on the ground, studying the notebook, contemplating if there was anything else that could be added. Meanwhile, in a Luo Zhongyuan household, a group was gathered, laughing and chatting, all appearing quite satisfied. Although Su Qing was of average appearance, being a woman allowed them to vent their frustrations, calming the flames that had been building up over time. Have you all had your fill of fun? Luo Zhongyuan sneered as he bound Su Qing and tossed her into a room. Ha ha ha. What a pity. She is rather plain, and her figure leaves much to be desired. Someone remarked, their gaze intentionally or otherwise drifting towards the distant Qin Yan. In comparison to Su Qing, Qin Yan excelled in every aspect. Qin Yan felt the weight of their stares and hurriedly lowered her head to leave. As for Luo Zhongyuan, being astute, he quickly grasped the intentions of his companions and nonchalantly patted one on the shoulder. He was not angered. Rather, he coldly remarked, once we deal with Chen Feng, if you truly wish to experience something, I have no objections. Instantly, the room buzzed with excitement. How could they not desire that? With Qin Yan's looks and figure, she was the object of desire for everyone in the neighborhood. Really? Luo Ge, if you can arrange for your sister-in-law to spend a night with me, I will take care of anything you need in the future. If you send me west, I will never go east. Yes, me too. Rest assured, my words hold true. Luo Zhongyuan chuckled inwardly, unfazed by their intentions toward Qin Yan. On the contrary, he realized that if he could use Qin Yan to garner loyalty, he would seize that opportunity without hesitation. He understood clearly that in such circumstances, only by expanding their ranks could there be a glimmer of hope. Prepare yourselves. We shall seek out Chen Feng immediately. So soon? Of course. Our strategy relies on surprise. Chen Feng likely does not expect us to trouble him at this moment. As Luo Zhongyuan spoke, he promptly began to summon the others to action. Once they departed, Qin Yan found herself engulfed in a state of anxiety. She had heard Luo Zhongyuan's words with utmost clarity. Initially, she had entertained a sliver of hope for them, but now it had dissipated entirely. Was this not a jest? To consider oneself as a pawn to win hearts, to be so casually offered to others? This situation appeared rather formidable. Had they not previously attempted to breach it with a jackhammer? Some gazed at the underground garage, their faces betraying hesitation. If it were easy to enter, Luo Zhongyuan would have already ventured inside. The place was fortified with titanium alloy steel plates, rendering conventional tools utterly ineffective. We should not squander our time here. Luo Zhiyuan's countenance darkened as he regarded the imposing door before him. He had made numerous attempts, yet each had ended in failure. What shall we do now? Someone queried. Do not fixate solely on this location. Let's venture outside. I noticed that there are windows at his residence. If we can shatter the glass, we shall gain entry, Luo Zhongyuan declared. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but admire his ingenuity in devising such a plan. However, it was not long before someone voiced concern. It's far too cold outside. We risk freezing to death. Indeed, in this icy wilderness, attempting an assault outdoors seems exceedingly difficult. The group began to feel increasingly troubled. Was this not a reckless gamble with their lives? Do not be so lacking in resolve, Luo Zhongyuan scoffed coldly. Although the conditions outside are frigid, as long as we dress warmly, we shall be just fine. Moreover, consider this. Within our target's abode lies warmth and an abundance of food. Is that not worth the risk? Upon hearing his words, the group ceased their hesitation, quickly donned additional layers, and hurried towards the exit. The ground floor was nearly blanketed in snow, yet they braved the cold and successfully ascended to the second floor of Chen Feng's villa. Without a moment's hesitation, they struck at the glass. However, the next instant, their expressions froze in disbelief. Goodness, is this really bulletproof glass? The faces of the few shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated encountering someone so fearful of death. After all, who installs bulletproof glass in their home? While it was somewhat understandable for Chen Feng to fortify his basement with titanium alloy, the presence of bulletproof glass was utterly shocking. Anyone witnessing this would struggle to remain composed. What do we do now? What are we to do? Panic began to set in for some. They had finally arrived at this location, only to find their plans derailed from the outset. What can we do? Let's try the adjacent wall. I refuse to believe that we cannot breach it with the weapons we have brought, murmured one, and without further ado, he swung a heavy hammer against the nearby wall. Though heavily clad, they exerted tremendous effort in their endeavor. After all, Chen Feng's residence was truly a paradise, replete with electricity, heating, and plentiful provisions. Peering through the glass, an air of unease enveloped them. Whatever was to be said today, they had to venture inside. However, after a few forceful strikes, the glint of metal revealed on the wall caused their expressions to shift dramatically. What on earth is happening here? How terrified must one be to have installed titanium alloy steel plates in such a place? Some faces turned pallid. While I could endure the presence of titanium alloy in the underground garage, why would the entire house be fortified with it? Just how fearful of death are you? At that moment, the group realized what Chen Feng had been up to during the renovation. After much deliberation, it was clear he had reinforced the entire villa. Fair. Do you see those individuals attempting to pry at the villa's walls? Xiao Lulu, seated by the window, caught a glimpse of several figures around Chen Feng's residence. His villa was illuminated at night, radiating a warm glow, which naturally filled Xiao Lulu with envy. She often cast glances in that direction, and just now, she happened to notice a group at his house. Upon seeing this, Lin Feier was momentarily taken aback and quickly sent a message to Chen Feng. What are you doing? Did you not find that fellow intolerable? Xiao Lulu, noticing Lin Feier's action, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, especially after witnessing her add Chen Feng as a friend. After all, as neighbors, a warning was warranted. Yet what would it do? He had already incited the wrath of many, and a throng was seeking to trouble him. Leaving him overwhelmed, Xiao Lulu relished in his misfortune. Chen Feng had always looked down upon her, and the prospect of him facing troubles brought her joy. Meanwhile, Chen Feng sat calmly by the window, sipping coffee, his gaze fixed on the busy figures outside. Due to the biting cold, they had cycled through 2 groups already, yet the situation showed no signs of improvement. They simply could not breach his fortified home. After all, it was a place constructed with considerable expense. If walls impervious to explosives could be compromised by such rudimentary means, it would be a farce. Can you exercise your abilities? Chen Feng pointed to a person not far away, suggesting that Lao He give it a try. His own powers also had distance limitations, capable of creating a spatial rift only within 3 meters, and he was curious if Lao He shared the same restrictions. Do not make a scene. Just subtly freeze their feet. It was not yet time to reveal their abilities. Lao He nodded urgently, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the figures outside. He seemed to be holding back a surge of energy, then suddenly exerted force. To Chen Feng's great anticipation, Lao He let out a loud fart. Lao He, even if you're passing gas, could you not point your backside at me? Do you believe I won't deliver a swift kick that will have you in tears? Chen Feng hastily retreated to the side, while Lao He wore a look of exasperation, clearly indicating that it was Chen Feng behind him. So why should he be blamed? The individuals outside seemed to sense something amiss. Why had the temperature dropped so suddenly? A profound change swept over a man's countenance, as if something amiss had transpired. What on earth is happening? Oh no, I can no longer move. He cast a glance downward, realizing that his feet had become ensnared by ice. If he remained in this state, dire consequences were imminent. We must leave at once, they exclaimed, hastily shattering the ice, encasing their feet with hammers before attempting to retreat. Do they think they can escape? Chen Feng sneered as he observed the unfolding scene outside. He promptly activated a mechanism, and instantly, several pipes laden with scalding water were aimed at the fleeing individuals, unleashing a torrent upon them. The boiling water, subjected to the frigid air, rapidly cooled yet successfully drenched the group, rendering them as bedraggled as drowned rats. Almost immediately, their garments crystallized into icy clumps. Chen Feng, I curse you. If you possess any courage, come out and face us one-on-one. A voice, filled with fury, echoed in the vicinity as the group, in disarray, retreated to the basement. What transpired? Luo Zhengyan observed the disheveled return of his companions, his expression grave. That Chen Feng, his walls are composed of titanium alloy. We cannot breach them. More critically, he has been dousing us with water. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. While it might sound humorous, in such extreme temperatures, it was indeed perilous. Chen Feng, you shall pay for this. Luo Zhengyan's gaze darkened, yet just as they deliberated their next course of action, a sudden sound of a door opening resonated. The group turned their attention to the now accessible underground garage belonging to Chen Feng. Lo and behold, it has opened on its own. Could it be that you have conceded? One individual, brimming with excitement, dashed toward that direction without a second thought. Luo Zhengyan, though skeptical, recognized the opportunity must not be squandered. Despite the adversary's capabilities, the mere act of opening the door presented them with a slim chance. Charge forward. We must seize this moment. With a fierce shout, Luo Zhongyuan led the charge toward the entrance. Bang! Just as the throng surged with exhilaration, a sound akin to an explosion erupted, and Luo Zhongyuan collapsed, blood seeping from his chest. The surrounding individuals were instantly alarmed, their earlier bravado evaporating in an instant, as they scrambled backward in a frantic retreat. Clearly, the recent gunfire had rendered them paralyzed with fear. They could no longer maintain the same audacity as before. TSK, 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 quite a successful shot this time. Not a single miss. Chen Feng leisurely hummed, as the garage door gradually descended, sealing shut once more. Chapter 66, Seduction. What is happening? What on earth is going on? When the group returned, carrying Luo Zhengyan, the elderly matriarch was utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend the day's events. How could her son, having ventured out for but a brief moment, return drenched in blood? Was this the work of Chen Feng? With a gun in hand, Chen Feng acted swiftly, leaving us utterly powerless. A bystander exclaimed in panic, their faces betraying a palpable tension and fear. The modern weaponry instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression that would likely leave the average person unable to stand firm in such circumstances. What? It's Chen Feng again? Elderly Mrs. Luo seethed with rage, desperately gripping a man before her, her eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. You all went together. Why are you unharmed while my son is in peril? She shouted in bitter frustration, leaving the group awkwardly at a loss for words. After all, with Luo Zhongyuan on the brink of death, they felt it prudent to say little, hastily offering their well wishes before turning to leave. A bunch of worthless scoundrels, fleeing when trouble arises. Mrs. Luo cursed vehemently, her desire to confront those individuals burning within her. Grandma, what happened to Dad? Xiaolong, dear, go play over there for a moment. Your father is just feeling a bit unwell, Mrs. Luo reassured, her gaze shifting urgently to Qin Yan. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and fetch Doctor. He Jing. Her furious voice echoed in the area, prompting Qin Yan to finally react and rush off to find a doctor. Upon examining Luo Zhongyuan's injuries, Doctor, he could only shake her head, expressing her helplessness. Doctor He, you must save my son. I swear I will be forever grateful. Even if it means serving you like a beast, Mrs. Luo implored, gripping the doctor's arm. unwilling to relent unless she received an affirmative reply. It is futile. The wound is located in the chest cavity. Even in a hospital, it would require significant time and effort, and right now, we lack the necessary medication. Dr. He sighed, genuinely at a loss to provide assistance. The man before her was already in a critical state. There is medication, I'm sure of it. Whatever you need, I will find it. You must save my son today. Mrs. Luo's demeanor was frenzied, her desperation palpable as she turned to Qin Yan, her voice a fierce snarl. Hurry. Get the medicine. If you can't find it, you won't live to see another day. Dr. He attempted to reason with her, explaining that medication would no longer be effective. Yet Qin Yan was forcibly ejected by Mrs. Luo's frantic insistence. Dr. He, please help my son stop the bleeding. Whatever assistance you require, I will provide. Mrs. Luo's eyes were red and wild, her sanity seemingly unraveling. And stop what bleeding? He likely has already lost his life. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Chen Feng resumed his reflections on the day's events. With a newfound mental preparation, his bullets had flown straighter than before. Old He, what insights can you glean from this? Chen Feng's gaze fell upon Old He, who was intently focused on a small notebook, momentarily bewildered by the sudden inquiry. Is it possible that the bullets expressed a longing for home? She hesitated and called out twice, but Chen Feng's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? What sentimentality for home? This situation teaches us the necessity of practice. Everything requires effort. Do you understand? Mastery comes with familiarity. Do you comprehend? Old He, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly. Chen Feng, as expected, was capable of articulating such profound truths in such a straightforward manner. You still need to hone your skills. Do you understand? Just as Chen Feng was imparting wisdom to Old He, the surveillance system alerted him to an approaching presence. It was Qin Yan. Why was she here at this hour? Chen Feng opened the door with suspicion, and once she entered and removed her outer garments, he regarded her with a puzzled expression. Are you here to bring medicine for Luo Zhongyuan? His condition cannot be salvaged by mere medication. No, I came to have a good meal, Qin Yan replied impassively, her heart heavy with despair. She had completely lost all affection for that family. As for changing the bandages, absurd. She wished for Luo Zhongyuan's demise. All right, go take a shower, Chen Feng said thoughtfully, suddenly grasping the situation. However, he was indifferent to Qin Yan's thoughts and feelings at that moment. She had come seeking sustenance, and as long as he satisfied her needs, he had little interest in the rest. After 2 hours of indulgence, Chen Feng noted that this time, Qin Yan seemed more devoted than ever. He couldn't tell if she was attempting to please him or using this opportunity to vent her dissatisfaction with Luo Zhongyuan in a form of revenge. Only after she had eaten her fill did she slowly depart from Chen Feng's villa. When it came to maturity, allure, and her graceful figure, few could rival Qin Yan. Chen Feng was left with a sense of longing and deep reflection. His presence in this life had essentially salvaged her. After all, in her past life, she had merely been a tool for Luo Zhongyuan to win hearts, and her fate had been dire. But such matters were not for him to ponder. Old He, come, let's practice. Upon returning to her quarters, Luo Zhongyuan lay gasping for breath, having sustained grave injuries with no means of rescue. The only path before him was one of inevitability. Meanwhile, old lady Luo unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Qin Yan, decrying her as useless for failing to accomplish even this small task. What good are you to me? Get out, just get out. With a broom in hand, old lady Luo relentlessly struck Qin Yan, yet she remained unmoved. Eventually, old lady Luo grew weary and returned to Luo Zhongyuan's side, weeping uncontrollably. In such a family, you should not linger. They do not regard you as a person. In the room, the bound Su Qing addressed Qin Yan. What do you wish to convey? Now that Luo Zhongyuan is dead, his mother will not spare you, and as an old woman, she may very well use you as a bargaining chip for food. In the end, your fate will be no different from mine. Su Qing's words were a desperate attempt to sway her, and indeed, they struck a chord. Qin Yan's resolve began to waver. Just release me, and I will summon my family to assist you in dealing with that old woman. We can protect you. Qin Yan expressed her skepticism. Indeed, we are all unfortunate women. I can empathize with your struggles. We should support one another. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan could no longer contain herself and approached Su Qing to untie her bonds. Chapter 67, Betraying Kindness. Rest assured, I shall express my gratitude appropriately. Su Qing hastily rose, her eyes now filled with resentment. She had suffered greatly, being mistreated by Luo Zhongyuan and his entourage. Such humiliation would haunt her for a lifetime. That scoundrel had it coming. He deserved his fate. As she spoke, Su Qing quickly grabbed her phone to contact Su Dahua and the others. She was determined to avenge this grievance. The death of Luo Zhongyuan would not suffice. She had no intention of sparing that vile old woman, Zhou. Upon receiving his daughter's message, Su Dahua hurriedly gathered his family and made their way to the location. This family is comprised of demons. I shall assist you in dealing with them. Su Qing reassured Qin Yin, primarily concerned about the possibility of betrayal at a critical moment. I genuinely feel for you. You have sacrificed so much for this family, yet they treat you like an animal. Meanwhile, Zhou, sensing something amiss, rushed towards the room. Qin Yin, what are you saying to that wretched woman in there? The angry voice echoed from outside, and when Zhou found the door locked, she realized something was wrong. Qin Yin, come out. If you don't, I shall not be courteous. The sound of furious banging on the door reverberated. Both Qin Yin and Su Qing were quite frightened. Qin Yin bore the psychological scars of her mother-in-law's long-standing oppression, while Su Qing was simply terrified after the recent events. However, upon reflection, they both realized that with Luo Zhongyuan now deceased, only Zhou and her grandson remained. What do they have to fear? Even if it were just Su Qing alone, she would not be frightened at all. With this thought in mind, she kicked the door open without hesitation. Zhou had yet to react when a wild-haired woman suddenly lunged at her. A flurry of blows rained down upon Zhou like a torrential downpour. You old hag, weren't you so arrogant? Now that your son is dead, who can help you? Su Qing showed no mercy, her fists relentlessly striking her adversary, seemingly intent on venting all her grievances. Qin Yin, you foolish creature, what are you standing there for? Come and assist me, Zhou wailed, even amidst the beating, unable to refrain from cursing her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Qin Yin had completely lost faith in her. Before long, Su Dahua and the others arrived, and, upon witnessing the scene, they joined the fray without a moment's hesitation. In their eyes, this family deserved to perish. Release my grandmother, you bunch of bastards, Xiaolong exclaimed as he witnessed a group of individuals intruding into his home, mercilessly assaulting his grandmother. He charged forward, fists raised. Get the hell away from here. Wang Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending one of the assailants flying down the stairs, resulting in instant demise. At such a critical moment, they were oblivious to the gravity of taking a life. Strike, beat that scoundrel mercilessly. Ma Zuelan, despite her own injuries, could not restrain herself from delivering a few kicks from aside. With Luo Zhongyuan deceased, all their fury was unleashed upon the elderly Mrs. Zhou. The wailing gradually diminished, and soon, even Mrs. Zhou ceased to breathe. Only then did their rage find some semblance of relief. Daughter, what on earth happened? How did that scoundrel lose his life? Su Dahua gasped for breath, utterly exhausted from the recent scuffle. It was Chen Feng. Luo Zhongyuan and his men sought trouble with him, but were unexpectedly countered. Su Qing interjected, and the expressions of several individuals soured once again. Their ire towards Chen Feng was beyond words. Our current plight is entirely due to that scoundrel Chen Feng. We must find a way to eliminate him. Wang Hao pounded the table in frustration. Although the Zhou family had perished, their wrath remained unquenched. Yes, we must find an opportunity. We have to eliminate him. Su Dahua was equally infuriated, while Su Qing stood nearby, her gaze dark and foreboding. Her own predicament was something words could scarcely convey. The rift between her and Chen Feng had become irreparable, with no possibility of reconciliation. Even if Chen Feng wished to mend their relationship, she harbored thoughts of dismembering him. Let us not rush. Revenge is not an affair to be hastily executed. We must quickly clear out everything here, Su Dahua muttered, realizing they hadn't eaten in ages and were on the brink of starvation, while the Luo family still had provisions. This revelation truly surprised him, especially considering they had been robbed not long ago. Look, there is still meat. They actually have meat. Su Jiqiang exclaimed with excitement, promptly grabbing a piece and devouring it. The family wasted no time and hurriedly began to eat. At that moment, they cared little for what kind of meat it was. Moreover, the Zhou family had already prepared the meat, rendering it unrecognizable to the average person. Only Qin Yin, standing nearby, nearly retched and hastily retreated to her room. Uncertain if assisting this family was indeed a mistake, her heart racing with unease. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Nervously, Qin Yin opened a crack. What is it? Su Jiqiang presented several pieces of meat with a mischievous grin. You must be quite hungry, having not eaten in a while. Qin Yin quickly shook her head. No, I'm not hungry. However, just as she attempted to close the door, Su Jiqiang forcefully pushed it open, his gaze unabashedly scanning her form. Even clad in thick garments, Qin Yin felt the piercing gaze of the other party, a sensation that intensified her ominous premonition. What are you doing? Leave me alone. I wish to rest, she exclaimed. On such a frigid day, don't you feel the chill of solitude? Allow me to keep you company. What do you mean? Qin Yin's expression shifted drastically, her voice lowering in anger. I have aided you, and this is how you repay my kindness? Humph. You and Chen Feng have already conspired together, haven to you, pretending before me? Today, I shall deal with you. Wretched woman. Su Jiqiang harbored deep resentment towards Chen Feng, who had not only embroiled his family in considerable trouble, but had also taken his girlfriend. He was resolute in his intention to bed the woman before him. With a menacing lunge towards Qin Yin, he was met with a swift kick to his groin, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Quick, father, sister, capture that vile woman. Chapter 68. Do you really think I am without temper? Initially, Su Dahua and the others were enjoying a pleasant meal, but they were abruptly stunned by the shout. Before they could process what had occurred, they witnessed Qin Yin hastily fleeing. Not good. We must retrieve her. Su Qin cried out immediately, with Wang Hao, despite his inconvenient condition, hastily pursuing Qin Yin. Ma Zuolan and her daughter entered the room to find Su Jiqiang writhing on the floor, one hand clutching his groin, clearly the victim of a recent assault. You useless wretch! Were you not supposed to soothe Qin Yin? Su Qin scolded vehemently. Qin Yin was a crucial pawn, having visited Chen Feng's villa multiple times. Winning her over could significantly enhance their chances against him. Who could have predicted that Su Jiqiang would cause such a ruckus and provoke her ire? Consequently, their path ahead would likely become even more arduous. Sister, she nearly crushed my manhood. Why do you blame me? Am I not your own brother? Su Jiqiang lamented, filled with indignation. The heart-wrenching pain of his injury left him in despair, and he felt unjustly wronged by his sister's reproach. You incompetent fool. Is this all you can do? Do you not realize she is our golden goose? By driving her away, what will we do in the future? Su Qin chastised him bitterly. Enough, enough. What fault does Jiqiang bear? It is all that Qin Yan's doing, such a harlot. My son's interest in her is a stroke of fortune, and yet she dares to lay hands on him. Go and bring her back. Maquilan interjected, visibly displeased. We are family. How can we cause a ruckus over an outsider? Hurry. Although Su Qin was filled with discontent upon hearing these words, she hesitated not a moment longer and dashed outside. The priority was to retrieve Qin Yin. Regardless of her willingness to assist against Chen Feng, her presence was invaluable. Although Qin Yin managed to escape, being a woman, she found herself with nowhere to go after reaching the outside. After wandering around for a while, the Su family's men soon caught up with her. She glanced around frantically and hurried towards Chen Feng's villa. In this desperate moment, it seemed to be her only option. If Chen Feng wished to save her, she was certain he would. However, anxiety crept in. Would Chen Feng truly come to her aid? To him, perhaps everything that had transpired was merely a transaction, and he might not have any intention of helping her. Nevertheless, this was her only recourse, and she had to take the gamble. Qin Yin arrived outside Chen Feng's underground garage, desperately pounding on the door. Chen Feng, please save me. As she banged on the door, her heart raced with fear. Don't delude yourself into thinking he will rescue you. If he dares to show his face, I will deal with him too. Wang Hao sneered as he approached, seemingly having anticipated her arrival and waiting for her. Inwardly, Wang Hao had cursed Su Jiqiang countless times for his incompetence. Even if he sought to possess this woman, he could have handled it better. Now, engaging in such antics only complicated matters for himself. Yet, as his gaze roamed over the woman before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Once he took her home, he intended to enjoy her thoroughly. Qin Yin struggled fiercely, kicking and hitting in a desperate attempt to escape, but to no avail. Within mere moments, the Su family's men had all arrived, their expressions hostile. You filthy whore. You dare to strike me and then run? Did you think I wouldn't retaliate? Su Jiqiang limped over, teeth clenched in anger. And you thought you could come here and expect Chen Feng to save you? Do you really believe he is that formidable? He is merely a coward. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, would he dare to emerge? Su Dahua was equally arrogant, brandishing a metal rod he had found, striking it against the ground with a thud. Take her back. I will teach her a lesson. He scoffed. secretly wondering if he might also enjoy himself later. Given the global freeze, surely his wife wouldn't mind. As Qin Yin gazed at the still-closed door, her heart sank. Just as a group of men prepared to drag her away, a sound finally emanated from the back door. To her astonishment, that man slowly emerged. He actually opened the door. He truly came to save her. Qin Yan's face lit up with excitement, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. It was an unbelievable moment for her. Meanwhile, upon seeing that Chen Feng had arrived, Su Dahua's eyes brightened. He had devised countless schemes to draw Chen Feng out. Yet the man had remained elusive. Now that he had finally emerged, how could this not excite him? In the past, although Chen Feng had emerged, he felt he had always held back, which allowed his opponent to become arrogant. This time, he decided to strike decisively. He truly did not believe that Chen Feng could continue in such audacity. Release her, Chen Feng said lightly, his gaze fixed upon the few individuals before him, an icy aura causing them to shiver immediately. Chen Feng, do you not comprehend the current situation? You continue to act so brazenly. Who do you think you are? Su Jiqiang boasted arrogantly, while Su Dahua charged forward wielding a weapon, preparing to subdue this worthless adversary. Bang! However, before they could approach, a tremendous sound erupted, startling everyone into a standstill. Chen Feng's weapon still emitted smoke, and not far away, Su Jiqiang staggered back, a gaping wound in his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief as he fell lifelessly to the ground. I told you to release her. Now, does anyone else wish to test my patience? Su Dahua and Wang Hao dared not make another move and retreated immediately. You go in first. Chen Feng urged Qin Yin to enter the villa, while Su Qing, witnessing this scene, became visibly displeased. What do you mean by this, Chen Feng? You would even harm my brother to save her, yet you refuse to allow me into your villa. Su Qing exclaimed in a fit of rage, while Chen Feng regarded her with contempt. She is far superior to you. Reflect on the foolishness of your actions. You dared to bully me and truly thought I would remain passive? Chen Feng seized his weapon, aiming it at Wang Hao without a moment's hesitation, pulling the trigger. Chapter 69, A New Bounty. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions, Wang Hao was instantly paralyzed with fear, utterly unprepared for the possibility of death today. Yet, after a moment passed, nothing occurred, and he looked at Chen Feng in puzzlement. Chen Feng, equally bewildered, realized that he had run out of bullets. I should have checked properly before, he muttered, turning to stride back toward the villa. Today, he would let this group go. Allowing them to suffer a little was not an issue. They should not be so easily spared. It was only when Chen Feng returned to the villa and secured the door that Su Dahua finally grasped the situation. His opponent must have run out of ammunition. I can't believe I missed such a golden opportunity. That scoundrel deserves to die. He raged, pounding on the door with his weapon. Unfortunately, even as his hands throbbed with pain, he could not breach it. Damn it all. Su Dahua shouted in frustration, despair settling in as this rare opportunity slipped away. Dahua, quickly. Our son is in serious trouble. He has stopped breathing. Ma Zuolan wailed, pulling at Su Jiqiang in distress. Only then did Su Dahua react, rushing forward to assess the situation. Su Jiqiang's heart had been pierced, and his breathing had grown faint. This was dire indeed. This is bad. We must get him back home immediately. The group wasted no time, hurriedly carrying Su Jiqiang back to their residence. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Yin found herself somewhat at a loss as she sat on the sofa. It was only when Chen Feng arrived that she finally exhaled in relief. Chen Feng, are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, just a few insignificant underlings. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, glanced at Qin Yin, and quickly stepped back to create distance. You should head to the basement and change out of those clothes first. Qin Yan's face flushed crimson. Yet she said nothing further and hurried to the basement to remove her attire. I can't be blamed. I've learned my lesson and must exercise caution, right, Old Hay? Woof woof. Old Hay nodded enthusiastically, recognizing his master's prowess. Following him promised a long life. Blushing, Qin Yin returned upstairs, where Chen Feng gestured to the sofa, which held a chi pao he had prepared for her. Put this on. There's several sizes. Choose one that suits you. Qin Yin was taken aback, never expecting Chen Feng to possess such garments. Not only did he have women's clothing, but they were also brand new, with tags still attached. Once Qin Yin donned a dress, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, his excitement palpable. Qin Yin was indeed a stunning beauty. Her curves were accentuated exquisitely by the chi pao. Particularly, her long legs were breathtaking, One could hardly resist salivating at the sight. Goodness, it was not merely her legs that captivated. Every inch of her was flawless, and her mature intellect exuded a charm that was undeniably intoxicating to any man. Chen Feng, thank you for your help. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the torment I would have faced in their clutches, Qin Yin said, brushing her hair back shyly. She could clearly perceive the fervent gaze Chen Feng directed at her, yet she had come prepared for such moments. More importantly, Chen Feng was far superior to the rabble outside. In this world, a woman without a formidable protector faced grim prospects. Take Su Qing, for instance, who had been subjected to degradation by a multitude of men. Had Qin Yin been in her position, she may not have survived. It's nothing, merely a small effort. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, beginning to contemplate the events that lay ahead. What are your plans now? Upon hearing this, Qin Yin quickly moved closer, pressing herself against Chen Feng. I have nowhere else to go. Could you take me in? I can care for you here. Her sincerity was evident, and her eyes glistened with a pitiable vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. Staying in the villa was out of the question. He desired to prolong his own life. It wasn't a matter of mistrusting Qin Yin, but rather that a gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations, and there was no need to gamble on a person's inherent goodness. Establishing distance from the onset was the wisest course of action. After all, one misstep could cost him his very life. Qin Yan's expression fell, her disappointment palpable as she struggled to find words. Indeed, she realized that he merely saw her for her beauty, much like every other man, desiring only to share a bed with her. In the midst of her troubles, how could anyone possibly extend a helping hand to her? Just as despair enveloped Qin Yan, Chen Feng slowly spoke. You can no longer stay in your home. I have rented an apartment in the community, which is currently vacant. You may reside there, and I shall ensure you have nourishing food and warm clothing. As he spoke, he entered a room and retrieved a down jacket and a silk quilt from his belongings. These provisions would undoubtedly provide Qin Yan with comfort in the current indoor climate. Really? Thank you, Chen Feng. Qin Yan exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, and impulsively planted a kiss on his cheek. At least he was willing to assist her, unlike those heartless individuals who had abandoned her. Tell me, what transpired? Why are you being targeted by Su Qing's family? Without hesitation, Qin Yin recounted everything that had occurred to Chen Feng. To his surprise, she was quite resourceful to have escaped. Chen Feng smiled and suggested that Qin Yin rest while he took care of matters, inviting her to move in afterward. Are we not going together? Qin Yin gazed at him with longing eyes. Despite their recent intimacy, Chen Feng found it difficult to resist her allure, and he embraced her, reclining together on the sofa. Woof! Lao He, seeing the two entangled, promptly covered his eyes and stealthily made his way up to the third floor. What an unseemly sight! You could at least have the decency to inform others beforehand. Without further ado, Lao He kicked the door shut and began perusing a book on dogfighting techniques. I must study to defeat Chen Feng. An intense battle raged on for 2 hours, culminating in Chen Feng's overwhelming victory. Now, Qin Yin was utterly smitten with him, having unlocked a myriad of romantic gestures, which left Chen Feng exhilarated. It was not until Qin Yin gradually succumbed to slumber that Chen Feng finally took out his phone to check messages. Su Jiqiang had perished, and the couple, Matsualan and her husband, were vehemently berating him in the group chat, vowing to eliminate the murderous fiend Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Su Qing was relentless, bombarding Chen Feng with threats, declaring he would soon regret his actions. A barrage of venomous remarks flooded in from her end. Observing this, Chen Feng merely chuckled coldly. You wish to challenge me? Are you courting death? Without a second thought, he began to type in the group chat. Su Qing has dealt with old lady Su and seized their family supplies, which include a substantial amount of meat. Could you assist me in addressing them? Chapter 70, Settling Qin Yin. The group members, upon reading this, became increasingly agitated. Chen Feng was not merely seeking help in resolving his predicament. He had divulged Su Qing's family situation and hinted at their hoarded resources, effectively urging others to act swiftly. Originally, Luo Zhengyuan's household had been depleted of supplies, but given the ability of Su Qing's family to rally individuals to assault Chen Feng's residence, it was surmised they had amassed a considerable stockpile. Now, however, it had all fallen into Su Qing's hands. This was a temptation that few could resist, especially since Su Qing's family posed a lesser threat than Luo Zhengyuan's. A group of individuals has begun to stir restlessly upon seeing Chen Feng's announcement. Su Qing's family erupted in furious denunciations. That scoundrel Chen Feng, is he courting death by forcing us into a corner? Su Dahua's eyes were bloodshot. He had just lost his son, and now this predicament had arisen, all orchestrated by Chen Feng. Sooner or later, I shall see him dead, cast into oblivion. Unlike Su Dahua, Su Qing's eyes darted rapidly, unwilling to witness such a turn of events. Yet, it had transpired, and there was no recourse. She had to devise a plan. Survival was paramount for vengeance to be realized. Meanwhile, after completing his sinister dealings, Chen Feng quietly donned his attire, fully equipped, and made his way to the rented abode. Not only was he clad in an exceedingly warm down jacket, but beneath it, he had also donned a bulletproof vest. Safety was his foremost priority. Upon arriving at his rented quarters, he found the door had clearly been tampered with, and the interior had been ransacked, with all means of warmth vanished without a trace. Chen Feng had anticipated this situation. After all, the security door held little significance, easily breached with a few strikes. Quickly, he retrieved the door he had procured, installed it with deft precision, and reinforced it with welding and steel plates. Not even a hammer, let alone a cutting machine, could breach it without considerable effort. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Even if a cutting machine were to appear, he was confident he could arrive in time to thwart any intrusion. Moreover, who would employ such tools on the door of an ordinary individual? Perhaps such measures would be warranted for a villa, but not for his humble dwelling. Once the door was secured, Chen Feng provided Qin Yan with numerous insulating items and provisions, ample enough for her sustenance. Should she require anything, she could always come to his residence. After ensuring everything was in order, he summoned Qin Yan. Upon her arrival, she was momentarily taken aback, especially upon observing the reinforced door, which filled her with warmth. Although this place could not compare to Chen Feng's villa, it was sufficiently equipped, replete with food. One must recognize that such provisions were precious in this environment. The door was fortified, impenetrable by ordinary means, and the supplies were adequate for her needs. If she required anything, she could come seek him out. After imparting his instructions, Chen Feng left her a bulletproof vest, reminding her to wear it beneath her down jacket when venturing outside. Once these matters were settled, he hastened back to his residence. The atmosphere in the entire neighborhood was palpably tense due to the scarcity of food. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was entirely possible that a careless moment could result in betrayal from neighbors or even loved ones. This situation was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to manage. Chen Feng, not wishing to linger in such precarious circumstances, hurried toward his villa. Despite his formidable strength, an unexpected incident could prove far too costly. As he arrived at the underground garage, preparing to return home, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Xiao Lulu was lurking in the shadows, resembling a streetwalker. However, what she was peddling was not her body, but rather food items. Initially, Chen Feng had presumed that after the previous incident, Lin Feier would undoubtedly intervene to prevent Xiao Lulu from doing this again. To his astonishment, he had overestimated Lin Feier's resolve. Given the current circumstances, Xiao Lulu's presence here again to sell goods could either indicate Lin Feier's approval or that Xiao Lulu had once again clandestinely resumed her selling of food. Regardless of the reason, Chen Feng felt that Lin Feier was rather foolish. He had always treated her with kindness. And considering that Luo Zhongyuan had assisted him during the recent attack, even sending a message for a heads-up, he decided he would remind her once more upon returning. What she chose to do thereafter would be of no concern to him. Meanwhile, upon noticing Chen Feng, Xiao Lulu lifted her chin in a display of pride, her demeanor radiating an air of arrogance, as though flaunting her success. Aside from her living conditions, which were less than ideal, everything else in her life had improved remarkably. She now possessed a staggering 200 million in her bank account, all amassed from her secret food sales, with prices soaring to alarming heights. She paid no heed to Lin Feier's warnings and had once again ventured to sell her goods. The rewards were exceptional. Some individuals were even willing to trade their homes for a mere piece of meat. If you still look down on me, I am now a wealthy individual, and I have no intention of acknowledging you. Xiao Lulu muttered, her words dripping with disdain for Chen Feng. Thankfully, she had not heeded Feier's advice. If she knew about the 200 million she had earned, she would surely regret not following her lead. Eagerly awaiting her next customer, Xiao Lulu's attention was soon drawn to a plump gentleman approaching her. "You are Xiao Lulu?" he inquired, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing her. Likewise, Xiao Lulu was equally surprised. "Director Qian, what brings you here?" The excitement surged within her. She had come to Lin Feier's place with the intention of encountering this very individual, hoping to create a chance meeting that would allow her to curry favor and secure a role in his production. However, after seeing Chen Feng, she had momentarily lost focus on her objective, compounded by the heavy snowfall that had hindered her chances of running into him. To her delight, fate had finally smiled upon her efforts. If she could win him over, she might even ascend to stardom. Well, I ran out of food at home and thought I would take a look around. And then I unexpectedly ran into you, Director Chen explained. Out of food? I have plenty here. If you're in need, I can offer you some. Xiao Lulu exclaimed excitedly, producing instant noodles and a piece of meat that made Director Qian's mouth water. Lulu, I can't thank you enough for this. By the way, I have a project I'm working on and need a leading lady. If you're interested, we can discuss the storyline further when we return. Of course, I am interested. Xiao Lulu was overwhelmed with excitement. How could she possibly not be? She had come here specifically to connect with Director Chen, hoping to elevate her career to new heights. To her surprise, the esteemed director, who once seemed unattainable, was now offering her a chance for the leading role in exchange for a mere meal. Without a second thought, she approached and took his hand. Director Chen, quite pleased, relished the prospect of not only enjoying a meal, but also treating his beloved Kuan to a sumptuous seafood feast. As for Xiao Lulu, while her looks were merely above average, her physique was undeniably alluring, and it had been a while since he had indulged himself. Had he known she would be present, he would have sought her out much sooner. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had returned to his residence, was intently monitoring the surveillance footage. Eventually, he sent a message to Lin Feier, advising her to keep an eye on Xiao Lulu. After a brief pause, he forwarded a segment of the footage, leaving the manner of her response entirely in her hands. Having completed this task, he seized Old Black and began their debriefing. Old Black, befuddled, thought to himself that he was in the midst of studying when abruptly being pulled away was a waste of precious time. Chen Feng, with utmost seriousness, took out his notebook and began jotting down notes on the ground. Survival rule number 2, always be prepared in advance. As he scribbled, he commenced enlightening Old Black on the gravity of their situation. Do you realize how perilous this encounter was? Halfway through a brawl, I discovered I had run out of ammunition. This is an egregious oversight for anyone. Woof! Old Black gaped in disbelief, convinced that his master could not have made such a fundamental mistake. Yet, it is often the most inconspicuous details that prove to be the deadliest. If I had encountered a formidable opponent in that scenario, my life could have been at stake. Huh? Is it truly that dangerous? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have summoned you for this meeting. We must learn from our mistakes. This cannot continue. We must take heed and remember this lesson. Old Black nodded vigorously, acknowledging his understanding and vowing to be more cautious in the future. It would be a disservice to disregard your good intentions. Chen Feng transcribed the 2 survival principles onto 2 slips of paper, affixing them to the mirrors of both himself and Old Black, ensuring that each morning, upon waking and grooming, they would be the first thing seen, a constant reminder. Meanwhile, Lin Feier, upon viewing Chen Feng's alert, hastily began rummaging through her food supplies. As anticipated, she discovered several items had gone missing. Even though Xiao Lulu had been discreet in her actions, Lin Feier had meticulously recorded every detail of her supplies since the previous incident, making any discrepancies glaringly obvious. Infuriated, she immediately dialed Xiao Lulu's number. At that moment, however, Xiao Lulu was nestled in Director Qian's embrace, flattering him with compliments, saying how impressive he was. Rest assured, it is now yours. From now on, in my performances, you shall be the esteemed leading lady. Really? I am utterly enamored with you. Xiao Lulu, in her excitement, bestowed a fervent kiss upon her companion, her heart overflowing with joy. After merely a few minutes of companionship, she had secured such a coveted role. How could she not be thrilled once she attains wealth and fame? Oh, how splendid her life will be, utterly unparalleled. When the director arrived, after enjoying a meal with him, Xiao Lulu finally remembered her phone. Upon glancing at it, she discovered a multitude of missed calls and numerous messages from Lin Feier. A cursory review revealed Lin Feier's intense fury over her sneaking food out, demanding that she never return. At this, Xiao Lulu could not help but emit a cold snort, promptly sending a message along with a screenshot of her balance. If she chooses not to return, so be it. Who would yearn for such a friendship? Feier, I see you for who you truly are. It was merely a bit of food, yet you berated me so harshly. How blind I was in the past. Look at this. This is the money I've earned recently. I could purchase a villa myself. Who needs to live in your house? Having allied herself with the director, surpassing Lin Feier in the future would be effortless. Who would still consider her a close friend? After finishing the last morsel of meat, the director's eyes once again wandered towards Xiao Lulu, and naturally, after a satisfying meal, some exercise was in order. Without a second thought, he embraced Xiao Lulu and headed towards the bed. Annoyed, Mr. Qian, how can you be ready again? Lin Feier, already seething with anger, became even more incensed upon receiving Xiao Lulu's message. After all that, she was left feeling like an outsider? If that is the case, do not come to my house anymore. Lin Feier huffed, hastily locking the door. Even with a key, the other party would not be allowed entry. Chen Feng was engaged in a fierce encounter with Lao He. Daily skirmishes were inevitable, yet he sensed that Lao He was up to something behind his back, leaving him at a disadvantage. His fighting skills seemed ineffective, and he had even been bitten by Lao He twice. Lao He, tell me honestly, did you sneak up to the third floor to read while I was asleep? Chen Feng demanded in frustration. If he were to lose due to a lack of talent, it would not matter, but succumbing to underhanded schemes was unacceptable. Woof! Lao He, realizing his secret had been discovered, quickly shook his head, insisting he had done no such thing. I was sleeping the entire night. Nonsense. You've stayed up late until you have dark circles under your eyes. And you expect to deceive me? How despicable. Woof woof. Lao He was bewildered, hastily running to a mirror. Where are my dark circles? I'm entirely black all over. Just as Chen Feng was about to confront him further, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Lulu. She was quite boastful, not only flaunting her newfound wealth, but also her relationship with a director, claiming he was far superior to you. To this, Chen Feng could only scoff. A director, you say? Your meager efforts will likely yield no rewards for a lifetime. Suddenly, he felt a flash of realization, as if recollecting something about this director from a previous life. The man was indeed formidable, using the women around him to lure others. Anyone willing to follow him could enjoy intimate encounters with beautiful starlets. However, the woman in question, having previously sought to elevate her status, had mingled with numerous directors and screenwriters, and was already afflicted with a disease. Now, she was out and about, inadvertently spreading her ailment to a multitude of people. This had caused quite a stir in the community, with a throng of individuals seeking to confront the director. Good heavens! Suddenly, Chen Feng was struck with bewilderment and fear. Could that ailing woman possibly be Xiao Lulu? Chapter 72. Shall I dance for you? Chen Feng was utterly unsettled. Although he had not had much interaction with them in his past life, considering the circumstances, it seemed quite plausible. After all, the only woman who had a close relationship with the director was indeed her. It was worth noting that he had almost been entangled with Xiao Lulu once. It had been a narrow escape, as he had nearly succumbed to her advances. My goodness! Back then, she had even disrobed. Had it not been for my steadfast resolve, I might have been infected. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, he deemed it necessary to add another rule for survival. Never engage in intimate contact with women carelessly. He had come perilously close to being ensnared. After all his efforts and precautions in this apocalyptic world, it was alarming to think he had nearly faltered at the last moment. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution. Chen Feng was filled with reflections, and then recalled the matter concerning the director and Lin Feier. He remembered that Lin Feier had met her tragic demise at the hands of that very director. Murmuring to himself, he picked up his phone and began messaging Lin Feier. Given the current situation, it appeared that Lin Feier had drawn the director's attention solely due to Xiao Lulu. One must remain vigilant of Xiao Lulu and that director. Their words are not to be trusted, not even a single punctuation mark. Lin Feier, still seething with anger, was taken aback upon receiving Chen Feng's message. After a brief acknowledgement of thanks, she chose not to respond further. She was unwilling to engage with Xiao Lulu any longer. Yet her feelings towards Chen Feng were also far from warm. Chen Feng, unfazed by Lin Feier's lack of response, dismissed it entirely. Her silence was of no consequence to him. Come, I shall treat you to some roast duck today. I assure you will find it utterly delightful. Chen Feng patted the side of the old black dog. Woof! The old black dog was skeptical, having wandered for most of its life. It had no idea what roast duck was or if it was even edible. Very well, today you shall be enlightened. The crispiness of the duck skin is unparalleled, and the meat is simply exquisite. If paired with a bit of sauce, oh my, it is sheer bliss. As the old black dog listened to Chen Feng's description, drool began to escape its mouth. Please, stop talking and hurry to prepare it. I shall assist you. Though his own space contained countless roast ducks, Chen Feng refrained from retrieving them. The ones he made were not only delicious, but imbued with deeper significance. In the midst of the apocalypse, he found himself endowed with ample time and resources to pursue various endeavors. Surely, each day could not consist solely of brawls or watching action films to learn combat techniques. As he and Lao He donned chef hats and aprons while roasting duck, his phone chimed once more. Woof, woof, woof. Someone is trying to reach you. You ought to check it. It has been vibrating for quite a while. Chen Feng glanced at his phone, then at the vibrant, glistening roast duck before him, and promptly gave Lao He a light smack on the back of his head. What time is it? How can you still be distracted by your phone? This is a grave disrespect to the food. Lao He wore an expression of grievance, ultimately fixating his gaze on the more than 10 roast ducks. Can you really blame me? The noise from your end is simply too overwhelming. It's impossible not to notice. Eventually, Chen Feng, somewhat exasperated with the incessant notifications, reluctantly unlocked his phone. It was popular streamer Sun Jiai, who could no longer contain herself and had sent him a flurry of messages. Clearly, her supplies had run low, prompting her to seek him out. Given the timeline, it seemed about right. Even if she had a stockpile, it would likely be dwindling. After all, individuals like Lin Feier, who hoarded supplies, were exceedingly rare. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Chen Feng inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance. Brother, you finally replied. I thought you had blocked me. No, how could I bear to block you? It's just that you hadn't reached out in so long. I felt hesitant to intrude. The previously anxious Sun Jiai transformed into a whirlwind of excitement upon hearing this. Who said my charm was ineffective? Chen Feng had merely been pretending all along. With just a slight courteous tone, he would still come running to appease her. Brother, what are you up to? Roasting duck. Nothing much, just learning to cook. Chen Feng replied, sending a picture of the roast duck directly to her. Sun Jiai, who had intended to praise Chen Feng for his prowess, found herself momentarily frozen upon seeing the photo. She was utterly astonished to discover that Chen Feng's home was brimming with food. King crabs, lobsters, and now over 10 roast ducks. The skin of the ducks was a brilliant crimson, exuding a sheen that made her mouth water. She had gone several meals without proper sustenance and had subsisted on meager scraps for far too long. The image Chen Feng sent her was undeniably irresistibly enticing. To make matters worse, he was clad in a thin garment, which only fueled her envy. Nearby, Zhang Qiming could even sense the aroma wafting through the screen. Hurry, let him bring us some roast duck. Sun Jiai quickly began messaging. Brother, you are so considerate, knowing I'm starving. You even took the time to roast duck for me. I adore you. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Do you think you can get something for nothing from me? Do you truly believe I am akin to those naive individuals who vie for the top spot? Very well, but what will you offer in exchange? I possess nothing of great value. Perhaps you could entertain me with a dance instead. Wang Defa. Upon reading this, Chen Feng momentarily questioned whether he had misheard. Has it truly been so long since the apocalypse began, and she remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Still dancing? What nonsense. My apologies, but I have reserved these delicacies for Old Hay. As Chen Feng spoke, he sent another video, showcasing Old Hay relishing a roasted duck. Sun Jiai was utterly stunned. She never anticipated that he would feed such a precious item to a dog. In this dire environment, such a delicacy could fetch millions. Yet Chen Feng chose to offer it to a canine. What a waste. Brother, I am quite famished as well. Could you spare me a roasted duck? I will be most grateful. Sun Jiai employed her most persuasive tone. She did not believe he could remain composed under these circumstances. All right, if you truly desire a roasted duck, come to my villa and dance for me in person. I shall grant you one. Chen Feng responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 73. Zhang Qiming's suggestion. Sun Jiai could easily deduce the implications of his words. To dance at your villa? Surely that would lead to something more intimate. Although she recognized that most men had ulterior motives and were fixated on her physical form, even the top contenders online merely engaged in empty chatter. Yet Chen Feng? He was taking advantage of the chaos. Go seek someone else. I have no interest in such matters. Very well, if you wish, you may come find me anytime. Chen Feng promptly exited the chat, uninterested in such trivialities. Furthermore, given the current state of affairs, Sun Jiai would not last long before seeking him out. In this apocalypse, Dignity holds no value, and it is absurd to expect to receive without offering anything in return. He certainly was no fool. As he spoke, Chen Feng sliced a piece of duck from the roasted bird, wrapped it in a pancake, added cucumber and green onion, dipped it in sauce, and savored the delightful combination. This entire process left Old Hay in awe. What is he doing? Is there such a ritual associated with eating? He mused, unable to resist giving Chen Feng a playful nudge. Let me try that. I have never experienced this before. You'll have to do it yourself. I've prepared it for you. But do you expect me to feed you like a servant? Chen Feng retorted with a hint of annoyance. Hearing this, Old Hay leisurely began to fumble with its paws and mouth. However, being a dog, it struggled, and soon there was a mess everywhere. Move aside. Don't dirty my portion. Woof, woof, woof. Old Hay protested, feeling disgruntled. Aren't we brothers? I don't mind you, so why do you disdain me? On the other side, after Chen Feng sent that message, Sun Jiai, infuriated, threw her phone aside. Chen Feng was simply outrageous. Did he not understand that girls need to be pampered? How could he be so heartless? What was going on? Why had the conversation ceased? Zhang Qiming, looking anxious, gazed at Sun Jiai. After all, this was a roast duck, and how could she treat it with such disdain? I don't want to talk anymore, Sun Jiai replied, her displeasure evident. Can you please stop throwing a tantrum? We have nothing to eat. Hurry and contact him, say a few kind words, and this matter will be resolved. You want me to sleep with him? Why should I do that? Sun Jiai nearly erupted in anger. However, she believed that this remark would surely provoke Zhang Qiming. Yet he responded with an air of nonchalance. What's the big deal? It's just sleeping with him. We could get something delicious to eat. Don't you think it's worth it? Zhang Qiming spoke earnestly, without a hint of guilt, while Sun Jiai stared at him in disbelief. Is this really something you can say? Am I still his wife? He treats me as nothing more than a tool for procuring food. Go if you want. I'm certainly not going to accompany him. Sun Jiai kicked Zhang Qiming away and buried herself in the blanket, weeping. I would go if he preferred, man, dear. Listen to me. You won't suffer any loss in this. Get lost. Zhang Qiming found himself rebuffed by Sun Jiai and could only retreat in disappointment. Yet, the gnawing hunger drove him to devise various schemes for food. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grabbed his phone and reached out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I am Sun Jiai's husband. Can we talk? Initially, he had little hope for a response, as he knew that many were vying for Chen Feng's attention given his current situation. He felt insignificant in comparison. To his surprise, Chen Feng replied almost immediately. What is the matter? Stealing a glance at the still, sulking Sun Jiai, Zhang Qiming hurriedly typed, Don't you want to sleep with my wife? I can help you. Inside the villa, Chen Feng was utterly bewildered as he stared at his phone, enveloped in silence. He had anticipated an angry confrontation. Yet who would have thought that this person was eager to have him don a green hat? How can I help? Chen Feng responded, at a loss for words. After all, he had no desire to coerce anyone, nor was he fixated solely on Sun Jiai. He was enjoying life with Qin Yin splendidly. I have some medication that can make my wife fall into a deep sleep. Then you can do whatever you wish. Zhang Qiming nervously stated, adding, I only need one roast duck in return. Chen Feng could not help but gasp in disbelief. Utterly taken aback that Zhang Qiming would resort to such shameless tactics for the sake of food. Indeed, the most dangerous individuals are often those closest to us. He couldn't help but reflect on how betrayal knows no gender. It is often those with whom we share the closest bonds who are willing to sell us out. However, Zhang Qiming's actions greatly displeased him. Before the apocalypse, he relied on his wife to gain attention online, flattering those influential figures to earn a living, thus embodying the archetype of a man living off a woman. Chen Feng did not find this particularly detestable. After all, it was a skill in itself to thrive on such means. Yet, who would have imagined that after the cataclysm, he would still contemplate exchanging Sun Jiai for sustenance? Such a person, devoid of any gratitude and intent on draining every last ounce of utility from others, was no different from the Su family. Chen Feng could hardly be bothered to engage further and promptly exited the chat interface. He wished nothing more than to be rid of such individuals. But you are the best, loyal and unwavering. Woof woof. Lao Hong eagerly nodded, never having considered such matters. With plenty to eat and drink, why betray anyone? Burp. After consuming a duck, Lao Hong's belly felt uncomfortably full, prompting him to drink a few gulps of water. The forthcoming survival conditions would only worsen, and they needed to strive diligently to enhance their strengths, for their adversaries were becoming increasingly cunning. Only by bolstering their capabilities could they hope to endure. Upon hearing this, Lao Hong nodded fervently. Yet before he could fully process the information, Chen Feng lunged forward and struck him directly. Huh, take this, my 8 extremes dog-whacking fist. Woof woof. How treacherous of you to launch a sneak attack while I was unawares. Their playful scuffle continued into the night, and just as they were about to sleep, Chen Feng received a message. It was from Zhao Tianhu. Since accepting the bounty, the other party had not sought him out again. What is it? Mr. Chen, I have heard that you are in a bit of trouble. Perhaps I can assist you. Zhao Tianhu spoke calmly. I can help you deal with the members of the Su family. Chapter 74, The Trap. Speak, what are your terms? Chen Feng inquired without hesitation, directly addressing the matter at hand. It was evident that the other party had come to him with specific demands, whether it be monetary or otherwise. There was surely a request involved. Simple, I resolve your issue, and you provide me with resources. This condition did not surprise Chen Feng in the least. What? Have you stopped wanting money? Chen Feng could not help but ask, to which Zhao Tianhu appeared rather helpless. He had not anticipated the dramatic devaluation of currency. Had he known earlier, he would have asked for resources from the beginning. Although he currently had 10 million in his bank account, it was utterly worthless. If he had asked for supplies back then, he would likely be living much more comfortably now. Nonetheless, discussing past events with Chen Feng at this juncture seemed ill-suited to the prevailing circumstances. He could not force his way into Chen Feng's residence and had to swallow his pride. Now that money holds little value. If possible, please provide me with some supplies. Certainly, what do you need? Chen Feng did not refuse. If the other party could truly take care of the situation, providing them with a few items would not be a burden. After all, he was not in need. A king crab, 10 steaks, 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 10 boxes of cold medicine, 2 sets of down jackets, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. Zhao Tianhu spoke in a monotonous manner, and upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the other party would treat him as if he were a supermarket. Such audacious demands left him somewhat speechless. Did they not realize the exorbitant value of these items? The few individuals from the Su family were certainly not worth such a price. If one desired king crab, it could be arranged, but it would be one king crab. And for the medication, it would be a choice of either 1 box of anti-inflammatory or 1 box of cold medicine, alongside a maximum of 2 packets of instant noodles. This already constituted the utmost he could offer. Moreover, it was a gesture of goodwill, considering their previous collaboration, and perhaps there would be opportunities for future partnerships. As for the down jackets, such items were far too precious to give away. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhu remained silent for a long time before finally agreeing to take the instant noodles and medicine. I will have the person tied up outside the underground garage. I hope you remember to deliver the items to me. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Chen Feng replied, too weary to engage further, and promptly went asleep. He was indifferent to whether Zhao Tianhu could manage to subdue the Su family. If he succeeded, he would receive the items. If he failed, it would be necessary for Chen Feng to reassess the man's capabilities, as it was evident that he lacked the strength required. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu sat on the sofa, his thick clothing failing to conceal his fierce demeanor. This Chen Feng was utterly arrogant, treating him as if he were nothing more than cheap labor. He seethed with rage, his displeasure palpable. Beside him, the Su family hastily forced smiles. This Chen Feng is truly insufferable. Brother Hu, we cannot let him live. Wang Hao interjected, his obsequiousness palpable. They found themselves reliant on him for protection, lest they risk their lives. Don't worry, I've already begun dealing with him. Just cooperate with me, and soon, Chen Feng will be doomed. All right, but how do we cooperate? The family was instantly electrified, fully aware that Zhao Tianhu had designs on Chen Feng's villa. But the present situation left them with little choice. As long as they could take Chen Feng down, everything else would be negotiable. When the time comes, you will cooperate as if you're captured by me, and once we lure him out, we will strike. I refuse to believe he can evade us. Zhao Tianhu outlined his plan, and the Su family, hearing this, was filled with excitement. This was truly a brilliant strategy, far more sophisticated than the likes of Luo Zhongyuan attempting to force entry. Given the circumstances, he had little doubt that Chen Feng would be caught off guard and would not survive their sudden assault. Indeed, Brother Hu, had you acted sooner, it is likely that Chen Feng would have met his demise at your hands. Wang Hao, ingratiating himself, could not help but chuckle along with Su Dahua and the others. Yet, Zhao Tianhu's gaze was fixated directly on Su Qing. Everyone should retire for the night. We have a formidable battle to face tomorrow, Zhao Tianhu declared, abruptly seizing Su Qing's hand and leading her towards the bedroom. Brother Hu, what are you doing? She's my girlfriend. Wang Hao's expression soured. Discomfort etched across his face as he realized the affront being made before him. This is excessive. What? Do you have an objection? Zhao Tianhu's countenance darkened. His displeasure directed firmly at Wang Hao. It seems I must reconsider tomorrow's strategy. After all, I bear no ill will towards Chen Feng, and I see no reason to create trouble for myself on your behalf. His words shifted the mood in the room, and Su Qing, quick to react, grasped Zhao Tianhu's arm. Brother Hu, what are you saying? Is it not permissible to assist him? You must help me deal with Chen Feng. With that, she dismissed any need to explain to Wang Hao, leading Zhao Tianhu into the bedroom. Wang Hao, with eyes aflame and fists clenched, resolved that once Chen Feng was subdued, he would settle scores with this man. Otherwise, the fury in his heart would remain unquenchable. The following afternoon, after enjoying a meal, Chen Feng received a message from Zhao Tianhu, confirming that the task was accomplished. Along with his words, he sent a video depicting Su Dahua and his companions, visibly injured, having endured a considerable beating. Bring them to the underground parking lot, Chen Feng instructed, promptly accessing the surveillance footage of the garage. Sure enough, shortly after his message was dispatched, Zhao Tianhu arrived, dragging Su Dahua and his family to the garage, their wrists bound with ropes. Throw them to the ground. And retreat 10 meters, Chen Feng commanded through a speaker. Although Zhao Tianhu grumbled internally, he complied, hastily withdrawing with the others. This man is excessively fearful for his life. Once that was accomplished, the door to the underground parking lot creaked open, revealing Chen Feng as he stepped forth. Upon seeing him, an involuntary laughter bubbled up among the gathered crowd. Let us see how he manages to escape this time. Chapter 75. You're still too green to challenge me. I never expected you to actually have the capability to bring them here. Chen Feng observed the tightly bound individuals, a smirk dancing upon his lips. These adversaries likely never anticipated such a fate. Mr. Chen, rest assured that I will attend to what I promised you without delay, and they are not particularly formidable. Capturing them was quite simple, Zhao Tianhu said with a smile, attempting to approach as he sensed Chen Feng's favorable mood. However, he was abruptly halted by Chen Feng's command. Just stand there, do not come closer. You are far too perilous for my liking, and I cannot afford to take such risks. Upon hearing this, the other party could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Chen Feng seemed excessively fearful of death. Given the current circumstances, his cautiousness was almost laughable. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much, merely offering an awkward smile and halting his steps. I wonder if you are prepared for what you promised me. Rest assured, it has long been ready. I may lack in many aspects, but I am a man of my word. Chen Feng chuckled as he gave a light pat. And then Lao He emerged from the villa, pulling a small cart. On it lay the items that Chen Feng had promised to Zhao Tianhu, and they were all accounted for. Chen Feng himself had no need for these items, thus he would never tamper with them. Feel free to examine them. If you have any questions, you may voice them now. Chen Feng picked up a box of medicine and could not help but exclaim, You are quite the formidable character, knowing to choose medicine over king crab in such a situation. Emer Chen, you yist. Since you allowed me to choose between king crab and medicine, it would be illogical for me to select food. In this environment, these emergency supplies hold far greater value. Zhao Tianhu slowly spoke, and his gaze sharpened, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chen, there is one more matter I would like your assistance with. What is it? I am more than willing to engage in any reasonable transaction with you. A calm voice echoed in the surroundings. I desire your villa. Whoosh. Just as Zhao Tianhu's words fell, before Chen Feng could react, a sharp sound cut through the air. An arrow shot forth from a distance with astonishing speed. In an instant, it struck Chen Feng's heart. What the hell? These people are unbelievable. Chen Feng was struck by an immense force, crashing to the ground. Woof! Lao He was bewildered. What was happening? This was not part of the plan. Hurry, make sure to finish him off. Zhao Tianhu was evidently not one to hesitate. Even upon witnessing Chen Feng fall, he showed no signs of faltering, immediately calling for his men to advance. The Su family led the charge, rushing towards Chen Feng as soon as they freed themselves from their bonds. For them, securing Chen Feng swiftly was of utmost importance. As long as he was alive, there remained significant issues. Chen Feng, you never imagined you would find yourself in this predicament, did you? Wang Hao's gaze was fierce, his savage grin unabashedly displayed. He could finally exact his revenge, having waited so long to eliminate his nemesis, Chen Feng. However, just as several rushed toward Chen Feng, poised to subdue him, they suddenly felt their feet slip beneath them, and in unison, they fell to the ground. Oh no! Why is the ground so slippery? My goodness! Wang Hao could no longer contain his fury, glaring at Chen Feng right in front of him. He desperately yearned to confront the other man. Yet as he attempted to rise, he found himself crashing back down to the ground. He was not alone in this predicament. Several figures nearby shared his fate. Rising from the ground proved to be a daunting challenge for them all. I underestimated you. Chen Feng slowly rose, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Initially, he had believed that Zhao Tianhu had allied with him out of clarity regarding their positions. However, who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would audaciously conspire with Su Qing's family to pose trouble for him? How is this even possible? Zhao Tianhu stared incredulously at Chen Feng, whose heart bore an arrow yet seemed entirely unfazed. The sight startled him. Was this a joke? That arrow had been shot from a compound bow, its power surpassing that of an ordinary firearm. Surely, even with formidable strength, Chen Feng could not withstand such a strike. There are far more improbable things. Chen Feng's face bore a continuous cold smirk, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. Had he not been wearing a bulletproof vest, he might have lost his life on the spot. It had been a close call, just a hair's breadth away from disaster. Deal with the archer. Do not hold back. Chen Feng commanded lazily to the nearby Lao He. The presence of an archer lurking in the shadows left him uneasy, especially since the aim had been directed at his heart. Had the assailant aimed for his head, he knew his life would have been forfeit. Lao He barked in response and dashed towards the nearby garage. In critical moments, he knew he had to rely on himself. After some time of scrambling, the others finally managed to rise, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Chen Feng. At that moment, Zhao Tianhu's hidden accomplices surged forward. Chen Feng, regardless of your luck, let us see how you escape this time, Zhao Tianhu declared, darkly waving his hand. Over a dozen individuals quickly encircled Chen Feng. Given the circumstances, he felt no fear. A mere throng could easily overwhelm him. Boom! Faced with the impending assault, Chen Feng exhibited no hesitation, drawing his weapon and firing at the nearest assailant. In an instant, a figure collapsed to the ground. Under the onslaught of modern weaponry, few could withstand the assault. The group surrounding him, once filled with bravado, now felt a wave of intimidation wash over them. After all, they were mere mortals. Facing such an attack, maintaining composure proved nearly impossible. Do not fear him. Without sustenance, we too face starvation. We must subdue him, shouted one among them. Indeed, we are destined to die. At worst, let us fight to the end. The echoes of their furious cries reverberated through the scene as Zhao Tianhu fervently rallied the surrounding crowd, effectively igniting their spirits. Even Su Dahua's family prepared to charge once more toward Chen Feng. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted in succession, and one by one, the individuals fell. Su Dahua and Ma Suolan bled from their chests, collapsing in bitter defeat. Even Zhao Tianhu, at that moment, found himself struck down. Challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Chen Feng cast his gaze upon the crowd surrounding him, and the onlookers, devoid of any hesitation, scrambled to flee in a panic. Chapter 76. Do not seek me out in the next life. At this moment, to remain was to be reckless with one's own life, within the span of mere breaths. Aside from a few injured souls lingering near death, the rest had vanished without a trace. Even Su Qing and Wang Hao had swiftly disappeared from sight. What now? Do you possess any further abilities? Chen Feng approached Zhao Tianhu with a cold demeanor, who at that moment appeared ashen and lifeless. What was once an almost certain victory had taken an unexpected turn. The moment he saw Chen Feng emerge from the villa, he had envisioned himself as its master. But who could have anticipated such a turn of events? This was entirely contrary to his anticipated plan. Old Three, make your move, Zhao Tianhu shouted desperately to his associates. Yet no one responded. Old Three, what are you doing? Hurry up. Chen Feng regarded the man before him with disdain, remarking, the one you are calling for is the very person who attempted to ambush me. I advise you to abandon any hopes you have pinned on him. Zhao Tianhu, perplexed, scrutinized Chen Feng, struggling to comprehend his words. However, in the next moment, he saw the black dog dragging a figure towards him. The individual was one of his own, still clutching a compound bow, yet utterly unconscious. Alarmingly, his head was encased in a large mass of ice. What on earth had transpired? Zhao Tianhu was utterly bewildered. Yet, the scene before him clearly indicated that the man had ceased to breathe. Had he been slain by the dog? A thought that was utterly inconceivable to him suddenly emerged in his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would never entertain such an idea. Yet the unfolding drama forced him to entertain the possibility. However, he no longer had the mental capacity to ponder the manner of the man's demise. His final means had been deftly neutralized by Chen Feng, leaving him to ponder his next course of action. Thud. Without a second thought, Zhao Tianhu knelt before Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I was wrong. It was my fault. I should not have troubled you. Please, show mercy. He bore the pain in his legs, repeatedly bowing before Chen Feng in supplication. Show you mercy? Are you jesting with me? Chen Feng regarded him with incredulity, slowly raising his weapon towards the man before him. I had once considered you a competent partner, yet it seems my naivety has blinded me. Disappointment and anger filled Chen Feng's gaze. Having extended his trust to Zhao Tianhu, he never anticipated that the latter would wish him harm. Chen Feng, I will be your dog from now on. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Please spare me. Zhao Tianhu was consumed by regret, pondering what madness had driven him to provoke Chen Feng. Is it not preferable to lead a tranquil and stable life? Woof woof. The fierce black dog, without hesitation, sank its teeth into Zhao Tianhu's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Day after day, failing to learn his lesson. Does he not realize that my master's dog can only be me? How dare he compete for affection with me? I could easily dispose of him. The black dog growled, unable to restrain itself from biting again. Zhao Tianhu dared not utter a word, not even a cry of agony, while Chen Feng merely shook his head. Let us part ways. In the next life, do not trouble me again. Chen Feng sighed, decisively pulling the trigger to send the adversary on his way. After relocating the body a short distance away, Chen Feng coldly surveyed the area before hastily returning home with the black dog. The outside world is truly terrifying. I shall not venture out lightly again. Quickly, we must return and reflect on today's events. We nearly lost our lives. It was far too perilous. Chen Feng spoke with urgency, recognizing that had he not worn a bulletproof vest, or if the assailants had aimed for his head, he might not have survived. It was only after securely locking the door that Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he had survived. Meanwhile, the person who had fled breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Feng return. They had finally succeeded in sending that demon away. Had Chen Feng pursued them, it was likely none would have escaped unscathed. After all, he wielded such fearsome weaponry. In such circumstances, the average person faced only a dead end. Hurry, let us ascertain the situation. Su Qing, observing her father still moving, rushed forward, but was halted by Wang Hao before she could take more than 2 steps. If we approach, we might be captured by Chen Feng. He could very well be waiting for us. But my father is still alive. Su Qing exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. She could not stand idly by while her father was in peril. Help me. Su Dahua struggled to crawl towards Su Qing, desperate for rescue. Unfortunately, Wang Hao had a firm grip on her, preventing her from advancing. It is futile. In this situation, there is no remedy. He is gravely injured. Under such severe conditions, we cannot save him. Though Su Qing was filled with resentment, she realized the truth in his words. To survive a gunshot wound was nearly impossible. Our immediate priority must be to reach Zhao Tianhu's home. He possesses provisions ample enough for our survival and could even attract others to assist us. Wang Hao asserted, hastily searching Zhao Tianhu for the keys, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled Su Qing away. Now is not the time for sorrow. We must seize the opportunity to acquire resources from his home, for then we shall have a chance at revenge. With no alternative, Su Qing had no choice but to follow, her heart brimming with hatred for Chen Feng. One day, she vowed, she would bring that scoundrel to ruin. Upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately commenced a thorough analysis to summarize the situation, seeking to identify the root of the problem. Woof, woof, woof. We should not have ventured out. Old Hay interjected, voicing his opinion. Incorrect. The act of going out itself was not the issue. Rather, it was our carelessness and negligence that led us astray. Chen Feng promptly dismissed Old Hay's assertion, affirming that they would inevitably have to venture outside again. Next time we go out, don a bulletproof vest and perhaps a helmet as well. We cannot trust anyone. Old Hay nodded eagerly, believing his master to be overly cautious, thinking that with such precautions, no one could possibly harm them. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone rang again. Initially irritated, his interest peaked upon seeing the caller's identity. He Jing is actually reaching out to me? Chapter 77. Sun Jai softens. Logically, Chen Feng had not anticipated He Jing would contact him. She was the type who held herself in high regard, completely unlike him. After all, she had been quite displeased with him for previously using food and medicine to challenge others. Is there something you need? Chen Feng inquired instinctively. He held a certain respect for the doctor, recognizing that one day he might find himself in need of her assistance. In this era, doctors were highly sought after and rare talents. Could you spare me some food? He Jing asked, her face etched with anxiety. She had exhausted all avenues in search of sustenance. Yet regrettably, in this difficult time, few were willing to part with their provisions. Most were struggling to feed themselves, leaving her with no choice but to seek Chen Feng's help. Certainly, come down and collect it. Chen Feng replied without hesitation. His approach toward He Jing was markedly different from how he treated others. Unlike Qin Yin or Lin Feier, he had no need to plead with them for anything. However, He Jing's situation was unique. He could find himself at her mercy at any moment, and should that occur, the potential for retaliation was a genuine concern. The exchange of sincerity for sincerity depended on fate, but Chen Feng found himself with limited options. It seems we must acquire some medical knowledge. We cannot rely solely on brawn, Chen Feng said, grasping Old Hei's paw earnestly. Woof, woof, woof. Why should I bother with such matters? If I face an issue, I can simply seek herbs outside. Are you jesting? Chen Feng, sensing the situation, responded with renewed gravity. That is not an appropriate way to think. Look at this frigid weather. All the herbs outside are surely long gone. Where would you find them? Woof. Old Hei, upon hearing this, stood up in disbelief. It appeared there was indeed merit to Chen Feng's words. Such cold weather could freeze a person solid, leaving no trace of herbs to be found. From today onwards, you are prohibited from clandestinely reading at night. We shall study medicine together, poring over medical texts. Do you understand? In this society, longevity is paramount. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, we must refrain from venturing outside. Before doing so, we must ensure our safety and avoid getting too close to those individuals. Chen Feng lamented that the grave mistake he made stemmed from his failure to adhere strictly to the rules he had set for himself, resulting in significant misfortune. Tomorrow morning, upon rising, we shall each read through our materials twice. No one is to take this lightly. Understood? Upon hearing this, Old Hei nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, I am entirely yours. Whatever you wish for me to do, I shall comply. Just as they were conversing, an alarm from the surveillance system sounded. He Jing had arrived. Without hesitation, Chen Feng produced several packages of food and made his way toward the basement. Meanwhile, He Jing stood at Chen Feng's door, visibly anxious. Near Chen Feng's underground garage lay several corpses, apparently the work of the opposing party. She had never imagined that one day she would seek assistance from such a person, particularly recalling how Chen Feng had once used food to entice women into his bed, which made her feel a profound aversion. Yet, the gnawing hunger within her became unbearable, compelling her to summon the resolve to come here. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the main door began to shake, and a figure clad in a helmet came into view. Chen Feng, without hesitation, set down the food he held and swiftly distanced himself from the approaching figure. There are provisions on the ground. Take them home. Should you find yourself in need again, feel free to return, but do not let anyone else see these items. Many are coveting them. With that, Chen Feng prepared to close the door, leaving He Jing utterly astonished. She could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. Having steeled herself to sacrifice for food, she was taken aback by Chen Feng's generosity. Do you not harbor any ulterior motives? He Jing suddenly interjected, catching Chen Feng off guard and prompting him to regard her with suspicion. Did you not come to me purely for sustenance? No, I'm merely surprised. I heard from them that acquiring items from you comes with conditions. Chen Feng, having fixed his gaze on He Jing, took some time to process that she had come seeking food in exchange, yet his unexpected generosity had left her in shock. I'm not that kind of person, rest assured. However, if you insist on that, I have no strong objections. Upon hearing this, He Jing's face flushed crimson. And no, thank you for the food. I shall take my leave. With that, she hurriedly departed with the provisions. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chen Feng removed his helmet. Feeling utterly speechless, why must even his attempts to do a good deed be so misconstrued? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Am I, Chen, regarded as such a despicable individual in your eyes? Old Black, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Old Black scrutinized Chen Feng for a moment, recalling the several women who had once visited his home. Woof, woof, woof. Do I even need to say it? You are precisely that sort of person. Utter nonsense. Take this, Chen Feng retorted, unleashing a punch towards Old Black. It was evident that even mere sustenance could compel one to make immense sacrifices. In a past life, many had willingly surrendered themselves for just a morsel of food, and that time had returned. Woof, woof, woof. Old Black, still unconvinced, questioned why Chen Feng had engaged in intimate affairs with the previous two women, while this time he was offering food freely. Haven't I mentioned this before? Doctor, Yi Jing is a skilled professional. Just think about it. Whom shall we consult when we are clueless about medical practices in the future? Hiss. Woof, woof. Old Black's eyes widened in admiration. Chen Feng was remarkably clever. How had he not thought of this? Truly, he was worthy of being my master. Simply impressive. While Chen Feng and Old Black were bantering, Chen Feng's phone suddenly chimed again. This time, it was the streamer, Sun Jiai. Clearly, she could no longer endure her hunger. What is it? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. Chen Feng, I agree to the conditions you proposed last time. As long as you provide me with food, I am willing to come and keep you company. Upon reading this message, Chen Feng felt a surge of interest. Sun Jiai was exceptionally remarkable, and the fact that she was willing to come to him was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. He had initially thought she could endure at least another 2 days, yet here she was, unable to hold out any longer. Chen Feng sighed, recalling how Sun Jiai had once looked down upon him, viewing him as a mere sycophant she could manipulate at will, even when he expressed his requirements. She had been haughty and dismissive. Who would have imagined that so soon the law of true fragrance would come into play? All right, come over, Chen Feng replied, acquiescing to her request. After all, she was prepared to offer herself. It was only reasonable for him to provide her with some food, nothing excessive. Chen Feng, let us first discuss the compensation. She paused before continuing. I agree to accompany you, but you must provide me with a roast duck, 3 boxes of instant noodles over the course of 3 days, and an imperial crab. I can agree to the roast duck, but the rest is out of the question. You are well aware of the scarcity of food. If you are unwilling, then so be it. There are plenty of others eager to trade with me. Chen Feng responded calmly, and the other end fell silent once more. It was unclear whether she was weighing her options or contemplating something else. After a considerable pause, she sent another message. Chen Feng, I have a proposal. I no longer require the roast duck. Instead, I will come down to stay at your home, and I will be at your disposal for whatever you desire. Chen Feng gazed at the screen, filled with astonishment, sensing that something was amiss. Such words are hardly characteristic of Sun Jiai. Nevertheless, he remains indifferent, regardless of who made the statement. If the other party wishes to engage in a transaction, then let it be. If they are unwilling, he shall not press them. After all, it poses no loss to him whatsoever. Is it truly that simple? Moreover, my husband must also be brought along to reside in your villa, receiving daily sustenance. Nothing extravagant, and in due course, you may do as you please with us. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng instantly comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly Sun Jiai's husband conversing with him. Furthermore, it appeared that the husband was concealing this discussion from Sun Jiai. How amusing! After all this, it turns out it was not Sun Jiai herself. Which brings me great delight. Chen Feng shook his head in bemusement, stating, I strongly advise against such notions. Accompany me. I shall provide you with food, and that is the best option available. Residing here? That is utterly impossible. Think it over well. With that, Chen Feng lost interest and resumed his discussions on martial arts with Lao He. His current objective was straightforward, to hone his skills and, additionally, seek to learn medicine. If all else fails, he could easily summon Yi Jing for lessons at the very least, requesting her to impart some medical knowledge in exchange for food. Chen Feng was confident she would be more than willing to assist, as it would spare her from attending to others. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiming, upon realizing that Chen Feng had outright rejected him, felt his demeanor darken significantly. He was even tempted to smash his phone in frustration. That Chen Feng was utterly impervious to reason. Despite Zhang's lowly approach, the other remained unmoved. Just then, Sun Jiai entered, observing her husband with her phone, and immediately grew suspicious. What are you doing? What could I be doing? Merely sending a message with your phone. Zhang Qiming replied hastily, trying to delete the chat history. But it was too late. Sun Jiai snatched the phone, and upon reading the messages, her anger flared, directing a furious gaze at her husband. Do you have no shame? Are you trading your wife for food? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Sun Jiai was on the verge of tears. She had previously exposed herself online. And not only had she provided him with a comfortable home, but she had also significantly bettered his life. And now, he audaciously sought to barter her for sustenance. Was she merely a commodity in his eyes? My dear, I do this for your own good. Look at how famished you are. If this continues, my heart will ache for you. Zhang Qiming lamented, pulling Sun Jiai close, imploring earnestly, you are aware of the current predicament. Only Chen Feng possesses food. I merely intended to secure our position in the villa and then take him down. Who could have anticipated he would be so unyielding? Is that truly the case? Sun Jiai regarded Zhang Qiming with suspicion, glancing at the chat history, which did indeed lend some credence to his claims. Is it not the truth? However, my dear, at this moment, only you can venture into her villa. If you manage to seize the opportunity, we may yet have a chance. It is crucial to recognize that a multitude is currently fixated on him. The allure of beauty will diminish over time, and soon we may find ourselves devoid of any opportunity. Your words are rather charming, but what if I go and he mistreats me? Sun Jiai expressed her discontent. Darling, allow me to elucidate the current situation. Even if you accompany him for a few nights, it would not be an issue. As long as I can infiltrate and take him down, he is but a mere mortal, and no one will ever know what transpires between you. Zhang Qiming spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Sun Jiai momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a proclamation. Yet, her hunger was becoming increasingly unbearable. We have engaged in such endeavors before. Consider it merely spending time with a top contender. You need not worry, regardless of the outcome. I shall never turn my back on you. However, my love, we must conserve our strength, for how shall we endure the arduous days ahead? Half an hour later, Sun Jiai, unable to withstand Zhang Qiming's relentless persuasion, approached the villa of Chen Feng with a heart full of trepidation and anxiety. Simultaneously, Zhang Qiming sent a message to Chen Feng, instructing him to indulge in whatever whims he desired with Sun Jiai, but to remember to prepare his roast duck. As Chen Feng beheld Sun Jiai standing before the villa, he was overwhelmed with emotion. So beautiful, yet alas, her fate has been fraught with misfortune and ill encounters. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the underground garage door, inviting her into his abode. In an instant, Sun Jiai felt an unprecedented warmth, a sensation she could never experience in the outside world. Just as she prepared to ascend, Chen Feng's voice interrupted, commanding her to discard her clothing. I do not wish to see you in any attire before me. Chapter 79. Indeed, there is a problem. The once excited Sun Jiai found herself frozen in place. She had anticipated that approaching Chen Feng would allow her to take some action, perhaps using her concealed weapon for a stealthy strike. Who could have foreseen that Chen Feng would utter such words, rendering her hidden tactics utterly futile? No matter what she possessed, it could no longer remain concealed. This man is excessively cautious. After all, she is a woman, and he guards himself so meticulously. What of others? Chen Feng, I am utterly exhausted. Perhaps we might share a meal first before proceeding? Sun Jiai cooed, her tone irresistibly alluring. A tactic she had often employed to win over countless admirers during her live streams, compelling them to willingly part with their money. If you wish to ascend, you must comply with my instructions. Otherwise, you may leave at once. Chen Feng's resolve was unwavering, his demeanor unmistakably firm. He was no longer the kind of man who would be rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful woman. Instead, he could now confront the present circumstances with ease. More importantly, the events of the past few days had compelled him to exercise caution as he bore the responsibility for his own life. Sun Jiai, observing the door behind her now ajar, began to grasp Chen Feng's attitude. It was evident that he had no intention of continuing the conversation, should she refuse to comply. She would likely have no choice but to leave. She contemplated turning away, yet the gnawing hunger within her made her reluctant to move. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and began to shed her garments. Though her face flushed with embarrassment and the gradual removal of her clothing filled her with profound shame, she found herself unwilling to depart. Watching Sun Jiai on the surveillance monitor, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and opened the door to the upper floor. Upon ascending, Sun Jiai barely had time to feel shy, as she found herself enveloped in a much warmer atmosphere, devoid of any chill. Chen Feng, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, cast his gaze over her repeatedly. Sun Jiai was undoubtedly one of the two most beautiful women in the community. Compared to Qin Yan, while she may lack a certain mature charm, Her physique and appearance were undeniably exceptional. With her alluring curves and long legs, she was nothing short of perfection. If she did not mention her marital status, one would hardly suspect it. Go take a shower first. Once you're done, I will arrange some food for you. And when you leave, I will ensure you take a roast duck with you. Can I really take a shower? Sun Jiai responded, her incredulity apparent. However, upon further reflection, it became clear. After all, the temperature here was maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees, and with no power outages, taking a hot shower was indeed a simple task. While Sun Jiai retreated to the bathroom, Chen Feng busied himself searching through her belongings in the basement. Lao He looked at him with disdain. Woof. After all this time together, how did I not know you had such a peculiar penchant? What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? This is merely for safety. Chen Feng retorted irritably. As expected, he unearthed a dagger from her clothing. Woof woof. Lao He was momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. This woman was far too treacherous, concealing a weapon. Had it not been for Chen Feng's astuteness, he might have fallen victim to her scheme. After a brief moment of confusion, Lao He's gaze toward Chen Feng shifted to one of admiration. He was increasingly impressed by the man before him. Indeed, there is something amiss. I sensed her ill intentions the moment she arrived. Woof woof. Lao He barked twice. So what do we do now? Should I take her out? Such perilous matters were not something he would allow his companion to face alone. Rest assured, leave it to me. Today, she will receive a lesson, Chen Feng declared, silently returning upstairs and instructing Lao He to remain on the second floor, as he prepared to confront the impending danger alone. When Sun Jiai emerged after a thorough cleansing, her entire demeanor had transformed, no longer resembling the disheveled appearance she bore before. A true gem of humanity. The singular term that Chen Feng could conjure in his mind to describe her was this. Her beauty was distinctly different from Qin Yan's, capable of inducing an accelerated heartbeat in those who beheld her. Upon witnessing the table laden with delectable dishes, Sun Jiai cast aside her shyness and voraciously indulged. Disregarding her image, Chen Feng, with a smile, approached her from behind, his hand beginning to wander unceremoniously. Hey, I'm still eating, she protested. No waities. You carry on with your meal while I amuse myself. He chuckled, undeterred by her resistance, and immediately seized the opportunity. Faced with such a stunning woman, especially one who had willingly approached him, Chen Feng could hardly decline. Their meal extended for a full 2 hours, and only when Sun Jiai began to tire did he finally lift her onto the sofa, distancing them from the perilous utensils. Even now, Chen Feng could sense the dissatisfaction and hostility concealed within her gaze. Clearly, her earlier descent with a knife suggested she was contemplating how to extricate herself from his grasp. Chen Feng, perceptive yet discreet, understood their game. They were far too naive. I ought to head back. What about the roasted duck you promised me? Sun Jiai stumbled to her feet, overwhelmed by guilt, attempting to create space between them. Don't be hasty. Let me show you something first. Then you can reconsider taking that duck home, Chen Feng said, pulling up his chat history with Zhang Qiming. Initially, Sun Jiai thought he had second thoughts. But upon seeing the messages, she was utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared to discover that she had been sold off like merchandise by Zhang Qiming. Endure a little discomfort, and together we'll bring down Chen Feng. It was all a ruse. Particularly enraging was the revelation of Zhang Qiming's intent to incapacitate her and offer her to Chen Feng at will, causing tears to stream down her face in fury. She had already sacrificed so much for her family, yet they remained unsatisfied, showing no gratitude, plotting to barter her for food, just for a mere roasted duck. They had betrayed her, her heart shattered into pieces. So, are you still planning to take that duck back to him? Chen Feng asked, grinning as he looked at Sun Jiai. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, she approached him without warning. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and her crimson lips sealed his mouth. Chapter 80. Seeking External Assistance. If earlier Sun Jiai had been somewhat reluctant, now she had taken the initiative entirely. Chen Feng was taken aback by such a dramatic shift in her demeanor. After another hour of fervent engagement, he finally escorted her to the door, returning to the sofa with a sense of astonishment. He had merely intended to stir the pot between them, yet the outcome had exceeded his expectations. It was evident that Sun Jiai harbored genuine affection for her husband, or else she would not have been so easily swayed to barter herself for sustenance. Certainly, one thing is abundantly clear. The depth of love often breeds an equal measure of resentment. The affection once cherished has now accumulated into a mountain of disappointment. The message I sent was the proverbial last straw that broke her back. Given the current circumstances, Sun Jiai may not immediately sever ties with Zhang Qiming. Yet it is predictable that their relationship will not remain harmonious for long. If I stoke the flames of discord, it is certain they will quarrel irreparably. This way, I can live without the constant vigilance that has become burdensome. To conquer a city is one thing. To conquer the heart is another. As is the case with Qin Yin now. Although Chen Feng still hesitates to allow her into the villa, at least I no longer need to guard against her like a thief. I must take some time to rest. Otherwise, I fear my health may falter. Chen Feng mused, relieved that Qin Yin had not come today. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end under such pressure. Meanwhile, Sun Jiai, even when given a choice by Chen Feng, ultimately opted to return home with the roasted duck. Upon seeing the duck, Zhang Qiming was so taken aback that he uttered not a single word of concern. Instead, he snatched the duck and devoured it ravenously. How splendid! I cannot believe that fool truly brought home a roasted duck. In this environment, such a delicacy is exceedingly rare. As Zhang Qiming indulged, he could barely contain his excitement, having completely dismissed Chen Feng as a simpleton. Darling, you should accompany him again tomorrow and bring back more food. We can sell it and surely make a fortune. With soaring inflation, Zhang Qiming mused that a single roasted duck could easily be exchanged for a top-tier sports car. He believed that now was the time to amass wealth. For once the heavy snow subsided, he would undoubtedly be prosperous. Such opportunities are rare and precious. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom what she had just heard. Do you even realize the price I paid to obtain this food? And you wish to trade it for money? She exclaimed, her displeasure evident. Of course, but you need to eat too. Why not accompany him and gather more food? Zhang Qiming retorted, unable to restrain his sarcasm. Besides, you spent hours with him. Didn't you enjoy it? At this, Sun Jiai felt utterly disheartened. She no longer held any hope for the person before her. Although Chen Feng remained unaware of what might transpire when Sun Jiai returned, his spirits were relatively buoyant. After a full night's rest, he began to study with Old Hay, though their current knowledge allowed them only to treat minor ailments like the common cold. They relied solely on medication, and faced with more complex conditions, they were at a loss. Particularly daunting were the specialized terms found in medical texts, which left them utterly bewildered. This is untenable. We must seek external assistance. Our solitary efforts will yield no progress. Woof woof. I agree. What on earth is this sildenafil? The name is so convoluted. The elder gentleman wore a sullen expression, with spectacles perched upon his nose, clutching a book in his hands, utterly beleaguered. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng dialed He Jing, requesting her to come and provide guidance, offering meals but not accommodation. Upon receiving the call, He Jing's heart plummeted. Was this request for medical consultation merely a pretext? It seemed she had overestimated Chen Feng. In just a day, he revealed his true nature. She pondered the motives behind his previous charade. However, contemplating her dwindling supplies, she ultimately acquiesced, uncertain of when the heavy snowfall would cease. Realizing she would still depend on Chen Feng, she understood that if this situation persisted, the fate of her vulnerable group would be dire, and without a formidable protector, their plight could become quite precarious. Rather than being subjected to the whims of a multitude, it was wiser to align herself with Chen Feng. With this thought, she set out toward his residence, her heart a tumult of apprehension. 2 hours later, He Jing arrived with medical texts in hand. Gazing at the curious scene before her, Chen Feng and his dog, seated 5 meters away, diligently taking notes. She was engulfed in profound contemplation. Clearly, this was an unexpected development. He was genuinely seeking medical knowledge. Her astonishment deepened upon witnessing the black dog, using its paw to scribble furiously in a little notebook. Did this imply that modern medicine could scarcely cure ailments, even something as common as a cold? Chen Feng, glancing at his notebook with a skeptical expression, posed a question to He Jing. Indeed, much of healing relies on the body's intrinsic capacity for self-recovery, she affirmed with a nod. By the heavens, did you hear that? Old Black, it appears we must bolster our physical condition. Previously, we exercised for merely 2 hours a day, which is hardly sufficient. We must add another hour henceforth. Woof woof. The dog barked in agreement, its enthusiasm evident. Let us walk, learn, exercise, and nurture our health simultaneously. Thank you, Dr. He, for your efforts. Please do not forget to inform me when you arrive for our next session tomorrow. He Jing felt that the reality of the situation diverged significantly from her expectations. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu lay nestled in the warmth of Director Qian's bed, lost in dreams of grandeur, until she was abruptly roused. Lulu, we've run out of provisions. We must venture out in search of food. Director Qian gently shook her, prompting a soft, alluring sound from her as she stirred. His excitement surged as he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. After a spirited 3-minute tussle, Director Qian arose, satisfied, while Xiao Lulu wore a look of discontent. We must hasten to find sustenance. Is it still possible to procure food from Lin Feier? Director Qian murmured, his gaze fixed intently on her. She has plenty, but we have severed ties, she replied. Instantly, a spark ignited in Director Qian's eyes. You're best friends. Find a way to persuade her to share. If all else fails, we shall resort to taking what we need. Chapter 81. The Despairing Lin Feier. Is there truly no issue? I have severed ties with her. Even if I were to go, they might not allow me entry. Xiao Lulu wore a hesitant expression, having bravely spoken her mind before Lin Feier. And now she found herself in a position of seeking assistance, which felt quite humiliating. Moreover, upon hearing Director Qian's subsequent remarks, trepidation washed over her. Rob? If it entailed seizing something from the other party, wouldn't that be illegal? Enough. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. Just ensure I gain entry. And I shall handle everything else. Director Qian resolutely urged Xiao Lulu to quell her doubts. We are in dire straits and have not even a morsel to eat. If she refuses to assist, it merely indicates that she has no regard for you as a friend, and I shall take matters into my own hands. While Xiao Lulu remained indecisive, Director Qian approached her, embracing her with a smile, stating, I am merely worried about you. You have lost weight. If this continues, even with my status as a director, you might not meet the standards of appearance. And then what shall I do? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lulu cast aside her hesitations and promptly donned her attire, accompanying the director outside. As they arrived at the basement, they were unexpectedly spotted by Chen Feng, who was escorting Qin Yin away. The direction they were heading must surely lead to Lin Feier's villa, he thought, furrowing his brow. He had no inclination to meddle in trivial matters. Yet the memory of Lin Feier's tragic fate in his past life prompted him to reach for his phone and send her a message. Whether he could truly aid Lin Feier was uncertain, but he believed that if he fulfilled his obligations and she still encountered misfortune, it would then be her own fate. Neither the director nor Xiao Lulu were individuals to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Lin Feier remained nestled in her warm cocoon of blankets, enjoying her slumber. Despite having witnessed Xiao Lulu stealthily selling items on 2 occasions, her life continued in carefree splendor. After all, Xiao Lulu had discreetly taken only a few items to sell, leaving her with ample supplies. Given the situation, with a little frugality, she should be able to sustain herself for quite some time. Just then, she received a message from Chen Feng, alerting her that Xiao Lulu was en route with someone and advised her to exercise caution. The moment she read the message, Lin Feier sprang from her bed, donned her thick clothing, and approached the door to peer outside. Sure enough, Xiao Lulu had arrived, accompanied by a man, Director Qian. With a single glance, Lin Feier discerned the situation. It was evident that Director Qian had ensnared Xiao Lulu with his resources. She was acutely aware of Director Qian's character, having exploited his position to seduce numerous female artists. It's Lulu. Could you please open the door? The voice from outside filled Lin Feier with dissatisfaction. Xiao Lulu was becoming increasingly audacious, even bringing someone to her doorstep. You should leave. You are not welcome here. We are still best friends. Can you find in your heart to forgive me? I was wrong last time, and I promise I shall never again sell your food in secret. Lin Feier, disinterested, dismissed her pleas. The fact that she had committed such an act twice was sufficient proof of her unchanging nature. If I allow her in, it will undoubtedly lead to a plethora of troubles for myself. Noticing the silence within, Xiao Lulu glanced at Director Qian, then bit her lip, pleading once more with a tone laced with jealousy and frustration. Feier, I haven't eaten in ages. Can't you just pity me a little? At this rate, I might starve to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier appeared quite conflicted. After all, she couldn't bear to see her sister in distress. Do you truly wish to come in? Will you promise to heed only my words from now on? Yes. I promise I will never act recklessly again. I was foolish the other day, but I've come to my senses now. All right, I will permit you to enter, but it must be just you. The implication was clear. Only Xiao Lulu would be allowed inside, while Director Chen would have to remain outside. Thank you. Director Chen is merely concerned for my safety on the way here. He won't come in. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously opened the door. Feier, I always knew you cared for me the most. As Xiao Lulu stepped inside, Lin Feier had yet to close the door when Director Chen squeezed in right behind her. Director Chen, what are you doing? This is my residence. Please leave at once. Lin Feier was not naive. In this situation, no one could be trusted. Feier, I just want to take a look at Lulu's living conditions. Don't worry. I'll leave after a quick glance. As he spoke, Director Chen made his way toward the kitchen of the villa, rummaging through cabinets in plain view. What are you doing? Get out of here. Lin Feier attempted to intervene, but found herself firmly embraced by Xiao Lulu, rendering her immobile. It was then that she realized Xiao Lulu had conspired with Director Chen to rob her. Xiao Lulu, I considered you a close friend. And this is how you repay me? Lin Feier was infuriated, her eyes reddening. After all the kindness she had shown, Xiao Lulu had allied with an outsider to create trouble for her. Close friend? Spare me. You don't even share a morsel of meat with me. Do you truly regard me as a friend? Xiao Lulu shoved Lin Feier onto the sofa, while Director Chen had already gathered all the food and approached Xiao Lulu. His gaze fixated on Lin Feier. Shall I help you teach this person a lesson? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu frowned, clearly realizing that Director Chen had taken an interest in Lin Feier. Enough. Don't waste any more time here. Lin Feier, this is your fate. You have no one to blame but yourself. Xiao Lulu huffed in dissatisfaction, dragging Director Chen with her as they exited, carrying the food. Lin Feier was filled with hatred, regretting ever considering Xiao Lulu a friend. If only I had listened to Chen Feng's advice, she lamented, looking at the now empty refrigerator. Lin Feier once again succumbed to despair and wept. Meanwhile, Chen Feng sat on his sofa, his eyes fixated on the computer screen without a flicker of movement, until he spotted the figures of Xiao Lulu and her companion leaving with their belongings on the screen. He could not help but chuckle. This girl, while possessing many admirable traits and exceptional qualities, unfortunately, had one critical flaw. Her heart was too kind. In ordinary circumstances, the identity and background of her adversaries might have afforded her some protection. But in this apocalyptic world, where it was a matter of survival of the fittest, kindness became a fatal weakness. Chen Feng took out his phone, grinning as he sent a message to Lin Feier. Big Star, do you need some assistance? Chapter 82. The Arrogant Xiao Lulu. Initially irate, Lin Feier felt an overwhelming sense of grievance upon reading his message. If she had heeded Chen Feng's advice from the beginning and distanced herself from Xiao Lulu, this predicament could have been entirely avoided. Now, all her possessions had been seized by Xiao Lulu, and she had no idea how long she could endure. However, it was easy to imagine that her fate would soon be dire. Chen Feng, I misjudged you. It's all right, as long as you're safe. Is there anything you need help with? Chen Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. They've taken all my food. Could you send me some? Lin Feier's voice quivered with emotion. Sure, don't worry about the food. I'd even welcome you to my bed if that's what it takes. You know my rules, right? Chen Feng spoke without any reservation, his demeanor remarkably composed, as though discussing the most mundane of matters. A brief pause followed on the other end of the line, before a furious tirade erupted. Leave me alone. I don't want your stuff. Just go away. The anger in her voice was tinged with tears, and before Chen Feng could respond, she had already hung up. Goodness, what a temper! Chen Feng muttered, unable to suppress a smirk. I'm not overflowing with compassion. Why would you expect me to help for free? He decided to disregard the matter, recognizing that given the current circumstances, it would not be long before Lin Feier sought him out. If she failed to approach him, her fate would either be starvation or a repeat of her previous life, ending in ruin. Focus on self-improvement, enhance your physical fitness, learn medicine, and respect the destinies of others. Woof woof. Old Black, in this world, you alone understand me. Come, let's take a stroll. Woof woof. Old Black promptly nudged its bowl against Chen Feng, draining the remaining water within. Having developed a fondness for red wine over the past few days, Chen Feng had decided to abstain after He Jing shared various insights with him. Naturally, Old Black could not lag behind. The adverse effects of alcohol were numerous, and it could not allow itself to be weakened by such indulgence. The devastation of body and mind caused by liquor necessitated sobriety. On that very day, Chen Feng received a message from Qin Yan. Su Qing and Wang Hao were not resting. They had begun to recruit followers. Much like Zhao Tianhu in the past, they had already gathered several individuals. Do they possess such capabilities? Chen Feng could no longer contain his cold laughter. Wang Hao possessed no real skill. And Su Qing was merely a woman who sought to curry favor. What capabilities did she truly have? They had already secured Zhao Tianhu's supplies, now within his very home. And Su Qing was even willing to entertain company, drawing several interested parties. Qin Yin quickly cautioned Chen Feng to exercise utmost vigilance. Is there truly not a single soul willing to act upon my bounty? Chen Feng pondered with skepticism. He had previously messaged those in the group, indicating that these two possessed valuable goods. Logically, they should not expect a favorable outcome. After Zhao Tianhu's demise at his hands, few were inclined to trust him, especially with Su Qing fanning the flames of distrust, leaving his credibility all but shattered. Chen Feng felt utterly bewildered, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. A lifetime of reputation, tarnished in an instant. Moreover, Su Qing was willing to share the spoils, which meant they were facing little opposition. With this in mind, Chen Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further. He surmised that they were unlikely to achieve much. Both were adept at living off others and posed little threat. Let them create a ruckus. I can hardly be bothered. Just stay cautious and reach out to me if any issues arise, he stated, dismissing the topic. He remained at home, confident that even if they brought 100 men, he would remain unscathed. Furthermore, armed with modern weaponry, he was certain that he could send them all back to the afterlife. His only task for the days ahead was to lay low. Days had passed, and he wondered about Li Bingyao's well-being. He had sent messages and called, yet received no response. It was as if she had vanished in a thin air. Ding! Just as he fell into contemplation, his phone chimed with a message from Xiao Lulu. Chen Feng, how much did you purchase that villa for? Her sudden inquiry left him perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. What business is it of yours? Don't be so abrupt, Chen Feng. I'm not lacking in your meager funds. Just give me a price. I'll buy your villa. Chen Feng was taken aback, questioning her sanity. Have you been drinking? Yet, Xiao Lulu showed no signs of anger and continued, 10 billion. If you agree, I'll transfer the funds immediately, and you can come to my current residence. 10 billion? Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how she could possibly have such wealth. But soon, clarity dawned upon him. Xiao Lulu had a history of selling food, and she had pilfered a considerable amount from Lin Feier. Goodness, I've encountered foolish individuals before, but never anyone quite so naive. Chen Feng thought, utterly at a loss for words. To acquire so much food only to sell it? Forget it. Take care of yourself. Buy my house. You must be out of your mind. Chen Feng, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I am extending an opportunity to you, and should you fail to appreciate it, do not expect me to be courteous. The indifference in her voice left Chen Feng utterly bewildered. Are you threatening me? Indeed. Let me be frank. Even if you refuse, I possess the means to purchase your very existence. You would do well to tread carefully. Xiao Lulu exuded an air of arrogance, brimming with pride. In the past, Chen Feng had disregarded her. However, she had long since ascended beyond his reach. What is the status? Has he acquiesced? Director Qian hurriedly approached, eager to assess Xiao Lulu's situation. Not yet, but it won't be long before he comes begging me. A faint smile graced Xiao Lulu's lips. Yet, moments later, her phone chimed. See, he is clearly restless. Momentarily, let us negotiate his price. Do not settle for less than he deserves. Director Qian was equally exhilarated, envisioning his imminent move into a grand villa. However, upon opening her phone and perusing the messages, Xiao Lulu's expression darkened instantly. Not only was Chen Feng offering a bounty on them, but he had also disseminated information about the abundance of food in their household. Chapter 83. Using a knife to kill. Chen Feng, are you courting death? What have I done to provoke you that you would resort to such treachery? Xiao Lulu was incensed. She was no fool and understood the dire implications of this information becoming public. She anticipated that her days ahead would be fraught with hardship. The neighbors might even come to seize their possessions. Chen Feng's actions were tantamount to orchestrating a murder through another's hand. You wretched creature. I vow I will end your life one day. Xiao Lulu trembled with rage. Her initial intention had been to help Chen Feng profit. Yet who could have predicted he would betray her so cruelly? The group chat erupted with excitement, each member tagging Xiao Lulu. Do you truly have food? Could you spare some? I am on the brink of starvation. I promise to return tenfold once the snow ceases. This is absurd. I have none of those provisions. Do not be deceived by Chen Feng. She has held a grudge against me, and we have never seen eye to eye. Xiao Lulu did not hesitate to deny her predicament. Yet, in the next moment, others began to contradict her assertions. Her household does indeed possess food. I just spent $1 million on a pack of instant noodles. Absolutely. She sold me a bag of spicy strips for $8 million. Yes. And I was asked to pay $50 million for her steak. Clearly, given the current circumstances, those who had purchased her goods at exorbitant prices were now united in their animosity towards her. Those who profited from disaster require only the slightest nudge to become the targets of public ire. How can you act this way? I was merely trying to help by selling you supplies. I saved your lives, and yet you repay me with ingratitude. Xiao Lulu was thoroughly displeased. She had never endured such indignity. These people were utterly shameless. Was that truly saving our lives? You are clearly taking advantage of a situation. Some individuals, driven by rage, have spent their life savings merely to obtain a morsel of sustenance. Now that Xiao Lulu has become the target of a crowd, they have naturally rallied against her. Where is your home? Produce the food for everyone to share, and we shall refrain from reporting you. Indeed, otherwise, prepare to face the consequences for inflating prices and profiting from disaster, destined to languish in prison in your next life. Xiao Lulu felt a twinge of fear. Yet in the next moment, she recalled the errors committed by Chen Feng. There were even reports of murder within the community, and those individuals were unafraid. Why should she be? Madness. When did I inflate prices? It has always been this rate, if you please. Have you ever questioned your own efforts? With the snow falling for so many days, has your income increased? If you cannot afford it, do not trouble me. Xiao Lulu let out a cold huff, and instantly, the entire group erupted in chaos. Damn it, tell me where she lives. I shall deal with her. Yes, who knows where she resides? I have no idea. It appears she is not from our community, someone remarked after searching in vain. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu could no longer contain her laughter. This group was nothing short of clowns, unaware of their own whereabouts, yet seeking to cause her trouble. Take your time searching. By the time you find me, the snow might have ceased. Xiao Lulu lay in her bed, reveling in her mirth, while Director Qian wore a grave expression, urging her to cease her antics. Inciting public ire is no trifling matter. What is there to fear? They do not even know where I live. Xiao Lulu responded with a cold huff, but before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze. In the chat, Chen Feng suddenly spoke up, revealing their location without hesitation. She is at Villa number 6. I suspect she is currently discussing the script with the director. Chen Feng spoke candidly, disclosing their whereabouts. As for Director Qian, although he bore no grudge against Chen Feng, his proximity to Xiao Lulu was unfortunate. In such dire circumstances, even his demise could be deemed deserved. So, she is at Villa number 6, a mere actress. Wait for me. I shall come for you at once. Indeed, how can one profit in such a manner? Have you no conscience? The group was in an uproar, and Xiao Lulu's face darkened. She could hardly believe that Chen Feng had betrayed her location. Chen Feng, could you not be so shameless? I have no enmity with you. Why reveal my whereabouts? Xiao Lulu immediately sent a furious voice message directed at Chen Feng. She was incensed, having never encountered such outrageous behavior. I revel in it. What of it? If you're displeased, then strike me. Chen Feng retorted gleefully, finding satisfaction in the chaos. You. Xiao Lulu was about to unleash another tirade when a loud knock echoed at the door. Clearly, that group had arrived at their doorstep. What shall we do? With so many people coming to trouble us, can this door withstand their onslaught? Xiao Lulu trembled, hiding in Director Qian's embrace, while he appeared utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. How dare you even inquire? I warned you not to be so arrogant, yet you refused to listen. Though he harbored grievances in his heart, he found himself at a loss regarding the current situation, merely praying for the sturdiness of his door. Once this group departed, we must hastily relocate, preferably to Lin Feier's residence. The information regarding our supplies must have originated from him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu was momentarily taken aback, her face contorting with rage. That vile woman, did we not merely take a small portion of her provisions? Must she go to such lengths to harm us? After Chen Feng sent a message in the group, he immediately turned his attention to the surveillance monitor. Upon witnessing a group hastening towards Villa number 6, a faint smile finally graced his lips. You think you can compete with me? You are still too naive. Initially, Chen Feng had no intention of dealing with those two, deeming it a waste of time to seek them out. But unexpectedly, Xiao Lulu chose to bring trouble upon herself. Is this a joke? Old hey, remember this. No matter the circumstances, if you can avoid taking action yourself, do so at all costs. Your own safety is paramount. Do you understand? Woof, woof, woof. I've learned. Rest assured, I am no fool. I can grasp these things. Meanwhile, Wang Hao observed the few individuals in the room, his gaze settling on Su Qing. Where shall we deal with Chen Feng? He was eager to confront him. Deal with him? No rush. We are still too few. Su Qing's expression darkened as she regarded the individuals before her, speaking in a low voice. Everyone, gather your things and follow me. Where to? To Villa number 6. There are supplies there, and we must go immediately. Chapter 84. The Furious Zhang Qiming. What do you mean? Why are we going to confront them? Wang Hao clearly did not comprehend. Logically, they should be considered allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. We all share a common adversary. If they were to collaborate and join forces against Chen Feng, it should, in theory, simplify matters considerably. Of course, we're going to see supplies, and besides, has a bounty not already been placed on Chen Feng? I am curious to see how he will respond. Su Qing's voice was ominous, and upon hearing her words, the others became visibly excited. They seemed to grasp the essence of the plan. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it would be advantageous for them. By taking down Xiao Lulu, they could acquire supplies, and even Chen Feng would be compelled to provide them with resources. Even if Chen Feng were to renege, they could still proclaim him as untrustworthy. In other words, they would secure a guaranteed return. Let us go. Today, we might even capture a celebrity. The group could hardly contain their excitement as they hurriedly made their way to Villa number 6. Chen Feng, however, remained indifferent to all of this, focusing solely on cultivating himself in his residence. Since Jing mentioned that this ailment largely relies on one's immune system, their determination to maintain health has ascended to a new level. They resolutely opt for plain water, entirely avoiding beverages and alcohol. Chen Feng has even begun to steep goji berries in hot water. Health maintenance, after all, should commence early. As noon approached, Sun Jiai returned to Chen Feng's residence. This time, her expression was markedly more serious than the previous day, and the sparkle in her eyes had noticeably dimmed. Upon her arrival, Chen Feng received a message from Zhang Qiming. Chen Feng, today I would like 2 roasted ducks. In return, I can allow my wife to spend the night at your place. The moment Chen Feng read this message, he was rendered speechless. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand still left him exasperated at Zhang Qiming's utter disregard for his own wife. No wonder Sun Jiai appeared in such a state. However, these matters were clearly not Chen Feng's concern. She had come to exchange for food, and he would simply provide it. If she did not wish to accept it, she was free to leave. Today, I can allow you to eat whatever you like here. But the only items available for takeaway are instant noodles. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Sun Jiai hesitated momentarily. Just yesterday, she had been able to take home a roasted duck. Why was today limited to instant noodles? Yesterday was an exception. I can only assure you that you want to go hungry, but I lack the time and resources to support others. You may leave now. As you know, I never force anyone. After a long pause, Sun Jiai reluctantly removed her clothing and ascended the stairs slowly. Clearly, she chose to stay with Chen Feng, as at least she would have enough to eat, while Zhang Qiming could make do with instant noodles. When Sun Jiai finished her shower and emerged from the bathroom, she discovered a set of clothing laid out for her. This is prepared for you. Please put it on for me to see. Chen Feng gazed with satisfaction as she donned an outfit resembling white silk, revealing an extraordinarily pleasing appearance, a quintessential youthful beauty, in stark contrast to Qin Yan's mature elegance. He scarcely considered whether he had eaten, immediately sweeping Sun Jiai into his arms and heading toward the nearby sofa. Wang, the bespectacled black, engrossed in his book, jolted and hurriedly grabbed his reading material to retreat upstairs. Do you truly not regard me as an outsider? No. He clearly aims to disrupt my steadfast resolve and hinder my studies. Wang, what a despicable human. Today, I shall toil through the night. Determined to finish a book, Black seized a pair of headphones from the side and donned them. He must seize every opportunity to study diligently and astonish everyone. Meanwhile, after nearly 2 hours of intense effort, Chen Feng concluded his own battle. Sun Jiai, as ever, displayed her unwillingness. However, when Chen Feng once again presented her with a message just sent by Zhang Qiming, it was as if a switch had been flipped, instantly granting her the reins of power. All of Sun Jiai's actions seemed to be a form of retaliation against Zhang Qiming, marked by an unusual fervor and intensity. After their meal, Chen Feng dutifully delivered the items as promised and then escorted her away. The notion of her staying overnight was utterly out of the question. Not only was Sun Jiai harboring resentment, but even Qin Yin would not be permitted. Survival took precedence. Any endeavor fraught with danger held no appeal to him. Meanwhile, at Sun Jiai's residence, Zhang Qiming was fervently contacting clients on his phone. Do you really have roast duck there? Don't deceive me just because I'm less educated. Yes, of course. Why would I lie to you? I had one just yesterday, rest assured. How much are you selling it for? Anticipation began to build among his clients. It was clear that they could hardly resist the allure of roast duck. This delicacy was indeed scarce. It's simple, 5 million for half a duck. I only sell half. It wasn't that he didn't wish to sell a whole duck. He too desired to savor it. He certainly couldn't starve himself, could he? You're really ruthless, charging so much for half a duck. Fine, I agree, but if you deceive me, don't blame me for being rude. Though the man grumbled, he ultimately acquiesced. In these times, where wealth could not procure resources, he had no choice but to comply. Zhang Qiming was instantly exhilarated. 5 million. That amount surpassed what his wife had earned through 3 years of relentless streaming. How could she ever claim he was living off her? Just then, Sun Jiai wearily entered from outside. Darling, I have wonderful news. I earned 5 million. Where's the roast duck? Hurry. Zhang Qiming eagerly pulled Sun Jiai towards him. Yet after searching high and low, he found no duck, and his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of fury. Where is it? Wasn't it promised that there would be a roast duck? Sun Jiai handed him a packet of instant noodles. This is all there is. Make do with it. With a swift motion, Zhang Qiming slapped the noodles to the ground without a second thought. I out of my mind? Eat this instant noodles? As he spoke, he grasped Sun Jiai's clothing, gritting his teeth in a menacing manner. Did you fail to cater to Chen Feng properly and provoke him? That must be it. Go back and keep him company immediately. If you don't return with a roast duck, don't bother coming back. Chapter 85. I told you, medical skills are invaluable. Upon hearing Zhang Qiming's words, Sun Jiai was utterly taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated her husband would utter such remarks. She had gone out to procure food for him, even accompanying Chen Feng, yet he remained unsatisfied and treated her in such a manner. This is all there is, and from now on, it will only be this. No roast duck. Sun Jiai was incensed. The events unfolding were indeed infuriating. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Qiming's slap landed ruthlessly on her face, leaving her momentarily stunned. If you dare to yell at me again, do you believe I will strike you? He sneered. No more roast duck? I suppose you will have to eat it yourself. I truly must have been blind to marry you. With a contemptuous spitting sound, Zhang Qiming forcefully pulled Sun Jiai closer, preparing to unleash his belt in anger. You think you can shout at me? What do you even consider yourself? By tomorrow, you had better procure the roast duck for me. If you attempt to deceive me with instant noodles again, I will make you regret it. Just as Zhang Qiming was about to act, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted him. He froze momentarily before hurriedly forcing a smile and rushing to open the door. Ah, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Please come in. Zhang Qiming chuckled, yet the young man who entered showed him no semblance of friendliness, exuding an air of arrogance. Quit the nonsense and hand over the goods now. Zhong Wenchuan's gaze bore into Zhang Qiming as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. Brother Zhong, there has been a slight issue. Could we possibly postpone for a day? Zhang Qiming rubbed his hands nervously, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly struck to the ground by a powerful slap. Zhong Wenquan glared menacingly at him, unable to restrain his fury. Do you dare to toy with me? Do you truly think I am easily manipulated? With that, he delivered another brutal slap. Zhang Qiming's face swelled, yet he dared not retaliate. The arrogance he displayed before Sun Jiai had vanished, replaced by abject submission as he prostrated himself before Zhong Wenquan. Brother Zhong, there was an unforeseen circumstance. Rest assured, I will deliver it to you by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenquan merely snorted coldly and kicked Zhang Qiming aside. If I do not see the roast duck by tomorrow, do not blame me for what happens next. Yes, I understand. You can count on me, Brother Zhong. I will personally deliver it to your doorstep tomorrow. Zhong Wenchuan's gaze drifted to the bedroom, and upon catching sight of Sun Jiai, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Your woman is quite impressive. He did not attempt to conceal the lustful glint in his eyes, feeling a surge of heat within him as he regarded Sun Jiai. I never expected to find such a beautiful woman. Licking his lips, he inwardly vowed to claim her for himself. If I cannot produce the goods by tomorrow, your woman will serve me well. Yes, yes, rest assured, if I fail to deliver the roast duck, I will personally send her to your residence. Sun Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the shame of her husband's shameless words. Meanwhile, Zhong Wenquan let out a cold snicker. It was only after Zhong Wenquan left that Zhang Qiming once again displayed his dissatisfaction, striding over to Sun Jiai. Did you hear what was just said? If I cannot procure the roast duck by tomorrow, do not blame me for sending you to accompany Brother Zhong. Tears welled up in Sun Jiai's eyes, unable to fathom that her husband would utter such disgraceful words. Crying, "How dare you shed tears? If it weren't for your failure to bring back the roasted duck today, I would not have been subjected to his blows. Go and prepare me some instant noodles." Zhang Qiming scolded fiercely, still unsatisfied, and kicked Sun Jiai once more. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the ordeal Sun Jiai faced upon her return. He and Lao He had completely entered a sage-like state, diligently studying everything within their reach. He Jing, teaching beside them, was earnest in her efforts, clearly taken aback by the unexpected dedication shown by Chen Feng. Initially, she thought he was merely jesting when he called her to instruct him, believing it was merely a way to indulge his peculiar whims. However, now He Jing even began to question her own allure, as Chen Feng exhibited no untoward behavior toward her. It is worth noting that Chen Feng's reputation outside was far from favorable. The attractive women in the neighborhood had been treated as mere prey, and he had already taken advantage of many. Yet she couldn't even approach within 3 meters of him. Was it her lack of beauty? He Jing wore a perplexed expression. After all, she was once the belle of the hospital, with suitors aplenty. Alas, every time she drew near to Chen Feng, he would immediately create distance. This couldn't entirely be blamed on Chen Feng. He had endured so much in recent times. Anyone visiting his home would be utterly exposed, and given that He Jing was his instructor, it would be inappropriate for her to appear in a state of undress. Maintaining a distance was the only option. Indeed, it seems that studying medicine has its merits. Most ailments rely on one's own immunity. However, when it comes to injuries, one must rely on a physician's skill to expedite recovery. Wang, Lao He, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded, recognizing Chen Feng's profound foresight. Wondering why he had not thought of this himself, He Jing glanced at Lao He, who was sprawled on the ground with a book, occasionally sipping on water infused with goji berries, her feelings at that moment defying description. Engaging in learning, reading, and physical exercise, Chen Feng found his days becoming increasingly busy and fulfilling. Of course, the residents of the neighborhood were not idle either, with the heavy snow falling for several days. Even those with stored provisions were running low. Each was devising ways to procure food. A group ventured to the supermarket outside the community, but regrettably, as had been the case before, they went and never returned. Chen Feng witnessed them leave the neighborhood, after which there was no further news from them. That supermarket likely harbored some oddities. He resolved to investigate it when the opportunity arose. Wang. Lao He was the first to agree, eagerly nodding that he wanted to go as well. This matter could not be rushed. The dangers were unknown, so caution was paramount. Chen Feng mused that he must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. That night, Chen Feng received a call from Su Qing. Initially, he feared she was calling to cause trouble, but to his surprise, she was there to claim a reward. Chen Feng, we have successfully dealt with Xiao Lulu and the director. Did you not promise that if we could handle them, a generous reward would follow? Chapter 86. Shall we have a chat? I was utterly astonished that you managed to subdue him. Chen Feng stared blankly at the message from the other party, completely taken aback. Logically, both sides had grievances against him. They should have united to cause him trouble. Yet, the situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. After all, when there's food involved, who can remain indifferent? Su Qing's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any trace of anger towards Chen Feng. This surprised him. When had she become so formidable? However, he dismissed the thought, for he cared little about her prowess. If she truly wished to contend with him, she would be met with an onslaught of wrath. In this era, mere numbers do not equate to audacity. Of course, for ordinary individuals, numbers might confer a certain advantage. But to Chen Feng, such people were merely insignificant ants. Before the equality of existence, they were but trifles. Old Black, do you think this is a trap? Woof, woof. It must be a trap. I have always believed that person is not to be trusted. Old Black shook his head vigorously. Do you trust her? Or do you trust me, the celestial dog? Chen Feng vividly recalled the last incident, when Zhao Tianhu, in collusion with Su Qing and others, nearly sent him to his demise. If he were to fall into a similar predicament again, he might as well dash himself against a wall. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment longer and promptly replied, "You should bring your people to my underground garage." Upon seeing this message, Su Qing showed no hesitation either and waved her hand to Wang Hao and the others nearby. "All right, we can play later. Take them to the underground garage." At this moment, Director Qian was battered and bruised, while Xiao Lulu appeared even more disheveled, her clothing torn to shreds and her hair in disarray, clearly having endured a rough time. "Please, don't hand me over to Chen Feng. I beg you, I will serve you well. Please, do not turn me over to him." Xiao Lulu, not lacking in wits, realized that although this group was ruthless, once in Chen Feng's clutches, her life would likely be forfeit. After all, he had already taken many lives. Anyone who had provoked him had met a dire fate. "We can't make any decisions here. Let us go." Wang Hao licked his lips, satisfaction evident on his face. He had never anticipated that he would one day have dealings with a celebrity. "Please, have mercy. I am innocent. I have no enmity with Chen Feng." Director Qian repeatedly bowed and pleaded with them, hoping for clemency. He felt a genuine despair. Had he known this would unfold, he would have never associated with Xiao Lulu in the first place. Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? Now, he had enjoyed a few carefree days with Kuan and indulged himself, but now he might lose his very life. "What do you think you can reason your way out of this? Go away. Do you believe that begging now will be of any use?" Wang Hao swiftly struck a blow, and a group of individuals dragged Xiao Lulu and Director Qian towards the underground parking garage. Upon arrival, they unceremoniously tossed the two in front of Chen Feng's garage door. Indeed, it appeared quite so. Chen Feng, observing the scene through the surveillance monitor, displayed a hint of surprise. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the other party exhibited no signs of mischief. Yet, Chen Feng was not foolish. After all, he had previously fallen victim to Zhao Tianhu due to a similar oversight. The original protagonists, Su Qing and Wang Hao, were still present. Exiting was no longer an option. Given the situation, he could not afford to take any risks. "Chen Feng, we have brought the individuals as instructed. How you choose to handle them is your concern. But you must fulfill your promise to us," Su Qing inquired. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an exceptionally favorable outcome for her. Should Chen Feng provide the goods, they would profit. If he failed to deliver, the entire community would likely lose trust in him. Once a person's credibility is compromised, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. "Rest assured, I will indeed provide what I owe you. But how can I trust that you haven't been plotting?" Chen Feng queried. "What would convince you?" "Simple. You must give those two another beating. That shouldn't be a challenge for you, I presume?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the group remained relatively unfazed. But Xiao Lulu was already trembling with fear. "Chen Feng, I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. Please, show mercy. I will never bother you again." Xiao Lulu pleaded incessantly, with Director Qian beside her insisting that he had no part in this, begging for clemency. Regrettably, Chen Feng paid no heed. They were met instead with the fists and feet of Su Qing and Wang Hao's group. The sounds of their wails reverberated through the space, initially filled with pleas for mercy. They soon transitioned to curses, and ultimately, the two likely succumbed to unconsciousness. Watching this unfold on the monitor, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. "Chen Feng, we have complied with your instructions. Now it is time for our reward, is it not?" Su Qing pressed once more. "Do not worry. I will not delay in providing what you are owed." Chen Feng then produced 2 boxes of instant noodles and placed them onto a small cart. "Old Hay, take this to them." "Woof, me?" Old Hay was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "No way. You go instead. It's dangerous out there, with so many people. If one of them kicks me, I'm done for." Chen Feng sighed. Indeed, possessing high intelligence is not always advantageous. When it comes time for action, fearing for one's life makes one utterly useless. With no other choice, Chen Feng retrieved a remote-controlled car, loaded the items, and exited the underground garage. It was at this moment that Su Qing and her companions peered through the large door, carefully assessing the situation. Inside lay a 3-meter corridor, and beyond it, a large door. Even if they managed to open the door before them, entering remained an impossibility. Moreover, what is of greater significance is that they cannot even enter the door before them. After acquiring what he sought, Chen Feng showed little concern for Xiao Lulu's condition. Wang Hao and the others, upon seeing that Xiao Lulu had already fainted, thought nothing of it and simply took her back. As for Director Qian, bringing him along would only be a waste of resources, and they could not be bothered. It was only after Su Qing and the others had departed that someone directly approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I know you wish to deal with Su Qing and her group. I can assist you. Shall we have a discussion? Chapter 87. Do you truly believe I am without temper? Judging by the profile picture, Chen Feng did not possess much familiarity with the individual, having rarely spoken in the group previously. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the person intended to collaborate with him, though he remained cautious. Many had succumbed to starvation due to a lack of supplies, and those who survived were not to be underestimated. Go ahead and speak. We are all aware of your grievances with Su Qing. Her group has grown significantly, and given the present situation, it will only continue to expand. After all, you have provided them with supplies, and it stands to reason that some would come forth to assist them. The individual spoke with a languid confidence, as if orchestrating a grand scheme. For ordinary people, food was becoming increasingly scarce. However, for individuals in their predicament, food would paradoxically become more abundant. Once Su Qing's group fully developed, it would be nearly impossible for you to trouble her again. Since you acknowledge that Su Qing's faction has grown, does that not imply that your own numbers are even greater? Chen Feng incisively addressed the crux of the matter. He understood the situation regarding the increasing food supplies. Having survived for 2.5 years in the apocalypse and grasping the mechanics involved, by resorting to plunder, one could indeed avoid food scarcity. And they could also resort to cannibalism. While not abundant, dealing with them posed no issue. So, why not directly confront Su Qing and seize her resources? Why come to me? Is it to procure additional supplies for my hands? Chen Feng scoffed, intrigued by the proposition. That is one way to interpret it, as you are not lacking in resources. However, I aspire to establish a more enduring partnership with you. The individual responded, prompting Chen Feng to momentarily be taken aback, evidently unprepared for such an unexpected proposal. How do you propose we collaborate? Given the current state of affairs, you should understand that manpower is paramount. In the future, whoever possesses the greater number of people will wield more influence within the community. By joining forces, we can undoubtedly dominate the entire neighborhood. The individual articulated their reasoning with clarity and provided a profound analysis of the situation, one that most ordinary individuals could not achieve. Yet in the next instant, Chen Feng outright rejected the offer. I'm afraid I do not possess sufficient resources to support additional people. Not having enough resources is inconsequential. All you need to do is present the supplies you currently have. Let us temporarily satiate our hunger. Consider it an investment. Provide us with a meal today, and I assure you, your future sustenance will be secured. Chen Feng listened to the other party's words, momentarily taken aback. Was this a jest? Were they engaged in some sort of deceptive scheme? Enough was enough. He had no desire to indulge in their antics. If they were seeking a gullible fool, they could look elsewhere. He would not be their source of discomfort. Chen Feng, you must understand that even if you possess exceptional abilities, you remain isolated and vulnerable. Only by joining our larger family can you hope to survive in this place. At this point, Chen Feng was thoroughly convinced that the other was merely a brainwasher. Not only did they come to him demanding something, but they did so with such pompous audacity. He had no fear of them. No matter how numerous they were, they would still be a joke in his presence. With a mere closing of the door, could their formidable prowess breach his defenses? Chen Feng, rendered speechless, chose to disregard them entirely. Within the entire community, there were many eager to align themselves with him, especially after his reputation had spread. Numerous women had even reached out to him privately. In the face of survival, what was dignity worth? However, Chen Feng was not one to be easily swayed. He held little interest in the flattery of the outside world. Moreover, should he encounter someone like Xiao Lulu, it would be rather awkward. He decided to dismiss such matters. Chen Feng felt no inclination to engage with these trivialities. To him, these individuals were mere jesters. Lao He nodded vigorously in agreement, suggesting that rather than wasting time on these people, they might as well spar together. Coincidentally, he had made significant progress in his offensive techniques. It was imperative not only to hone their combat skills, but also to enhance their abilities as much as possible. Chen Feng began drafting a plan, realizing the current situation was becoming increasingly overwhelming. He needed to focus on medicine, physical training, practicing his abilities, and managing his relationships with Qin Yin and the others. Spreading oneself too thin would only lead to mediocrity. They could no longer afford to waste time on distractions. Wang, I don't feel like I'm doing too much. What is your issue? I find my days quite fulfilling. Lao He looked at Chen Feng with suspicion, believing he was squandering too much time on social relations. Why are you looking at me like that? That is just my normal life. You, a single dog. Wouldn't he understand? Once you look as handsome as I do, you'll know my troubles. Chen Feng couldn't help but retort. Hey, what is wrong with me saying a couple of things? You even dare to sneak attack me. Taste my 18 palms of the dog. Without a second thought, Chen Feng charged at Lao He. There was no alternative. His previous technique had been thoroughly deciphered by his opponent, and he could only resort to new methods to have a chance of winning. Later that night, while Chen Feng was still fast asleep, a group of individuals clad in heavy clothing stealthily approached his villa. This time, they did not head for the basement, but climbed directly to the second floor. Can we really get in? I heard that even Luo Zhongyuan had attempted to assault this villa, but to no avail. A man, trembling, whispered softly. Despite being clad in thick clothing, he felt an agonizing chill penetrating his bones. Rest assured, we are unlike that dim-witted Luo Zhongyuan. Our purpose here is merely to survey the terrain. Once we have thoroughly understood it, launching an attack will be as effortless as breathing. As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings, his heart brimming with astonishment. The area was nearly enveloped in titanium alloy, making it nearly impossible to breach through sheer force. The windows were undoubtedly made of bulletproof glass, yet he sensed a potential opportunity for breakthrough. Deep in thought, he cautiously made his way toward that direction. Even with several layers of defense, not even explosives could breach it in one go. However, multiple detonations could indeed shatter it, revealing the weakness of bulletproof glass. As he pondered the placement of the explosive point, he suddenly froze. Looking up, he spotted a person and a dog standing motionless behind the glass, both gazing intently at him. Everyone, what brings you to pry at my window in the dead of night? Do you truly believe I possess no temper? The voice of Chen Feng echoed through the loudspeaker, instantly sending a wave of terror through the group. Quick retreat. We've been discovered. We must not linger. Panic set in among them, for they were all too aware of Chen Feng's notorious reputation, especially with a firearm in his possession. If captured, death would likely be their fate. Hurry, flee this place. Someone shouted urgently, tugging at a companion to escape. However, the person, after a brief moment of shock, regained composure and coldly scoffed. Why fear him? He is behind bulletproof glass. Even armed, he poses no threat to us. Upon hearing this, the others finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, no matter how formidable Chen Feng might be, he could not trouble them through the glass. One individual couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Boy, weren't you just boasting? Why not take a shot at me? Their laughter was radiant, for once Chen Feng emerged from that barrier, they would unleash a collective assault upon him. No matter how strong he might be, he would surely bow before their might. Bark! Old Black looked at Chen Feng with suspicion. The glass not only repelled bullets, but also muffled sound. They could see someone outside mouthing words, yet heard nothing. I sense they are hurling insults at your mother. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing this, Old Black was immediately incensed. How dare they speak of my mother? The moment he shuddered, a radiant glow enveloped him, and before anyone realized it, a thin layer of ice had formed beneath the feet of the two outside. Instantly, they felt their footing slip, and they plummeted from the second floor. The cries of anguish reverberated throughout the area, startling many who witnessed the scene, prompting them to hastily wade through the snow to extricate the two individuals trapped beneath it. What transpired? How could this happen so suddenly? A visibly anxious person inquired, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen circumstances. The ground appeared treacherous. Thankfully, the snow was thick. Otherwise, we might have sustained injuries. One individual remarked solemnly, his face etched with lingering fear. Had it not been for the considerable snow accumulation, they might have indeed faced dire consequences. Fear not, everyone. Chen Feng cannot harm us. He can only observe from within. Another assured confidently. Indeed, while that bulletproof glass could withstand our assaults, it also rendered him incapable of retaliating against us. Chen Feng, observing the agitated group before him, could not suppress a faint smile as he noted their rising bravado. How amusing! This motley crew dared to challenge him? Unfazed, he seized several hoses and promptly unleashed scalding hot water upon them. In an instant, The bewildered crowd found themselves drenched, akin to drowned rats. Given the frigid temperature, the hot water would swiftly transform into icy droplets, ensuring that they were thoroughly soaked. Mere moments passed before the water began to freeze. "Quick, flee, you treacherous fiend!" Someone shouted in alarm, urging the group to escape without delay. "Otherwise, we might just freeze to death." As they retreated, one individual could not resist issuing a threat. "Chen Feng, mark my words. We will see you dead one day." However, Chen Feng paid no heed to their threats, considering them beneath his notice, a mere collection of foolish jesters. "Off you go, time for slumber," he declared. "Bark, bark, bark. Will you not continue to deal with those imbeciles? I have 1,000 methods to ensure their demise." Old Hay grumbled, exasperated that they would dare to disturb him at such an hour. "Enough. There's no need." Chen Feng waved dismissively, unwilling to squander energy on such trivialities. After all, they had caused him no harm. Their antics were of little consequence. Should they dare to provoke him further, they would find themselves regretting their actions deeply. He truly had no mercy for the foolish. The atmosphere in the community had grown increasingly tense as individuals racked their brains in search of sustenance. Given the current predicament, even those with reserves were nearing their limits. "Is there truly no rescue coming? I feel I shall starve." Someone lamented. "Rescue? What a ridiculous notion. The entire globe is blanketed in snow. There is no hope for assistance now. We must rely on ourselves." Another retorted, incredulous at the thought of expecting help in such dire circumstances. Of course, self-rescue seemed nearly impossible, as escape was unfeasible. The only viable option remained to huddle together for warmth. In some areas, the unspoken reality of cannibalism had become a grim understanding. The following day, after completing his training, Chen Feng was approached once more by an individual who had contacted him previously. "Chen Feng, you are undoubtedly aware of the current situation. You have drawn someone's attention, and if this continues, it is likely to escalate into a more troublesome affair." Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng feigned ignorance and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Stop pretending, Chen Feng. Someone troubled you last night, didn't they? To be frank, others have already set their sights on you. It is only a matter of time before you encounter difficulties alone." Chen Feng wore a look of skepticism. No one in the group had mentioned last night's events. How did they already know? "Chen Feng, join our family. Let us work together, with your villa as our stronghold. I believe we can not only welcome all our family back, but also lead them to greatness." Chen Feng thought to himself, this is utterly absurd. He had ample reason to suspect that the other party was involved in last night's incident. Even if they did not participate directly, they were certainly complicit. How dare they employ such tactics against me, thinking me easy to bully? Should anyone provoke me again, I will not be so lenient as I was last night. Do not expect to escape then. With that, Chen Feng exited the chat interface. "No, I cannot endure this any longer. The more I think about it, the angrier I become, and now they dare to threaten me." Chen Feng muttered to himself and promptly posted a bounty in the group. "Whoever can help me teach this person a lesson will receive 10 packets of instant noodles." Moments later, a dozen individuals reached out, eager to assist. Chen Feng provided the details, allowing them to act freely, and he simply wanted to see the results. Recording the act of beating was sufficient. Once he had taken care of this, he contentedly set down his phone. At that moment, Sun Jia arrived downstairs, evidently seeking something to eat. However, this time, through the surveillance, Chen Feng noticed a man accompanying her, clearly her husband, Zhang Qiming. What was he doing here? Chen Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Chapter 89. I said nothing. Filled with curiosity, Chen Feng activated the speaker to inquire about their intentions. "Can we come in and talk?" Zhang Qiming appeared anxious, glancing nervously at the camera, his demeanor radiating unease. He seemed eager to rush into Chen Feng's residence, his gaze darting about as if fearing discovery. "Whatever it is, just say it outside." Chen Feng showed no leniency. "What pretense are you putting on before me? And you expect me to let you in? That's absurd. Even for a woman, I would allow just anyone inside. Who do you think you are?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qiming ultimately could not voice his thoughts and opted to communicate via his phone. "Chen Feng, I hope to request a bit more food. The instant noodles you provided are simply insufficient to satiate my hunger. This was nearly impossible. I had no reason to give you anything more. What I have already offered is more than generous." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. He chose to communicate directly through the microphone rather than using his phone. What a joke. You're using your own wife as a bargaining chip for food, and yet you still try to play the good person? Are you truly afraid of others discovering this and branding me the villain? Is this some sort of jest? Do you genuinely believe I am so easily intimidated? Zhang Qiming shivered, hastily typing on his phone in a state of anxiety. Can we not discuss this over the phone? It was evident to Zhang Qiming that numerous individuals, upon hearing the commotion, had turned their attention towards them. Although the weather deterred many from venturing outside, there were still some present. Speak your mind. Chen Feng continued to broadcast through the loudspeaker. From this moment forth, my wife is at your disposal. Do as you please. My demands are modest, merely a roast duck each day, or something of equivalent value. Zhang Qiming hurriedly continued to communicate via his phone, striving to resolve the matter as swiftly as possible so he could depart promptly. This is absurd, given the current circumstances. A single packet of instant noodles would be considered a luxury, one that others might desire, yet be unwilling to part with. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng outright rejected the offer. Chen Feng, is this not excessively unreasonable? My wife is exceptionally beautiful. If I were to spread the word, countless suitors would come flocking to us. Zhang Qiming was clearly agitated. His wife's appearance and figure were nothing short of exquisite, a near-perfect embodiment in the eyes of many. There were a multitude of individuals in the community who would eagerly seek a liaison with her, and he could not fathom that Sun Jiai was worth merely a packet of instant noodles. Chen Feng's words were nothing short of an affront. Then seek out others, for I have no interest in engaging with you here. Chen Feng could not suppress his disdain. He had not anticipated that the other party had come to quarrel. Under the current circumstances, having any food was already a considerable blessing. It was undeniable that taking Sun Jiai to entertain clients would likely yield greater rewards. But would she consent to such a proposition? Absurd. Even if Sun Jiai were somewhat naive, she would undoubtedly recognize that she was the optimal choice in this scenario. Meanwhile, those nearby, having overheard Chen Feng's loudspeaker, began to express their skepticism. They had not caught the entirety of the conversation, but could deduce the essence of it. Goodness. Zhang Qiming is utterly shameless, bartering his wife for food. How disgraceful. Alas, that Sun Jiai is so stunning. Yet she is wed to such a worthless husband. Do not speak ill. In this situation, any occurrence is entirely normal. He is not at fault. Bah! What a disgraceful man. Why does he send his wife to barter for food instead of doing so himself? A chorus of disdainful remarks erupted, each face reflecting contempt. As for Zhang Qiming, he had reached a boiling point, feeling that Chen Feng was egregiously overstepping his bounds. Chen Feng, you ought to contemplate this carefully. Such opportunities will not present themselves again. At this moment, he was too exasperated to continue conversing on his phone, opting instead to shout directly at Chen Feng. Were it not for Chen Feng's presence, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. Enough! Stop causing a scene at my doorstep as if I owe you something. If you wish to remain here, then stay. If not, leave. I have never forced anyone, Chen Feng said languidly, while Zhang Qiming's irritation escalated. If you want to go, then go. Do you think we are in need of your presence? We can manage quite well without you. Zhang Qiming exclaimed angrily, grabbing Sun Jiai beside him, ready to depart. However, in the next moment, Sun Jiai resolutely shook off his grip. Are you rebelling? Come with me at once. Zhang Qiming cursed, attempting to pull her again, but this time, Sun Jiai was even more determined. Without a moment's hesitation, she evaded Zhang Qiming and approached the entrance of Chen Feng's underground garage. You go back if you wish. I will not return. Sun Jiai's expression was impassive, yet her stance was unwavering. You shameless wretch, what do you mean by this? Are you joining forces with him against me? Zhang Qiming fumed, visibly enraged. He could hardly fathom that she would defy him. Chen Feng, upon witnessing this scene, could not suppress his surprise. Indeed, she was not as foolish as he had presumed. Returning with Zhang Qiming would yield no rewards for her. Now he was able to offer a banquet of exceptional quality, something no one else in the neighborhood could provide. As Zhang Qiming prepared to confront Sun Jiai, Chen Feng slowly opened the door. Come in. Without a second thought, Sun Jiai dashed inside, only to be blocked by Chen Feng wielding a weapon when Zhang Qiming attempted to pursue her. Chen Feng, what is the meaning of this? Are you stealing my wife in front of me? If the entire neighborhood learns of this, what will they think of you? Chen Feng merely snorted dismissively and replied, I have done nothing. Ask her whether she wishes to leave or stay. From this moment forth, you and I have no connection. You may leave. Before Zhang Qiming could utter a word, Sun Jiai spoke first. You scoundrel, I was blind to marry you. Zhang Qiming was infuriated, but felt powerless. Forced to watch the door close before him. Chen Feng shook his head in disdain. Zhang Qiming was no different from his ex-wife's family, utterly shameless. Chen Feng, you will regret this, Zhang Qiming threatened. What did you say? Should I kill you right now? The door abruptly halted its closure as Chen Feng brandished his weapon at Zhang Qiming. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You misheard me. I said nothing. Chapter 90. You arrived just in time. It would be best if it remains this way. Otherwise, next time, even if I have no objections, I assure you my weapon will. Chen Feng waved his weapon, and Zhang Qiming, terrified, fled the scene at lightning speed. Regardless of his grievances, he could only swallow them in silence at that moment. Now, tell me what transpired. How did you end up in conflict with him? Chen Feng closed the door, his gaze fixed with keen interest upon Sun Jiai. Although he was aware that her presence was motivated by hunger, he could discern that the affection between her and her husband had once been profound. Regarding the recent scene, Chen Feng was inclined to believe that she was merely putting on a show for his benefit. Was there a possibility of some hidden scheme at play? In the current climate, his instinct was to be suspicious. Trusting an outsider was nearly inconceivable for him. He had promised someone he would provide roast duck, and should he fail to deliver, he would have to pay the price himself. Tears streamed down Sun Jiai's face as she spoke, her demeanor pitifully vulnerable as she gazed at Chen Feng. It became clear that she was being coerced into accompanying another man, and given her circumstances, this situation might persist indefinitely. After all, her home lacked even the most basic provisions. It was not that she could not return home. Rather, the alternatives here offered greater appeal. In his presence, she would only need to tend to herself to enjoy a sumptuous meal, while at home, she might become merely a pawn, subsisting on instant noodles. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't know what to do, Sun Jiai exclaimed, inching closer to Chen Feng, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Hold on, don't do that. Quickly remove your clothes, Chen Feng urged, his tone urgent and betraying a palpable tension, as if he were ready to act at a moment's notice. Sun Jiai, as an accomplished tea artist, could easily perceive that Chen Feng's intentions were not to seduce her, but rather stemmed from concern. At this point, she comprehended that his insistence on her undressing was rooted in a fear of her causing him harm. This is too much. Chen Feng, I'm merely a defenseless woman. You need not be so wary of me, she protested, her expression growing more forlorn. No, it is entirely necessary. My caution is not directed solely at you, but applies indiscriminately to everyone. Chen Feng quickly distanced himself. Having suffered prior misfortunes at the hands of Zhao Qian and faced challenges from Zhao Tianhu, he felt compelled to exercise extreme caution. One misstep could cost him dearly. Upon hearing his words, Sun Jiai ceased her protest and removed her clothing, allowing Chen Feng to finally feel at ease leading her upstairs. Go take a shower, he instructed, and once she entered the bathroom, he retrieved a provocative outfit from his space and placed it outside. Remarkably, Sun Jiai exhibited no resistance. Instead, she became particularly proactive. Undoubtedly, her marital discord had rendered her the greatest beneficiary of this arrangement. I have nowhere else to go. If I return, he certainly will not let me off easily. Will you take me in? She implored, wrapping her arms around Chen Feng's shoulders and pressing her body against his, her eyes pleading with an innocence that tugged at his heartstrings. Undoubtedly, she yearned to reside here. Aside from the presence of a certain Qi Ming in her life, a more significant reason lay in the enchanting environment. In stark contrast to the harshness of the outside world, this place resembled a veritable paradise. No, I cannot accommodate anyone. Chen Feng resolutely shook his head. Allowing someone to stay was tantamount to neglecting his own safety. Sun Jiai's face instantly fell, her disappointment palpable. Indeed, men were all of similar ilk. I certainly cannot host you here, but rest assured, I have made arrangements for you. You will not have to return to confront that individual. Chen Feng continued, and at once, Sun Jiai's excitement surged, prompting her to plant a kiss on Chen Feng's lips. Chen Feng, thank you. Where shall I reside from now on? Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, a message from Qin Yin arrived on his phone, indicating that she had reached the underground parking lot. Speak of the devil, Chen Feng thought as he opened the garage door. Qin Yin arrived without needing any guidance, swiftly shedding her outer garments. Yet, upon ascending to the upper floor and catching sight of Chen Feng, she appeared momentarily bewildered, clearly taken aback to find another woman in his company. Although her attire was minimal, It was strikingly revealing, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment, she exclaimed, lowering her head as she prepared to flee. Chen Feng, how could you not inform me there was someone else here? No, no, no. You have arrived precisely at the right time. Chen Feng interjected, startling Qin Yan, whose face deepened in color. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sun Jiai. You two will be living together from now on, so please take good care of her, understood? Upon hearing this, Qin Yan finally grasped the situation. The recent events involving Zhang Qiming and Sun Jiai had already stirred considerable discussion in their social circle, and she recognized Sun Jiai as a woman deserving of sympathy. Very well. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to inform me at once. With that, Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Qin Yan's waist and led her towards a nearby sofa. Let's engage in some exercise first. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhang Qiming vented his fury by violently smashing furniture. He felt a profound humiliation. Not only had his wife left him, but he was also deprived of his comforts. Chen Feng, that scoundrel. I will make him pay dearly one day. He seethed, kicking a chair in a fit of rage, seeking to unleash his pent-up resentment. Just then, the door burst open with tremendous force, and Zhong Wanquan strode in. Zhang Qiming, where's my roast duck? He demanded, advancing and seizing Zhang Qiming by the collar. It was evident that he was already aware of the unfolding drama. Brother Zhong, wait a moment. I swear I will find your roast duck. Just don't rush me. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Wanquan kicked him to the ground and drew a dagger, pressing it against his throat. Do you truly possess the ability to procure that roast duck? Heh, you truly are a talent. Bartering your own wife for a roast duck, what a disgrace. Zhong Wanquan spat again, then coldly remarked, hand over your wife, and I might spare your life today. Otherwise, I shall ruin you. Chapter 91. She is a technical talent. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his neck, Zhang Qiming trembled all over. The icy dagger could take his life at any moment. He genuinely had not anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. It was all Chen Feng's fault. Had he been able to provide me with a roast duck, I would not have ended up in this dire situation. The more Zhang Qiming pondered, the angrier he became. Not only had the other man stolen his wife, but he was also being dealt with by this Zhong Wanquan. The true instigator must face dire consequences, even if it meant his own demise. Resolving himself, Zhang Qiming spoke without hesitation. Brother Zhong, I had initially intended for Sun Jiai to accompany you, but at a critical moment, that scoundrel Chen Feng snatched her away. I truly had no choice. As he uttered these words, he was abruptly kicked to the ground. It seemed Zhong Wanquan felt that his pent-up anger had yet to be released, and he could not help but deliver several more kicks. So, you have nothing to offer me today. Brother Zhong, this is truly not my fault. The blame lies solely with that Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanquan could not restrain himself and kicked again. How dare you mock me? You expect me to take on Chen Feng now? You shan't live to see another day. Brother Zhong, have mercy. You are magnanimous. Spare me. I can help you seize Chen Feng's villa, now that Sun Jiai is at his residence. I am fully confident in coordinating with her. Zhang Qiming frantically prostrated himself, begging for mercy. You, lacking any ability, yet you attempt to amuse me? Enough. Zhong Wanquan coldly snorted, losing interest in continuing the charade. He swiftly plunged the dagger into Zhang Qiming's neck. Within mere breaths, Zhang Qiming's heartbeat ceased entirely. Zhong Wanquan licked the blood from his dagger, a dark, sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Chen Feng, this is intriguing. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. He coldly scoffed, dragging Zhang Qiming's lifeless body away from the scene. Woof woof. The Emperor of Dogs gazed around in confusion, pondering where his adversaries lay, for throughout history, heroes have often found themselves in solitude. With a mere 2 ounces of goji berry water in his cup, he sought to share the eternal sorrows with another. For the philosophy of health must still be guided by me, the Dark Emperor. After taking a sip of goji berry water, he could not help but howl once more. The heavy snow fell like blades, cutting down the brilliant talents. I've always been unrivaled among my peers, and now that Chen Feng is entranced by women, I, the lone dog, stand invincible in this world, truly a loneliness akin to snow. Unable to resist, he pawed at his headphones, discovering that the battle below still raged on. His concern for Chen Feng's well-being grew. He must find an opportunity to procure some medicine for him. After a lengthy 2-hour skirmish, Chen Feng finally escorted Sun Jiai and Qin Yan to the entrance, and before departing, he did not forget to gift Sun Jiai a down jacket. The things that ought to be given must indeed be given, for I am not lacking in such matters. Just as he opened the door to see off the two women, another figure appeared outside, momentarily startling both Sun Jiai and Qin Yan. Doctor. He Jing entered with an air of shyness, fortuitously colliding with them. You go ahead and wait for a moment. I will be right there, Chen Feng instructed He Jing, while Qin Yan and Sun Jiai cast suspicious glances at him. Are you really okay with this relentless schedule? Are you truly going for seamless transition? Most importantly, Sun Jiai noticed that the other party could enter without shedding her clothing. Chen Feng, what is she? You need not concern yourselves. She is different from you. She is a technical talent. I possess skills as well. We all have proficiency in muscle hardening and softening techniques, Sun Jiai declared earnestly. Yet Qin Yan displayed a look of utter confusion, clearly not grasping the essence of her statement. What is this even about? Enough, let's hurry back. She is a bona fide graduate student, unlike your skills. Chen Feng expressed his exasperation, questioning what he had been perceived as. After sending the two away, Chen Feng returned upstairs, barely having time for a sip of water when he spotted Old Black sitting before He Jing, clutching a book covered in paw prints, barking incessantly. Chen Feng, this fellow was rather excessive, even conducting remedial lessons. Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. The singular advantage was that He Jing could not comprehend Old Black's words. Standing there in confusion, unsure of what to say. It's asking you, since the human body is predominantly composed of water, if a person were to be completely frozen, would they be revived upon thawing? Additionally, how likely is it that ice suddenly emerging within the body could prove fatal? After Chen Feng articulated this, he himself was left in disbelief. Was this truly a question that a dog could pose? Moreover, this creature had evidently surreptitiously absorbed a wealth of knowledge. He Jing appeared puzzled, her gaze shifting between Chen Feng and the dog. It only barked a few times. Can you truly translate so much? Are you trying to deceive me? Quickly, let us begin class. I can hardly wait to traverse the ocean of knowledge. Woof, woof, woof. He Jing looked at the pair of them, unsure of what to say, her mind inexplicably drifting back to the earlier encounter with Qin Yan and her companion, stirring a feeling of jealousy within her. I am not lacking in merit either. Why does he have no thoughts about me at all? While Chen Feng reveled in the ocean of knowledge, his phone chimed once more. If it had been anyone else, he might have been indifferent, but seeing Lin Feier's name brought a smile to his face. It seemed she was truly at her wit's end this time. After all, everything had been taken from her, and persisting further would likely prove challenging. What is it, superstar? Chen Feng inquired with a grin. Chen Feng, could you spare me some food? Of course. Did I not mention that? Just come over and engage in a discourse about life. And you may have as much food as you desire. Lin Feier's expression instantly darkened upon reading the message. Chen Feng, could you not be so frivolous? If you assist me now, I shall express my gratitude properly. I do not accept empty promises. You understand the current circumstances. I cannot afford to squander resources on those who are inconsequential. You are being unreasonable, taking advantage of my plight. Lin Feier fumed, her face flushed with anger. Nonsense. I am merely providing timely assistance. I'm trying to save you. Contact me once you have made your decision, Chen Feng retorted, choosing not to continue the conversation. If she truly found herself in dire straits, she would certainly seek him out. However, just as he was about to put his phone down, another message arrived. Chen Feng, I have dealt with those individuals for you. When will you provide the supplies? Chapter 92, The Furious Su Qing. Reading the message, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. Were it anyone else, he would have simply provided the supplies without a second thought. Instant noodles, or whatever it may be. However, the one reaching out to him was none other than Su Qing. She appeared to be increasingly fixated on fulfilling his bounty. He found himself in a predicament. He could not refuse her, and although he was indifferent to the supplies, the fact that she was his adversary left him feeling entirely manipulated. Moreover, her growing strength was exceedingly unsettling. You have already dealt with them? Chen Feng could not suppress his skepticism. Initially, that group had claimed they would assist in subduing Su Qing. Logically, they should have been formidable, yet now it seemed Su Qing had bested them, which left Chen Feng incredulous. Yes, I have dealt with them. Do you think I would deceive you? Su Qing replied, sending him a video, a recording of her subduing the individuals in question. Bring them to my doorstep and give them a proper thrashing, and I will prepare what you need. Chen Feng did not hesitate. Since she had already handled the situation, there was no turning back. He decided to focus on resolving the immediate issue, letting the rest fade into the background. After all, I am your ex-wife, and we have collaborated once before. Why do you doubt me so? Su Qing's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Chen Feng could not help but snicker coldly. Are you joking? Trust you? I perished in my previous life because I placed my faith in you. Do you expect me to repeat that folly? Surely you jest. It is not that I do not trust you. Rather, I am eager to witness that individual receive a thorough beating. Su Qing did not respond further, instead bringing the person to Chen Feng's garage, where they endured another round of merciless punishment. Chen Feng watched in clarity through the surveillance footage. It was evident that this was no mere act, as their cries of anguish echoed persistently. Many onlookers turned their attention to the scene, their anxiety palpable. They had only just realized that although Chen Feng remained inside the villa, he possessed considerable influence within the community. In his presence, most had no capacity for resistance. With his home stockpiled with ample resources, in this time of scarcity, no one dared to provoke him. After all, one merely needs to casually issue a bounty to ensnare someone. Caution is advised. Those who oppose Chen Feng rarely survive. Someone could not help but murmur, their expression heavy with tension. Once, Luo Zhongyan was exceedingly arrogant, yet he was swiftly subdued by Chen Feng. What is there to fear? You have no conflict with him. He likely wouldn't even spare you a glance. Someone could not resist commenting, their face etched with exasperation. Chen Feng is perhaps the least threatening individual. He is utterly indifferent to you, unlike others who might even come to your home to trouble you. Upon confirming that the other party was not deceiving him, Chen Feng skillfully maneuvered the remote-controlled toy car, delivering the prearranged items. Chen Feng, why don't we collaborate properly? After all, we are somewhat acquainted, and our partnership should yield excellent results. Su Qing asserted confidently. She had established herself as a formidable figure within the community, with subordinates capable of easily managing any troubles she could currently envision. With Chen Feng's resources backing her, she would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Naturally, her invitation for collaboration was merely a pretext. Given the chance, she would seize Chen Feng without hesitation. The humiliation and anger she had endured during this time were indelible. Forget it. I can hardly afford to offend him. Chen Feng responded disdainfully through the speaker, instantly causing Su Qing's brow to furrow. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng, Xiao Lulu is with you, isn't she? So you have an interest in that woman. Su Qing smirked, recalling that just before the heavy snowfall, Chen Feng and Xiao Lulu had mocked her together. They must have been flirting at that time. Fine, as long as you are willing to cooperate with us. I can deliver that woman to you. Su Qing stated without hesitation. It's not that I have an interest in her, but I must inform you that she has a plum blossom disease, and your group is likely affected. Suing? Not only Su Qing, but even the men surrounding her widened their eyes in disbelief. Their expressions soured, and even Su Qing appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? Have I inadvertently contracted it? Although she had not directly engaged with Xiao Lulu, her numerous subordinates were a chaotic mess. Damn, that woman is truly ruthless, having poisoned us all. With a grim expression, Su Qing did not hesitate to return to her residence. At that moment, Xiao Lulu was still asleep, after a tumultuous night. She had finally been granted a moment of rest, only to be rudely awakened by the returning Su Qing. You foul wench, why didn't you mention your illness sooner? The echoes of her furious accusations reverberated in the space, and before Xiao Lulu could respond, several men nearby began to take action. Damn it, you thought me easy prey. Did you? Within merely 3 minutes, Xiao Lulu's visage transformed into a swollen and bruised spectacle, the excruciating pain prompting her to wail uncontrollably. One individual, without hesitation, tore away her trousers, and upon noticing the reddish spots adorning her skin, was consumed by uncontrollable rage. It was true. Chen Feng had not deceived them. She was genuinely afflicted. Wang Hao, a bystander, began to comprehend the unfolding situation, his head spinning with the dilemma at hand. How to deal with her? Was there any need for inquiry? The answer was clear. She had to be disposed of. Allowing her to remain would only perpetuate their suffering. Su Qing, equally incensed, felt a deep sense of indignation, as she too had been inexplicably ensnared in this predicament. No, please, esteemed adults, spare me. I was wrong. Do not take my life. Xiao Lulu cried out in desperation, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Spare you? To keep you alive would merely waste resources. You are of no use to us. No, there is value. You seek women, do you not? I can assist you in finding one. Are you familiar with Lin Feier? She is a true star. A virgin, guaranteed to meet your expectations. Upon hearing this, the group exhibited newfound interest. They were indeed aware of Lin Fei, a bona fide beauty, with many having watched her films. Is what you say true? Can you persuade her to join us? Absolutely. She is my close friend. As long as I am present, she would never refuse. You must trust me. Xiao Lulu grasped Su Qing's garment, fervently pleading for mercy. Chapter 93. Release the captive. What is the nature of your relationship with her? It is blatantly evident that you are akin to a married couple. Why the dramatics? He Jing regarded Chen Feng with suspicion. She sensed that Chen Feng was not inherently malevolent, at least possessing a certain principle. Currently, she found herself in a situation devoid of complications, never initiating conflict. Yet, who could have predicted the exaggerated enmity between him and Su Qing, a conflict seemingly irreconcilable? If you were aware of her past actions, you would not pose such inquiries. Enough. I am weary of reminiscing about those vexatious matters. Chen Feng concluded, dismissing further dialogue and engrossing himself in a book. As for the individual whom Su Qing had dealt with outside, he was of no concern to Chen Feng. However, upon returning to his abode, the man erupted in a torrent of insults directed at Chen Feng. Annoyed, Chen Feng inquired whether he was prepared to be placed under bounty once more. Predictably, a single remark rendered the man silent, extinguishing any desire to continue speaking. Insulting others was one thing. Harboring resentment was another, but if one sought to retaliate, that was an entirely different matter. This indignation I cannot endure. What is the status on your end? Are the supplies ready? He cast a reluctant glance at an accomplice, the very individual who had previously ambushed Chen Feng's residence. Unprepared, he had been drenched by Chen Feng's retaliatory actions. Had he not braved the cold on his return, he might have succumbed to the same fate. Rest assured, everything is in place. We have procured explosives, ensuring we can breach his abode. The man spoke darkly, asserting that all they needed to do was wait. Chen Feng would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Very well. Remember to hand Chen Feng over to me when the time comes. I shall surely make him pay for today's grievance, no matter what he says. After sending He Jing away, Chen Feng hurriedly gathered various gear, adorning not only himself, but also the nearby Lao He with a bulletproof vest. This vest had required considerable time to modify for a proper fit. This operation had 3 focal points, 5 crucial considerations, 10 intricate details, and a singular objective. Lao He, recite them all back to me. Chen Feng muttered while preparing. Woof, woof, woof. Lao He glared at Chen Feng, his brows furrowing in exasperation. Can't you keep your mouth shut for once? How am I supposed to remember all of this while you're here fussing about? I'm a dog, after all. Lao He, I must insist on clarifying this with you. While maybe a bit verbose, I'm not doing this to harm you. You are well aware of the dangers that lurk outside. Woof, woof, woof. I believe you are correct. Please repeat that for me, and I shall remember it diligently. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, this is essential for survival in the apocalypse. The 3 focal points are to prioritize self-protection and safety. At this moment, he suddenly realized he had forgotten what he had just said. Woof. Lao He shook his head. Did you see that? You don't even know. Is this some sort of deliberate torment for a dog? What do you mean, Lao He? I was discussing the matter at hand, not your attitude. This lackadaisical demeanor of yours will inevitably lead to your downfall. Just as the man and his dog were preparing to depart, Chen Feng received a message from Lin Fei. She even followed the message with a voice call. Chen Feng, please help me. There are a group of people banging on my door. Lin Fei's voice trembled, tinged with desperation, clearly terrified. From the other end of the line, the sound of banging could be heard. You should be calling for your prince to save you. Chen Feng chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Stop joking, please. I'm begging you to come and save me. I'll agree to anything you want. Lin Fei pleaded frantically. Then why don't you say, Prince, please save me. Prince, please save me. All right, keep waiting. I'll be there shortly. Chen Feng hung up, donned his bulletproof vest, and put on his down jacket. Lao He, plans have changed. We're going to save someone first before heading to the mall. Once both were prepared, they hurriedly set out. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, terrified, had taken refuge in her bedroom, cowering in her closet and trembling. Outside, the voice of Xiao Lulu continued to echo. Fei, listen to me. As a close friend, I would never deceive you. Please, open the door. You are fully aware of the current circumstances. Surviving alone is an insurmountable challenge. It would be far more prudent to join us, for we possess ample sustenance daily. It is solely out of regard for our friendship that I have divulged such a fortuitous opportunity to you. Listening to the words of her companion, Lin Feier felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. Indeed, she had a temperament that was generally forgiving, yet must her troubles be incessantly directed towards her? Having already endured the theft of her provisions, she now faced an audacious robbery and an assault on her home. Her disillusionment with Xiao Lulu had reached its zenith. This woman had become nothing short of a malevolent force. Given the present predicament, the thought of falling into the hands of such individuals conjured images of unspeakable horrors. You claim she is your close friend, yet why are you barred from entering? Wang Hao roared in fury. I am equally perplexed, Xiao Lulu replied, her face a mask of distress. She attempted to call out to those inside, but her companions, weary of delay, promptly brandished their sledgehammers and commenced their assault. With a wealth of experience from previous endeavors, they swiftly breached the door and invaded the premises. Their objective was singular, to seize Lin Feier, the illustrious star. Hurry, locate her and bring her back. Wang Hao was electrified with excitement. He had never envisioned the day he could capture Lin Feier. In mere moments, she was dragged forth from her wardrobe. Ah, truly a superstar. Such a figure, such beauty, infinitely superior to any mere cosmetic allure. What do you intend? Stay back. Your actions are illegal. Lin Feier struggled desperately, yet her efforts were in vain, only serving to embolden her captors, whose eyes gleamed with fervor. Illegal? We are the law now. Your threats hold no weight against us. It would be wise to serve us well. Wang Hao, grasping the utterly despondent Lin Feier, prepared to depart. Yet before they could exit, an individual accompanied by a dog obstructed their path. Release her and vacate immediately, lest you suffer dire consequences. Chen Feng spoke languidly, his gaze laced with mockery. Chapter 94. I not timely? Chen Feng, do not push your luck. Upon seeing his adversary, Wang Hao was momentarily paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. He had not anticipated this encounter. Mere moments ago, he had been lost in a dream, only to be abruptly interrupted by Chen Feng. Was this a jest? However, in an instant, clarity returned to him. The opponent was merely a man and a dog. What right did he have to oppose his group? After all, he had established himself as a minor leader, and his crew had never tasted defeat in their skirmishes. Recent altercations had bolstered his confidence significantly after dispatching a gang of ruffians. They were entirely capable of overcoming Chen Feng. Overstepping? What does that even mean? She's my friend. Are you now laying your hands on her, disregarding my presence? Chen Feng's indifferent voice reverberated in the space, remaining remarkably composed even as a group of individuals began to encroach upon him with predatory intent. Chen Feng, do not be so arrogant. She was the one we set our sights on first, and we were the ones who broke down the door. First come, first served. Spare us your antics. Indeed, there is a principle of precedence in all matters. Your behavior is rather tyrannical. Several voices expressed their dissatisfaction, cursing vehemently. However, Chen Feng paid no heed to their words, instead regarding them with a mocking gaze. Tyranny? Precedence? Do you regard her as mere property to be seized at will? The reality is this. The one who possesses greater skill and discovers first lays claim. Do not disrupt the established order. Wang Hao scoffed coldly, as someone approached Chen Feng from behind. Established order? To hell with your order. I declare that you belong to me now. What will you say to that? The faces of the crowd darkened significantly, their expressions now betraying raw anger. Chen Feng's arrogance was insufferable. Chen Feng, you are courting death. Do not blame us for being unkind. Blame yourself for your lack of foresight. Are you finally unable to restrain yourselves and ready to confront me? Do you truly think you are a match for me with your numbers? Laughter erupted among the group, their derision painting Chen Feng as a lunatic. It was one thing to be arrogant under normal circumstances, but to maintain such bravado now was nothing short of absurd. Whether you fear me or not is inconsequential, but there is one thing you will surely fear, Chen Feng declared, slowly retrieving something from his pocket. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he produced a weapon, a 470. Wang Hao, what the hell? How did you manage to pull that out? Not only Wang Hao, but everyone present was rendered speechless. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a lengthy weapon could emerge from his trousers. It defied all logic. Yet, amid their shock, the crowd was thoroughly intimidated. This was a weapon they genuinely feared. Had Chen Feng produced a handgun, they might have considered standing a chance, given its limited ammunition. But now, with a single volley, they could all be sent to their demise. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either release her and leave at once, or I shall deal with you. And then rescue her, Chen Feng reiterated. This time, Wang Hao hesitated no longer. He immediately released the captive and turned to leave with his companions. What the hell just happened? How could Chen Feng possibly possess such a terrifying weapon? As they exited the villa, Wang Hao erupted in furious curses, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. It was well known that their country had stringent regulations. Acquiring a handgun was already a remarkable feat. The other party surprisingly managed to obtain 470. Is this not a jest? Are we truly to retreat in such a manner? A man, filled with discontent, kicked Xiao Lulu beside him. Damn it, was this your doing? Did you lead us to that scoundrel Chen Feng? Xiao Lulu, upon hearing this, continuously pleaded. How was she to know what to do? Today, regardless of the circumstances, he must be incapacitated. Wang Hao, with a grim countenance, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Lulu, seizing her and coldly stating, if you perform adequately, I might spare your life. However, should you fail, you are well aware of the consequences. He then hastily began to organize the others. Everyone was acutely aware of the danger. Yet Chen Feng had only just emerged from the villa, representing an unparalleled opportunity for them. As for the formidable weapon in their opponent's possession, they believed that if they could swiftly subdue him, there would be little issue. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If a direct confrontation proved unfeasible, why not resort to a sneak attack? It is understood that should they emerge victorious, they would no longer have to worry about food scarcity. No one could resist such temptation. While Wang Hao and his group devised their plan, Chen Feng observed Lin Feier with amusement. Well, I arrived just in time, didn't I? Lin Feier, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright, remained curled up on the sofa, sobbing incessantly. Can't you offer some comfort? I was nearly captured. Lin Feier wore an expression of grievance, lamenting his lack of compassion. But you weren't captured, were you? Had you sought me out earlier, none of this would have transpired. Chen Feng shrugged, an air of helplessness about him. Lin Feier couldn't help but curse Xiao Lulu internally. Were it not for a lingering fantasy about Xiao Lulu, she would not be in such a predicament. All right, let's tidy up quickly and head to my place. I have other arrangements today and cannot afford to waste much time here. Chen Feng briefly surveyed the damaged door, resolving to replace it with a sturdy one after handling matters at the supermarket. Without hesitation, Lin Feier followed closely behind Chen Feng, even clutching his shirt out of fear. Cautiously trailing him, observing her current demeanor, Chen Feng couldn't suppress a playful smile. Just days prior, she had berated him, calling him inhumane. Who would have anticipated such a drastic shift in attitude in such a short span? What is it? After merely 2 steps, having just arrived at the basement, Chen Feng suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he focused on a direction within the garage. Chapter 95. What more do you have to say? Lin Feier appeared puzzled. That direction bore no signs of life. Yet not only Chen Feng, but even Lao He began to emit low, mournful sounds, directing his attention towards that very spot. I advise you to come out promptly, or else the weapon in my hand may very well sweep towards you, Chen Feng declared without the slightest hesitation, preparing to take action in that direction. Just then, however, Xiao Lulu rushed out from that direction, sobbing profusely as she dashed to Lin Feier. Feier, you must help me. I am now homeless, and if you do not extend your hand, I will surely freeze to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier's face contorted with anger, while Chen Feng slowly retreated behind Lin Feier and the large black dog. Old Black? Woof. The dog looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend how Chen Feng had maneuvered to its rear, but upon realizing the situation, it hastily backed away. How dare you come seeking my assistance after nearly causing my demise? Lin Feier fumed, never having anticipated encountering such a shameless friend. She had poured her heart into their friendship, yet who could have foreseen that the other would resort to such disgraceful tactics, even attempting to drive her to despair? This person was utterly devoid of shame. Feier, I am compelled by circumstance. You must understand if I do not comply with their demands, I may not survive. If there were even a sliver of an alternative, I would never harm you. You have been my dear sister for all these years. Xiao Lulu shamelessly pleaded, while Lin Feier's ire only intensified. Is this how one treats their sisters? Your plight is of no concern to me. My own situation is far more dire. Lin Feier retorted, her expression reflecting her deep displeasure. It was precisely because of Xiao Lulu that she had been deprived of food and had succumbed to Chen Feng's unreasonable demands. Otherwise, her life would still be carefree. Moreover, I am not even in a position to speak. Lin Fei glanced back at the considerable distance between herself and Chen Feng, suddenly filled with suspicion. What could his intentions be in retreating so far? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Lulu wasted no time and staggered towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, please show me mercy. If you forgive me, I shall comply with any request you make. Xiao Lulu implored as she reached Chen Feng and clutched his pant leg. I am willing to do anything. Just allow me to serve both you and Fei, if you would. Witnessing this, Lin Fei felt a wave of hesitation wash over her. After all, she had once considered Xiao Lulu a sister, and seeing her in such a wretched state stirred her compassion. Yet, just as she prepared to intercede on Xiao Lulu's behalf, Chen Feng promptly interrupted her. Do not forget your own circumstances. If you wish for her to join me, you must relinquish your position. I do not possess enough provisions to support idle individuals. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, feeling even more grieved. How could Chen Feng be so heartless? However, just as she was about to voice her thoughts again, the previously kneeling and pleading Xiao Lulu suddenly seized Chen Feng's thigh with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other, aiming for his heart. Lin Fei was left in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide as she witnessed this shocking turn of events. Not far away, the old black dog widened its eyes in astonishment. However, Chen Feng remained remarkably composed, swiftly kicking the opponent's dagger away. In a subsequent motion, he sent Xiao Lulu flying with another kick. The air was instantly filled with anguished cries. Throughout the encounter, he remained vigilant toward Lin Fei, having noticed her ambush almost immediately. You wish to sneak attack me? Perhaps you should consider whether you are worthy of such an endeavor. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Wang Hao charged in with a group of men, all wielding weapons and bearing fierce expressions. Charge with me. Take him down before he can draw his weapon. Wang Hao led the way, swift in his approach. But before they could get close, a dog launched itself and sent him flying with a powerful kick. He never anticipated such a turn of events. It was utterly absurd. What on earth is wrong with that dog? How can it be so fierce? Just then, someone expressed their disbelief, only to be knocked to the ground by another flying kick moments later. My goodness, has that dog become a spirit? The cacophony of screams reverberated throughout the area, with some individuals slipping and falling before they even reached Chen Feng. In mere moments, no one was left standing. Wang Hao and his companions stared incredulously at the old black dog. They were a group of men, yet they had been bested by a mere canine. Woof woof. A bunch of rubbish. Come at me again if you dare. The old black dog scoffed, seemingly unsatisfied as the opponents had already fallen. Chen Feng, what kind of dog is this? Wang Hao ground his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend why he had lost that day. Have the courage to face me directly, instead of hiding behind a dog. Someone shouted, equally unwilling to accept defeat. If they had lost to Chen Feng, they could have accepted it. But losing to a dog was intolerable. Enough already. You can't even handle the old black dog and still wish to challenge me? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng retorted, exasperated. Do you have any last words? Chen Feng approached Wang Hao slowly, who fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng until he drew near. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, wielding a machete that gleamed ominously. Be careful, Lin Fei exclaimed in alarm, fearing that this strike could indeed be fatal for Chen Feng. Yet, as soon as he stood, he slipped and fell to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. The ground was now covered with a thin layer of ice, which had caused his earlier failure. Damn it, how infuriating. The heavens favor Chen, but not Wang. If it weren't for your luck, I would have already subdued you. Wang Hao lamented, pounding the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Chen Feng could only shake his head in disbelief, wondering how one could harbor so much inner turmoil. Stop your shouting and start thinking about how to resolve the matter at hand. Chen Feng, do you dare challenge me? I refuse to back down. Some were consumed by jealousy and resentment, but Chen Feng, disinterested in further discourse, snapped his fingers. In an instant, a fissure opened beneath the feet of the individual, and before they could utter a cry of despair, they plummeted into the abyss. A crowd stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. What more can you say? Chen Feng gazed down upon Wang Hao, speaking with an air of indifference. Chapter 96. Can the prince spare me a morsel to eat? What manner of creature are you? Wang Hao trembled uncontrollably, although he could not comprehend the unfolding events or how his subordinate had vanished before his very eyes. An instinctive realization dawned upon him. This was undeniably linked to Chen Feng. Not only he, but also the group of subordinates nearby, along with Lin Fei and her companions. were wide-eyed in astonishment. The spectacle was utterly surreal. Could it be that the adversary possessed the power to render a person invisible? A monster? Your narrow-mindedness is evident. With such limitations, you could never contend with my old hay. Chen Feng sighed and shook his head, exasperated. What do you mean by saying that heaven does not assist you? Even if the heavens were to aid you, what difference would it make? Chen Feng, in a state of resigned disbelief, snapped his fingers once more, and in an instant, everyone except Wang Hao vanished from the scene. Not a single one offered resistance. They disappeared without so much as a whisper, clearly caught unawares. Witnessing this almost supernatural occurrence, Wang Hao was utterly paralyzed by fear. How could he possibly continue to fight? Had he known of Chen Feng's formidable abilities, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to provoke him. He realized he was woefully outmatched. This was nothing short of an overwhelming force. Chen Feng, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Spare me, and I shall never again dare to trouble you. As Chen Feng approached him once more, Wang Hao could no longer contain himself and prostrated in supplication. It was evident that he had succumbed to sheer despair in the face of this individual. It is too late, since you have come to seek your own demise. I have no reason to deny you. Chen Feng uttered a cold hum. Wang Hao sensed Chen Feng's murderous intent and attempted to flee, but in the next moment, a fissure appeared before him. Before he could register what was happening, he tumbled headlong into the void. It is your turn, Chen Feng declared, casting his gaze towards Xiao Lulu, who was utterly petrified, rendered incapable of reaction as she was drawn into Chen Feng's realm. After a few breaths, Chen Feng gestured again, and those who had vanished moments before now lay lifeless upon the ground. What Lin Fei stood in a daze, at a loss for words, as if she had unearthed a momentous secret. Could this individual possibly spare her? So what do you think? Am I not handsome? Chen Feng approached, grinning broadly, his self-satisfaction unabashed. Woof, woof, woof. Old Hay stood nearby, adopting a human-like demeanor as he regarded Lin Fei. Speak up. Have my formidable tactics startled you? I have honed these skills daily with Chen Feng. However, it is evident that Lin Fei is utterly at a loss for words, as the display of power from the other party is simply astounding. Remember to keep this a secret. We have only shared this with you. Without waiting for response, Chen Feng took Lin Fei by the hand and led her towards his villa. Not long after their departure, Su Qing, unable to reach Wang Hao, descended into the basement. Initially, she felt a surge of discontent. Even if they were indulging in their escapades, they ought to respond to my messages. What does this sudden disappearance mean? Yet, upon arriving at the basement, she was rendered speechless. Wang Hao and his entourage lay lifeless on the ground. Each one sprawled out, devoid of any visible wounds, yet utterly breathless. What has happened? How could this be? In the blink of an eye, her subordinates had all perished, leaving her at a profound loss for words. Could this be the doing of Chen Feng? He lacks the capability for such a feat, despite being armed. These individuals bear no gunshot wounds. She pondered for what felt like an eternity, yet no answers emerged. Just then, a figure approached, surveying the scene with keen eyes. You are Su Qing? Although Zhong Wanchuan was taken aback by the sight of the corpses, his gaze ultimately settled on Su Qing. Who are you? My identity is of little consequence. You have but one choice now. Come with me at once, or I shall ensure your demise will be most gruesome. As he spoke, Zhong Wenchuan advanced slowly towards Su Qing. You underestimate me. With a cold laugh, Su Qing swiftly produced a crossbow from her attire and aimed it at him. This was a self-defense weapon she had procured recently. Though small and lacking in power, it could certainly catch an adversary off guard. Aiming for his face, she anticipated it would disrupt him. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Her bolt flew directly towards Zhong Wenchuan's visage, only for him to casually raise his hand and catch it. Interesting, you are courting death. No sooner had he uttered those words than Zhong Wenchuan vanished in a flash, appearing before Su Qing and seizing her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. You wish to die, is that it? I can oblige. Spare me. I am willing to follow you. I shall do whatever you ask. Su Qing gasped, her face reddening under his grip. Now that's more like it. Why not start with this attitude instead of forcing my hand? Zhong Wenchuan scoffed coldly. Rest assured, I also intend to deal with Chen Feng. I shall assist you in eliminating him, but only if you obey me. Understand? Su Qing's eyes brightened instantly, and she nodded eagerly. As long as I can kill Chen Feng, I am willing to do anything. Meanwhile, at Chen Feng's villa, he sat comfortably on the sofa, the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. After some time, Lin Feier finally emerged, shy and hesitant. At this moment, she was adorned in an exquisitely sensual evening gown, complemented by Balenciaga stockings and a pair of Valentino heels that perfectly enhanced her allure. Her curves were showcased to perfection, truly deserving of the title of a first-rate goddess, far surpassing Xiao Lulu in every aspect. Beautiful and flawless. On the other hand, Lin Feier felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Although she had worn similar attire for filming and events in the past, the circumstances were entirely different now. Previously, she had merely participated in events, but now, the mere thought of what was to come rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Chen Feng was being utterly outrageous. Upon entering, he had insisted that she leave behind all her clothing. Who knew what he might do next? Truly, a big star. He was remarkably handsome. Chen Feng approached and took Lin Feier's hand, clearly satisfied. Could you perhaps get me something to eat? Lin Feier mumbled, hit belt. Her voice scarcely above a whisper. All right, but could the prince spare me a morsel? Lin Feier felt an overwhelming sense of shame uttering such words, finding Chen Feng shamelessly amusing. Was he joking? A prince? He was nothing more than an unabashed lecher. Upon hearing her plea, Chen Feng wasted no time in retrieving some food for her, ensuring that he and Lao He also made the most of the moment to eat. Although Lin Feier had prepared herself for this situation, being in Chen Feng's presence and consuming what he offered stirred a mix of emotions within her. He had amassed an impressive supply of provisions. She couldn't help but wonder if he had foreseen the impending apocalypse when he began stockpiling. However, Chen Feng offered no explanation for her doubts, simply instructing her to follow him closely. As long as she obeyed in the future, there would be no shortage of delicious food. Once satisfied, Lin Feier found herself at a loss for what to do while Lao He rose, preparing to retreat upstairs. What are you doing? Hurry and tidy up. We still have much to accomplish today. Wang Wang. Lao He looked at Chen Feng in confusion, then turned his gaze toward Lin Feier. Aren't you going to take care of business? Of course, there are far more pressing matters at hand. Before addressing significant affairs, we must conserve our energy, Chen Feng muttered to himself, establishing a personal rule. During crucial undertakings, it was wise not to squander physical strength. The allure of tenderness could be as perilous as a double-edged sword. What if he faltered at a critical moment? Wang Wang. All right, I concede. Lao He sauntered down leisurely and began donning his bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, under Lin Feier's astonished gaze, suited up and fastened his helmet. Are you going outside? Lin Feier asked, her expression fraught with anxiety. Yes, I need to assess the situation outside. You stay put, and once I've handled my affairs, I will return to find you. Chen Feng spoke while gesturing towards the television beside him. If you find yourself utterly bored, feel free to watch TV. I shall return shortly. With that, he did not linger but promptly exited the villa. He harbored no concerns that Lin Feier would cause any disturbances, nor did he fear that she might overstep her bounds. The primary authority of this residence rested firmly with him. Once he departed, Lin Feier would be confined to the living room, unable to even open the door. Moreover, given her intellect, he was confident she would not act recklessly. In this post-apocalyptic environment, finding a powerful ally like him was undoubtedly her best option. Any association with others would complicate matters further, resulting in inadequate sustenance and a dismal existence. After leaving the villa, Chen Feng made his way directly to the supermarket outside the community. Although the distance was short, the snow lay thick, prompting him to procure a snowmobile. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by several residents of the community. What on earth is going on with Chen Feng? He even has a snowmobile. Has he turned his home into a winter warehouse? Not only does he have that warm-down jacket, but he also possesses a snowmobile. We must persuade him to bring out a few. Wait, what am I thinking? With his stingy nature, he won't give us anything. Given the current situation, he should be the one seeking help outside. A cacophony of chatter erupted among the group, evidently having already mapped out their plans regarding Chen Feng. Unaware of the commotion unfolding in the group chat, Chen Feng arrived at the supermarket outside the community and dismounted his motorcycle. The entrance was mounded with snow, much like any other location, but as he approached the door, he immediately sensed something amiss. The supermarket doors were firmly shut, and outside stood dozens of corpses, resembling ice sculptures, creating an eerily surreal scene. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing these individuals as those who had emerged from the community earlier. After arriving here, they had fallen completely silent, failing to send any messages back. It seemed they must have encountered some predicament, Otherwise, it was implausible for not a single one of them to have been able to communicate. How could this happen? Chen Feng muttered to himself, scrutinizing the bodies, which bore no visible wounds. Could they have perished from the cold? That seems improbable. He wore a perplexed expression, unable to discern the underlying issue. Can you figure out what's wrong? He turned to old Hay, who shook his head in response, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. If I could decipher this, I wouldn't be just a dog. Let's go inside and investigate, Chen Feng said, struggling to push open the supermarket door. Although the interior was in disarray, a significant portion of the supplies remained. This was a large supermarket, stocked with food, drinks, and essentials. It was evident that it had yet to be plundered. When Chen Feng and his companions had arrived in their previous life, the place had been utterly bare. It is evident that the time has not yet arrived. Signs of life persist, Chen Feng murmured, having discerned the specific issues at hand. Many large supermarkets employ night watchmen, and these traces are likely left by those individuals. Furthermore, there are provisions, beverages, and even bedding present here, which greatly surpasses the conditions of those residing in their homes. Signs of a struggle are evident, suggesting that quite a commotion has occurred. Chen Feng regarded the area with skepticism, observing numerous toppled shelves and remnants of a confrontation. As he continued his search, he stumbled upon several corpses, employees of the supermarket whom he recognized. Old Black, thoroughly investigate the surroundings. Something here seems amiss. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Old Black barked in response and continued to trail behind him. Chen Feng reflected, indeed, one should not raise overly astute dogs. They become more cunning than their owners. It was tolerable before, but since I began training him, Old Black has entirely embraced those lessons, surpassing me in cunningness. Alas, relying on you is less effective than depending on myself. With a bemused expression, Chen Feng was about to explore another area when an abrupt buzzing sound resonated near his ear. Instantly, he felt as if his head might split apart, and Old Black, too, was similarly affected, rolling on the ground in agony. What has happened? What on earth is going on? Chen Feng collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head, drenched in cold sweat within mere moments. It felt as though an unseen force were directly impacting his mind. Fascinating. I did not anticipate that you could still articulate words. This has taken me by surprise. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged, approaching them.